Redemption. Book 5 of the Earthborn. Written by Adair Hart. Narrated by Michael Wolfe. Chapter 1. Blake loved killing Saskarins, but having Sarah Olson sleep over in his bed ranked up there too. It was a quiet morning at the ambassadorial compound where the crew was quartered. Luke McGregor, Kane Walsh, and Doc, the Exceltion's medical AI, were working on repairs on the Exceltion, while the rest of the crew was probably waking up. It felt like it would be a lazy day where everyone could relax. It had been about a month since their last mission, and Blake took advantage of the downtime. He slid an arm around Sarah as she snuggled closer to him under the covers. He could get used to this. His mind wandered over the previous mission. Although there was enough information for the Kriegans to act against the Saskarins in the Jazaris system, the Kriegan Star Empire was slow to mobilize, as always. Blake looked forward to watching their 95th Fleet dismantle the Saskarins. At the pace the Kriegans moved, it would be another week before they struck. His senses picked up someone approaching the ambassadorial compound. He sat up and focused. It was almost 9:30 a.m., and based on the sound of the footsteps, the person was in a hurry and wore light armor. The guards at the outer gate must have let the person pass, but they usually did not let just anyone through that early in the morning. Blake's curiosity was piqued. He slid out of bed and donned his armor. It did not hurt to be ready. Sarah yawned as she stretched. "Oh, hey, what's going on?" "Someone's here, and the guards let them pass." Sarah rubbed her eyes. "This early?" She frowned. "You think it's a problem?" "I'm not sure yet," said Blake. He motioned at her while grinning and baring his fangs. "Wait here. I might come back for more morning action." She laughed and threw a pillow at him. He nodded at her and exited the room. The trip to the main entrance was short, and when he arrived, he sensed he had beaten the person to the door. He interacted with the nearby console, and as the doors slid open, he drew both of his blades and held them off to the side. A startled man took a step back. Blake could tell the guy worked for local law enforcement. They were a separate branch from the Presidential Guard, the Fredorian Defense Force, and the Fredorian Rangers. Local law enforcement handled planetary affairs, and the person before Blake had a standard-issue beige and blue uniform. The badge on his upper right chest indicated this was a sergeant, which was unusual in itself. The man looked around for a moment, then focused on Blake. "I'm Sergeant Wilcrum, and I'm here on behalf of Bothan." "Bothan? Well, that's new. May I come in?" Blake sheathed his blades. "Sure." Bothan was a Presidential Guard leader like Blake was. Bothan had been a Fredorian Master Ranger, and Blake had begun to look upon him as a close friend. Sergeant Wilcrum stepped inside, and the doors sealed. "You'll want to get the rest of your group up for this." "What's going on?" asked Blake. "There's been an attack on the senatorial tower. Bothan wanted me to deliver a message to your crew." Blake's eyes narrowed. "An attack? I didn't hear anything about that. It happened a few hours ago. There's been a media blackout." Blake accessed his forearm device. Sergeant Wilcrum was right. Every attempt to access a media source failed. "Okay," he said. He motioned off in the distance. "Go down this hallway and turn right. We have a meeting room of sorts there." Sergeant Wilcrum nodded and took off. Blake hustled to the rooms of Zane Gibbons, Cal Modan, and Seth Williams. Seth and Ada had been getting busy, while Zane and Cal had been fast asleep. Once Blake told them what Sergeant Wilcrum had said, they moved at breakneck pace to get going and geared up. Sarah had on a robe when Blake got back to his room, but like the others, she could probably see the seriousness in his face. 10 minutes later, the group had assembled in the cafeteria, or, as Blake called it, the temporary meeting room. Sergeant Wilcrum had set up a small projector cube on one of the tables. Blake joined him up front. "Kind of old school to send a messenger. Bothan didn't want any chance of his message being intercepted," said Sergeant Wilcrum, glancing at Ada.
"A wise choice,"
said Ada. "All right. Let's see what he has to say," said Blake. He interacted with his forearm device and connected to the projector. An image of Bothan appeared above the projector. He wore green and brown medium armor and carried a striker assault rifle on his back. His face was dirtied like someone had blasted him with dust. Behind him stood Garvis Cull, a politician the group had rescued on the previous mission.
Blake, if you're seeing this, then that means Sergeant Wilcrum didn't die on the way.
Sergeant Wilcrum's eyes widened.
Here's the situation. The senatorial tower was destroyed early this morning. The full Senate was not in session, but a large number of senators were there. As of now, Fredoria has lost over half of its government in one fell swoop.
Bothan licked his lips as he looked down.
Andia and Rakar were there too. However, we've scoured the rubble and haven't found their bodies. Yet. Same with a lot of senators.
Blake gritted his teeth.
The FDF has claimed power and declared martial law. They're dropping their enforcers everywhere and are attempting to secure all transport off the planet. You need to get your unit off the planet now. The FDF claims your unit is responsible for the attack, and they're actively searching for you.
What the fuck? Said Zane. Blake motioned at Zane with a hand down. Bothan continued.
Garvis Cull was recently put back in power and, as of now, is the highest-ranking government official. Law enforcement has deferred to him, and rangers loyal to Fredoria have as well. The rogue FDF have attacked anyone providing aid to Garvis.
He sighed.
Garvis and I are going to coordinate a resistance here on Fredoria. You need to get your unit out and see if you can get us some help. Only contact us in an emergency. A secure CID is attached to this message, but can only be used on planet.
The projection changed to show a bird's-eye view of the ambassadorial compound and nearby buildings, one of which was highlighted.
Doc will bring the Exceltion to the roof of that building in 30 minutes. Good luck, said Bothan.
The display ended. Blake sighed.
Sounds like we need to get ready for a trip.
He nodded at Sergeant Wilcrum.
Thank you for bringing us this.
No problem. Sergeant Wilcrum scowled.
The FDF are traitors. Not all are, I'm sure. I bet some are still loyal.
Sergeant Wilcrum cocked his head.
They dropped 6 enforcers at our station. 11 officers died in the ensuing assault. We've regrouped, but I thought I would never see the day that Fredorians attacked Fredorians. They're probably slimed, said Zane. What's that?
Blake sighed.
Long story. An alien species known as the Saskarins can control a body. We suspect they did this, and the FDF they control are making a move. Are you going to be okay?
Sergeant Wilcrum nodded.
What's left of my unit is not too far away. All right. Go to them. And thank you once again.
Sergeant Wilcrum moved to exit, but paused to peer back.
So you're aware? Law enforcement is with you? In the past, it would have been odd that Earthborn were saving Fredoria, but your group has earned that respect. I just wanted you to know.
Blake glanced at the group, then nodded at him. Sergeant Wilcrum exited the room.
Damn. Sounds like a civil war going on,
said Seth.
Yeah, I almost want to stay and fight, said Cal.
Blake shook his head.
The slimed FDF will be gunning for us specifically, and we can be of more value off-planet.
He looked around.
Get what you need, then assemble near the entrance in 10 minutes. We'll move to the other building then.
Seth surveyed his living quarters as Ada bustled around. A Fredorian civil war was the last thing he had expected. Andia and Rakar, most likely being dead, did not help things either. Seth was getting tired of people dying all around him. This must be a Saskarin effort. It seemed they decided to pull the ultimate card and take down Fredoria while labeling the Exceltion crew as terrorists. That was not a new tactic, as they had done it with the android resistance as well.
You're not packing,
said Ada, gazing at him.
He grinned. I'm wearing all I need, and you're the only thing I require.
They shared a deep kiss. He pointed at a cabinet.
Well, maybe a few of those wearables might be good to take.
Ada smiled as she walked over to the cabinet and put a few items in a metallic backpack. All right, I think we're good. You need anything else? He asked. Ada looked around.
We have everything we need. The Exceltion can replicate whatever we missed.
Seth slapped her on the rear, and they exited. A few minutes later, they joined Blake and the others near the ambassadorial compound entrance. The somber mood was palpable. Seth studied the group. Blake looked like he was ready to murder someone. He had been close to Rakar, and the thought of losing yet another friend must have been driving him mad. Zane and Cal fidgeted with their weapons. They were probably itching to retaliate in some way. Seth had on his heavier suit and a custom cape that split out as needed. It had proved useful in the previous mission. Ada had a similar one as well. Sarah had on a light armor suit with a slung striker. "Listen up," said Blake. "The building we need to reach is close. I've already peeked outside, and it's a war zone out there. Stick close to each other. And if we come under fire, get behind Zane." He slapped Zane's chest. "His juggernaut suit can take a lot of punishment." "Fuck yeah," said Zane, nodding. Blake gestured at Seth and Ada. "Your capes as shields may come in handy too. However, I think the real fight will be once we reach the building. We have to get to the roof in time to meet the Exceltion. Now, I haven't heard from them, so I'm relying on them getting the message that they need to be here. Otherwise, it's going to be messy. I'm going to scout ahead with my camouflage shielding. Stay a bit away from me, but follow my path. Understood?" Everyone nodded. "Good," said Blake. He tapped at his forearm device and vanished. Seth saw Blake's outline through his helmet visor. Camouflage shielding worked well, but not against anything with heightened senses or thermal scan capability. Hopefully they would not run into anyone with either ability. Blake dashed out of the compound. After he reached the gateway a short distance away, he motioned for the group to follow. Zane took point with his shield out on his left arm and his hell thrower ready to go on his right side. Cal pulled out his dual pistols, and Sarah followed him. Seth covered the left, while Ada got the right. That way they provided coverage from all angles, with Sarah and Cal in the middle since he had the weakest armor and shielding. Seth grimaced when they exited the compound grounds. Dead citizens lay in the street, and law enforcement officers were sprinkled among the corpses. They would have been no match against FDF enforcers. Weapon fire, screaming, and shouting erupted in the distance, and smoke billowed in the air. If the FDF already attacked the city, then they would be at the ambassadorial compound soon. Blake must have sensed that because he moved at a fast pace. It surprised Seth that he had not heard anything, but the compound was soundproof for the most part. "This is awful," said Sarah. Cal peered around. "Yeah, this shit sucks." "Come on, let's go," said Seth. Blake moves at one pace. His. After 10 minutes, they had crossed a few streets and had arrived at the building entrance. Several law enforcement officers were pinned behind a large concrete wall. 5 FDF enforcers in black, heavy armor took shots while weaving in and out between burnt vehicles. "It's time to introduce ourselves," said Blake. "About time," said Zane. He spun up his hell thrower and shredded the first enforcer. Seth and Ada fired and took down the second one. Cal's rapid firing of his energy pistols and Sarah with her striker disabled the third enforcer's shields. Blake appeared behind the shieldless attacker and decapitated him. The fourth and fifth combatants tried to retreat to a safer spot, but Zane's hell thrower made quick work of them. The group approached the officers who had come out from behind the wall. "You guys okay?" asked Blake, deactivating his camouflage shielding. One of the male officers stepped forward. "We are now. Appreciate the help. Bothan sent us to secure the entrance for you." Blake nodded. "All right. We're here now. Get someplace safe." "Will do," said the man. He barked at the others. "Good luck. I hope you continue killing the bastards doing this to us." "We'll do our best." The officer nodded and joined the others. Seth realized that the officers probably did not know how deep the Saskarin infiltration had gone. To them, the attackers were traitors. Normally, the group would take time to de-slime the enforcers, but time was short. There would be a lot to clean up when this was all over. Blake motioned for the group to advance into the building. As they entered, Seth took stock of the large, open area. It was clear of movement, and the fight outside had left its marks with stray projectiles.
"There," said Blake, pointing at some stairs.
"Ah, shit. We gotta take the stairs?"
asked Zane.
"You don't want to be caught in an elevator if more enforcers come."
Zane sighed.
"Let's get moving then. It's gonna take forever in this suit."
They proceeded to the stairwell off to the right. Seth noticed an unusual reading on the other side of the room. He peered back and focused. The outline of a humanoid appeared next to a pillar. It had what seemed like a weapon aimed forward, and thermal readings lined up with an FDF scout. Seth spun around and raised his weapon. Blake paused and looked where Seth pointed. Seth opened fire and lit up the scout's shielding and disabled the camouflage shielding. Ada stepped forward and shot her FHP-10. The scout crumpled to the ground.
"Damn. They got invisible guys here now?"
said Cal. Blake nodded.
"Yeah, which means we need to get the fuck to the roof."
He glanced at Seth.
"You sensed it before I did."
Seth chuckled. "It's all good."
"Indeed,"
said Blake. He motioned at Zane.
"Let's go."
They continued up until about 2 floors before the roof. Blake's eyes narrowed.
"Sensing a lot of movement up ahead."
"Me too,"
said Seth. His sensors told him there were around 8 or so humanoids walking on the floors above.
"Plan?"
"Easy. It's Zane time,"
said Blake. Zane barked and howled as he marched up the stairs. When they reached the next flight, he unloaded his hell thrower on 2 enforcers. More came in from the roof. Seth knew this was not going to be an easy fight. He sensed there was a ship outside and that more enforcers had landed on the roof. Whatever Doc, Luke, and Kane did, Seth hoped they did it fast. If the FDF sent enforcers to the building, then they knew where a majority of the Excelsion's crew was at. It could never be easy. Chapter 2. Luke eased back into his chair. The Excelsion had undergone some maintenance tests, and from the office he observed several of Doc's robots walking around the ship. The office had been his home since joining up with Blake. Although the Presidential Guard had an ambassadorial compound, he found himself sleeping on the Excelsion more often than not. One benefit was that his meetings with the FDF as a double agent for Blake had waned since the FDF seemed hard to reach, and they often did not know where he was. After a quick breakfast, he looked forward to talking with Jimmy, his son. Luke pressed a workstation button. The screen showed no signal. Luke sat up and perused the screen. He tapped the button again. Same message. He sighed as he stretched his neck. It was not uncommon to have communication issues from the hangar office, but talking with Jimmy in the mornings was one of the highlights of being back on Fredoria. Luke never knew where Jimmy was at any given moment due to the FDF ship he was on, but usually Luke would get a message of not available. This time, it did not even connect. He ran a hand over his mouth. Perhaps it was a technical issue. He stood and scrutinized the workstation before checking the cables. Everything seemed to be in order.
"Doc, is communications down for you?"
he asked over group comms.
"Not that I am aware of,"
said Doc.
"I'm getting the same issue,"
said Kane. Luke sighed. His call with Jimmy would have to wait.
"I ran an analysis, and it seems this area is being jammed,"
said Doc. Luke wrinkled his brow. That was never a good sign.
"What do you think that means?"
"I do not know, but there is a law enforcement truck approaching the hangar."
"Okay. Let's meet up on the landing platform,"
said Luke. He hurried out of the office and joined up with Kane and Doc in his main robot form. Kane placed a device on the ground that projected a real-time feed outside the hangar. The projection showed the truck parked outside the entrance and law enforcement taking up positions around the truck and setting up turrets.
"Yeah, that doesn't look good,"
said Kane. A female officer bustled into the hangar and approached the group. Luke rested a hand on his FLP-40. Although he was not a fighter like the others, he could wield firearms and was trained in them. The last time an unknown group visited the Exceltion while in the hangar, the Exceltion had been hijacked. The woman raised a hand as she came close.
"Hold your fire. I'm here on behalf of Bothan."
Luke glanced at Kane, then back at her.
What's going on?
Civil war.
What? asked Kane.
The officer placed a projector cube on the ground. Luke watched with interest as Bothan described the events. After that, Bothan focused on Luke, Kane, and Doc.
You three need to take the Exceltion to the building I've listed here. Blake and the others will be there shortly and are depending on you for extraction. I've sent this message with Officer Wilkins. She is a former FDF enforcer and knows what's coming your way. Her unit will provide protection for you while you get the Exceltion going. Good luck.
The projection ended. That's some messed up shit, said Kane. Officer Wilkins nodded. We'll do our best to give you some time. Luke looked her over.
You're going to fight enforcers?
I know them well. We may not match up munitions-wise, but we can make up for that with tactics. Kane sighed. Then we need to get moving, as we'll need at least 15 minutes to get all the pumps and supports off.
I've moved my other bodies to begin the process,
said Doc. Luke studied Officer Wilkins.
We appreciate you getting this to us. Good luck out there, and if need be, save yourself. We should be okay in here.
She cocked her head. They've arrived. I have to go. She took off. "Aw, shit, son," said Kane. "Let's get moving." Luke found it difficult to focus as he took down the matter storage connections. The fighting outside the hangar sounded rough. Every time an enforcer dropped to the ground from one of their transport ships, it was like a mini-quake. Once he had the exterior of the Exceltion ready to go, he assembled in the command center with Kane and Doc. A data window showed Officer Wilkins' unit pinned behind a truck as squads of enforcers approached with their transports.
We need to help them, said Luke. Kane, get to the weapons systems. Doc, get the shields primed. We're going to strafe those FDF assholes.
Kane nodded and took off. Luke verified that the shielding generators across the ship were starting to charge. It hit him that Officer Wilkins must have known this was a suicide mission for them. He could not allow that. It was odd for law enforcement and Earthborn to be working together, but this was an unusual situation. He thought of Jimmy for a moment, but that would need to wait.
Opening bay doors now,
said Doc. Turrets are ready, said Kane over comms. Luke's eyes narrowed.
Time to go, then.
The Exceltion hovered. Luke checked that all systems were good and that there were no external connectors. He nudged the Exceltion out of the hangar. Once outside, the turrets shredded the several enforcer units on the ground and the 2 transports in the air. Luke contacted Officer Wilkins.
Get to safety. We'll cover your exit.
Will do, she said over comms. Good luck with your mission. It's only going to get worse here. Out. Luke had the Exceltion take down arriving enforcer units while Officer Wilkins and what remained of her group left in a truck. Once they were cleared, the Exceltion soared into the sky. Luke was not ready for what he saw. The city looked like a war zone. Smoke billowed everywhere, and law enforcement craft and drones fought aerial battles with FDF ones. Sporadic weapons fire from below was highlighted in several other windows. Damn, said Kane.
Yeah. It's bad out there, said Luke.
Imagine what Blake and the others are running into.
Luke chuckled. I'm sure they're handling themselves.
Stealth systems and shielding online,
said Doc.
Unfortunately, with all the sensors around, stealth won't help. But the shields will, said Luke.
After cruising for a while, they reached the building Bothan had listed. A data window popped up, showing Zane unloading his hell thrower everywhere while the others stood back and shot at incoming craft and enforcers unlucky enough to land in a firing arc.
Blake, we're here, said Luke over comms.
Finally. It's getting bad out here, said Blake.
All right. Doc is flying the hover slab out to you, and we'll be next to the building.
Got it. Out, said Blake. Luke glanced at Doc.
All you?
Doc nodded. Luke watched as the landing platform lowered and the hover slab flew out. The Excelsion's turrets made quick work of the enforcers on the roof, and also the transport ship that had arrived. Blake and the others wasted no time in getting on the slab. Once they were back on the Excelsion, they assembled in the command center. Sarah took her spot at a workstation, while Blake stood front and center and studied the main wraparound screen.
Where to?
asked Luke. Blake grimaced. Gilligan. It's far enough away from all this.
And I need to talk to the broker. Got it, said Luke. The Exceltion ascended. Several FDF fighter craft were highlighted as they appeared on the screen. The Exceltion launched missiles at the ship. Will they be able to form a condensed space bubble in a moment? Said Luke. You think the FDF will try to hit us from orbit? Asked Cal. Sarah shook her head. The FDF isn't equipped to do that, although I guess they could try to hit us with a beam. That's usually for static or slow-moving targets, though, which we're not. But we're vulnerable once we go into orbit, right? Possibly, but based on these readings, it looks like the FDF is fighting itself up there at the moment. Blake rubbed his chin. It would seem, then, that some ships aren't Saskarin-controlled. However, there seem to be many more controlled ones. While it'll give us a window to get out, I don't think we're coming back as easily. Luke monitored the screens over the next 20 minutes. Dogfights between law enforcement ships and FDF ships were everywhere. The FDF had the superior ships, but law enforcement had numbers, although their ships were meant for planetary situations. The FDF ships had heavier armor and more potent weaponry. It was a fight law enforcement would lose, and he suspected the FDF would control the situation by the end of the day. Approaching low orbit, he said. Good, said Blake. Not much we can do while in condensed space, and Killikin is a bit away. Everyone take some time to unwind. We'll meet when we're closer to Killikin. Zane, Cal, Seth, and Ada left the command center. Blake sighed as he sat in his chair. We'll figure something out, said Sarah, spinning her chair to face Blake. We have to, said Blake. Luke wanted to share Sarah's optimism, but he was unsure what they could do. Andia, Rakar, and the majority of the Senate potentially dead was a big deal. While Bothan and Garvis would try to maintain a resistance, the FDF had the technology and means to exert their control. Fredorians would probably fall in line. The FDF would also commandeer communications and paint the situation how they liked. He sighed. Hopefully Jimmy was okay. The thought that he had been slimed made Luke's skin crawl. He cleared his mind and focused on getting the Exceltion into condensed space. Cal yawned as he stretched. He had a pleasant nap, and per the time on a wall screen, it was 5:00 p.m. on the dot and 6 hours into a 9-hour flight. The previous month had been good to him. Seth and Ada hooked Cal up with Jala, a Renaxian who was essentially a space trucker. Her flight path led her to a space station near Fredoria, and Cal had taken some time off to go meet her. It was less than half an hour before they were locked in the bedroom for 3 days. He smiled as he placed his hands behind his head. She had been insatiable, but so had he. He wondered what she was up to. He slid his legs off the bed. He opened his eyes as thoughts about the situation streamed into his mind. It was hard to avoid, even with Jala dancing around in his thoughts. Fredoria had always been a rock for him since he had been abducted and routed there long ago. To watch it under siege from the very force meant to protect it was an odd sensation. He had adopted Fredoria as his home, and now it was on fire. Blake would have a plan. He always did. It was no accident that Bothan had singled out the Exceltion crew to get outside help. The immensity of the task made Cal appreciate being part of Blake's crew. Cal remembered the sleepless nights in prison on Zakara Prime. If Blake and the others had not arrived, Cal might still be in a cell. He ran a hand over the back of his neck and squeezed. His muscles were sore, probably from being tense during the escape that morning. His stomach gurgled, so he cleaned up and hit the cafeteria. Zane sat in the corner with a sandwich and chips. "Hey," he said, looking up. Cal tipped his head up. "What's up?" Zane eased back into his chair with a chip in his hand. "Not much. Napped. Sorta." Cal got a burger and fries and joined him. "I'm with you." He eyed Zane. "You're worried about Mara and Tillian?" "Yeah," said Zane, staring at his sandwich. "I can't communicate with them. And the FDF has routed all communication through their fleet, which means no communication." He sighed. "I'm sure they're okay. They're civilians." Zane gazed at Cal until the Saskarins begin sliming everyone. He chomped a chip. Cal nodded. "Good point. I don't think they'll start doing that unless they want a massive revolt. Hopefully, Blake has a plan." Yeah, said Zane. He studied Cal. Working out? Plan to. Cool. I might get a session in later. Get some of this angst out. You know? Cal nodded. He shared Zane's pessimism, but Cal was optimistic that the fight was not over. He finished his dinner, slapped hands with Zane, then visited the training room. His eyes widened. Seth and Ada lay on the ground, with her straddling his chest. What's up?" asked Cal. They looked over at him. "Hey, just training, you know?" said Seth. Ada slipped off, and they both stood. "Right. Training," said Cal, grinning. Seth laughed. "I can see how it might look. All good, man," said Cal. "I was going to get a workout in." Seth gestured toward the corner. "All you. We're the only ones in here." "Cool," said Cal. He began to walk over, then paused. "By the way, I really want to thank you again for hooking me up with Jala. She's all that and then some." Seth pointed at him. "I had to give up a dick pic for that shit."
And 50,000 credits,
said Ada. "Well, it worked out well. I spent a few days with her, and, Renaxians live up to their name," said Cal, laughing. Seth nodded. "You gonna meet up with her again?" "Hell yeah. I'd actually planned on seeing her soon, until all this," said Cal. Ada tilted her head.
Are you pursuing a relationship with her?
Cal shrugged. "I don't know. Everything's easy with her. We get along well, and who knows? Maybe down the road she'll need security on her ship. The locations she goes to aren't unknown to me. I was a justice hunter for quite a while."
I see,
said Ada.
If it makes you happy, that's what's important.
Cal chuckled. "I like to think so." He eyed them both. "I'll let you both get back to your training." They all laughed. Cal got a workout in, and it made him smile to have a way of taking out his stress. Everyone used the workout area, and the team was small enough that there did not need to be a schedule. Seth and Ada had already left. Cal figured they were off to do their own version of training in a more private setting. He sighed. Jala's presence would be nice about now. He looked around the empty training room before going back to his living quarters to get cleaned up. After a quick shower and change of clothes, he visited the command center. Sarah was the only one at a workstation. He always observed her working and wondered what she did in her downtime. Sarah glanced at him. "Hey." He took a seat opposite her. "Hey, yourself. Quiet up here. I see why you like it." She chuckled. "It has its moments. Blake is in his office, Luke and Kane are in the armory working on something, and Doc is doing Doc things." "I hear you," said Cal. He glanced at the workstation console. "I guess there isn't much going on in condensed space." She nodded. "I've been trying to reach several condensed space receivers, but they aren't authenticating us. I guess the Fredorian situation extends even out here." "That sucks." "Yeah, but I'll keep trying." Cal eyed her. "As former FDF, this has to bother you." Sarah sighed. "It does. I can't believe it's come down to this. There have to be loyal FDF out there, but also those who are taking advantage of the situation." "They'll get there, dude," said Cal. "Let's hope so." Cal stood, then raised a hand. Sarah slapped hands with him and laughed. He cocked his head. "Sorry, Earthborn loved to do this. I'm getting used to it." "Damn right," said Cal. He nodded at her and then visited the armory. Luke and Kane poured over a holographic model of the FLP-40. "What's up, guys?" asked Cal. "The trickster," said Kane. After greeting each other, Cal studied the hologram. "Mods?" "Aye," said Luke. "We have a lot of data from the fight on that Shulon battle cruiser, from the Saskarin elites, to how the armor performed." He gestured at the projection. "We're looking at adding the swap ammo feature." "Really?" asked Cal. "What type of ammo we talking here? One that spews a mist on contact and then ignites?" Cal raised his eyebrow. "That would be fucking awesome." Kane grinned. "Check this. We're also working on an acid pellet for those hard-to-kill armored soldiers, but it will also work on the Saskarin elite." He gestured at the FLP-40.
We're trying to figure out how to store the ammo so it can change on the fly without a manual reload. All I have is time, and you're working on shit like this? Count me in. Luke slapped Cal on the back. You're welcome to join us. Cal smiled. One thing he loved to work on was gadgets and devices, or, in general, anything that boosted his survivability. There was not much to do in condensed space, and this was the perfect way to pass the time. A team meeting loomed in the near future, but for now, he had a place to keep his mind busy. Chapter 3. Blake studied the blank metallic wall opposite his desk. It probably did not have answers on what to do about Fredoria. He sighed as he eased back into his chair. Andia and Rakar and a majority of the Senate gone was not what he had expected when he woke up with Sarah next to him. Until bodies were found, Blake preferred to think of them as missing instead of dead. Garvis and Bothan had placed a lot of trust in Blake to get something going, but as strong as he was, he could not win a civil war by himself. During the 9-hour flight through condensed space, he sensed the crew's mood. They were anxious and probably expected him to come up with some plan. How you fought a civil war was far beyond his experience level. It was times like this he wished his master, Lord Noskov, was around. He would have had no problem taking charge. Then again, he also had people like Everin and Lord Vigon around. Blake shook his head. How much easier things would be if he had that type of support. Knock, knock.
Come in,
said Blake. Sarah entered the room and took a seat across the desk. We've arrived.
Yeah, I know.
She smiled. You okay in here? You look stressed. She tugged her shirt collar down a bit, which exposed 2 bite marks. Let me rephrase that. I can sense when you're stressed. He laughed.
Not as much as you think. We need a plan, and I have a vague idea of what needs to be done. But I'm not sure on the details yet. I'm still thinking things through.
I see, she said, looking around. Blake's eyes narrowed.
What's going on with you?
Just got our landing coordinates, and Kane is taking her in, said Sarah. I have some free time before we land. About 20 minutes.
You do? Huh?
Yeah. Up for a late snack? Blake nodded.
We can do that.
If we had more time, we could have relaxed in your quarters.
He stood and grinned. Relax. Is that what you're calling it now?
Sarah laughed as she rose. Nothing gets by you, does it?
Definitely not that,
said Blake. He walked around the desk and gave her a deep kiss. After a slap on her rear, he gestured to the door.
Let's skip the snack and relax in my quarters.
She grinned. The next 20 minutes passed by quickly, but he enjoyed it. The activities in his room had relaxed him. When he was with Sarah, he sometimes forgot about everything around him. That was a side effect of a blood bond. It was an intense focus between 2 people. Sarah left for her quarters while Blake got cleaned up. A plan had percolated in his mind during the blood bonding. It had a lot of potential points of failure, but he had to try something. The Saskarins had played a big card, and it effectively neutered Fredoria. Even if they were able to repel the slimed FDF, they would be too weak to mount any effective offense while rebuilding. It was a win-win situation for the Saskarins. He made sure he was presentable before going to the conference room. Although he kept to himself for most of the trip, they were on Killican now, and he wanted to ensure everyone was on the same page. When Blake arrived, Zane and Cal were already there, joking around. In true mercenary manner, they were not too bothered by events, or if they were, they did not let it show. Doc, in his main robot form, sat silently as he observed others. Luke and Kane arrived a moment later and took their seats, while Seth and Ada strolled in and sat. Blake sensed Sarah coming from behind, but she swerved at the last minute and walked around him to her seat. A silence spread across the room as everyone focused on Blake. He gestured at Seth.
I'm glad everyone made it, especially Clint Eastwood.
The group laughed. Oh man, that was temporary.
You have a bounty on that name,
said Blake. Seth shrugged and cracked up.
All right. Serious time,
said Blake.
He paced around. Fredoria is a no-go zone for now. I've been monitoring communications, and this is what's being shown on the official FDF channel.
He tapped at his forearm device. The large screen behind him lit up with an FDF officer presenting some news.
The FDF has established a stable environment after Presidential Guard terrorists bombed the Senate building,
said the officer. An image showed the explosion, with images of the Exceltion crew underneath.
Although they are in hiding, we will find them and bring them to justice. If anyone has any knowledge of their whereabouts, you can contact us at this CID.
A communication ID displayed on the bottom of the screen.
There were also those who took advantage of the terrorist attack, and we have dealt with them. Until stability is returned, the FDF will act as the government until elections can be established.
Blake shut off the screen.
So to everyone on Fredoria, the situation is being handled. That's some bullshit, said Zane.
Blake nodded. It's just propaganda.
I highly doubt Garvin and Bothan rolled over so easily. Nonetheless, we have to move forward.
First things first. I need to talk to the broker directly. He was close with Andia and Rakar, and he might have information we can use.
So you're going to Corden's place, said Seth.
You got it, Clint. Seth shook his head. Blake chuckled.
I need to put in a call to Yodaris and Q Reese, but not from here.
I don't know what help they can provide, but if we can somehow, and I mean somehow, get the remaining loyal FDF, the Covendrin, the AR, and some others, we might be able to retake Fredoria.
The probability of that is low,
said Ada.
Covendrin and AR actively avoid interacting with other groups unless there is a threat. Any FDF who are not slimed would now be hunted by those who were. Those ships and fleets are most likely scattered. Also, Fredoria is not regarded highly outside of Fredorian space.
Blake shook his head. As I said, somehow. It won't be easy, and it'll probably take a while, but if we do nothing, Fredoria is lost. Not to mention, in its weakened state, other empires might swoop in, like what happened to the Shulan Empire.
I was not criticizing your plan,
said Ada.
I merely stated the odds.
Blake grinned at her. I know. And that's why I rely on you to make sure I'm not making wild decisions. We will find a way. And after we do, we're going after some Saskarin booty. He motioned at Cal, like he did with Jala. Everyone laughed.
How'd you find out about that?
Asked Cal. I was an intelligence agent for over 20 years, said Blake. Cal shook his head. Now that we're here on Killican, Zane, Cal, Seth, and Ada will come with me to Corden's shop. I need you all to play defense while I'm in the meeting. Sarah and everyone else will keep the ship secured. We got it covered, said Sarah.
Damn straight,
said Kane, tapping his forehead and then pointing at Blake.
What do you think the broker is going to say?
Asked Luke. Blake shrugged. Whatever he has, I hope it's good. If we can't get anything going, we'll be hunted forever as terrorists. I'm sure we have bounties on us now. So I expect someone on Killican will step up to the plate to try to claim it.
Fuck that, said Zane. I'll stomp 'em.
I'm counting on it, said Blake. He looked around. Okay. I know it's not much of a plan, but it's a start. At least we're all together. He gestured at Seth and Ada. Unless those two want to revisit Tokara.
Yeah, right,
said Seth. They chuckled. Okay, said Blake. Everybody knows their roles. I'm going to need everyone to be ready for whatever. The group nodded at him and then dispersed. Blake sighed and ran a hand over the back of his neck. A simple trip to the broker might be deadly, but he needed information and a place to get it that the FDF avoided. Killican was a perfect fit for that. But someone, or some group, always tried to step to him. They would find out quickly why that would be a bad idea. He could go solo, but that would leave him exposed. The thought of spending more time with Sarah when he returned danced in his mind. He focused and exited the room. Zane ran a systems check on his suit. Everything seemed to be okay, in contrast to the area around the Exceltion where it had landed. Killican was a rough city, and he had participated in quite a few skirmishes in the past. His last visit to Killican involved fighting a bounty hunter on the way to the black market. That would not happen this time. His energy shield on his left arm was ready to deploy, and Kane had upgraded the shielding to handle the blast that had knocked him out earlier. His hell thrower stood ready to be lowered and to spin into action if necessary. Although dark out, street lamps provided illumination, and he possessed enhanced vision. "Everyone good?" asked Blake, looking around. Cal flipped his dual pistols in the air before holstering. "Ready as ever."
"Same here,"
said Seth. Ada nodded. Seth and Ada wore heavier armor and weapons, and with their helmets on, their voices sounded robotic. Zane liked their capes and asked Kane to look into one for the medium suit. The Juggernaut one, while powerful, did not need another system added, and the cape would interfere with the boosters on the back. Blake waved forward. "Let's roll." It was good to have everyone together. The last mission had started off rocky, and although it had been completed, it took a heavy toll. Blake seemed remarkably calm, despite spending time in Tokara. Perhaps that was a vampire thing. Even now, in his light black armor, he strode with confidence. Zane would be shaken if he experienced Tokara. Although he did not want to be a vampire, he would love to have Blake's enhanced senses. He chuckled when mercenaries and freelancers cleared a path. They did not want any of what he offered. He was cognizant of the heavy footsteps he made, and anyone looking over jumped back. They were aware of when a group was ready to fight, not uncommon in merc circles. Sometimes it's better to avoid a fight and live another day. After walking for 10 minutes, Zane noticed several dead mercs off to the side. That was not unusual in Killican. The blood pooling around some of the mercs indicated they were killed recently. He surveyed the area. If he sensed something off, then Blake did too. "There's been a fight here," said Blake, sniffing the air. Zane nodded. "Looks like some mercs got wasted." "Yeah, and I can sense more dead bodies out of sight. Zane, get your shield out and lower your hell thrower." Zane complied. A merc crew trying to take on this group would be out of their mind unless they had numbers. He figured there might be some resistance, but he did not expect to run into a fight that already occurred. He projected his shield so it stood as tall as him and about 2 people thick. Once deployed, he placed it in front of him while he rested his other hand on the trigger for the lowered hell thrower. His shield also provided additional illumination. The group continued on with Blake slightly ahead of Zane. Seth and Ada made their capes into a circle and covered the rear, while Cal moved into the center. After another 10 minutes, they paused at a recently fought battle scene. The merc corpses looked like a wild animal had torn them apart. One merc had been ripped in half, while another missed her jaw. The only thing common to the mercs was they were dead. "Some fucked up shit," said Cal. Blake looked around. "Seems we were late to the party. Be alert." He motioned forward. Zane did not have an explanation of what would be massacring mercs in the streets. His heartbeat accelerated, and his breathing became haphazard as they moved past the corpses. His eyes narrowed when the group reached the entrance to Gambuno's, an establishment where bounties and merc contracts were exchanged. The lack of anyone around the entrance seemed unusual.
"Way too quiet out here,"
said Seth.
"And outside Gambuno's. Yeah, something's going on."
"We can handle it," said Ada. Seth chuckled.
"I don't doubt that, but it is odd."
"We are the Crimson Duo, and friends." Blake laughed. Seth shook his head. Zane always found it comical that even with merc corpses and unusual occurrences, everyone cracked jokes. It showed him everyone's confidence. He briefly thought about how things would have been if Blake had never visited Zane's prison cell long ago. He shuddered. This was much more his speed. Blake slapped Zane's chest. "You with us?" "Yeah," said Zane, clearing his throat. Everyone was waiting on him. "Just checking to see if Cal was scared or not." Cal laughed. "Fuck you, man." Zane grinned. "All right, let's move," said Blake. They reached Corton's shop after another 15 minutes. Along the way, Zane examined several smaller groups of corpses. He got the sense some elite unit in the area had been taking out specific targets. Other mercs steered clear of the group and gave a wide berth. Those mercs did not look like they planned to fight, but more like they were just going about their business. Apparently, even looking like you were ready for a fight would cause whatever was destroying mercs to come out. The shop's outside turrets focused on the group, and a skeletal humanoid robot exited the shop. The robot performed a scan, then stepped to the side. "That's our invitation," said Blake. They entered. "There you are," said Corden, waddling around a counter. "As always," said Blake. Zane found Drakas to be an unusual race. They reminded him of gumdrops with legs and arms, but they were smart. They never traveled to space themselves, but their society got yanked into the galactic sphere, and they adapted. He wondered what Earth would do if that happened. "I take it you're not here for a social visit?" asked Corden. Blake shrugged. "Sure. Why not? Got any whiskey?" Corden eyed him. Blake laughed. "Unfortunately, no. I need to use the broker device again." "I figured something like that. It's in the back where you last used it." Blake nodded. "All right. While I'm doing that, Cal can wait here. Zane, you, Seth, and Ada cover the outside." "Got it," said Zane. He motioned at Corden. "Any idea what the fuck is going on with Corpse City out there?" Corden laughed. "Corpse City?" Zane chuckled. He heard from other races that Earthborn humor was interesting, in that it made light of dire situations. "I have a video of what happened to a merc group nearby." Blake glanced at Zane and the others, then focused back on Corden. "Let's see it." Corden dipped behind the counter and rifled underneath it. When he popped back up, he laid a projection device out. After interacting with the surface console, a projection shot up. Zane studied the 6 heavily armed mercs walking down a narrow alleyway. They were looking for trouble, and with visible shielding, their primed weapons were ready to shoot at whatever they hunted. His eyes widened when a large robot jumped from a rooftop and landed in the middle of the merc pack. The robot spun its top half while shooting projectiles. The mercs fell where they stood. "That looks like an AR destroyer," said Zane. "Just watch," said Corden. Zane nodded and focused on some others who came to check out the bodies. Their armor was on full display. It was Covendrin mercs. "Wow. What the hell are they doing here?" asked Cal. "Yeah. And why are they smoking other mercs?" asked Seth. Ada tilted her head.
I calculate they predicted our arrival and are ensuring we get to this point.
Blake eyed her. "You ran a calculation on that?"
I did. The events on Fredoria would be known, and you have a strong bond with Yildaris and Kiggs. They most likely calculated you would go to a broker booth, and Killikin is far outside of the FDF's grasp. They would also be aware of your and Corden's relationship. Hence, they determined you would come here. The FDF must have put in massive bounties, which is why there are so many mercs here. The corpses outside are the Covendrin and AR's response.
Silence filled the room. "I'm impressed," said Corden. "I'd love to see how you calculated all that." "Easy there," said Seth, eyeing him. Corden laughed. "Oh, nothing like that." Blake gestured toward the back. "He already has his own AI sex doll." Corden sighed. "Back to the point. It makes sense. I've never seen a robot that could do that. Perhaps the Covendrin are upgrading." "It's an AR destroyer," said Blake. "They're pretty tough." "I'd love to get my hands on one, hopefully for defense only," said Blake, grinning. Corden smirked. "Why don't you go be a pain in the ass with the broker?" "I will," said Blake. "I didn't contact Yildaris or Kiggs on the Exceltion since it might have given our position away. Perhaps I can after this."
A proxy can be used here,
said Ada. "Exactly. All right. You all know your roles. I'll be done with this meeting shortly," said Blake. He moved to the back, with Corden in tow. Zane gestured at the exit. "Guess that's our cue to guard outside. But it sounds like we got Covendrin angels out there." Blake's relationship with the Covendrin and AR impressed Zane. He had seen it up front and had even fought side by side with them. It went beyond a battle bond. He did not know of any other instance where the Covendrin assisted another group like they did with Blake and the others. Either way, Zane would cover the entrance. He wondered what Blake and the broker would talk about, and what Blake would actually say. Zane would have loved to have been a fly on the wall. Chapter 4. Blake studied the black, pyramid-shaped helmet. The flat metallic top and wires on the inside stood out. He had entered a virtual simulation the last time he wore the helmet, and the process involved jabbing him with needles. The pain was temporary, and this was an important meeting. He slipped on the helmet and adjusted the chin straps. As predicted, sharp pain echoed from where the needles punctured his head. A moment later, he was back in the forest where he had met the broker the first time. The clearing with a round table and chairs was familiar. It reminded him of a peaceful setting, and he understood why the broker selected it. Discussing information in a relaxing environment allowed for a better experience in general. He chuckled when the broker in a white suit appeared on the opposite side of the clearing. His fair skin, trimmed beard, mustache, and slicked-back hair paired well with his lanky build. His fancy cane added to the scene. The broker was right out of the 1850s. "Hello," said the broker, taking a seat. He gestured across the table. "Please, sit." Blake nodded and sat. "A lot going on, huh?" asked the broker. "You could say that. I just did," said the broker with a big grin. He laughed and slapped his knee. Blake raised an eyebrow. The broker seemed crazy sometimes. "You're here because of the Fredorian Civil War." Blake sighed. "Yeah. It's the Saskarins and the FDF they control. I guess the Saskarins finally got all the right people slimed." He looked down. A good portion of the Senate disappeared, and so did Andia and Rakar. "Did they now?" asked the broker, studying Blake. "That's what Bothan said. There wasn't much time to scour the rubble for bodies. We had to leave," said Blake. He looked back up. "Bothan and Garvis sent you away, yes?" Blake nodded. The broker moved his lips around. "What's your plan?" Blake shrugged. "I figured I'd come here first to see if there was any actionable intelligence." "Ha!" said the broker, pointing at Blake. "There's the intelligence agent." Blake chuckled. "Yes, here he is. And he is asking if you have any information that might help." The broker relaxed in his chair. "And say you do get some information. Then what?" "Well, whatever I receive, the next step is to check if the Covendrin and AR have any insights. Could be some loyal FDF out there still, too," said Blake. He grimaced. "Somehow. Some way. I have to unite all that's left to get Fredoria back. He sighed. "I don't see how it can work, and why wouldn't it?" Blake looked off in the distance. "If there are loyal FDF, they may not be aware of the Saskarins. So me popping up and saying, 'Hey, help me take back Fredoria,' might not go over too well, especially since we're painted as terrorists now." And that's not to mention the sheer size of the FDF fleet. Even a combined Covendrin and AR fleet would have its hands full if they just left their home systems defenseless. I can't ask that of them." The broker rubbed the top of his cane. "And if you did get actionable intelligence and also got the Covendrin, AR, and loyal FDF together, what then?" Blake sensed the broker was trying to steer the conversation a specific way. "I would verify if there are other assets. We did help free a bunch of political prisoners, and some empires will want to be known as helping liberate Fredoria. Political crap, but it works in this case." "Anything else?" Blake stared at the ground. He raised a finger. "There's Halgrim, a prince I met at Takara. Maybe he could help out somehow." "A good plan," said the broker, smiling. "I'm not surprised you're not rattled by this. An ancient vampire trait, right?" He moved his hands in circles, always calm despite chaos swirling around them. Blake laughed. "Yeah, I guess so." A moment of silence passed. The broker eyed Blake. "About that information you seek?" Blake scooted to the edge of his seat. "Your plan is good, and this piece will make a part of it easier. Have you ever heard of Julios?" Blake's eyes narrowed. "Unfortunately, it's a shithole planet in the lawless wasteland of the Bartong Reach.
We were out around there a while back in Gurdiwawa, although Julios is much farther away. The broker smiled. Good. So you're aware of where it is. On Julios is a city called Zertalis, and outside that city is a Merc compound. That's where you'll find Andia, Rakar, and the rest of the missing Senate. What? They're alive. You doubt Rakar's skill? Blake ran a hand over his mouth. No, but I witnessed the damage. How'd they survive that? They were in a meeting underground when the explosion hit. The room was sturdy. Then there was an escape route to a small hangar. They fled. Blake shook his head. Rakar wouldn't leave a fight. He might not, but a bunch of old senators might. Damn. He would have escorted them. But even so, there's plenty of safe places to go on Fredoria. The broker raised a finger. Unless they were being pursued, said Blake. Wait a minute. How the fuck did they get to Julio's? The broker eyed him. Blake sighed. Between being chased and the chaos outside, they probably tried to get off planet. And, well, if they're in a Merc compound, they got intercepted somehow. I assume they're alive because they got moved. If they're abductors, probably Mercs, wanted them dead, they would have killed them. The broker grinned. I suspected you'd figure it out. Blake chuckled. I'm just glad they're alive. Now, what can you do with this information? Save their asses, for one thing. They shared a laugh. And? Asked the broker. If there are any loyal FDF left, a message from Andia to help out would go a long way, said Blake. And then? Blake studied him. And then, with Fredoria's stable, we kicked the ever-loving shit out of the Saskarins in the Jazaris system. And there's your plan, said the broker, clapping. Blake nodded. Okay. Now I'm feeling much better about the situation. Excellent. Yes, excellent. You probably have other questions, and I'll answer one. Just one more question for you before I go. Any topic. I think carefully about what you ask, said the broker, pointing at Blake. Blake took a moment to gather his thoughts. It was rare to interact with the broker like this. Blake wanted to avoid asking anything he could figure out himself, given time. This question had to be bigger than that. All right. This is one I've thought about for a while now. Let's hear it. Blake nodded. Okay. It requires some setup. First, Andia has a box that can scan any exotic energy. There is no known technology that can do that, especially in that form factor. The box is quite unique. Right. Second, Yildaris, Andia, and Rakar were all involved with the Archeron that Andia and Rakar personally delivered to the Kriegan Emperor some time ago. They won't tell me about the event, but I pieced some things together there. There's no way they did that without the help of something powerful. Or someone. The broker scrutinized him. Go on. And finally, your help is unusual. I sense you possess information that's not easy to obtain. Like you've seen the future. I assume there's a question in all of this? Blake laughed. Oh, there is. My master told me about a being named Everin who could travel through time and space. The broker stiffened. I never met Everin personally, as he always met my master when I wasn't around. However, I believe he gave Andia the box, and he was the being involved in the Archeron event. He pointed at the broker. I think you've talked with him before, and your knowledge of events is influenced by that. Your help to me means that somehow I'm integral to this series of events, which is why I was never taken back to Earth after I was exiled. It would have been trivial for Everin to do so, especially since he and my master were close friends. So my question is Everin involved in this event? The broker studied his cane as he moved his jaw around. Indirectly, yes. Blake eased back into his chair. I knew it. That's been eating at me for ages. It's good to have an answer, finally. And what will you do with this information? Nothing. It's only for me. My master said to know Everin was to invite his troubles. If Ciros is an example of Everin's enemies. Yeah. No thanks. The broker chuckled. Everin is interesting. How often have you talked with him? Asked Blake. Another question, but since I answered all three of yours with a yes, I'll answer it. We've met quite a few times. As a bonus, I've even traveled with him, and yes, to the future. Blake grinned. So you're aware of how all this ends? The broker shrugged. Not this event specifically, however. I do possess knowledge you're to have and when. Like now. All right? While I hope that I'll see you again, something tells me this is probably our last time meeting. Never say never, said the broker, wagging a finger at Blake. Now, I believe Andia and Rakar would appreciate a visit. Blake laughed. They probably would. I'll be seeing you, said the broker with a sly smile. He vanished. The environment faded to pitch black. When Blake focused, he was back in Corden's shop. There was a lot to be done, but now he had a game plan. The information about Everin and the indirect help given made Blake feel better. That meant the Saskarins were on Everin's radar. Blake recalled his master saying Everin protected humanity, and Blake figured Everin would not let the Saskarins destroy that. That did not mean humanity would exist in its current state, but it would survive. Blake had more questions than answers at this point, but his path was clear now. Sarah surveyed the area around the Excelsion's lowered landing platform. Zane had contacted her and updated her that Blake and the others were on their way back, and she wanted to make sure there were no issues in that regard. She was surprised the Covendrin had cleared out some troublesome mercs throughout Killikin. They were allies of Blake, but to come this far for something as small as a visit showed a tremendous amount of respect. She smiled as Luke laughed while spinning around in his new chair with a turret on the end. The defense vehicle possessed a short usage time, but would work well for ship defense. Enjoying yourself? She asked. Luke grinned. Oh, yeah. This thing moves and runs smooth. I almost wish someone tried to mess with us. I don't, said Sarah. It'd be nice to have a calm trip for once. I was kidding. But I was expecting trouble at one of our ends. Seems the Covendrin got all that handled. She nodded. I don't think they would do that for just anybody. Fuck no, they wouldn't, said Kane over comms. You seeing this mobile turret in action? Asked Luke. All I see is you spinning around. They shared a laugh. Sarah glanced at Doc's main robot form. What do you think of all this? Doc raised a finger.
It is an interesting situation. I soft-connected with various systems and AIs, and they showed me the Covendrin fights. They are highly efficient. I calculated that with as many groups as they neutralized, this trip would have had at least one casualty if the Covendrin were not present.
Sarah swallowed hard. Although she relied on AIs in her daily routine, it always unsettled her when they came to a conclusion based on probability in regard to losing a life.
This bothers you?
Asked Doc. She shrugged. Just a part of life when you travel on this ship, right? Damn right, said Kane over comms.
The mobile turret added a 5% likelihood that we would win most fights near the Exceltion,
said Doc. Luke jabbed a finger in the air at Doc.
Aye, that's what I like to hear.
Sarah chuckled. 35 minutes later, Blake and the others arrived at the Excelsion. Miss me? Asked Blake as he lowered his helmet along with the others. Always, said Sarah, smiling. Her heartbeat shot up as always around him. Although he might not show his emotional state often, her blood bond indicated he was beyond happy about something. How he strode up to the landing platform also showed it. She could smell him, and his odor reminded her of cinnamon and apples. Her nostrils flared. Blake eyed her and grinned. Careful now. She swatted his arm. I am. So what'd you learn? A lot, he said. He raised his forearm device and tapped at it. Okay, we got a destination. Once we're in condensed space, everyone meet in the conference room so I can go over what I learned and what the plan is. He interacted with his forearm again and glanced at Sarah. As for you,
I've sent the coordinates of where we need to go to the Excelsion's CID.
Got it, she said. After everyone had boarded, she raised the landing platform. While Luke put away the mobile turret, she hustled to the command center. The coordinates on her workstation surprised her. They pointed to a remote rim world about 5 days away in condensed space. The Excelsion's knowledge base indicated the place was a lawless merc world. She verified that everything was good to go and set the course in. The Excelsion lifted off and, after 20 minutes, was in condensed space. Sarah arrived at the briefing room. Everyone was present except Kane. She took her seat, and a minute later he appeared. The happy sensation she sensed in Blake before was still evident. Hopefully, he would share whatever had him in a good mood. Blake paced around the front of the room with his hands behind his back.
Well? Come on, man, said Zane. You wouldn't tell us on the way here, and we had to wait almost an hour for this.
Yeah.
What's up?
Asked Cal. Blake faced them and grinned. Anticipation is good, don't you think? He winked at Sarah. She smiled at him.
All right, let's get to it, said Blake.
He raised a finger.
First off, Andia, Rakar, and a majority of the Senate are still alive.
Whoa, said Seth.
Whoa is right. Apparently they were in a safe spot underground when the building came down. For whatever reason, they got to an escape hangar and escaped. With the FDF attacking the planet, they tried to get off-world.
So where are they?
Asked Zane.
I'm getting to that, said Blake. They did get off-planet, but then were captured by someone who took them to... He interacted with the table console. A projection shot up of a planet with a blinking red dot.
Julios. One of the biggest shithole merc worlds. It's no surprise no one raises their kids there. Even the mercs don't, said Blake.
Damn. That place is the worst, said Cal.
Blake nodded. Andia and the others were taken to a merc compound outside Zertalis, one of Julio's major cities. That's where we're going now.
We're going to march in and crack some heads? Asked Zane.
Guile may be better,
said Ada.
Zane shrugged.
Whatever works.
Blake glanced at them. We can use both. First things first. We need information, so we'll be interacting with the natives in that cesspool.
It's a start, said Luke.
Definitely. Once we free Andia and the others, we're going to get any loyal FDF to Coventry space, and, with them and the AR, form an attack force capable of retaking Fredoria. The room became silent.
That's so crazy.
It might actually work, said Kane. Crazy is what we do.
Right? Asked Blake.
Kane tapped his forehead and then pointed at Blake. There's obviously a lot of failure points, but we'll take this one step at a time. I don't know anyone in Zertalis, so we'll need to go hunting. The broker can't help us more than he already has.
I got a contact there, said Cal. Did a contract for the Tansa Guild long ago that took me to Zertalis. I ended up helping a merc group out while handling my business.
Seth sat up in his chair.
Tansa Guild? He looked at Blake. That's a familiar name.
You just dream about meeting Alcaraz again? Said Blake with a grin.
No way, said Seth.
Blake focused on Cal. You think they'll talk to us?
I'm pretty sure they would, although they may want something in return. I'd suggest when we go, Ada stay on board, said Cal.
Ada tilted her head.
For what reason?
Cal ran a hand up and down toward her. You'd be a part of the negotiation, and if they get stubborn, they won't back down. Androids are rare because they're disassembled so fast.
Perhaps they just need some work done.
Seth shook his head. I'm not even entertaining that thought. Ada, just hang back on this one. She studied Seth.
If you wish.
All right. So, first step down, said Blake.
Well, said Sarah, we still need to land and not be attacked. Our luck hasn't been the best in that regard.
Blake pointed at Zane and Cal. I'll take these two with me. Seth and Ada can defend the Exceltion.
Works for me,
said Seth, casting a sidelong glance at Ada.
Sarah found their relationship interesting, in that Seth would rather stay with Ada on the ship than go with Blake. It might not mean anything, but the near-death experience Ada had on the last mission may have made Seth realize how fleeting life could be aboard the Exceltion. That was something Sarah understood all too well, and she did not regret having a relationship with Blake.
Okay. Sounds like we have a good first step then, said Blake. First, we land and secure the area. Second, we visit the Merc group and find out what we can on the compound. Finally, we get back Andia and the others. I just hope they're okay, said Cal. Usually the real bad Merc groups stay outside the city. If that's where they are. Blake sighed. I know. But here's the thing. It took us 9 hours to get to Killican, and there's another 5 days to Julio's. The abductors would have a 6-day trip, so we're only a day behind them. Maybe Andia's political status will protect them until we arrive. Possibly. Whoever abducted them knew where they would be, and I highly doubt some random Merc group decided to fly 6 days in condensed space to that exact moment. No, this was planned, said Cal. Blake ran a hand over his mouth. Well, the planners are about to get a rude fucking Earthborn welcome. The group laughed. All right, it's almost midnight Earth time, and we have a long trip. Settle in, get rested, and be ready when we arrive. Everyone nodded and began to disperse. Sarah enjoyed the camaraderie of the group. Everyone had one another's back, and they did not leave anyone behind. Their loyalty to Fredoria inspired her. If she had still been on the Arcturus, she might be slimed or, worse, killed. She gazed at Blake as he stood strong. His confidence boosted the group's morale, and she knew that when he faced off against the Mercs for questioning, his presence would be a dominating one. They now had a plan, and Andia and the others were alive. No wonder he was happy. Chapter 5. It had been a day since the meeting, and Ada's internal clock showed 9:00 a.m. She studied herself in the mirror. Although a previous body analysis from before she met Seth matched her current report, she noticed something different. Her color recognition algorithm applied a lightened filter, not an action she had done consciously. Odors that normally would have been ignored were now being sensed more, and her skin seemed more sensitive to touch. There were other minor variations that added up to a strange sensation she could not catalog. Whatever it was, her body allocated a chunk of resources to it. She calculated that Seth was a big factor in the new experience. The Exceltion had become her home. She liked working with the crew, and she got to be with Seth on a daily basis. Doc had become a close friend, and she enjoyed discussing many topics with him. She even had secured a personal communication channel with Q Reese and Daz, which she used every now and then. Although initially wary of telling Seth about the channel, she did, and he said it was good to have friends outside the relationship. He always seemed to go out of his way to make her happy, and she eagerly reciprocated. Blake had been a mentor of sorts to her. She never told Seth that, but Blake educated her on how to act around others. He respected her relationship with Seth. She understood her form was meant to be desirable to others, but Blake ignored that and treated her as an equal. She enjoyed his teasing and tried to come up with comebacks of her own, but she found it difficult to do so, even though she knew he would accept it. She was content to be Blake's sista, as he called her. Zane and Cal treated her as one of the crew, and they let loose around her. She recognized that as a sign of respect from one member to another. On Fredorian ships she had worked on, that type of camaraderie was rare. She took pleasure when they acknowledged her strength, something that, based on their personalities, would not be an easy thing to say. They would be at her side if she were ever in any trouble. Kane and Luke seemed destined to make her laugh. Kane would pop into the ship's internal digital environment and tease her sometimes, but he focused on improving the ship, weapons, and other things. He bounced ideas off her, and she helped him with his designs. Luke usually got involved with the fabrication, and she worked with him on a few items. Sarah was the only other female on board, and Ada enjoyed working with her. Her perspective was different, not only as a woman, but as a former FDF officer. On top of that, she was raised in Fredorian culture and was new to the Earthborn one, same as Ada. They spent time together on the command deck, and their discussions on various topics pleased Ada. She found Sarah's relationship with Blake fascinating, and Sarah seemed relieved there was someone she could talk to about it. Talking to Zane or Cal about those topics, while doable, would seem unusual,
given their personalities. Ada ran her fingers through her short hair and smiled. Although she had done that many times in the past, her enhanced state allowed her to feel the softness of it. Seth had commented on it before, but she had never allocated any processing to it. Now it seemed to occur naturally. She focused on the program running and noticed that it had called out to other programs, not something she set a priority on. Content that she was presentable, she decided to visit Doc in the medbay. When she got to the medbay, she observed Doc with his hand on his chin, studying a holographic simulation. He faced her.
Ada, what a pleasant surprise.
She smiled.
It's good to see you as well.
What brings you by?
She took a seat near the entrance.
Seth went to the armory, and I decided to visit you.
Doc smiled.
I'm glad you did. As a free-floating AI, I can jump to any system and talk with others, but lately, I have desired meeting them through my robot body.
It's strange to desire, isn't it?
Doc shut down the holographic simulation.
I possess what approximates to it. It's all that.
Ada chuckled.
You have taken on some organic mannerisms.
Kane's been teaching me,
said Doc. He hopped up and sat on a slab end.
When they created me, I was a simple AI until I gained enough knowledge to begin growing. My focus was merely on performing medical duties. Organic interaction was not even one of my bigger programs.
Your presence on the Exceltion has changed that.
Doc nodded.
Here, I get to not only expand my organic interaction system, but also others.
Such as combat?
Yes, with Kane's input, of course,
said Doc. He eyed Ada.
What about you?
I've enjoyed my organic interaction system growth.
I'm sure Seth does too,
said Doc with a smile.
He seems to be enjoying his time in the armory.
Ada glanced at the doorway.
Yes. He wanted to spend some guy time with Kane and Luke there.
Guy time. Humans have a way with words, don't they?
She nodded.
I don't mind it.
Me either. Now that I've sampled what it's like out here, I don't think I can ever go back to being a pure medical AI.
He gestured at her.
I might even need to secure a permanent body if they tried that.
If you choose to do so, let me know. I'm sure the AR would help.
Doc studied her for a moment.
I'll keep that in my database. On another subject, do you want to see my virtual organic interaction simulation?
Of course,
said Ada with a smile. She realized this was not an offer Doc would extend to other AIs, as they might rate his learning methodology as inefficient. To them, downloading routines and then running them on demand would be ideal, but to her, it lost something in translation. She liked Doc's approach, and he modeled them on Earthborn. It intrigued her that Doc was invested in doing simulations to interact better with others. It showed her that his AI had evolved past a pure number-crunching aspect and took into account factors that were hard to quantify, such as human emotions. She closed her eyes and focused on Doc's invitation to join the simulation. Seth grinned as he approached the armory. He had spent some time with Ada, and now he wanted to hang out with the guys. Zane and Cal were busy with Blake in the training room, and Seth was up for a more casual experience. That left Kane and Luke in the armory, and Seth always enjoyed the crazy ideas they worked on. Since becoming a cyborg, his perspective on many things had changed. It helped that his augmented reality system allowed him to see statistics on others' heartbeats and the like. Reese had mentioned there might be some pain, but Seth had adjusted with no issues. He had to give the AR surgeons credit for doing fine work. It still bothered him that he lost his leg and eye, but now he was not sure he could ever go back to being weaker. Power was a drug that made him stronger, faster, and more capable physically. Things between him and Blake were good. Seth remembered a dark time where he planned to die but was talked out of it by Kane. The death of Jarvis, one of Blake's best friends, by Seth's hand, regardless if he was slimed or not, still haunted him. His hatred of the Saskarins ran deep, and until they were gone and dead, he would not rest. Blake had to deal not only with Jarvis's death, but those of Tykor and Goraka. Being Blake's friend meant you might possibly die or lose a leg and an eye, but Seth remained loyal to him. Seth focused on Ada. She had been a light in his life, and she made everything better. During his dark time, he had pushed her away, which seemed odd to him now. She had a way of using logic to frame perception. With his new cyborg upgrades, he understood that much better. It also helped that she enjoyed crawling on top of him every morning, which was a great start to the day. He chuckled when he entered the armory. Luke and Kane were studying a hologram of the recently acquired mobile turret. Kane had his usual headset out. His new implants provided a deeper connection to technology, which was right up his alley. Luke stroked his beard while examining what seemed to be a power distribution system. Seth enjoyed talking over ideas with them, although he did not have their technological or engineering knowledge or skill. "What up, S-Man?" asked Kane, looking over at him. Seth slapped hands with them. "Not much. Figured I'd see what y'all were brewing up down here." Luke gestured at the hologram. "We're looking at ways to provide more shield and defense for the mobile turret." "Sounds good. That thing is already a mini-tank," said Seth. Kane grinned. "Luke wants to remove the hover aspect and use wheels. It'd be a well-armed riding lawnmower at that point." They shared a laugh. "Something would be cut, but it wouldn't be grass," said Seth as he took a seat opposite them. "Aye," said Luke. He zoomed the projection into a skeletal system of wires attached to a large box. "My design would boost shielding by almost 59%. The downside is that it might have trouble moving on hostile ground, like an oil spill or tar and, of course, water." Seth rubbed his chin. "I guess it depends on the use case you think you would encounter more. How often would it be deployed in an environment like that? If its goal is to sit in the landing bay and be rolled out for ship defense only, wheels and stronger shielding makes sense." "Exactly." Kane shook his head. "Yeah, but what if we needed to deploy the turret outside the ship, maybe to secure a point?" Seth shrugged. "If that's the case, then sure. Hover makes more sense. Why not make two of them?" "Perhaps," said Luke. "The only problem is the power source can't be replicated, so we only have enough for one at the moment." Seth nodded. "I would say ship defense for now, with wheels, and when we get another power cell, make one that's similar to the current design that can hover." Kane wagged a finger at Seth. "That's a good middle ground, I think." He glanced at Luke. "Aye," said Luke. Kane laughed. "All right, we'll go with your design then." "Show Seth what we did with his cape," said Luke. Seth perked up. "What did you do?" Kane grinned as he changed the hologram to show Seth's cape. 8 individual arms separated out with a rectangular box at the top where the individual segments all joined. "Spiderfire is what we did," he said. "Check this out." Seth stood and walked around the projection. The individual arms pointed in different directions and fired a thin laser. "The lasers are simple cutting ones, but they'll easily slice through a personal shield and whoever," said Kane. He ran a hand over the shaved sides of his head. "The only issue is power consumption, which allows for firing only a few times." "That would definitely be handy," said Seth. Kane nodded. "You can concentrate all the arms and fire at one point. It would wreck somebody's day." "Sign me up." Kane sighed. "The downside is the power cell is heavy, and if you're hit just right, well, not a good time for you, considering it's by your neck." "Yeah, definitely a problem." "What if it was under the cape and on my back?" asked Seth. "That might work," said Luke, scrutinizing the cape. "Might have to move a few things around, but we could update your suit to compensate." Kane grinned. "You'll be a damn spider with lasers." They laughed. "If it gives me an edge, then why not?" asked Seth, shrugging. "That would have been useful in that fight against Hawkes." Kane pointed at Seth. "Exactly. And here's the cool thing. They can link to your neural implant, so you could literally fire in multiple directions at once by just thinking." Seth chuckled. This was why he loved coming down to discuss things. While Kane sometimes had wild ideas, Luke brought them down to practical ones based on engineering. It was a nice break from the doom and gloom of the current state of things, and downtime like this made things bearable. Sometimes Ada would come. but he felt having relationships outside of each other was good long-term. "We can make the adjustments if you want to give the spider fire a trial run," said Kane. Seth laughed. "Sure. Why the hell not?" Chapter 6. Blake paced around the conference room with his hands behind his back. They had arrived at Julio's and were approaching Zertalis. Sarah had already received landing coordinates, and it would soon be up to him, Zane, and Cal to find out more about the Merc compound. Gathering intelligence was right up Blake's alley, but he usually had time to think things through. Not so in this case. Hopefully, Andia and the others could hold on. He did not want to imagine a universe without Andia or Rakar.
"Damn, man. You gonna wear out your boots," said Zane. Blake sighed and stopped to face the assembled group. "We're entering hostile territory with little information and a short timeline to get shit done. I'm trying to figure out how the fuck we're going to do this."
"We got this," said Cal. "Calm your tits." Blake eyed Cal. Then they laughed. "The place we're visiting is a building run by a merc group called Toygarma Dezark. Their name translated means quick death, but I call them TD for short," said Cal. Blake nodded.
"What's their focus?"
"Usually pirating. Most crews who get hijacked know that if they don't fight to the death, TD mercs will kill them as they take the ship. To the TD, there are no living loose ends that way," said Cal.
"Yeah. I've run against a few TD before," said Zane, "but usually much closer to Fredorian space. This sounds like home for them."
Ada looked at Blake.
Perhaps you need more firepower for this trip.
Cal shook his head. "Although there are a lot of weird aliens in Zertalis, androids are rare. And if they caught wind there was one in the city, they'd come gunning. It's just a different place. There are no families there since they could be used as leverage. Most businesses there that keep the planet running are owned by the larger merc groups. They rule through fear, and violence is the norm."
I understand,
said Ada. Blake glanced at her. "I'll need you and Seth here anyway to handle shit if it comes our way. The Exceltion has to be ready for whatever comes out of the information." "What do we know about the landing area?" asked Seth. Sarah raised her head. "There are a lot of ships there, for one thing. Their security also seems suspect." Cal grinned. "Yeah, they only keep records of who's coming and going, and even then, it's easy to spoof. Security is what you bring."
"And we have a hell of a defense," said Luke. "Maybe I get to try out the mobile turret."
"Upgraded mobile turret," said Kane. "Aye." Blake looked around the group.
"I have no doubt you all can defend the ship. As for me, Zane, and Cal, we're essentially walking into a war zone. Nothing new for us." He glanced at Cal. "I take it there are justice hunters here if you visited long ago?"
Cal nodded. "Yeah, and there are several groups here. They wield considerable power, but aren't afraid to get their hands dirty if needed. It also depends on which one you interact with. Unfortunately for us, there are none near where we're going."
"How did you help this TD group?"
Cal chuckled. "Our goals aligned, for the most part. They wanted a Mazdarian who was a part of their crew until she got a transport ship and stole half their weapons, armor, and drug supply. I normally don't interfere, but TD helped me with my contract, so I assisted in securing her and retrieving their stuff." "You walk a fine line between a justice hunter and a freelance merc," said Kane. Cal shrugged. "She also killed 4 TD members guarding the warehouse, so I'm not losing any sleep over it."
"All right,"
said Blake. He gestured at Zane and Cal.
"Get geared up, and meet me on the landing pad."
They nodded and exited the room.
"Seth, you and Sarah get the ship ready for defense and a quick takeoff once we get there. Use whatever you need."
"We got this," said Seth. "You just watch your ass out there."
"Like the way you're watching it now?"
asked Blake, swishing his hips around. "Oh, man, fuck you," said Seth, laughing. Blake chuckled.
"All right, let's get moving. I need to be in a different mindset in places like Zertalis."
The group dispersed. Sarah stopped next to Blake and squeezed his arm. "Be careful." Blake grinned.
"When am I not?"
She eyed him. He laughed.
"All right, but only for you."
Sarah surveyed the empty room before giving him a deep kiss. She smiled and left. Blake sighed. He looked forward to coming back to more of that, but for now, he needed to be in a killer frame of mind. A situation could turn deadly if focus was lost. 30 minutes later, he was geared up on the lowered landing pad. His suit was sturdy, but nowhere near as tough as Zane's Juggernaut suit. Blake's dual blades, Striker, FHP-10, and FLP-40 were all he needed, along with his heightened senses. Zane looked like he was ready to battle. Alongside his massive suit was the Hell Thrower. He also had a huge mace that handled big Saskarin soldiers like they were nothing. Cal had his medium armor suit with his sniper rifle and dual pistols. Blake chuckled at the pouches and gadgets all over the suit. Cal had a trick for every occasion. "We ready?" asked Blake. Zane barked and howled. Cal laughed. "Yeah, I think we are." "Seth, Sarah, we're leaving now," said Blake over comms. "Good luck," said Sarah. "We'll be here," said Seth. Blake gestured at Cal. "Lead on, trickster." Cal nodded and pulled out a FLP-40 before taking off. As they marched through the hazy streets, Blake took a moment to soak in the environment. Zertalis did not have an advanced design, and it reminded him somewhat of rundown areas from when he was on Earth. Yet somehow, the place worked. Buildings were built haphazardly without any regard to safety, and water, or what he thought was water, streamed down parts of the half-tiled stone street. The buildings they walked past had some living areas that reminded him of cheap apartments. Balconies were everywhere, and in them were an odd assortment of mercs in various states of clothing. This was definitely not a place to take the kids. He chuckled when he observed a balcony with two mercs getting it on out in the open. Apparently, there were no indecency laws or even signs of security, for that matter. Might makes right was probably the law of the land. He did spot a few groups with uniforms and advanced gear, and figured they were most likely enforcers that passed as police. They seemed like the type who would shoot first and ask questions later. The sprinkling of corpses around the edges of the street had been stripped of armor and discarded, not even worthy of a burial. They reached a courtyard with a steel bar gate after another 45 minutes of walking. Cal pointed at mercs in two different towers. "They got more than that for security. There's 3 snipers in the area as well." Blake looked around. "Hard to sense shit with my helmet on." "You don't want it off here," said Cal. "Yeah, I don't need to be smelling all sorts of weird shit," said Zane. "You will if we get inside," said Cal. "They require face-to-face in there." "Great. All right," said Blake. "So, how do we get in?" "They're already checking us out," said Cal. "Once they see it's me, they'll invite us in." Blake sighed. "Fine. The sooner we get that information, the sooner we can rescue Andia and the others." Cal understood it would not take long for Himzor Jakas, leader of the TD, to invite them in. Himzor's cruelty was legendary, but that might be due to being a Sarazian, a hyena-like humanoid race. Cal found it amusing that on the world Himzor evolved on, they had a human-like race, not quite as intelligent as humans, but bred like dogs on Earth. That led to an unusual variety of body types. Peeking into the courtyard showed 2 such specimens made for combat. They stood around 10 feet tall, with leather armor and spikes everywhere. Cal never understood why they did not revolt with all the power they had, but they seemed to worship Sarazians. He found it comical that despite the brutal nature of Himzor, he never missed an opportunity to crack a joke about other alien races. "Damn, these TD guys are ugly as fuck," said Zane. "And what the shit is that in the courtyard?" Cal laughed. "Imagine if dogs and humans switched places on Earth. That's the Sarazians in a nutshell." Blake pointed at one of the mercs in the tower. "Looks like TD isn't all Sarazian." "They got a mix like most merc groups," said Cal. He chuckled. "The non-Sarazians are usually the butt of jokes." Blake shook his head. "Sounds like a blast." "How long we gotta wait out here?" "Just give it a bit," said Cal. "You and Zane are probably making them extra cautious. It's not uncommon for some unknown alien to walk up and start blasting." "We aren't doing that. And we're with you," said Zane. He looked over at Cal.
Unless they don't trust you now for some reason. You guys are overthinking it. Just relax.
Damn, said Cal. He realized the wait time would be a bit longer, but TD would recognize him. Even if they recognized Zane and Blake, Cal did not think it would be an issue. But given their reputations, they might be more hesitant. As they waited, his mind drifted to Jala. He planned to visit with her a lot more when the current mission finished and the Saskarins were dead and gone. Blake tapped Cal's arm.
Cal, where's your head?
Huh? Asked Cal. He took a deep breath as the small TD delegation of Merc guards approached from the courtyard. Himzor was not among them, so he figured it would be a hollow discussion at first.
They'll want to talk via hologram first,
he said. Blake nodded.
All right. Let's get this shit on the road.
After a minute, the Mercs reached the other side of the metallic bar gate. A Merc put a box on the ground. Cal recognized the projection that shot up as Himzor. He wore his multicolored hodgepodge ensemble of armor, and he had no helmet. The head bobbing always made Cal think Himzor tried to detect something, but that was normal Cerasian behavior. The mottled fur and small black eyes seemed odd on his big head, although most of the head resided in their large snout. Like hyenas on Earth, Cerasians possessed a strong bite, something they used to torture with at times. Himzor uttered a sharp bark. Zane and Blake looked at Cal. Cal grinned and slightly raised his arm.
Hey, Himzor.
Cal,
said Himzor.
I take it you have business, yes?
Cal gestured at Blake and Zane.
Yes, we do. Information.
In exchange for...
I don't know. What do you want?
What do I want? Yes. I like where this is going,
said Himzor. He yelped loudly, making the Merc delegation shy away.
Okay, you and your friends can come in. We might have something to trade.
He looked at Zane.
You, big one, keep your weapon lowered, or we'll cut off all 3 of your balls.
Zane laughed.
3? Humans only have 2.
Oh, I forgot you call your 3rd ball a head.
Blake laughed. Himzor studied Blake.
You're different. Whatever you are, you make my guards nervous. And that's interesting. Come on in.
The projection ended, and the gate swung open.
Not odd at all,
said Zane over comms.
Yeah, Cerasians can be strange,
said Cal. Blake shrugged.
Strange or not, if they got information, then we need it. I'm a little concerned about what they want in trade. Not because it might not be doable, but due to the time it might take. We don't have a lot of that shit.
I know,
said Cal.
Come on.
They advanced into the courtyard with the Merc delegation surrounding them. As they walked to the rundown 4-story building, Cal observed the Mercs giving Blake extra space. They probably detected his day-drolled nature, something Cal could feel at times. And he had normal human senses. Blake must have been terrifying on Earth. And even when surrounded by brutal Mercs, he showed no sign of fear. A predator walking among other predators. After 5 minutes, they entered the dilapidated building. Cal remembered his last visit and how horrid it smelled in the meeting chamber. It was like someone had diarrhea and sprayed it all over the walls, then puked and wiped down the walls with it. The odor did not seem to bother the Cerasians. But then again, he watched them eat some poor alien while still alive, starting with the ass. His stomach churned as he flushed that memory away. The Merc guard stayed silent for the most part, which Cal expected. Cerasians generally only spoke when spoken to in regard to outsiders. Cal did see some other aliens hanging around who stared at the group. There would be a full court once they reached Himzor's main room. Once they arrived there, Cal saw that the spacious underground room had changed some since he had last been there. A form of concrete supplied the main aesthetic, with tunnels shooting off in every direction. It used to be a transportation hub of some sort, and the sunken areas where a mobile unit would be were now filled with TD Mercs lounging around in squalid conditions. Himzor sat on a big throne-like chair near the back. Other mercs next to him tried to get his attention. The 4 humanoid pets to Himzer's side caught Cal's eye. They were semi-nude with leather and collars. It proved difficult not to look at them as modified humans, but they were more akin to a chimpanzee in terms of intelligence. 2 of them resembled the male ones from outside and looked ready to beat down anything Himzer desired. The smaller, hairless female ones seemed more for entertainment. They had a clean area to sit in, and Cal had witnessed with disgust what Himzer and important TD mercs did with them. "Lovely place," said Blake over comms while waving his hand out in an arc. Zane laughed. "Yeah, right. Looks like someone took a shit in here and forgot to clean up. Those human pet things are creepy as fuck. Just remember, they're not human," said Cal. "Maybe we can get one for you for the return trip." "Ha! Fuck that," said Zane. Cal cleared his throat. "All right, we're approaching Himzer. Let me do the talking until I introduce you to." "Sounds good," said Blake. A moment later, they stood before Himzer.
Cal. You came back,
said Himzer, moving his head around. Cal stepped forward. "Yep, it's me."
Good.
Himzer eyed Blake and Zane.
"Did you bring me a snack or a pet?"
Cal laughed. "No, but they are friends of mine who want information. As you're by far the most powerful merc group I've ever interacted with, I told them this is where they needed to be if they wanted that." Himzer uttered a few short yelps, as did the surrounding TD mercs.
"That's true. We are the strongest. Lower your helmet so I may see who you brought."
The group complied. Zane coughed as Blake cleared his throat. "This is Blake Brown and Zane Gibbons," said Cal, gesturing at each of them. The stark contrast from the sterile helmet to the strong odor was hard to avoid, but Cal soldiered on. "Blake's the leader of the crew I'm with."
"Blake Brown," said Himzer, standing. "Your name is known even out here."
"All good, I hope?" asked Blake. Himzer snickered.
"Of course. Your brutality is legendary. And Zane Gibbons, the wild dog. It said you bark and howl when fighting, just like us. Your name is well earned."
"I try to please," said Zane, grimacing. Himzer cackled.
"I'm sure you do."
He focused on Blake.
"What information do you need, and what are you prepared to do for it?"
Chapter 7. Blake's senses went into overdrive when he lowered his helmet. It was like he was in a sewer. There were many possible sources for the odor based on what he observed on the way down, yet he suspected that, to the TD mercs, nothing was out of the ordinary. The Cerasians must be lacking in the smell department, otherwise they would be choking on the foul stench permeating the air. Himzer seemed to get straight to the point. How Cal ever worked with the TD was a mystery, but Blake wanted to ask about that later in more detail. The TD did not seem like the type of aliens Cal would normally work with. Nonetheless, Cal had gotten them this far, and Blake was up. "We're looking for information about a merc compound outside the city. Layouts, blueprints, guard patrols, manpower, defenses. Everything," said Blake, raising his head a bit.
"Oh, you want to attack something?" said Himzer, stroking his furry snout. "Which place exactly?"
Blake tapped his forearm device and projected a hologram. Several TD mercs laughed.
"The Quintals," said Himzer, quite bold. "Yes, I like it. Suicidal for sure. What did they do to deserve your attention?"
"Oh, a little body snatching." Himzer erupted into laughter.
"Is that all? That's common here."
"Not when it's my friends, it isn't." Himzer's face tightened.
"I have what you need. After all, what type of group would we be without information on our enemies? The question is, what do you offer in exchange?" age, while you do have a nice body."
Himser gestured at his humanoid slaves.
"Those positions are filled."
Blake never figured they would be interested in sex with him, but he was glad that was not on the table. "You need any merc work done?" He crooked his thumbs at Cal and Zane. "We can put in work."
"Can you? It'd be very expensive to get someone of your skills for merc work. I sense an opportunity."
Himser uttered a few sharp yelps, which other TD mercs reciprocated. Blake grinned. "Now that that's out of the way, what do you need done?" Himser bared his fangs.
"You seem to be in the attacking buildings and compounds mode."
He yelped off to the side. A merc took off, and after a minute or so he came back with a small device and handed it to Himser. Himser configured the device and set it on his chair. A projection shot up of a citywide map. Himser browsed the map, navigating in all directions until he settled on an area. He tapped at a 5-story building, causing a red outline to appear.
"There. I want you to blow that up and leave clues that the Anzar coalition were behind the attack," he said.
Blake did not want to spend time doing work to get information, but blowing up a building seemed easy. A part of him thought about biting Himser and forcing him to talk, something Blake had done many times in the past when working alone. He cast a sidelong glance at Cal. It would not be fair to Cal to screw with his contact, though. Blake sighed. "All right, we can do that, but we'll need some information." He extended a hand, palm up, about the building and who's there and whoever the fuck the Anzar are.
"Whoever the fuck the Anzar are," said Himser.
He and the other TD mercs burst out laughing, mixed with yelps and barking. After everyone quieted down, Himser leaned forward.
"The Anzar are some feathery alien race that thinks they're bolder than we are. The goal here is for you to destroy a facility that manufactures Frenilton, a top-end drug where the main quality is that it works on a lot of aliens. The Guarda, a group of weak mercs, own the building, and they also own a large chunk of land in the area. You're going to start a war."
"Great," said Blake. "Let me guess, none of this tracks back to you, right?" Himser eased back into his chair.
"That's the idea. You destroy the building, and I'll have someone meet you at your ship with the promised information."
Blake nodded. "A fair deal?" He understood that TD must be weaker than the Guarda or the Anzar if they were unable to do the job themselves. The web of non-aggression pacts and alliances was not new to Blake. He had navigated them often as an intelligence agent. For this mission, an opening would be created for TD to move in while the Guarda and the Anzar coalition fought. "What type of security are we looking at?" asked Blake. "A lot," said Himser. He and the rest of the TD mercs burst out in yelps and laughter again. "Okay. Anything more specific?" asked Blake. The room quieted down. Himser raised a long, dirty claw.
"The main drug manufacturing facility is underground. The building on top is a front. They'll have snipers on nearby rooftops, building security, and even more below."
"And what do we blow it up with?" asked Blake.
"That's on you. You're clever, from what I've heard."
Blake ran a hand over the back of his neck. "Okay. Do you have surveillance logs of the place we can look at? That'll at least inform us of patterns." Himser gestured off to a side room.
"You can view them there. Cal, I'd like to catch up."
"We'll be good," said Blake, grinning. Cal nodded. Blake dipped his head toward the room. "Let's see what we're dealing with." "No problem," said Zane. He tapped Cal's arm before taking off after Blake. They followed 2 TD mercs to the small side room with a dirt floor. Blake sized up the room. Screens were everywhere, showing different areas. A wise move by the TD to be aware of everything going on. The foul odor that permeated outside the room existed inside as well.
The screens provided the only illumination, and anyone claustrophobic would hate the place. A TD merc grunted and pointed at a chair. Blake studied the stump on the ground before sitting. Although it passed as a chair, it had a rough, irritating surface. Zane stood behind while Blake scrutinized the various screens. "Which one is the target?" asked Blake, looking at the merc. The merc gestured at the 2 screens near the ceiling. "All right," said Blake as he stood. "I wanted to stand anyway. Don't need a colon check at the moment." Zane laughed as the merc looked on in confusion. Blake observed the screens. The buildings resembled those from an inner-city block, minus stairwells on the outside. They were made of a mix of concrete and metal and painted a drab gray. The building had what looked like windows, but Blake suspected they were windows that only allowed viewing out from inside. Several Guarda mercs stood on the roof with what looked like a turret gun of some sort. The Guarda were a weasel-like humanoid race. He suspected if they had evolved on Himzor's world, they would have been prey. However, based on their equipment, the Guarda were advanced. He checked out the other screen, which was divided into 4 windows, each with a rooftop and a merc. This must be how the Guarda covered approaches to the area. A power generator pylon rested on each roof. "You seeing the shield pylons?" asked Zane. Blake nodded. "The configuration suggests it's to protect from aerial assault. On top of that, they got snipers and some extra guards. You're not approaching that area without them knowing you're coming." "Up-front assault?" asked Zane. Blake rubbed his chin. "I'm not sure yet. Those 4 pylons need taken out. But I bet if you take one down, the others will know and respond." Zane laughed. "Then take out the mercs. Leave the pylons. You can shut them all down at once." "Sounds like a plan," said Blake. He faced the merc. "Do these mercs have life monitoring systems?" The merc shook his head. "I've never seen that before on them, but they might have them." "Great," said Blake. He eyed Zane. "Well, there is a way to get them to our side. Once I secure the rooftops, you can get yourself up on a roof and cover the outside while I go in to scope the place and figure out where to plant explosives." Zane smirked. "We don't know much about the interior. It could be completely locked down. Besides, they ain't gonna let you waltz in." Blake bared his fangs. "I'll ask nicely." "Oh, shit. I always forget you got that creepy as fuck hypnotic bite. Yeah, that could work, assuming Guarda are susceptible. Scope the area, check what damage can be done. Then we provision," said Zane. What if you're detected?" "I'll have to get out quick." Zane slapped his chest. "I might need to come down and save your ass." "Let's hope it doesn't come to that." "All right. I think we have a rudimentary plan that will probably evolve, but we're not working with a lot of time here," said Blake. "Let's update Cal. After that, I can hit those pylons, and you and Cal can set up and carry the explosives up. Once I scope the interior, I'll determine the best places to put it, grab the explosives, and lay them down. Then get the fuck out while we remote detonate." He glanced at the merc. "Any issues with our approach?" The merc shrugged. "Your plan is to take out 4 rooftops and sneak in? No one can do that." Zane laughed. "You don't know Blake then." "Exactly. And I'm counting on that," said Blake. He sighed. "All right. Let's get moving." Blake stood on a rooftop alongside Zane and Cal. It had been 4 hours since they had met with Himzor, and Blake had a better idea of the building needing destroyed. 4 buildings of similar height formed a square around the target. Pylons on each rooftop provided a shield, and he had determined that was less about an aerial assault and more about someone trying to lob explosive projectiles. He still needed to obtain explosives of some type, but he would figure that out once he got there. The rooftops had only a few Guarda mercs on each one, but he suspected the mix of life-monitoring systems, backed by surveillance, was at play. There were probably more in the building as well. With his helmet down, the raunchy city odor let itself be known. He coughed. "That's going to be tricky, getting to the rooftops," said Cal. "Yeah, it is," said Blake. He pointed at an alleyway next to the nearest building. "At least there's a way to climb up." "Shit, they can probably see us this far away," said Zane. Blake's senses alerted him that someone was coming up the stairs. He pulled out his striker and faced the rooftop entrance. Zane lowered his hell thrower at the door.
Now who the fuck is this?
Not sure, but they're using some type of shielding. It's hard to determine who they are, said Blake. Cal pulled out both his pistols and aimed.
Party starting early?
Blake. Wait,
said a familiar voice from the stairwell. Blake grinned as Master Teros Gasol stepped onto the roof.
Teros, I wasn't expecting you.
Teros nodded as Zane and Cal lowered their weapons.
We figured you might come out here,
but we didn't know you were here until only a few hours ago.
You come alone? Asked Blake as they forearm shook. Teros shook his head.
I've got my unit here, as well as another one whose commander was close to Rakar.
He forearm shook with Zane and Cal.
I would have contacted you, but I didn't want to give away your position if someone was monitoring comm activity.
Ah, said Blake. You never leave a ranger behind.
Teros nodded. Quite right. We got a tip that Andia and the others escaped, only to be captured and brought here.
Blake grinned. Sounds like we have a similar information source. He figured the broker sent Teros out as backup.
Definitely. I take it you've discovered something and have a plan? Asked Teros.
Blake laughed.
Well, we have something,
and it's rough. He pointed at a building in the distance. We blow that up for the Toygarma Dazark Merc Group, or TD as we call them, and they'll hand-deliver all the information needed on the Merc compound where Andia and the others are. Then we go in and give those mercs a nice, Earthborn welcome. Teros marched over to the roof's edge and looked out.
Maybe an Earthborn and Kiggs Ranger one?
We'll take all the help we can get, said Blake. Teros faced them.
What can we do to help?
Blake rubbed his chin. Well, I plan to capture the 4 shield generators up top, then sneak in and determine the best way to blow the building up. We don't have any explosives, but there may be something in the building we can use.
We'll secure the rooftops,
said Teros. I think they have life monitoring systems, so this needs to be discreet. Teros nodded.
All right. What's the plan?
Blake looked at the nearest building with a shield pylon. I'll pop over and get the mercs on the rooftop to see things my way. Once done, you can secure the rooftops as I go. After all 4 are secured, I'll scout the building interior and figure out what can be used to blow it up. Zane chuckled.
Why don't we disable the shield, then blast that building with the Exceltion?
Because we need to give whoever is in there a chance to get out, said Blake. There might be innocents in there. Himser said he wanted the place destroyed, but he didn't mention anything about killing the people inside. We have a choice in that regard. Teros raised his head a bit.
I like your plan.
How many rangers are with you? It sounds like 60 or so for 1.5 units, right?
We have 2 full groups,
said Teros.
Yes, my group was decimated on our last adventure,
but other experienced rangers have joined us since. Rakar has more friends than I think even he knows. They shared a look and nodded. Blake looked out over the nearest Merc-defended rooftop. Okay, my path is clear. Once I contact you both, secure that area. I'll hit them in sequence.
Good luck,
said Teros, performing a Kiggs salute. Blake reciprocated it before facing Zane and Cal. Be ready to fight if need be.
You got it,
said Zane, slapping hands with Blake. Cal did the same. Blake raised his helmet. I'm out, he said over comms. While descending to the ground floor, he observed various Kiggs Rangers who had set up defensible positions throughout the building. There was no doubt in his mind now that the broker guided the Kiggs Rangers to Zertalis. It was too coincidental. The focus for now was to reach the first building and get to the top so he could take down the mercs there. He was not sure what species the Guarda were, or if his hypnotic bite would work effectively, but he knew the Daedrold energy did not discriminate from his experience, although some took longer to convert than others. After 20 minutes of moving through narrow alleys and staying out of sight, he reached an area across the street from the building he needed to climb. The walls looked rugged enough to scale, but the 2 Guarda mercs standing out front gave him an idea. He used a technique on Earth that he called a cascading control approach. It involved getting one member of a group under hypnosis, then using that person to isolate others to bring them under control until the whole group was. It was risky in that if anyone acted unusually, he might be figured out. In vampire-controlled areas, it was effectively useless since they sensed it. Powerful non-humans were immune as well. The Guarda were an unknown entity to him. Time to test. He checked that the alley he was in had room to flee if needed, and enough obstructions to obscure him biting. Once verified, he stood near the street and whistled. One of the Guarda mercs motioned toward the alley. The other walked over. Blake retreated into the alley. The merc moved with purpose and confidence. Given they had coverage and complete ownership of the block, it was not too surprising. Blake activated his camouflage shielding. He pulled a garbage bin away from the wall and hid behind it.
"Who's there?"
asked the merc. Blake grinned. His translator was able to work. The language was probably added by Cal since he had been to the planet before. Any good justice hunter would have picked up the translation digital packs. The merc moved over to the garbage bin and scanned it with a device. As the merc passed the bin, Blake swung out front and got behind him. The merc pivoted and received a hit to the face. Blake slipped around and ripped off the merc's helmet, which exposed dark yellow fur. He put the merc into a sleeper hold with another hand over the mouth. The merc struggled to break Blake's grip. Confident the merc was weak enough, Blake sank his fangs into his neck. Blake's nostrils flared as the sweet, almost sugar-like blood flowed. The Guarda, whatever species they were, had shot to the top of his blood-drinking list. It tasted even better than human blood. After a moment, the merc stopped struggling. Blake released him and stepped back. "Are you there?" The merc straightened.
"I am."
"Good. You will do as I say."
"Of course."
Blake exhaled. He was glad to see that Guarda mercs were not immune to Daedral energy. "All right. I need you to bring your buddy over here, and once I appear, you restrain him. Understand?" The merc nodded and put his helmet back on. Blake pointed across the street. "Go." The merc took off. Blake activated his group channel. "This might be easier than I thought."
"Huh?"
asked Zane. "I can control the mercs. One down, and he's bringing me another. I'll work my way up top, but it won't take long. Get ready to haul your asses over here once done." "Damn," said Cal. "You work fast." "Well, I will say I was surprised that the Guarda merc's blood was pure sugar. Yeah, I'm sure it tastes fucking great." Teros and Zane laughed over comms. "All right, merc inbound. Give me 15 minutes, and I'll have this wrapped up," said Blake. Chapter 8. Zane cracked his neck as he looked around the roof. He did not like standing and waiting around, but he also knew Blake was the perfect person to do what he was doing, and he had recently told everyone to come over. Zane was not sure how Blake did it, but he was like a magician at times. To be his enemy was not someplace Zane hoped he would ever be. It made his first meeting with Blake seem comical. Zane took a deep breath and raised his helmet. "Guess we're moving now," said Cal.
"Yeah,"
said Zane. He glanced at Teros.
"You boys coming?"
Teros nodded.
"They've already secured a path there for us. As Blake mentioned, there was no challenge from any Guarda mercs."
Zane laughed.
"He probably bit the shit out of them mercs. Their blood must have been like fucking whiskey."
"Cinnamon whiskey," said Cal, raising a finger. "And he did say it tasted like sugar." Zane shook his head.
"All right, let's go."
They descended to the ground floor. The rangers in the building were in the process of moving out. A small contingent had stayed on the roof. Zane guessed with 60 of them, they would cover quite a few spots. The trip to the Shield Generation building flew by fast. There were a few Guarda mercs on the way, but they nodded and saluted. It made Zane wonder what Blake told them in their hypnotic state. When they reached the building entrance, 2 Guarda mercs saluted and waved them in. "Some crazy shit," said Cal. Zane shrugged.
"Works for me."
He looked over at Teros.
"Crazy, huh? It's impressive," said Teros. "Blake would have made a good Cregan ranger."
Zane understood that to be a high compliment from a Cregan, and a ranger one, no less. Creegans were the oldest humanoid species known, and they tended to broadcast that. They were physically superior to a human in almost every facet, and generally much more intelligent. He recalled seeing new Earthborn arriving on Fredoria who did not accept that they were less compared to a Cregan. Thankfully, Taros was not like other Kriegans and openly welcomed Earthborn support. They moved into the building, and after hustling up 5 stories, they reached the roof. Several Guarda mercs worked on the shield-generating pylon, while Blake talked to another merc. Blake's face lit up as he walked over.
"You like? It's exceptional," said Taros. "Did you bite all of them?" "Yep. It's an old Earth technique. Use one to lure members apart, then pick them off. I've got the whole building under my command," said Blake. He licked his right fang. "I bet you only wanted to drink some blood," said Zane. Blake chuckled. "That too. Nonetheless, this building is secure. I have them going about their normal business, and we are all now undercover Guarda mercs, or so they believe. I also left a suggestion in them that they saw some Anzar Coalition members snooping around." "So you gonna hit the other 3 buildings?" asked Cal. Blake shook his head. "I don't think we need to now." He gestured at a merc looking over the roof's edge. "Everything outside of these pylons is low-tech. They got hacked a while back and became all old school, but the big point is nothing is really traceable. They don't even have cameras in there." "So how will you blow it up?" asked Taros. Blake laid a hand on his chest. "Me? I'm not doing that. These mercs will, though. They know the building inside and out, and what's needed to blow it up. Watch this." He gestured at the merc from before to approach. The merc sauntered over. Blake waved his hand in an arc at the group while looking at the merc. "Tell them how to blow the building up." "Of course," said the merc. "There are pressure tanks below used in Frenelton production. If those blow up, the building comes down." "And any explosive would work?" asked Cal. The merc nodded. Blake chuckled. "And you and a few others know there is some stashed in the building. Ones that have timers." "Yes." Blake nodded. "All right. Take as many mercs as you need, and set them up without alerting anyone. Set the timer to 15 minutes, but make sure there's an alarm so everyone gets out of the building." "Your will shall be done." "Once they're ready to go, get out of the building. When this hypnotic state ends, you'll only remember being attacked by the Anzar Coalition," said Blake. "Of course." Zane shivered. Blake played around with lives with casual ease. The mercs might fumble and end up dying, and they would have no idea about it. Zane remembered thinking about how powerful Blake was on Earth, and there were those even stronger than him. Earth was crazier than Zane recalled after hearing about all the non-humans there. Out in space, they were still deadly. The merc moved off to talk to the others. They acted as if this was all normal. He still did not have a full understanding of how the hypnotic bite worked. Blake said it was a side effect of his strain of Daedrold energy and required a certain maturity to be able to use it. It was probably why Blake was an excellent intelligence agent. He made anyone talk. Blake gestured off in the distance. "Let's meet on the Exceltion. We don't want to be anywhere near here in, 30 minutes. I'd be curious to see what Himzor has on the Quintals compound. My rangers will be ready to move whenever we have a plan. We're getting Andia and the others back." "All of them," said Blake. They shared a look and nodded. Zane smiled at the thought of Blake racking up alliances with groups that moved events. Having a Kriegan Ranger commander as an ally had a host of benefits. Zane had no doubt they would get Andia and the others out. He only hoped it was not a corpse retrieval run. He had enough of that on the last mission. Cal slapped Zane on the chest. "You coming, big man?" "Yeah. Let's get the fuck out of here." Blake's muscles relaxed as the Exceltion came into view. The 45-minute trip through Zertalis had been uneventful. It helped that everywhere his senses touched, Kriegan Rangers skulked in the background. They no doubt cleared out anything even remotely resembling a threat. The building had blown on time, and even as far away as they were, he heard it. The group had paused to get to a roof and look over, and all he saw was smoke and chaos. He hoped everyone got out and that completing Himzor's request would yield information. Taros had joined him, Zane and Cal, on the walk back. Several Ranger ships were parked near the Exceltion, and the Rangers had already been in contact with Seth and the others, but Seth mentioned that no one from TD had appeared yet. A dark thought that perhaps Himzor would betray them crossed Blake's mind. He pushed it away. If it came down to it, then all bets were off.
and he would get the information the hypnotic bite way. As they approached the Exceltion, a group of TD mercs arrived. One of them carried a small cube. Blake knew it to be an information cube, standard issue in merc circles due to the resiliency of its design. He remembered when he was pulled from Earth and learned about them. He had compared them to flash drives. They were also large enough to pack an explosive component if certain conditions were met. He recalled investigating cases where the cube blew up on someone. One of the worst cases was when a trag was in the bathroom and it exploded on them. He grimaced.
"Blake Brown, this is for you,"
said the merc, offering the cube. Blake received it and studied it.
"It's all there."
The merc lowered his helmet and smiled.
"All there. Himser wanted you to know you exceeded his expectations, and the Guarda and Anzar coalition have already declared war on each other."
"Great. A fucking gang war."
"One we'll take advantage of,"
said the merc. The other mercs jeered. Blake nodded.
"You know much about the Quintals compound?" "Only that they are somewhat twisted."
"In what way?"
"They like to do chain trains on everything. It's even a part of their membership drive."
Zane cocked his head.
"The fuck is a chain train?"
Cal sighed. "They chain you, then everyone gets a turn."
"Oh shit," said Zane.
Blake focused on the merc.
"You think they'd touch Andia and the others?" "Probably not," said the merc.
He raised a finger.
"But I bet they really want to. Your friends are political prisoners, and the repercussions for doing that to them extends off-world, so it isn't done to that class of prisoner. Make no mistake. If you're caught, you will get a chain train."
Taros shook his head.
"Barbaric. I'd expect that from a Cregan, but out here, your laws mean shit."
"Perhaps so. But the Quintals are about to feel the effect of our reach." The merc laughed.
"I hope so. This is a glorious day. Our enemies falling left and right, new opportunities, and we have inside knowledge to take advantage of the situation."
He grinned.
"Good luck on your mission. We hope you're successful."
"Your group could always help." The merc raised his helmet.
"We'll lay low until all the groups are done fighting, and then swoop in."
He took off with the other mercs behind him.
"How brave," said Taros.
Blake shrugged.
"I didn't expect they would help.
They remind me of scavengers, and I suspect once we take down the Quintals compound, we'll see TD out there. Come on, we got a lot to cover." They reached the Exceltion and boarded it. Blake grinned when Sarah, Seth, and the others greeted them as the landing pad rose. Despite Fredoria being his main residence, coming back to the Exceltion was like coming home. It was the one safe place he dropped his guard. "So I take it you found something?" asked Seth. Blake held up the cube.
"The layout of the Quintals compound."
"Oh, the Quintals are the merc band there." "Awesome," said Kane. "Need me to get it hooked up?" Blake handed Kane the cube.
"Yeah. And before you do, make sure it's not a bomb or something."
Kane tapped his forehead and pointed at Blake. "You got it, boss man." Kane took off.
"For the rest of us, let's take a breather. Taros, let's meet when Kane gets the cube ready. We'll need to formulate a plan, and quick, of course," said Taros. "I'd like to see your ship while we wait."
Luke grinned.
"Aye, I'll show ya."
Taros followed him out of the room. Blake nodded at the remaining crew and went to his office. Himser pulled through. Although in the back of Blake's mind, he did not fully trust him. He might be playing a long game. Getting different groups to fight due to sabotage and guile was not new to Blake, but there were always ripples. Sometimes those came back with a vengeance. Himser might even give Blake up after the Guarda and Anzar coalition were decimated in order to gain their trust and possibly form a unified group. Blake sighed. Perhaps he was overthinking it. He eased back into his office chair and pulled out a vial of human blood from his desk. The Guarda had the sweetest blood he had ever tasted, and he made a note to revisit Zertalis to collect some, assuming he was not a big target of some merc group. He took a swig of the vial. Although human blood was always good, Guarda blood had spoiled him. He put his hands behind his head and kicked his feet up on the desk. 8 hours had passed since the day started, and a quick nap was in order while Kane got the cube ready. Doc observed the group as they assembled in the briefing room. The cube had turned out not to be explosive, and he, Kane and Ada made quick work of pulling the information out and sorting it over the last 30 minutes. True to Himzor's word, the cube contained a layout of the facility, along with personnel, patrol routes, and even the compound's day-to-day routines. Supply deliveries were documented, and travel was restricted. What intrigued Doc was the large underground portion of the compound. That seemed to be where the Guarda did a lot of their business. Topside was, for the most part, a well-defended fortress. Doc ran a quick scan of everyone in the room. Blake looked like he had just woken up as he paced around the front area. Zane and Cal appeared tired and slumped in their seats. Taros sat on the edge of his chair, while Luke, Kane, and Seth kicked back in theirs. Ada sat at attention, as expected. Doc calculated that a good rest would be well received, but he also understood time was of the essence. "All right, what's on the cube?" asked Blake, motioning at Kane. "Ton of shit," said Kane. He interacted with the table console. A projection shot up of several screens. Blake studied them. The information is broken out into various segments. Let's see what we're dealing with. He selected the Quintil's profile, which maximized while the other screens minimized. This is a Quintil. Note that they don't have genders. Doc analyzed the humanoid Quintil. The big difference he saw from humans was the purple skin and bulbous head with 3 eyes. Their bodies were also plumper than a human one. A sharp claw extended from their forearms over their hands, and their 3 large fingers also stood out. Blake's assessment on gender was correct, as the Quintils reproduced by laying eggs after being impregnated by another Quintil. That seemed like an efficient method of species population. "Damn, they're ugly as shit," said Zane. "How do they fuck then?" Doc raised a finger.
They lay eggs. Their bodies possess a penile organ similar to a male human, but they also expel the eggs through a hole near their waste disposal 1.
Zane shuddered. Cal laughed. "You know you want some of that." Zane grimaced. Blake cleared his throat. Outside of their reproduction, they seem to be pretty smart overall. Physically, we're more than a match, but our weapons will be doing the talking. He gestured at the screen. "It says they're extremely loyal and will fight to death." He shrugged. "They'll die if they get in our way." "Okay, on to the layout." He selected another screen. "So topside is essentially a heavily guarded front door. Storming that will be difficult," said Taros. He pointed at the projection. "Notice the bubble shield around the compound." Kane stood and gestured at a section of the topside. "Yeah, but the shielding is powered by a massive pylon in the center. Disable that. Shields down." "Yeah, but as Taros implied, you gotta get in first," said Zane. Ada tilted her head.
Perhaps deception might be used to get in.
Blake looked at her. "What are you thinking?"
I saw they maintain a supply schedule. We hijack a delivery and enter as cargo.
Said Blake, rubbing his chin. "That might work. We wouldn't need to shut down the field, after all, to get in. All right, go ahead and analyze the schedule."
Of course,
said Ada. Doc examined cyberspace as Ada connected to a repository of the information that had been cloned. She ran queries and used simulations to determine the most efficient approach to securing not only the delivery, but ensuring there was room for a group to board. Blake shook his head. "Look at the underground part. It's about 3 times the size of what's up top." Sarah frowned. "And it looks like there's a prisoner ward on the lowest level. Probably so that if anyone escapes, they'd need to go through all the layers above." "Probably," said Blake. "I'm sure it's lovely conditions down there, too. We'll need to figure out a way down through these layers. I'll need to study this layout." Sarah wagged a finger. "We only need to send 1 person in to disable the shield pylon. Once the shielding is down, we disable their drone defense and any anti-air turrets. Then we can drop in on them. While a main group fights up top and keeps them busy, another one forges ahead underground." Taros's eyes narrowed. "How is 1 person going to disable the shield-generating pylon?" His eyes widened. "Oh. Send someone in who is controlled by Blake and they plant explosives or even run the truck into the pylon." He grinned at Sarah. "Impressive. Your tactical reputation is well deserved." Doc observed Sarah's heartbeat accelerate a bit as her face heated. He suspected that meant she was happy with Teros's compliment. Zane shook his head.
Man, I sort of understand biting humans, but them? You sure about that?
It might work. If it doesn't, then we board as cargo, as Ada mentioned, and give them a shipment of Earthborn whoop-ass, said Blake.
Fuck yeah,
said Zane. Okay, back to the shielding. A trigger might be activated if it comes down. I'm sure they planned for that. Kane raised a finger.
Yeah, assuming they can communicate. We jam them.
Aye, but there may be visual confirmation on the place, said Luke. You'd need to provide something that fooled that.
Teros grinned. An illusion. We plant projectors across topside that makes it appear that everything is functioning as normal, in addition to jamming communications. There'd be a small window of time to get those up and running, and they would need to be defended.
We got that shit on lockdown,
said Cal, slapping his chest twice. Teros nodded at him. Blake sighed. There are a lot of points of potential failure. He glanced at Teros. It's going to be nasty topside, and probably worse underground.
We will persevere,
said Teros, raising his head. All right, said Blake. Ada, find anything? Ada nodded.
Yes, it appears they enjoy candied body parts as snacks, which are delivered every morning. We've already missed the window for today.
Sweets, huh? Asked Blake. Exactly how big is their sweet tooth?
The deliveries are distributed across the compound, and Himser noted that an informant told him they finish it by the afternoon.
Doc, given the profile of the quintals, can those sweets be laced with a sedative? Doc ran an internal query of the quintal body specs from the cube.
Yes, one can be created.
Zane laughed.
Shit. You gonna put the place to sleep prior to the attack?
Blake shrugged. Why not? Take advantage of your opponent's weakness. I highly doubt the prisoners get any of those sweet snacks, so we should be safe there. Yildaris and Q-Reese are going to be pissed they missed out on all this.
I do not think they will be pissed,
said Ada. Seth chuckled. Yeah, probably not. He nodded at Blake. This plan might work. We got the Crimson Duo. How could it not? Asked Blake. Damn right. Everyone laughed. Blake often used Seth to break tension, and usually through some light-hearted comedic routine. In this case, Doc registered a general mood of relaxation. He suspected a part of that was due to having a plan, and the other part related to Blake teasing Seth as if everything was normal. That seemed to be important to humans. Blake faced the group. All right, we have a rough idea of what needs to be done, and there's some time until tomorrow. Teros and I will need to dig deeper into the roles and where everyone is needed, but everything will be planned. Teros nodded. Get rest, eat, drink, and be ready for an assault tomorrow. I just hope for Andia's sake they can hold out for another day, said Blake. Everyone cheered and then left the room. Blake had a way of rallying the group and provided an air of confidence, which seemed to affect others. Doc was curious what the final plan would be and who would be doing what. He would run some simulations and offer the results to Blake, although he probably did not need it. Doc realized he trusted Blake to come up with a good plan. Prior history showed he always did well with the limited resources he was given. Blake's confidence extended even to Doc, something he had not expected, but his algorithms proved it to be true. Chapter 9. Rakar tried to keep it together during the 3-hour torture he had endured and used ranger techniques to resist giving away any information. How the ship he piloted off Fredoria got detected so quickly remained a mystery. Their capture ended in him, Andia, and a bunch of senators as prisoners in this hellhole. The prison's location was unknown, but the facility possessed a foul odor. Rakar was not aware what species Horgus, the main merc leading the torture, was, but they were a humanoid one with purple skin. The mercs claimed to be part of a group called the Quintals, and they did not distinguish if that was their species or crew name. They seemed to like to wear dull, brown, light armor, and the tech on their belts indicated they possessed some level of advanced technology. Rakar breathed hard as a merc slapped him. The restraints on the chair made it impossible to move. The merc moved to slap again, but Horgus stopped him.
"You fool! You'll damage him beyond repair,"
said Horgus. The merc lowered his arm and stood back. Rakar swallowed hard. It angered him to have been captured, but when their ship got hijacked by the Quintals, it boiled down to a 20-against-2 fight. Andia had fought admirably, but the Quintals simply came with more numbers and firepower. One senator had died foolishly by hand-to-hand combat. Horgus paced around.
"Now, Cregan, we've been at this for a while. You must have some security codes of value."
Rakar glared at him.
Your resilience is impressive. Most would have cracked by now, but not you. You've had training,"
said Horgus. He leaned against the wall.
"Perhaps I've been going about this the wrong way."
He waved the merc out of the room. The merc looked at Horgus.
"Get the hell out of here."
The merc jumped and ran out. Rakar wrinkled his brow.
"Let's do this in a more civilized manner," said Horgus. "We can do an answer for an answer. I ask you a question, then you ask me one. I don't think you're a normal Cregan. No, you're something more."
Rakar stared at him.
"There is a third option. You seem to show some protectiveness over Andia Kiggs. Maybe we put her in a chain train, and you can observe."
Rakar sighed. He had hoped they did not make a connection, but Horgus seemed more observant than the others.
"Fine. Answer for an answer,"
said Rakar.
"You do speak,"
said Horgus. He eyed Rakar.
"It seems threatening Andia has some power. You touch her, all bets are off."
Horgus nodded.
"Understood. You seem like a sensible type. And you have questions. So do I. She will remain safe as long as you cooperate."
Rakar's eyes narrowed. He would play Horgus's game if only to keep his focus. Andia being tortured was the last thing he wanted, and the senators would crack easily under pressure.
"Fine. Let me start," said Rakar.
Horgus laughed.
"Oh, you're quite talkative now. All right. Go ahead."
Rakar cleared his throat.
"How did you know to be where you were to hijack our ship?" "Starting with the obvious questions," said Horgus, nodding. "We were given the coordinates and a time frame." "By who?"
Horgus raised a scaly finger.
You asked a question, I answered. It's my turn now."
Rakar sighed. Horgus was being intentionally vague, and his plan seemed to be to stretch out his replies. Rakar could play that game too.
"Fine," he said. "Who are you?" asked Horgus.
Rakar raised his head.
"Rakar ho Jador."
Horgus's eyes narrowed.
"I meant, what group do you belong to? You're no normal Cregan. Then you need to be more specific. I'm answering like you did."
Horgus's eyes narrowed.
"I see. Go ahead. Who gave you the coordinates and time frame?"
"A random merc stopped by and delivered the information to us," said Horgus. Rakar suspected the merc was slimed by the Saskarins, and they had planned for the capture. That meant the Saskarins were aware the group would be underground and would try to flee after being chased by Saskarin-controlled FDF enforcers.
"Now it's your turn to answer. What group do you belong to?" asked Horgus.
Rakar grinned.
"I'm a Cregan and Fredorian ranger. We never leave anyone behind."
Horgus breathed a bit harder.
"A ranger? I've heard about your units. I expect they'll be coming for you. What makes you think they aren't already here?" "A waste of a question," said Horgus, scowling.
Rakar wanted to sow doubt, and Horgus's reaction showed he did not like the implications of dealing with rangers, Cregan or Fredorian.
"I'll answer it, though," said Horgus. "They might already be here, possibly, and we'll verify if they are."
"Good.
I'm sure Blake Brown, my personal friend who destroyed Tokara, is going to sit idly by while you're doing this, said Rakar.
Horgus's eyes widened.
Blake Brown. He looked away for a moment. I have questions about him, and it is my turn.
Rakar sighed. Misinformation was a tactic he had used many times in the past, but there were many questions he wanted answered as well. He would continue to play Horgus's game, if only to prevent Andia or the senators from becoming the focus. Rakar planned to steer the conversation in such a way that Horgus would fully understand the implications of his actions. Blake's name seemed to startle Horgus, and Rakar saw an opportunity to embellish some. Even in Blake's absence, he still helped. Rakar was not sure how he would get out of this situation, but for the moment, at least the torturing part was on hold. Andia sighed as she surveyed the dirt floor of the large cell she and the senators had been put in. Stone walls surrounded the area with steel bars up front. The cell seemed low-tech, but from what she observed of her captors, they seemed to use a hodgepodge of technology. The two guards outside the cell wore mismatched light armor and even wielded different weaponry. These were mercs, although she did not know which group. Her heart sank as she wondered about Rakar. He had been gone for 5 hours, and the whimpering from the senators opposite her grated on her nerves. Her mind drifted to better times, and she wished Everin would appear. Perhaps he would before she died, but he probably would not interfere. The sound of something being dragged caught her attention.
"Stand back,"
said a guard as he opened the cell door. A moment later, Rakar got tossed in. Andia rushed over to him as the door slammed shut. He had bruising all over his naked torso. He still wore pants, but the signs of his torture were obvious. Rakar groaned. Andia pulled him to a corner and cradled him. "Is it bad?" Rakar squinted.
"I'm here still."
"They tortured you," she said, staring down a smirking guard.
"It's okay. The second part wasn't too bad, actually," said Rakar.
Andia ran a hand over his head. "Anything broken?"
"No, just pain. I'll heal."
Andia gritted her teeth. "Did you find out more about our situation?" Rakar rolled to the side and scooted next to her. He laid his head on her shoulder.
"Yeah. These are the Quintals. Apparently they were told to come pick us up."
"Saskarins?" said Andia.
"Yeah, sounds like them," said Rakar.
His breathing shallowed. Andia had never seen Rakar like this. It seemed like he tried everything possible to stay conscious. Her blood boiled to think of what the Quintals did to him. She clung to the idea that Blake and the Presidential Guard might come, but they would have no idea of this location.
"I'm gonna close my eyes for a bit," said Rakar.
He slumped against her.
"This is all your fault,"
said one of the senators on the other side of the cell. Andia looked over at Senator Grawl, a fierce supporter of the FDF. He was a pale, older man, and his usually pristine white robe was now tarnished with dirt patches. "How is this my fault?" she asked, her voice rising.
"You were president when Fredoria was attacked. How could you let it get to this point?"
Andia's nostrils flared. "The Saskarins are the ones who did this. There was plenty of evidence presented, and you cast a vote to slow down any investigation due to insufficient information." Senator Grawl snorted.
"Evidence? From who? Blake Brown? An Earthborn? Then you brought a Covendrin merc to back that up? Preposterous! You even claimed there was evidence from the android resistance. I'm sure they had our best interests in mind."
"You ignored video data." Senator Grawl shrugged.
"It could have been manufactured."
"We brought a slime along with medical reports on what it could do," she said. She shook her head. "No. You willfully ignored the threats against Fredoria and allowed them to grow to this point."
"Doesn't matter now. What's done is done, and all under your leadership."
Andia's eyes narrowed. "Did I fail?" "Sure. But only because I let people like you fester in the Senate. Your corruption should have been brought into the open. It's no surprise that your FDF informant was slimed, and yes, we knew that. Senator Grawl drew his head back.
Slimed. The mythical process where a Saskarin controls someone.
Yeah, and they're the ones who told the Quintals to bring us here. Senator Grawl eyed Rakar.
Let me guess. Your source for that is Rakar, who just underwent hours of torture. I'm not sure he's in the best state of mind to be making any conclusions.
Your Fredorian supremacy is showing. Senator Grawl scowled. The Kriegans are aware of the Saskarin threat and are fighting them while you claim ignorance. It seems odd that everyone agrees the Saskarins are real, except you. Andia wagged a finger. I think you refuse to acknowledge them because it paints the FDF in a negative light. I also think you've been their unknowing minion. All they needed to do was frame it in a specific way, and your gullibility took care of the rest.
Your lies mean nothing to me.
Andia waved her hand out in an arc. And your weakness has led us here. Senator Haskins looked at him. She's right. We had evidence, and you ignored it.
You too?
Asked Senator Grawl. Andia had always liked Senator Haskins. Others listened when she spoke, and she had a tough reputation. It seemed she did not appreciate Senator Grawl's words. Senator Haskins was older, like Senator Grawl, but her smooth dark skin and other features made her look younger. I can't deny what is before us, said Senator Haskins. The Kriegans validated the threat, and they already took appropriate countermeasures. Andia tried to do the same for us, and you and your faction doomed it. Now, here we are. She nodded at Andia. I hope the FDF undergoes some restructuring if we pull through this, assuming Fredoria survives. Senator Grawl threw his hands up.
Of course it will survive. It's Fredoria.
The FDF brought 2 fleets and dropped enforcers when we fled. If Fredoria survives, it's doing so under FDF who are being controlled, said Senator Haskins. She looked around. I'd settle for surviving this first.
I'm sure they'll ransom us like any other political prisoner,
said Senator Grawl. Andia sighed. Yeah, and let's just hope it's not Takara. Senator Grawl licked his lips. I already know I'm on their list. And to get some Fredorian senators, I'm sure a few Dredalians would pay. Senator Grawl leaned back against the wall and closed his eyes.
This is a disaster.
Andia figured he would put the pieces together. So much evidence could not simply be ignored. She nodded at Senator Haskins. Rakar's breathing normalized. Andia touched his cheek. He had fallen asleep. The political talk probably drove him to it. Sometimes it did her, too. She was not sure what their next step would be. 2 senators had disappeared, and 1 died trying to fight the Quintals. The missing senators had boarded the ship to leave, but never arrived, and the guards would not talk about anything. She looked forward to this nightmare ending, but hope faded fast in the damp, dark cell. Chapter 10. Blake cracked his neck as he waited in a side alley with Zane, Seth, Ada, and Cal. It was 10:45 a.m. Earth time the next day, and although he would have expected the sun to be out, it was twilight in Zertalis. A swarm of Kriegan Rangers had taken position on nearby rooftops, and a roadblock had been put in place. The Quintal delivery driver would have to stop in the narrow street, and Zane would prevent them from backing up. Then it was injecting sedatives time. Blake studied the canister on the ground behind him, filled with the liquid sedative, which Doc said was tasteless and odorless to the Quintals. It would be aerosolized and sprayed on the candied meat. Several smaller boxes sat farther back. They contained explosives that would take down the shield pylon in the Quintals' compound. Per Cal, it would devastate everything in a 200-foot radius. Once the shielding was down, it was go time. Blake grinned. Before any of that could occur, he needed to bite the delivery drivers. He was not sure how their blood would taste or how quickly it would take them to succumb, but he looked forward to the attempt. New alien blood always excited him. A vial of Guarda blood appeared in his thoughts.
Zane swatted Blake's arm. "They're coming. Good luck on biting them ugly fuckers. Always." Blake cleared his throat and focused. "All right, we got 15 minutes. That's all the variants they had in their delivery time. Cal, you ready?" "Yep," said Cal over comms. Blake slapped Zane's chest. "All right, big boy. Get in position." Zane nodded and hustled down a block and into a side alley. Blake grinned when the delivery vehicle came to a stop a moment later. It reminded him of a small van, except this one had 6 wheels and bars across the windows. If he had to imagine something post-apocalyptic, this would rank right up there. The 2 delivery drivers got out and approached the road barrier. "My turn," said Zane. He got behind the van. "You're up, Cal," said Blake. 2 shots rang out. The drivers shuddered as electrical arcs danced over their bodies. They collapsed. Blake stepped onto the street and motioned at Ada. "Time for you to do a little mixing." Ada nodded and slung the sedative canister onto her back. Blake checked the back of the van. "Damn, shit's locked. Ah well, I need to bite the drivers anyway. Zane, bring them up." Zane brought back the drivers. Blake studied them. Although they were quintal, it seemed there was definitely a variety within their population. These drivers were smaller and less plump than what he had seen in Himzer's data. 2 eyes that sat on their heads were also larger, resembling a fly eye, while the third seemed more human. He had bitten insect-like species before, but their blood always had an acidic flavor to it. He took a breath, then bit both drivers. "Damn," said Zane, grimacing. Seth laughed. "You really don't like them, do you? They creep me out." The drivers woke up and tossed and turned. After a moment, both stood before Blake. "You are under my control," said Blake. They nodded. "Good. Get the back of this can open." They opened the doors. Blake gestured at Ada. "All right, you're up. Seth, Cal, place the explosives and help her out." They stepped into the van. Seth opened containers while Ada sprayed the candied meats. Cal moved the explosives into place. Blake focused on the drivers. "You 2 will do your normal delivery, but do not open the containers. Deliver all but the explosive ones, then leave. Once your deliveries are complete, move away from the van at least 200 feet. When this bite wears off, this will all be a haze. Understand?" They nodded. "All right, get back into your vehicle." They complied. Blake cracked his neck. So far, everything had gone according to plan. He hoped Doc was right about the sedative being odorless and tasteless. If it was not, the quintals would react immediately. A test subject would have been good, but Blake was short on time. After 10 minutes, Ada, Seth, and Cal exited the van and locked the doors. Zane had removed the roadblock so the vehicle could move forward. Blake walked up to the passenger window and peered in. "All right, get going." The vehicle drove off. Everyone assembled around Blake. "Let's hope this shit works," he said. He looked around. "Okay, back to the Exceltion. We need to be in the air and on our way to the Quintal's compound once the shield drops." "The plan will work," said Seth. Blake nodded and motioned for everyone to move out. When they arrived back at the Exceltion 30 minutes later, they grouped up in the command center. "Sarah, contact Tyros," said Blake. "Got it," said Sarah. She interacted with her console. A communication window appeared with Tyros in it. "We're good to go," said Blake. "I'd say it'll be 2 hours before the treats are delivered and the shield is down. And thanks for the Ranger support." "Always. And we'll be ready," said Tyros. "I take it you didn't place a tracker on the vehicle?" Blake shook his head. "They'd probably detect the signal. No reason to chance it. We can get visual confirmation that they reached the compound, though. Per Himzer's data, it should only take about 30 minutes to get there, then another hour and a half to distribute all the containers." "Very well," said Tyros. "We'll launch in an hour and a half, and we can rendezvous outside the city." "Works for me," said Blake. Tyros did a Kriegan salute, which Blake returned. The communication window closed. Blake sat in his command chair. "Sarah, do the same in an hour and a half. Everyone else, take this time to eat, drink, or whatever. It's going to be a fight once we get there, so make sure you're ready."
Zane and Cal nodded and exited the command center. "Hopefully they'll all be sleeping when you go," said Sarah.
"Aye, it'll be like shooting fish in a barrel," said Luke.
Blake grinned. "I like the sound of that. But I expect we'll still encounter resistance." Over the next hour and a half, he tried to relax, but the upcoming fight made that hard to do. There were many variables, and a good portion of them were not defined. He was used to having everything detailed. It killed him that Andia and the others' status remained unknown. Every passing minute reminded him that if they were alive, it was probably in bad conditions. A screen with Teros's image appeared on the front wall.
"We're about to fly out of the city,"
said Teros. Blake nodded.
"We'll meet up at the agreed rendezvous site." "Understood. As soon as the shields go down, we will attack each corner and clear it. Once cleared, we'll drop down and establish an illusory projector while jamming communications."
"Sounds good," said Blake. "On our end, we'll fly to the middle and take down any support that might come your way. Once we've secured topside, I'll lead a group down."
Teros nodded. "We can assist in that regard."
"There are several entry points to the surface, so you will need to focus on defending those projectors. While our ships can provide help by sticking inside the illusory shield, the Quintals might have a few tricks up their sleeve. Besides, our group can handle a little search and rescue."
"I know,"
said Teros, chuckling.
"All right, we'll see you shortly."
The window dissipated. "You heard the man. Let's get moving," said Blake, gesturing at Sarah. "I'm on it," said Sarah. Her hands flew over her workstation. The Exceltion shuddered before hovering and taking off. Stealth mode activated. Blake figured with the low-tech nature of what he had seen so far on Julios, the Excelsion's stealth might actually work against the Quintals. A thermal sensor could pick it out with ease, or even a motion tracker in regard to turbulence. But on the dusty plains they would be over, the heat would provide some cover, and the Quintals used physical bodies more than technology for defense. After 20 minutes, the Exceltion hovered near 4 Kriegan ships. Blake smiled. Their stealth mode was active, but visible to the Excelsion's thermal scan. Teros popped up in a communication window.
"The compound shielding is still up?"
"I have faith in our delivery boys," said Blake. "They should be done in 10 minutes, then probably a bit more after that to blow the van." Teros sighed as the window closed. Blake sensed that, like the mood on the ship, Teros was anxious. To be so close to potentially rescuing Andia and the others, but to have to hang in a holding pattern was hard. Blake decided to get the landing group ready. "Seth, Ada, Zane, and Cal, meet me on the landing platform and be ready to go. We're close to the window and the compound shielding is going to blow." Everyone nodded. Blake stood and laid a hand on Sarah's shoulder. "You know what to do." Sarah spun her chair around and held his hand. "I do." They gazed into each other's eyes for a brief moment. Blake pivoted and exited the command center. As he walked to the armory, he reflected on the situation. His blood pumped furiously as he imagined the fighting that would occur. Even if their plan succeeded, Andia and the others might be dead due to various causes. If they were alive, he hoped they held out, and he suspected with Andia's fierceness and Rakar's steadiness, that was definitely a possibility. He sighed. It was killing time. Zane closed his eyes and focused. Sarah had informed everyone that the compound shielding dropped and the Kriegans' assault had begun. The Excelsion's turrets were not quiet either, and he knew the ship was securing a landing spot. His juggernaut suit was ready to go, and as soon as the landing platform dropped, they would be in a war zone. "Everyone ready?" asked Blake. "Killing time," said Cal. "All good here?" said Seth.
"I am ready,"
said Ada. Blake slapped Zane's chest. "You good to go?" Zane cleared his throat.
"Fuck yeah. Let's do this shit."
"All right," said Blake. "Stay behind Zane as much as possible. The Kriegan ships most likely have cleared their areas, and when they land their defensive units, those areas should be secured. As there are multiple surface entry points, I'd expect resistance to pop out from there. Where we're going is a smaller building, but it has direct access to a ramp that winds its way down. Better than taking the lift. They just stop it and toss a grenade on us," said Seth. Blake nodded. "We're going to stop off at each of the underground levels. There's only 5, but as soon as we find Andia and the others, or their corpses, we're out." "We're by the building now," said Sarah over comms. "Okay, lower the platform," said Blake. Zane's heartbeat shot up as he lowered his hell thrower and expanded his energy shield. The first few moments of battle were always the roughest, as it forced a transition in mindset. He had no issue with wading into battle, and he looked forward to releasing some anxious energy. "You still good?" asked Blake, looking at him. Zane exhaled. "Yeah. Just a lot of unknowns is all. I feel ya." Zane suspected Blake detected the nervous energy. The platform lowered. As expected, enemy fire immediately lit Zane's energy shield. He surged off the platform and planted his feet with his energy shield, facing the weapon's fire. "Move," said Blake as he rushed off the platform and toward the building. Zane walked sideways, always keeping his shield toward an area that was out of reach of the Kriegans and the Exceltion's firing arc. "Sarah, we're off and taking some heat. Fly up and get them," said Blake. "We got it," said Sarah. The group continued to move toward the building. Zane looked off in the distance and saw the wrecked shielding pylon. The sound of fighting echoed everywhere. He suspected the Quintals were trying to retake the four corners from the Kriegans. The Exceltion had risen enough that its firing arcs could cover the group. "Much better," said Seth as they approached the building entrance. Zane appreciated the cover fire from the Exceltion. The initial assault on his energy shield used up more energy than expected. While his shield was powerful, it was not meant for prolonged fighting. He walked backward until the group arrived at the entrance. "Zane, take point," said Blake. "Got it," said Zane. He moved to the front of the group and marched into the building. Labels appeared everywhere on his interior helmet as his sensors tried to make sense of the environment. He focused on the corpses that hung off poles near the back. Bones and dried blood resided near the base of the surrounding walls. The place looked like a ritual house of some sort. "The fuck is all this?" asked Cal. "Worship house. It looks like they celebrate death here," said Blake. He pointed forward. "Ramp down is 2 hallways away. Let's go." Zane continued on. The darkness made the place creepy. The electrical grid for the area must have been hit. Hopefully it did not extend below ground. As he walked through the room and into a hallway, he studied the walls. Painted symbols in blood with bones hung in unusual patterns decorated the walls. He was not sure what religion the Quintals followed or if they did at all, but if this was a worship house, they must believe in a god of death. No wonder they would fight to the end. Perhaps they believed there was something better awaiting them after dying. 2 Quintals burst into the room. They wore light armor and bone necklaces, and were as ugly as Zane imagined they would be. They were a far cry from the delivery drivers he interacted with earlier. Confusion spread across the mercs' faces. Zane barked and howled as he unloaded his hell thrower on them. The mercs were cut in half, and their body parts fell to the ground. Blake laughed. "You invited them to a quick death." Zane nodded. That familiar being in battle feeling washed over him. He loved moments like this, and once his lust for it kicked in, he wanted more. After a few minutes, the group reached a descending ramp. Ada stepped forward and launched a reconnaissance drone.
I shall scout ahead.
"Sounds good," said Blake. He tapped at his forearm device. "So we got 5 levels. First one down looks like storage. We can skip that one. Second is offices and shit. I'm guessing that's their command area. Third is living area, so I'm guessing barracks of some type. Fourth is a medical level for the most part. And fifth is prisoners. Let's hit the command area first, then the prisoners." "Shouldn't we hit the prisoners first?" asked Seth. "I thought that too. But we might be able to disable any security from there. Himser didn't have detailed plans of this part of the compound." Blake glanced at Ada. "I expect she will get us that information. They may be low tech here, but I'm sure they have some digital presence, and if they do, Ada's going to tap that."
I will tap it,
said Ada, raising her head. Seth shook his head. "He was teasing you?" Ada smiled.
I know.
Blake grinned. Zane enjoyed that Ada played along. She had changed his view on androids in general, and he understood what Seth saw in her. Zane would consider an android relationship if he were not with Mara. Blake pointed forward. "You have the path. Lead on, big man." Zane nodded and entered the ramp. The ramp transitioned into a more familiar aesthetic. Metallic panels covered the walls, floor, and ceiling, and illumination was provided by flickering half-globes on the ceiling. The ramp path was wide and provided plenty of space for the group to walk side by side. A small group of Quintals appeared in the distance and halted. Blake and the others opened fire. decimating them. Cal laughed. No chance for those bitches.
Yeah, not many expect to run into us, said Blake.
Zane appreciated the ease at their progress. The weak resistance surprised him, but he suspected the Quintals were using other ramps that led closer to the areas the Kriegans held. After 10 minutes of a few light encounters, they reached the arced entrance to the command level. 2 guards out front raised their weapons. Zane unloaded his hell thrower on them, shredding them to pieces. Voices shouted in the distance.
Well, they know we're here, said Zane.
Blake nodded. He gestured at Seth and Ada and pointed right, then motioned for Cal to go to the other side. After everyone was in position, Blake slapped Zane's back. Zane barked and howled as he soldiered on through the entrance. The open room they entered contained hallways leading off to other areas, and a few doorways resided alongside them. Several Quintals burst out of hallways and offices. Cal hit one with a volley from his dual pistols, while Seth and Ada mowed down 3 who emerged from a hallway on the right. Blake aimed forward and hit another Quintal, who burst out of a room. Zane grinned as he fired down a hallway and hit 4 Quintals. It was apparent they were caught by surprise. A moment later, only the sound of retreating Quintals filled the air.
Sounds like they're regrouping on the ramp on the other side, said Blake. Ada, let's find you something to access.
Ada nodded. She paused and then pointed ahead and to the right.
I sense a large amount of electrical activity over there.
All right, said Blake. He crooked a thumb at a nearby hallway. Lead on, Zane.
Zane took a moment to study the corpses that littered the room. He suspected this was not the Quintals' best defense, and he realized they probably did not expect anyone to make it this far. Most of their heavy defense resided topside, but they would have been no match against 5 ships and their turrets. Then again, he and the others were not a faction on Julio's, so the consequences would be less if they actually lived on the planet. He marched down the hallway. Quintals in the distance ran instead of trying to fight. He thought they would fight to the death, or so it was claimed. But perhaps they were regrouping, as Blake had mentioned. Either way, Zane led the group to a server room.
Some old shit in here, said Seth.
Cal chuckled. Damn, no kidding. I think I had something more advanced when I was a kid.
All right, said Blake. Zane, cover the entrance. Ada, find what you can.
He pointed at Cal and Seth. Protect Ada.
Where are you going to be?
Asked Seth.
Scouting, said Blake as his camouflage shielding activated.
Seth shook his head. You mean playing? Blake laughed. Everyone moved to their assigned positions. Blake slapped Zane on the arm.
Keep this place locked down until I'm back. No sweat, said Zane. That's what I like to hear.
Blake moved off. Zane grinned. He loved being a part of Blake's crew. Although Zane still worried a bit about what might happen if Fredoria wanted him back in prison, he thought he had done enough to clear his name. Maybe a benefit of the Civil War was things like his past would be expunged. An anguished cry echoed in the distance. He grinned. It sounded like a Quintal ran into Blake. Chapter 11. Blake lowered his helmet so he could sense the environment better. With Zane and the others securing the server room, that left him some space to get out and scout around. Blake was used to doing reconnaissance solo, and he was curious about the Quintals. The first thing he noticed was the foul stench. That did not surprise him, as it seemed hygiene was in short supply from what he had seen so far. The flickering light annoyed him, and when it turned dark, he could still see. The various offices he had scouted had low-tech furniture, and he did not detect many advanced features, probably due to the Quintals' inability to secure the proper talent to do anything deeply technical. It would take a certain type of being to want to work willingly in an environment like this. A desk drawer slammed. He crept down the hallway and popped into an office opposite from what he heard. A Quintal merc rushed into the other room.
Horgus, we're getting decimated up top.
Yes, I'm aware, said Horgus.
Another group is on this level. I know that too. What do we do? Asked the merc.
Gather everyone in the pipe. We can defend better there and reorganize. We're going to retake this base, said Horgus.
I'm with you, said the merc.
He shook his head.
Why are the Kriegans attacking us?
Horgus sighed.
Probably because we took one of them prisoner who just happened to be a damn former Kriegan ranger.
He looked like trouble, said the merc.
Well, they can have the prisoners. We can't ransom them if we're under nonstop assault by groups trying to get them back.
The merc nodded and took off. It sounded like Andia and the others remained alive. Blake snuck up to the room entrance and peeked in. Horgus rifled through various desk drawers, which meant there might be something he did not want captured. Blake decided to get some answers. He stepped into the room and deactivated his camouflage shielding while activating his energy blade. Horgus jumped back. Blake stepped forward, keeping the blade steady under Horgus's chin.
Well. Who do we have here?
Horgus.
I was being rhetorical.
Who are you?
Blake grinned. I'm Blake Brown. And you have a few friends of mine. Horgus closed his 3 eyes for a moment, then reopened them.
Rakar said you'd come for him.
Yeah, of course he did. That's a given. For your sake, he better be alive. Otherwise, I take your head. Horgus nodded vigorously.
He is.
Good. All of them? Horgus trembled.
3 senators are not with the group. 1 died fighting during the abduction. 1 is the next level down, and the other was cooked.
Blake tilted his head. Really? Which one did you cook?
Senator Graltor.
Well, he was an asshole, said Blake. He lifted his blade. And the other who died on the ship?
Senator Comex.
Blake sighed. A shame. One of the good ones. Who is the last one level down?
Senator Melrin.
And why isn't he with the other senators? You play a little chain train? Horgus went silent. Blake's eyes narrowed. He might have been a bitch, but no one deserves that. He lowered his blade and stepped back. I'm letting you live because you let Rakar live. You owe me your life. Remember this moment if I come calling.
Most definitely,
said Horgus. Blake activated his camouflage shielding and exited the room. Although everything in him wanted to kill Horgus, Blake remembered Ada sparing Hagareth on Takara. Having others owe favors might not be a bad thing, especially in a hellhole like Julios. Blake made his way back to the server room.
Miss me?
He asked. Ada smiled.
We have information.
Senator Comex died during the abduction. Senator Graltor got cooked, and Senator Melrin was on chain train duty. Ada tilted her head.
Yes. How did you know?
Oh, I ran into someone who now owes me a favor. I followed your Hagareth example. Ada nodded. All right, let's get old Senator Melrin, then get Andia and the others, said Blake. They marched to the ramp. Senator Melrin, isn't that the asshole who said Earthborn were trash? Asked Seth. Blake nodded. He also voted against FDF reforms that would have had slime detectors as standard issue. That still didn't stop Andia from getting those and Slimers on the ships unofficially.
How ironic that it would be an Earthborn crew who saves him, said Zane.
Chain train duty, said Cal, shaking his head. That's so fucked up. Blake chuckled. Make sure your helmets are up unless you enjoy the smell of sweaty asses. He raised his helmet, along with the others. The group reached the ramp, and 10 minutes later they arrived at the 3rd level.
The living quarters,
said Ada.
It is strange that they kept some prisoners here. Also, we did not meet any resistance on the way down here.
Yeah, said Blake. A Quintal merc called Horgus said they were regrouping someplace called the Pipe. Ada paused.
There is a massive pipe 1 level up that leads out into the desert to an underground structure.
Then that's where they're going, said Blake. They plan to regroup there. Then we'll try to retake the base. We'll be gone by then. He slapped Zane's chest. You're up, big man. Zane marched forward with his shield out and hell thrower lowered. Blake initially kept his helmet up, but he needed to detect Senator Melrin. He opened his helmet and took a whiff of the air. It smelled horrible, like it did a few levels up, but this particular stench had other detectable alien smells. He followed the faint wisp trail that appeared to him and indicated human. The main hallway had others off to the sides,
and the trail led him down one of the side ones that ended at a thick metallic door with a green light above it.
There, he said, pointing forward. Ada, can you crack that?
Of course,
said Ada. She connected to the door console with tendrils from her fingers. A moment later, the door light turned red, and several clicking sounds filled the air before it opened. A wave of fresh odors crashed over his nostrils. Blake grimaced. The stench of a sweaty human stood out. He did not recognize some of the other smells, but the main corridor had other thick doors on both sides.
Can you open these two?
Asked Blake. Ada focused. After a moment, the other doors unlocked.
All right, let's see what we're dealing with,
said Blake. The group entered the large corridor. Blake peeked into the first room. A nude Dredalian stood facing the opposite wall. Her hands were tied to 2 chains that hung from the ceiling. A table with various cloths and oil bottles was behind her, and a white robe rested on a wall hanger. He walked in and sliced the chains. The Dredalian crumpled to the ground and turned her head. She whimpered when she saw Blake. Blake extended a hand out, palm down.
Relax, we're not here for fun. We're freeing you.
She frowned. Blake gestured at Cal.
Get her the robe. Everyone else, let's get all these people in one spot.
Cal moved into action. Blake stepped out of the room and contacted Teros. We found some other prisoners and are on our way to Andia and Rakar. Can you send some rangers to pick these people up? Teros glanced away and shouted at some rangers. He looked back at Blake.
I'm sending a squad down to you. Andia and Rakar are alive?
Yep, said Blake with a big grin. Seems he told them that the rangers would come.
That is well known in merc circles, said Teros. Meeting a lot of resistance.
Blake shrugged.
We met some, but they didn't stand a chance.
Teros nodded.
Okay. Update me if you find anything else.
Will do, said Blake. He closed his communication window and checked on the others. Ada corralled the prisoners near the exit, while Cal, Zane, and Seth weaved in and out of the rooms. Zane walked up to Blake with a human man.
Senator Melrin.
Blake studied the trembling senator with dead eyes and a permanent scowl. His fair skin showed bruising around the neck, and it looked like his blond hair had been shaved somewhat. He was the youngest senator of the group, which was probably why he got selected by the Quintals.
Blake Brown.
Fredorian Presidential Guard, Earthborn unit, said Blake, raising his head a bit. Senator Melrin looked up at him. A tear rolled down his cheek.
You've been through a lot.
Blake peered back and gestured at Ada.
Go group with the others. A Krigan Ranger squad is on its way to get you out. You understand?
Senator Melrin nodded as more tears flowed. We're going to get Andia, Rakar, and the other senators after the Rangers arrive. Senator Melrin whimpered as he rushed forward and bear-hugged Blake. Blake looked at Zane. Zane shrugged. Blake put a hand on Senator Melrin's back.
You're safe now.
Senator Melrin stepped back. Go with Zane and stick close to Ada. We still need to free the other prisoners here. Zane gestured toward Ada. Senator Melrin nodded at Blake and took off. Zane glanced at Blake, then followed Senator Melrin. Blake recognized the senator's state. It was one Blake came close to experiencing on Tokara. Senator Melrin probably realized death could arrive at any time, and before it would occur, he became a plaything for the Quintals, not something one expects when becoming a senator. Blake felt bad for him, and wondered if his views would change. It would not matter if Fredoria did not survive. Andia smiled when Rakar sat up. His bruising had gone down, something not too surprising given the Krigan's natural regeneration rate. It was one Krigan aspect Fredorians tried to emulate through technology, but not quite as successfully. Fredorians held Krigan resiliency as the ideal standard, and also reinforced the idea that Krigans were genetically superior in a lot of ways. Earthborn always found coming to that same conclusion difficult.
I feel better,
said Rakar. I figured it wouldn't take too long if they didn't break anything, said Andia. Rakar grinned.
I think they planned to, but my charm shone through.
She eyed him. He laughed, then winced.
Okay, maybe I need to take it slow still.
Andia looked around. I've been hearing noises.
He studied her. Are you all right?
Just listen. Rakar took a deep breath and focused.
I hear something, too. It sounds like weapons fire.
Andia's eyes widened.
You don't think it could be, said Rakar.
He stood with her assistance. When he got to the cell door, he stopped and tilted his head. Andia joined him.
Hey, stand back,
said the quintal guard. Rakar grinned.
I'd say the same for you. This compound is under attack.
The two guards looked at each other.
I didn't hear anything, said one guard.
Rakar tapped his head.
I'm Cregan. I have better hearing. Something is coming.
The guard harumphed. He walked over to the console on the opposite side of the room and interacted with it. The door opened, and the loud sound of something winding up and shooting filled the air. Andia jumped. Body parts of the guard flew past. The other guard took aim at the door. Andia gasped when Blake rushed in and sliced the quintal's arm off, then decapitated him. The other senators huddled around the door.
Blake, said Rakar. Glad you're here.
Likewise, said Andia. Blake flashed his hands off to the side. Of course, I'm Blake Brown. Andia chuckled. Blake gestured at the door. Everyone, stand back. Zane, open this thing. Zane, in his juggernaut suit, sauntered over and grabbed the door bars. With minimal effort, he yanked it off and tossed it to the side. Andia relished the opportunity to see his skills up close.
Ada, scan everyone and determine if they need help, said Blake.
Ada nodded and entered the cell. Blake tapped at his forearm device. A screen shot up with Teros's image.
Teros, we found Andia and Rakar and the others. We're treating them. Then we're on our way up. How's topside? Initially rough, but it's calmed down. Now would be a good time to go.
Teros paused.
Can I see them?
Blake interacted with his forearm device. The screen pivoted.
There you are, said Teros. Rakar smiled. I suspect we have a lot to catch up on, old friend.
That we do. I'll be aboard the Exceltion so we can talk, said Teros. He nodded at Andia.
As always, good to see you as well.
Andia smiled. She had many questions about how the Exceltion crew hooked up with Teros to come rescue them, but it could wait.
All right, we'll be topside soon, said Blake.
The screen shut down.
Once Ada's treated whoever, we can move out, said Blake.
How'd you find us? Asked Andia.
Blake grinned. Oh, you know. Confidential.
She eyed him. He laughed.
The broker. I suspect he told Teros too because he was here when we got here.
He raised a finger. The broker seems to have incredible insight. It's almost like he knows what's going to happen. Rakar and Andia shared a look. Blake shrugged. Probably Everin giving him information. Andia's eyes widened. Blake smiled. Nonetheless, we made a deal to get specifics. So we started a gang war. Got this compound's layout, and here we are. Teros has 60 rangers with him, and they currently are holding topside. I'm just glad you arrived, said Andia. Her eyes narrowed. One senator died during the abduction, but there are 2 others missing. Did you run into them on your way here? Blake grimaced. Senator Mellerin was in a chain train room. What's that? Blake licked his right fang. Chain you up. Then everyone has a turn. Oh, said Andia. She wondered if Senator Mellerin's age factored into his selection or if her status as president spared her. How is he now? Shaken up, said Blake. He's struggling, but a squad of Cregan Rangers picked him and some others up.
Rakar shook his head. These quintals are brutal. What of the other senator?
Senator Gralter was eaten. Andia grimaced as a wave of revulsion swept over her. Neither senator deserved that. I agree. But like Rakar said, these quintals are rough. They realize now they bit off more than they could chew.
I'm sure Teros will want to arrest everybody, said Rakar.
Not this time. The focus is getting you and everyone else out of here. We can reassess things and get updates in a safer place. Andia nodded. She moved out of the cell and studied Zane. Blood spatters marked his suit. The foul stench of feces and other strong odors made her cough. It smelled worse outside the cell room than inside. Her eyes watered. Seth and Cal scouted the surrounding area, while Ada moved with precision, scanning and treating the other senators. She carried a syringe that she swapped various vials into from her backpack. Blake's crew exceeded Andia's expectations again. Although the situation was still shaky at best, she would not be a prisoner anymore. She grinned when Rakar fidgeted while Ada scanned him and checked him out. He always tried to show how strong he was, but Ada was kind to him as she talked in a lower voice. Andia suspected that was part of Ada's medical training. It impressed Andia that Ada, despite what happened during the android declassification event, still assisted Fredoria in any capacity. After several more minutes of observing, Andia snapped into focus when Blake motioned for everyone to follow him. Zane led the way, with Blake immediately behind him, and then her, Rakar, and the other senators. Seth was on the right side, while Ada covered the left. Cal took up the rear. It was a defensive formation, one Andia appreciated. As the group moved through hallways, she studied the Quintal corpses. Blake's crew had blown through them. It struck her as odd that some of the corpses looked like they were destroyed more than they should be. Her muscles relaxed as they continued on. She was unsure of the next steps, and Fredoria's condition weighed heavily on her mind. The first step was to escape, and with Blake and the Exceltion crew, that had been achieved. Zane mowed down 2 Quintal mercs who wandered into their path. Ada shot another, while Blake decapitated a 4th. Perhaps Andia had become desensitized to violence, but it was a necessary step to escape. She was proud of all Blake had accomplished, and watching his crew in action made her smile. Chapter 12. Blake assessed the current situation. They were approaching topside, and on the way, the group only had to deal with a small crew of stragglers. He suspected they were headed to wherever the pipe was, but unfortunately for them, they crossed the group's path and were dealt with. Taros had reached out and verified that topside was clear, but a large caravan in the distance had started toward the compound. Blake wanted everyone on ships before the caravan arrived.
"Who do you think they are?"
asked Zane.
"Himser and his TD crew," said Blake.
"Really?" Blake grinned. "We already handed them a gang war free of charge, and now we've taken the brunt of clearing out the compound, or at least removing a large portion of the resistance. I'm beginning to wonder if this was Himsor's plan all along, and if they informed the Quintals about abducting Andia and the others."
"Damn," said Cal. "That would be some shit."
Yes, it would," said Blake. Although TD knowing about it seems unlikely, but it's still an interesting thought. He squinted as they reached the exit to the worship house. Light streamed in from high windows and provided a stark contrast to the flickering lights on the ramp. "We're near your position," said Sarah over comms.
"Sounds good,"
said Blake, raising a hand for the group to hold. "We got Andia and the others, minus 2 senators. Taros will be joining us so we can figure out our next steps. Before that, though, I'd like to identify the approaching caravan. Get whatever scans possible from your current position."
"We're on it," said Kane.
Blake nodded. "Good. While I have you on, work with Luke to convert the training room into temporary rooms for the senators. Andia and Rakar will get our first spare room, Taros the other."
"Got it, boss man."
"Okay. Out." Blake looked around the group. "The Exceltion is nearby. Ada, Seth, take Andia and the senators to the med bay. Afterward, take them to the training room, which will be converted to temporary living quarters." Andia smiled. "We don't need special treatment." Blake shook his head. "You are the president. That's actually standing Exceltion policy on guests."
"If you insist,"
said Rakar with a grin. "I'm trying to keep it clean here," said Blake, smiling at him. Andia eyed Blake. Blake cleared his throat. "All right. Let's go." The group entered the worship house, and after 5 minutes, they stood inside the open room that led out. Blake peered outside and saw the Exceltion out front. The landing platform had been lowered, and Luke sat on a mobile turret. 4 of Doc's defense robots surrounded Luke.
"Okay, we're coming out," said Blake over comms.
"We got eyes on you,"
said Luke. Blake tapped Zane's arm.
"Lead on."
Zane barked and howled as he stepped outside. The group followed him, and after a few minutes they reached the landing platform and boarded it. The platform rose up.
Ada, Seth, you're up, said Blake.
Ada waved forward.
Please follow me.
The senators got behind Ada as she moved out. Andia smiled and squeezed Blake's arm as she passed. Rakar and Blake slapped hands. Blake tapped his forearm device.
Teros, you on your way? I'll be there momentarily. I'm updating my group on the next steps, said Teros. Sounds good.
I'm going to scope out that caravan and see what's up. I can pick you up then.
That works for me. I'll be ready.
Okay. Out, said Blake. He nodded at Zane, Cal, and Luke.
All right, boys.
To the command center. Zane lowered his helmet.
Fresh air.
You know you wanted some of that underground compound air, said Cal, grinning.
Oh, fuck you,
said Zane, laughing. Come on, said Blake. He waved forward. They reached the command center. Blake took a seat in his chair while Zane and Cal sat in the back. Blake turned to Sarah.
Are you detecting any communications on that caravan headed toward the compound?
Sarah nodded.
They're a chatty group. It seems they're excited about reaching this area. Any clue who they are?
Sarah interacted with her workstation. A screen popped up with a visual of Himzor riding shotgun in an open-air vehicle.
Himzor.
As I expected, said Blake. He rubbed his chin.
Any way to contact him?
We've isolated the communication frequency he's using. Well, at least the one from that vehicle. Blake nodded. All right. Try to connect. I'd like to chat with him while Teros is prepping to leave.
Okay,
said Sarah. Her hands flew over her console. After a moment, a window with an audio signal appeared.
Himzor.
You hearing this? Asked Blake. Silence filled the air initially, but after a minute, the signal fluctuated.
Blake Brown, I take it, said Himzor.
Yep, it's me. I noticed you have quite a few vehicles coming this way.
Himzor laughed over the vehicle's roaring engine.
A few, yes. I take it you got your people, as it looks like you're about to leave?
We did. And we are leaving. I assume you're not going to interfere with that.
Of course we aren't. However, the remaining quintals, them, we will deal with.
Blake chuckled. I'm getting the feeling you knew we would succeed.
Everything's a gamble. You, though, are more of a sure bet. When we heard of the Cregan Rangers' involvement, it was easy to know what would happen. By now, the Quintals have retreated to their little underground bunker called the Pipe. We're going to hit that.
Blake laughed. Just don't get high off your own supply. Zane, Kane, and Cal laughed.
I don't understand, said Himzor. What supply are you talking about?
Blake grinned. It's an Earthborn saying. Nonetheless, good luck taking the compound.
No luck is needed, said Himzor.
He yelped along with several other mercs. Sarah flinched. All right, out, said Blake. The window closed. What was that yelling noise? Asked Sarah.
They like to yelp and shit, said
Cal. Sarah shook her head. It's unsettling. The important thing is they're not a threat, said Blake. All we need to do now is pick up Teros and meet with the others to determine our next step.
Sounds like some political bullshit if the senators are involved, said Zane.
Probably, said Blake. A blank window popped up on the screen. Teros is contacting us, said Sarah.
Put it through, said Blake.
Teros appeared in the window.
I'm ready to go. I've informed the other ships to follow your lead. Send the coordinates when I'm aboard.
Will do, said Blake. The window closed. Blake motioned at Sarah.
Let's get him.
His muscles relaxed as Sarah focused on her workstation. Andia and Rakar had been retrieved, and now they needed to get someplace safe in order to figure out the next step. Blake paced the front of the briefing room. He had all the ships gather near a star in a system several light years away. It was remote and unmapped, and the star would hide their heat signatures. Doc had verified that Andia, Rakar, and the senators were okay, and they were crammed in along with Teros and the rest of the Exceltion crew. It had been 4 hours since they left Julio's, and in that time, Blake had contacted Yildaris and Q. Reese. They would be critical for the next steps, and Blake wanted to be sure they were around to talk. He had their guarantee they would be available, pending the result of the meeting, and he had an idea they seemed receptive toward. The big question was if everyone in the room would be open to it. "You're going to wear the floor out," said Sarah, standing in the back. Blake grinned. "I'm just thinking things through." He looked around. While Andia and the senators were all seated, the Exceltion crew, Teros and Rakar, stood next to Sarah. Silence fell. Blake cleared his throat. "All right. We can begin. It's almost end of day, Earth time at least, so after this everyone can relax." He pointed at the senators. "We have temporary accommodations for all of you in our training room. There are replicated pseudo-rooms, but you'll have to share a common bathroom." "No problem," said Senator Mellerin, raising his head a bit. "Anything is better than where we were."
"Why do Andia and Rakar get their own room, and Teros for that matter?"
asked Senator Grawl, eyeing Andia. Andia is the president, and that's standing policy here on the Exceltion when she travels with us. As for Teros, he is a high-ranking visitor, also standard policy, said Blake. Mellerin glared at Grawl. "Enjoy what you have and quit bitching." Grawl looked away. "All right," said Blake. "The good news is we are in a safe spot for the moment. The bad news is Senator Comex died during the abduction, and Senator Graltor was eaten by the Quintals."
"Barbarians,"
said Grawl. "Yeah, they're a bit rough around the edges. Nonetheless, we're here, and the next step is to determine where to go," said Blake. "We have a base not too far from here," said Teros. "It's available if needed." Blake nodded. "I appreciate it, and that'd definitely be a possibility."
"Why can't we just go back to Fredoria?"
asked Grawl. Andia sighed. "We weren't safe when we were there. What makes you think that changed?"
"Perhaps things have changed in our absence."
Teros shook his head. "Fredoria is wholly controlled by the Saskarin-controlled FDF. It's chaos on the planet, and it seems not all of the FDF fleet is in agreement. The civil war is still ongoing, and that's why Fredoria is out of the question. For now." Blake raised a finger. "However, I have another idea. If we're to retake Fredoria, we need fleet support." He looked at Andia. "I have some friends who could help with that, and they would like to, but they don't know how." "The Covendrin and AR," said Andia.
"Preposterous," said Grawl.
Andia glared at him, then faced Blake. "What's involved?" Blake grinned. "We go to Kal-El, the AR home moon. From there we broadcast to all loyal FDF to come to Covendrin space. When they do, we sweep the ships to verify they are not slimed, and then with a combined Covendrin, AR, and loyal FDF fleet, we take back Fredoria." The room became silent. "I know the situation seems impossible right now, but this could work." "I like it," said Andia. "If they're going to put their lives on the line, the least we could do is coordinate closely with them." Grawl scowled.
"You want to partner with them?"
"If it increases our chance of retaking Fredoria?" "Absolutely," said Andia. "We listened to your suggestion, and like your voting record. It's bad."
"Damn,"
said Zane. Grawl peered behind at Zane. Zane cocked his head and stared back. Grawl cleared his throat and turned around.
"Some of us would prefer to go to the Krigan base and make our way from there."
Andia glanced at Teros. "Is that okay with you?"
"It's no problem,"
said Teros. He gestured at Blake. "I like his idea. It's the better choice, but for anyone not wanting to go to Kal-El, I can put them on one of our ships, and it will take them to our base." Andia nodded. "Problem solved, then." Senator Haskins shook her head at Grawl. "You've always been a fool. If Blake's plan succeeds, there will be a restructuring."
"Is that a threat?"
asked Grawl. "Of course not. But you may find yourself on the outside." Grawl shrugged.
"Or the plan fails. I get back to Fredoria to work with whatever new government is there, and you'll be on the outside."
"Good luck with that," said Haskins. Grawl stood and looked around.
"I can't believe what I'm hearing in this room."
He peered back at Teros.
I'd like to board one of your ships as soon as possible. Anyone else with common sense can join me."
A third of the senators hesitated, then rose. Blake's eyes narrowed. It was obvious Grawl wielded some influence even this far out.
"We'll be in our temporary living quarters," said Grawl.
He left with some senators in tow. Blake grinned.
"Well, now that we have that out of the way."
Yildaris and Q Reese are on standby. Any concerns? Andia smiled. "Proceed." Blake nodded. He interacted with the table console, and a large screen behind him lit up, showing Yildaris and Q Reese sitting next to each other. Blake grinned when he saw Yildaris's new Arch Commander outfit. It was still black and gold-colored, but had highlights of white. Q Reese had on blue light armor.
"Good to see you both," said Blake.
Yildaris and Q Reese nodded.
"I've updated everyone on the plan, and we're good to go."
Q Reese looked at Andia. "We welcome you to Kal-El." "It's appreciated," she said.
"We'll help with security," said Yildaris. "Kal-El is deep in our territory, so you will be safe there."
He looked at Rakar and Teros.
"Your unit is welcome to stay as well."
Teros did a Kriegan salute.
"We will be down one ship, so it's just my unit."
Yildaris and Q Reese returned the salute. Blake waved his finger around.
"Look at us. One big happy family."
Everyone laughed. Yildaris focused on the senators.
"Know that we are committed to freeing Fredoria. Relations may not have been the greatest to this point, but Blake has shown us that we can work with humans."
Melrin nodded.
"Your help is appreciated. We won't forget it. These Saskarins must be removed." "We have some experience with that,"
said Yildaris, smiling at Blake. Haskins raised her head a bit. "We look forward to enacting this plan." Yildaris nodded at her. Blake tilted his head at Teros.
"By the time we arrive, we should be able to watch the Kriegan 95th Fleet assault Jazaris, right?" "That's right," said Teros. "Good.
Then we can all watch the Saskarins burn," said Blake. "About damn time," said Seth.
"Fuck yeah,"
said Zane. "Okay. It'll be about 3 days before we arrive at Kal-El," said Blake. He pointed at Teros. "He'll get the other senators squared away, and as for us, we'll catch up on some deserved rest on the trip out." He faced Yildaris and Q Reese. "Thanks for taking my call, and we'll see you soon." Yildaris and Q Reese did a Covendrin salute, which Blake returned. The screen turned dark. "You command their respect," said Haskins. "They've been in the trenches with us."
"Same with Teros and his rangers," said Blake.
Haskins looked back at Teros, then at Blake. "Let's hope the plan works." Blake grinned.
"When Covendrin, AR, Kriegan Rangers, Earthborn, and Fredorians come together, it's all good."
The Exceltion crew chuckled. Blake glanced at Andia.
"Anything else we need to cover?"
"We're good unless any of the senators want to discuss other topics."
"I'd like to hear whatever updates you have on Fredoria,"
said Melrin. Blake nodded.
"Okay, I can cover that. Anyone not wanting to stick around, you're free to leave."
The Exceltion crew, minus Sarah and Teros, exited the room. Sarah and Rakar sat in the empty seats the other senators had vacated earlier. Blake had hoped they might be able to free Fredoria. There was still a lot of work to do, but he had the pieces he needed to get it going. It dismayed him that Grawl and his faction did not want to participate, but that was somewhat expected. With Andia, Haskins, and the remaining senators, they could still make a case to the loyal FDF. A nagging thought that Grawl's faction might sow chaos if they got back to Fredoria seeped into Blake's head. He grinned as he surveyed the remaining group.
"Okay, so what's going on in Fredoria? Let me show you."
Chapter 13. Cal found the last 2 days in condensed space to be busier than he expected. The senators did not like to stay in their temporary living quarters, and the novelty of being on the Exceltion and interacting with Earthborn seemed to intrigue them. Although he was not one to shy from conversation, he did try to clean up his language some around them. Thankfully, there was a cafeteria area near the training room. It was small but serviceable and meant for up to 6 additional guests. The senators rotated in and out of it. There were 2 other cafeteria areas, one close to Command Center and a larger one by the armory in the back. They were essentially rooms with matter replicators, tables, chairs, and a screen displaying whatever news media was available. His stomach grumbled. It was 10:30 a.m., and he had slept well. Ship life was second nature to him, and the ship's quiet hum reassured him. He figured he would swing by the cafeteria near the command center, which was where most of the Exceltion crew usually ate. After getting cleaned up and putting on loose brown pants, a white t-shirt, and his black boots, he moved out to check on Zane. Zane was Cal's partner in crime. He loved hanging with Zane and had formed a strong friendship with him. They had a battle bond, something Cal valued highly. They also had a shared origin in being Earthborn, and could joke around with each other. That was an important trait since Fredorians, and most aliens in general, took words literally. One misunderstanding and things might get hostile quickly. He reached Zane's quarters and knocked. "Yo! Brunch?" The door opened a moment later.
"I'm game,"
said Zane. Cal grinned. Zane had on loose camouflage pants and a tight black t-shirt. Cal nodded down the hallway. They assembled in the command center cafeteria.
"Think it's time for some chicken fried steak and waffles,"
said Zane. "Damn, that sounds good," said Cal. He chuckled. "All right, you convinced me." They got their food and sat at a table. Before Cal could get his first bite in, Senator Haskins entered the room and used the replicator. Cal wondered why she had come to this cafeteria and not the one closest to the living quarters. Her white senatorial robe looked like it had been cleaned and was not what he expected for casual wear. Perhaps robes were her style. Haskins replicated a traditional Fredorian spiced omelet with meat and some hot tea. She locked gazes with Cal. "Mind if I join you?" Cal glanced at Zane, who shrugged, then gestured at a seat next to him. "Not at all." She sat and smiled at them. "Thank you. I know it probably seems odd I'm here and not in the other cafeteria. The thought crossed my mind," said Cal. She sighed. "Senators like to debate, even when there's nothing to talk about. I just wanted to eat somewhere in peace." Zane grinned.
"You found the right spot. This one is often used by the command crew, but they have a set schedule, so usually there's no one here at this time."
"Smart," said Haskins. She eyed them. "That's something I've come to expect from your crew." Cal took a bite of his meal and raised an eyebrow at Zane. "I don't mean anything negative by it. Your crew does whatever is needed and isn't constrained by protocol. While that might not fly for a military unit, it works perfectly for a ranger crew." Zane chuckled.
"We're a little different than the Rangers."
Haskins nodded. "To me, you are essentially what the Rangers should be. Unconventional. That allows for adaptation to unique situations. We got lucky with Rakar in that he molded the Presidential Guard to be just that."
"I hear you,"
said Zane. "I suspect when we take back Fredoria, there will be some changes. Andia's Presidential Guard enhancements should be a model," said Senator Haskins. "Let a ranger form their own team instead of only being allowed to select from a predefined group." Cal grinned. "That'd work. It would allow for more diverse teams, like ours." Haskins sipped her hot blue tea. "That's the idea." They took a minute to dig into their meals. "I admire you both, actually," said Haskins. "You were both born on Earth where humanity evolved." Zane glanced at Cal, then nodded.
"It's a good place. Until you get abducted."
"I understand," said Haskins. "But after you got abducted, you came to Fredoria and didn't give up. You adapted and moved on. I'm not sure most Fredorians would adapt as quickly. They've settled into a mindset that doesn't allow for rapid change." Cal finished a bite. "I'm sure what's happening now on Fredoria will force them to adapt." "I agree," said Haskins. She ate a piece of her omelet and gestured at Zane. I knew of you due to the event that got you put in prison. I didn't agree with the decision, but it wasn't up to me. Zane sighed. If not for Blake, and by extension, Andia, I'd still be there. Maybe even slimed.
And that's a shame, said Haskins. She tilted her head at Cal. And you became a justice hunter. A successful one at that. You've been called the trickster.
Cal laughed. I'll admit, it was fun earning that name. He eased back into his chair. I love this gig, though. Like Zane, if Blake hadn't freed me from that prison on Zakara Prime, I'd either still be locked up or dead.
Haskins smiled. And that is what makes this crew special. Second chances that would never be given otherwise in an FDF or Ranger unit. We need more like this. And I admire you both for proving that these types of units can work.
Well, depends on who's forming it. Blake had the advantage of having 20 years as an intelligence agent. Oh, and he's over 400 years old, said Zane. Although, I guess if you had someone with that experience who could help form the teams, that'd work too.
Great idea, said Haskins before taking another bite of her omelet.
Cal enjoyed talking with her. She seemed to understand the situation, and she did not appear to have a bias against Earthborn. If she were to be a part of the new government under Andia when Fredoria was retaken, it would be in good hands. A nagging thought in the back of his mind about Senator Grawl and his faction popped up. Cal wondered if they would try to cause chaos. A senator as a personal point of contact was not something he figured he would ever have. But here he was, being chatted up and told he was admired. Life was good, despite the current situation. Seth eased back into his chair in the med bay. It was 11 o'clock a.m., and he had accompanied Ada there since she liked to physically visit Doc and chat. She usually went by herself, but with everyone off doing their own things, and Luke and Kane busy in the armory with senator visits, the med bay had become a sanctuary from all the activity. Seth also enjoyed participating in the conversations, although he was out of his league when they began talking technical. He studied Ada. She wore a tight, light blue suit that hugged her body. He would have preferred something looser, but he understood she liked it because there was no air between her skin and the clothing. He was not sure if that was an android thing in general, so he accepted it for what it was. It was hard to not notice several others, even some senators, studying her from afar, and it was not intellectual curiosity in their eyes. Sadly for them, they did not get to wake up to her wanting to please him in any way possible, something he reciprocated, which often led to passionate morning love-making. He grinned. Life was great on that front. Doc was always an enigma, but he had expanded enough that everyone viewed him as a crew member. Seth relied on Doc and had come to view him as a friend and not purely an expanded medical AI. Kane had been teaching Doc slang, and it cracked Seth up when Doc used it in odd situations, probably something that needed some tweaking. Doc's fascination with humans and interacting with them intrigued Seth. He liked Doc's current holographic form and his ability to communicate anywhere on the ship. Seth noticed the silence and looked around.
"Are you okay?"
asked Doc. "Huh? Yeah, I'm good," said Seth. Doc nodded.
"You seemed lost in your thoughts."
Seth shrugged. "Oh, just thinking and shit." Ada tilted her head.
About the situation.
"Nah, just you two," he said with a grin.
I assure you there is no physical bonding between us.
Seth sat up. "What? No, I meant how you both are unique." Ada smiled. You were messing with me," said Seth. He shook a finger at her. "Blake's been rubbing off on you."
Yes, usually after you leave in the morning.
Seth eyed her. She smiled again. He loved the fact that she had adapted to life with an Earthborn crew and had recently begun teasing others.
"There is a high probability she was teasing you,"
said Doc. Seth waved a hand at him. "She was."
"I'm still learning how to do that. A senator I treated mentioned they had diarrhea, and they were stressed about it. I told him to relax and let it all out. He did not find it amusing.
Seth laughed. You didn't.
I did. It seems some topics should not be joked about.
Seth nodded. Well, I mean, if the person wasn't a victim, and their personality is such that they wouldn't care, it can be seen as just two friends messing around.
My algorithms prior to my statement determined the senator was happy.
Yeah, but when you got diarrhea, you want it treated, not joked about, said Seth. He eyed Doc. You'll get there.
I will.
Andia entered the room. Seth sat straight. Andia glanced at him. No need to be formal. I'm just here for a checkup from Doc.
I did not schedule anything,
said Doc. Andia grinned as she took a seat next to a slab. To be honest, I needed a break from the senators in the briefing room. They want to discuss every angle and procedure prior to reaching Kal-El. Seth shook his head. I'm with you. That doesn't sound fun at all. I actually enjoy it, but not for 3 hours with no end in sight.
Are you anxious about Kal-El?
Asked Ada. Andia shrugged. I'm not. But the other senators are hesitant about the AR. They'll take my lead, though, and they trust me. Ada nodded. I'm still ashamed of the android declassification event, said Andia. She sighed. Now we know it was rogue FDF, and their goal was to split the Fredorian and the android populations. Sadly, it worked. She gestured at Ada. I look at you and think about what could have been. Kal-El should have been something Fredoria helped create.
You had no legislative power to rescind it before you were president, and when you were prevented by Senator Graal's faction,
said Ada. Yeah, but still, it was wrong. And if we retake Fredoria, I'll enshrine the status of androids, Earthborn, and others as equal in a new constitution, said Andia, raising her head a bit.
I like that,
said Ada. Doc tilted his head.
What about AIs with my design?
Andia chuckled. You'll have to register as a citizen like anyone else.
I look forward to the day. I assume there would be some safeguards, though, to prevent rogue AIs.
Andia flinched when Doc ran a finger around a bruise on her arm.
I didn't mean to startle you,
said Doc. It's okay. Your hands are cold. Doc paused and smiled. He touched her arm again. Much better. Not all of us can warm our hands or fingers like that, said Andia. As to safeguards, well, we'll need to figure out a framework in which to work from. I suspect some will be hired for security reasons, as well as a new set of protocols and policies. The AR will be consulted on that. Doc nodded.
If I can assist in any way, contact me.
Andia eyed him. I'll hold you to that.
Please do.
Andia studied Seth. Your new upgrades are doing well? Yeah, said Seth. Took a while, but it's all good now. I prefer having all this power and new abilities, I bet. Curice went overboard to help you. Outside of a few alien centers, you got the best help available. Seth nodded. Curice is my boy. He had my back, and I have his. He thought he saw a hint of sadness in Andia's eyes. It must kill her to see Earthborn, androids, and AIs working together well despite Fredoria. Her loyalty to Fredoria was absolute, and she had been a tireless fighter for inclusion of other groups into Fredorian culture. Andia sighed. I just wish Fredoria had your back. It's cool, said Seth. They have sometimes. It's ironic to think it will be Covendrin, androids, AIs, and Earthborn as the major groups reclaiming Fredoria. I'm sure some FDF will find their way to us, but they won't be the power players. You nervous about working with the Covendrin? Asked Seth. Andia shook her head. Yuldaris and I have some history. A shared bond, if you will. I'm fine with working with him. Actually, it's to my advantage to have him there. Ah, yeah. Blake mentioned that a few times. He's been trying to figure it out for a long time, said Seth, laughing.
Some things are better left unsaid, said Andia. I gotcha. I'm just glad I'll have you all with me when we go to Kal-El, said Andia. She glanced at Doc. Make sure you come too.
I would be honored to do so.
Ada raised a finger.
Not to alarm you, but not all androids are comfortable with AIs and robot bodies. Although they have been testing a new robot form, it has no AI and is controlled by other androids.
My analysis predicts they will like me,
said Doc. Seth clapped and pointed at Doc. Hell yeah! That's what I'm talking about, man! Doc smiled.
I will not disappoint you, Andia.
I'm sure you won't, said Andia. She chuckled. You remind me of an old AI friend I had. I miss talking to him.
You had a close AI friend.
I did. Doc nodded. Andia seemed to be elsewhere for a moment when mentioning her AI friend. Her eyes, again, held a hint of sadness. Seth had never heard of her having something like that, and had definitely never seen her with one. Perhaps it was when she was much younger. Andia eased into her seat. See, this is why I like hanging out here instead of the briefing room. Seth chuckled along with Andia, while Doc and Ada smiled. Luke studied a beeping console down in the armory. It was almost 5:00 p.m., and his stomach gurgled. He'd been working with Kane on a new weapon to fight the Saskarin elites. A quick check on a nearby screen showed that someone had entered the engine room. That would not be unusual normally, but the ship registered a senator there. Kane peered over Luke's shoulder. Somebody wanted a quiet place.
Aye, but the engine room is not a lounge, said Luke.
He grinned at Kane.
Come on, let's go see what's going on.
I can watch this room while you're gone, said Kane.
Luke laughed. I'm not going down there by myself, and we don't need to bother Blake or Seth with it. They got their hands full.
Kane sighed. All right, just giving you shit.
As always, said Luke, slapping Kane on the back.
He locked up the armory after they exited. 10 minutes later, they entered the engine room. Luke loved to visit there. The initial area had a platform that rose several feet off the floor and spanned the room's width. A multi-bar guardrail protected the edge, and a workstation resided at each end. Chairs and couches lined the back wall. A ramp in front of them led down to a metallic paneled floor. Dual fusion reactors resided on the ground in the back. Luke appreciated the quietness of the room and its dim glow. It made napping easy to do, and sometimes he slept on one of the couches. Glowing wires ran between the reactor and the wall, with some going to several storage containers. The large room housed all of that, along with workstations in front of it all. Kane pointed left. There he is. They walked over to the senator, who sat on the ground.
Everything all right?
Asked Luke. The senator looked at them.
Yeah.
Luke observed the senator was somewhere else mentally.
I'm Luke McGregor, and with me is Kane Walsh.
Senator Melrin,
he said. Luke recalled the details of Melrin's ordeal. Luke had trouble even imagining it, yet a survivor sat in front of him. Melrin was younger, probably late 30s, and Luke figured that might have been a part of why he had been selected. From what he read, the Quintals did it less for sexual pleasure than for dominance. "You all right?" asked Kane. Melrin shrugged and stared at the fusion reactors. Luke glanced at Kane, then back at Melrin.
We're sorry to hear about what happened.
It's okay. Life happens, right?
Asked Senator Melrin.
Yeah, it does, said Luke.
He looked off into the distance for a moment.
Need anything while you're down here? This is where I come to think too.
Melrin shook his head.
I'm okay.
He studied Luke and Kane.
You're both Earthborn.
Yep, said Kane. Melrin chuckled.
For the longest time, I doubted Earthborn contributions to Fredorian society, yet it was Earthborn who rescued me. The Rangers wouldn't have. The FDF definitely wouldn't have. And law enforcement? They were getting massacred when I left. He sighed. I was wrong.
It's all good, said Kane. We just do what needs done.
I know. And I saw all the work your unit has put in. It's impressive. That made me wonder about the AR. Maybe we, as Fredorians, need to embrace diversity instead of shunning it.
Even if embraced, things like this are still possible, said Luke.
Melrin nodded. Perhaps. But Earthborn tend to be more wary, as are androids, no doubt due to a hostile environment on Fredoria. That was probably something that didn't factor into the...
He scowled.
Saskarins' plans.
Luke ran a hand over his mouth.
Well, we'll kick the shit out of any Saskarins we find.
I look forward to the day they're gone, said Melrin. The Kriegans are going to wipe the Saskarins off the face of the galaxy.
Kane chuckled. Yeah, that's going to be sweet to watch.
Melrin eyed them. I want you both to know I appreciate your unit and the contributions you make. I've read the crew's profile, and I have no doubt that you provide the necessary support that has allowed your crew to succeed.
Luke and Kane nodded.
I just hope when we reclaim Fredoria, some things change, said Luke.
Oh, they will, said Melrin. I'm still struggling to accept the current situation.
You worried about going to Kal-El? Asked Kane.
Melrin shook his head. At this point, I welcome their help, and anyone who offers. Life can be cut short with little warning. It's best to focus our energy on positive things and less on negative ones.
Well said, said Luke.
He studied Melrin.
You hungry?
Sorta, but I don't want to go to a cafeteria right now.
We have a replicator down here, and we use it sometimes when we're by ourselves.
Senator Melrin stood and looked around.
Where's it at?
Follow us, said Kane. Although Melrin seemed sad, he had an optimistic view on life. Luke appreciated that. Fredorian or Earthborn, they were both human, and adaptation was one thing humans did well. Chapter 14. Sarah gritted her teeth as she tried to concentrate on her workstation. The Exceltion was moments away from landing at B1, an AR facility meant for visitors on Kal-El. She had already received all the information needed to land and had coordinated with the AR on living quarters for everyone. It had been difficult to hear and communicate, though, due to almost all the senators being in the command center, along with the rest of the Exceltion crew. She sensed the senators' nervousness. They talked among themselves in hushed tones and paced around. Some even stood behind her, and she swore she felt their breaths on her neck. She had issued several requests to quiet down, and thankfully, Blake and Andia had stepped in to give the requests some weight. The senators' concern was understandable, given their history with the AR. To them, they were going to arrive at a facility owned by a group they once labeled as terrorists. Her muscles relaxed as the Exceltion approached a landing pad, which looked like it descended underground once landed on. That would be a necessary function, as Kal-El's atmosphere was hostile for humans. She liked the visible bubble shield around the sleek, metallic surface buildings. They were essentially large cylinders with tunnels between them. The layout reminded her of someone sticking pins in a circular pin cushion, then weaving strings between them. The Exceltion landed. "Brace yourselves," said Sarah. Everyone held on to something. The pad descended.
"Finally, we're here,"
said one senator. "Yes, we are," said Andia. Sarah smiled. She enjoyed having Andia around and had several conversations with her over the last 3 days. It intrigued Sarah that Andia and Rakar were together, as Kriegans generally did not associate with humans in general. Rakar was a special case, and per Blake, Rakar had participated in some past event where Andia and Rakar bonded. Due to Kriegans being superior in almost all physical and often mental abilities, Sarah compared their relationship to hers with Blake. Sarah looked forward to hopefully spending time with Blake. He had been occupied in debriefings almost every day, and what free time he did have got spent on the usual Exceltion maintenance he needed to attend to. She had sat in on some of the meetings, and one in particular stood out to her. Several senators asked about Blake being a Daedrold. One senator almost fainted when Blake drank a vial of blood. The pad came to a stop. "All right, everyone. Listen up," said Blake, looking around. "Curies has set up living quarters for everybody. This underground facility is known as B1 and connects to D3, their city, and the atmosphere inside is habitable for humans. Just don't travel outside on the surface without a suit.
Everyone's already registered in their system, so take some time to settle in, and then we can meet later on. Understood?
Everyone indicated that they did. Blake stood and grinned.
Good. Let's meet the AR.
He nodded at Sarah. Standard landing defense protocol. Doc can manage things while we settle in. Got it, she said. Her hands flew over a console. The room quieted as the senators and others began to exit. She looked forward to getting out and walking around, although she had no issues with being on the ship. The cramped ones made her skin crawl. To top it off, several senators had shown their interest in her, and not from a work perspective. She did not tell Blake about it and let it slide, but she told the senators in no uncertain terms it was inappropriate. They must have figured that since she was with Earthborn, she might have been receptive in that regard.
"Are you okay?"
asked Doc, appearing next to her in his robot form. Huh? She asked, looking at him. She realized the room was empty except for her and Doc.
"Everyone is grabbing their things and disembarking, and you passed control to me a minute ago, yet you are still here."
Oh, she said, standing. Yeah, I'm fine. Just going over some thoughts.
"You don't need to leave if you don't wish,"
said Doc. She sighed. I have to. Blake said he wanted me there for some of the meetings. Besides, I'm looking forward to seeing both B1 and D3. She eyed Doc. You're supposed to come too. Doc smiled.
"Yes, I am using this form, but will maintain a presence on the ship simultaneously."
Well then, she said. Let's go together. He nodded, and they exited the room. She grabbed a few things from her living quarters, and after several minutes, she joined Luke, Doc, and Kane at the landing platform.
Ready to go?
Asked Luke. Sarah smiled. I'm ready if you are. He nodded, and they assembled on the landing platform. They disembarked when it reached the ground. Sarah took in the spacious bay. In the distance, she saw another ship coming down like the Exceltion had. The path the ship took was surrounded by a light blue shield. Androids and various robots moved around on the floor, while Blake, Andia, and the others had assembled in front of the Exceltion. Sarah smiled when Kiggs, flanked by Daz and 6 other androids, approached. Kiggs slapped his fist to his chest and bowed. Andia and the others reciprocated. Welcome to B1, one of our finest and newest facilities, said Kiggs. He motioned at the androids near him. They will take everyone to their living quarters and answer any questions you might have. Andia grinned. Thank you. And we appreciate your hospitality. She motioned at the androids while looking at the senators. Go ahead. We can meet later. The senators followed the androids, while the Exceltion crew formed behind Blake, Andia, and Rakar. Your plan is bold, said Kiggs. Blake threw his hands off to the side. Of course. I'm Blake Brown. Would you expect any less? Everyone chuckled. Is everything set up for Andia's broadcast? Asked Blake. It is, said Kiggs. I suspect the senators and even yourselves could use some time to settle in prior to that. Andia nodded. I'm looking forward to some peace and quiet, but also to doing the broadcast. Do you know what you're going to say? Asked Kiggs. Yes, and it was done with a lot of input. Music began to play through speakers in the bay. Sarah chuckled when Seth and Cal slapped hands and danced around. She was not sure what the music genre was, but it had a hypnotic beat with someone talking in rhythm. You playing my jam, said Seth. Kiggs smiled. You seemed to like it during your upgrade, and it's Earthborn music, so I figured it was appropriate. Hip-hop, said Andia, moving her shoulders. You? Asked Seth, looking at her. Earthborn music isn't unknown to me, said Andia. Blake laughed. Okay, now I am surprised. Andia eyed him. Sarah enjoyed the light-hearted moment. Despite all the chaos, it was nice to be somewhere safe where they could unwind without being in a cramped ship. She smiled when Blake placed a hand on her back. As much as I enjoy watching Seth and Cal dance the night away, I think I'm ready for my room. It's almost 6:30 p.m., Earth time, and I could use some downtime, said Blake. Kiggs grinned as he turned sideways and did a flourish with his arms. Follow me. Blake winked at Sarah. Her heart pounded as she knew that look in his eyes. She looked forward to spending some alone time with him. The senator seemed relieved as they had been led away. She had thought they might balk at being in an AR facility. Kiggs would most likely ensure everyone was looked after, and probably viewed this as an opportunity. He would be right, as this was history in the making. Fredorian senators in a place operated by a group they once called terrorists. The significance was not lost on Sarah. For now, time with Blake before the meeting was her priority. Andia stood in front of a mirror and continuously adjusted her clean, white outfit. The previous night had been kind to her, and she enjoyed having some alone time with Rakar. Although she had a decent breakfast in her, her stomach still churned. She had been going over what she would say in her head. Whatever she said would be broadcast everywhere, and it had to not only appear authentic, but strong enough to move loyal FDF to come to her aid. She was unsure of how it would be received, although she did get a lot of high-level input from others when flying through condensed space. The moment was not lost on her. The Saskarins had invaded Fredoria, and her speech was one of many steps to reclaiming it.
"Someone seems nervous,"
said Rakar, slipping behind her and placing his hands on her waist. She smiled and turned her head. "I can do this." They shared a deep kiss.
"Oh, I know," he said. "If anyone can, it's definitely you."
She exhaled. "Yeah, I'm looking forward to kicking the Saskarins out."
"We've come far from where we were. Just imagine if you didn't have the Presidential Guard."
Andia nodded. "Their actions won't be forgotten. I'll make sure of that. I'm still surprised the AR and Covendrin are willing to help."
"I'm not. And they may not be the only ones coming," said Rakar.
"What do you mean?"
"If we assemble a group to take back Fredoria, some groups will want to throw their forces our way if it buys them influence."
"At this point, the more the merrier."
Rakar grinned. "Just be sure that they don't ask for illegal things. However, they might contribute in other ways. For instance, the Rimworlds might tie up Saskarin resources. The Kriegans most likely won't get involved, but that doesn't mean they won't unofficially support it through other channels."
"One step at a time," said Andia.
"Always."
She did a final look over her outfit, then nodded at Rakar. "Let's go." They exited and walked to the assembly room. Andia studied the spacious hallway they entered with light blue metallic panels on all sides. An embedded line ran across the sides and sat halfway between the floor and ceiling on both sides. A thicker line resided in the ceiling, and together the lines provided illumination. A thick silver box-shaped column jutted out from the wall every 20 feet or so. She picked up a sweet aroma, and the temperature in the room was not too hot or cold. The environment was relaxing overall, and it made her appreciate the amount of detail that went into that. Several androids passed by and slightly bowed to her. The various drones flying around surprised her, as did the variety of quadruped robots. Everything moving in an orderly fashion caught her eye. Even the android walking by was synced. She wondered if they always did that, or if she had just noticed it. "This is a peaceful place," she said. Rakar nodded.
"I like it. There is a sense of cleanliness about it."
She studied the floor. It glistened, and there were no signs of dirt or dust. Fredorians loved sterile environments, and perhaps that was what she had been keying off unconsciously in her environmental assessment. After crossing into other hallways and going through several large rooms, they reached the assembly one. Andia smiled when she saw all the senators talking animatedly off to the left. Opposite them was the Exceltion crew. The room, like the others she had seen, was big. A large screen sat across from the entrance, and various posts with devices on top were situated haphazardly on the floor. She suspected they probably had a reason for their placement. Kiggs and Blake approached her.
"You good to go?"
asked Blake. "Hope so," said Andia. Blake pointed at her.
"Hope. That's what they'll want to feel."
"Even if no ships come, at least the people on the planet will hear it and understand we're fighting for them." Blake nodded.
"I never asked. But how are you going to get this out?"
Rakar grinned.
"We have a friend."
"You can say the broker," said Blake, laughing.
"Yes, he has quite the information network, and as I found out,
A communication one as well.
The broker's involvement still seems strange to me, said Kiggs. Yildara said it was due to history, but I've never seen the broker go out of his or her way to help.
Blake chuckled. The broker works in mysterious ways. He eyed Andia and Rakar, maybe due to the company he keeps. Andia wrinkled her brow. She sensed that Blake somehow knew that she, the broker, Rakar, and Yoldaris all interacted with Everin at some point. Although not sure, she would not confirm it if he was not aware. A promise was a promise, unless Blake came out and said he was fully aware of everything.
Could be,
said Andia. She moved to the center of the room and greeted the senators and the Exceltion crew. Several androids positioned the posts she had seen earlier to surround the group. She focused on the large screen ahead as it turned on and showed everyone on the floor.
Kiggs stood next to her. Whenever you're ready, just nod at me. I'll be out of view. You can stand with us.
Kiggs sighed.
Your embrace of us is most welcome, but it might complicate things for those who view the video feed and don't trust us. Blake's going to be in it, she said. Yes, but the AR is considered a terrorist organization. Blake and his crew are not.
Andia sighed.
Well, according to the recent news, they are, but I understand. I'll rectify all of that when we're back. Yes, but that was recent. Fredorians have had years of that stereotype for us.
Kiggs smiled.
Nonetheless, we trust you.
He hurried off to the side along with several other androids. Andia closed her eyes and focused. The moment was upon her, a call to arms to save her home and her people. Although this broadcast may not be a deciding factor, she understood it would reach most Fredorians. They needed guidance among the chaos, and she was the light bringer. She puffed her cheeks and raised an arm. After a moment, the room fell silent.
Please don't speak during the broadcast, except for the final "For Fredoria" chant, she said, looking around.
Everyone stood straight and nodded. She spun back and faced the big screen. After she nodded at Kiggs, it turned on, with a red dot in the upper right to show it was recording.
I'm Andia Kiggs, President of Fredoria, she said. She extended an arm back at the senators. Although there was an attempt on our lives, we survived. However, in our escape effort, we were abducted. She turned the other way and gestured at Blake and crew. Thanks to the Presidential Guard, Earthborn unit, we were rescued, and now we focus on the fight to liberate Fredoria. What's happening there presently is illegal. The Saskarins, an alien race with the ability to control others, have taken over key positions in the FDF and are responsible for not only the bombing of our Senate compound, but also the ongoing civil war. Garvis Cole and Bothan are the true legal representatives and sons of Fredoria. They can use any assistance you might provide. She cleared her throat. There have been many casualties so far. Law enforcement and loyal Fredorians are fighting back, and I will join the fight soon along with some allies. To the citizens, stay strong. Help is coming. To the FDF on ships who are fighting your controlled brothers and sisters, there are syringes that will eject a Saskarin from the body. They can then be killed by any laser weapon. Every FDF ship has these syringes in the medical bays and storage. Look for the orange circle symbol with a line through it. We saw this coming, and although there is no official policy or protocol for this, we still stocked the ships. I'm sending coordinates in this broadcast for any free FDF ship to come to. You can help us in retaking Fredoria. She sighed. I hope you stay strong in this moment of darkness. We will adapt and overcome this, and come out even stronger than we were before. Her eyes misted as she slapped her fist to her chest. For Fredoria. The senators and others reciprocated her movement and chant. Andia nodded at Kiggs. The red dot on the screen faded. Good speech, said Kiggs.
Fuck yeah,
said Zane. Andia chuckled as everyone assembled around her to let her know they stood with her. Her throat tightened as she surveyed the crowd. Although she had not expected to get emotional, the weight of the situation hit her hard, and the thought that her people were under attack angered her.
She had to be strong and understood she would appear as a beacon of light to them. Whatever it took, she would liberate Fredoria. Kane rushed to the watchroom on a lower level of B1. After Andia's broadcast the previous day, the place had been abuzz with activity. For his part, he spent most of that time working with the AR engineers. Their advances and astonishing ideas blew him away. It was not lost on him how much the Covendrin would benefit from the AR alliance. He cursed himself for having lost track of time. The viewing party for the Jazaris system battle would be well underway. If Luke had not buzzed him, he might have missed it. The party started at 3:00 p.m. Earth time, and it was 3:05 p.m. He sighed. B1 was a place he could see himself being immersed in for days, although he suspected he would miss not being around other humans. The perfect setup would be an extension of the AR's efforts in a lab on Fredoria. He smiled when he thought about the Jazaris battle. Apparently, the Kriegans were tired of the Saskarin shenanigans. The Saskarin-controlled Shulan fleet would stand no chance, and at least one fight would end. The liberation of Fredoria would be another big event, and he looked forward to being back on Fredoria without the threat of the Saskarins. They killed Jarvis, took Seth's leg and eye, caused a civil war on Fredoria, destroyed the Shulan Empire, and performed other atrocities. If they were not stopped, they would take over the entire galactic region, maybe even the galaxy. He mused on something Blake mentioned about some powerful being not letting the Saskarins touch Earth. Kane was not a mystical type, but he did not believe in vampires either until Blake. How one being could prevent the Saskarins from taking over Earth eluded Kane. What surprised him was how evasive Blake had been when probed further on who the being was. Kane never knew Blake to be shy about information, but he suspected the being was tied to the non-human population on Earth. After 20 minutes, Kane reached the assembly room. It reminded him of half a movie theater, with the left side having seats and the right side containing workstations and tables. A large holographic projection played up front. He focused on the split display. The left screen showed a top-down view of the area around Jazaris, while the right side displayed a view of Colis Prime, the second planet from the local star. He was not sure what he was seeing. Massive rips gouged Colis Prime. It was like someone gashed the planet with a big knife. The tears reminded him of lightning bolts. The top-down view revealed that the Kriegan 95th Fleet had entered the system. The sheer number of ships in the fleet boggled his mind. The green dots represented the ships, and he noticed that each dot's size correlated with the type of ship. The largest dot was obviously the Dreadnought. A large number of red dots surrounded the sun. Data labels showed those to be mobile laser cannon platforms. The Shulan fleet had already engaged the Kriegans, and casualty reports were piling up. Kane hurried over and sat next to Luke. "I miss anything?" asked Kane.
"Aye, those big rips in the planet. No one knows what it is," said Luke.
"Like something trying to burst out and is still restrained," said Cal in a seat behind them.
Luke chuckled. "That could be a good analogy, except it's a planet. A sea of purple slime surrounds each rip."
"A better possibility would be the slime is cutting into the planet," said Seth, seated next to Cal. Kane nodded. "Either way, that shit is creepy as fuck. How's the Kriegans holding up?" Luke pointed at Blake, Teros, and Rakar studying a workstation.
"Based on their reactions, not well. In ship-to-ship combat, the Kriegan ships are doing well, but the Shulan ships are using that bubble shield thing and boarding some of the other ships."
"Really?" asked Kane. "How are they able to get close enough to do that?"
"They're swarming. The Shulans lost almost half their fleet in the move, but now they're in the midst of the Kriegan ships."
Kane shook his head. "Something feels off. This should have been decided from the initial volley outside the solar system." Luke grinned.
"You underestimate the Saskarins' laser-based defense system. On top of that, they have an armada of defense platforms spread throughout the system that could do interception."
"Shit can never be easy," said Kane. He scrutinized the flurry of red dots mingling with the green ones. The bubble shield ship that the Shulans had used earlier against the Exceltion had been a surprise. For the moment, it looked like an even fight, which seemed absurd given the firepower of the Kriegan fleet and its sheer numbers. Over the next 4 hours, they watched the Kriegan fleet push into the solar system. As it did, the orbital defense platforms around each planet disappeared. The Krigan fleet also took heavy damage, as their dots also dropped off after each planet. It would all be over once the fleet reached Colis Prime. The Saskarins were fighting a losing battle, and everything Kane saw was what he expected.
Damn. It's going to be a few days before they reach Colis Prime with all the stops and fighting, said Zane.
I'm not going anywhere, said Kane with a grin.
Zane nodded. All right, I'll be in and out. Anyone up for some dinner?
Cal laughed. Hell yeah. I'm game, said Kane. He joined Zane and the others and left the room. Over the next 3 days, he popped into the assembly room to see how the fight progressed. Even with condensed space drives to shorten the travel time, the fighting had become fiercer as the Krigans advanced toward Colis Prime. Half the fleet was gone, but the lead Krigan dreadnought continued on. Jazaris had all but been cleansed except for Colis Prime and the remaining laser platforms around the star. The Krigan fleet took heavy casualties while assaulting the platforms around the sun, and the fleet had retreated behind moons near the dreadnought. On the 4th day, Kane took a seat among the other members of the Exceltion crew. The room was packed, and the moment was upon everyone. Although it was 6 a.m., everybody seemed to be on the edge of their seats. The Krigan dreadnought had reached Colis Prime, and the orbital defense platforms were obliterated. The Krigan fleet was scattered somewhat due to the remaining laser platforms around the sun. A decision had been reached to let the dreadnought, with its superior shielding, go to Colis Prime and devastate the planet. A shield of some sort protected the planet and prevented it from being hit from afar, but the shielding got blasted at close range by a variety of the dreadnought's weaponry. Kane focused on the right side of the projection, which displayed Colis Prime from orbit. The left side still projected the top-down view, and it showed nothing in the dreadnought's path. He relaxed, not realizing how tense the situation made him. Although he was not out there, his nerves acted as if he were. Luke pointed to the right half of the projection.
Is it me? Or are the dreadnought's beams not doing anything to those rip areas?
Kane studied the dark rips on the planet. It was true that even though the dreadnought was unloading absolute hell on the planet, the rips did not seem to change. If anything, he thought one of them had grown. Are they growing? Asked Sarah. Ada nodded.
They are. It is possible the dreadnought's energy beams are feeding it.
Kane's eyes widened. That sounds like a bad thing. The room gasped as what seemed to be half of a titanic eye appeared across the rips for a moment, then disappeared. Zane stood and pointed at the screen.
What the fuck was that?
Blake joined them. No idea. Looked like a creature peeking out into our reality.
Yeah, but it would have to be massive.
Blake grimaced. If we're dealing with a dimensional rift, then that's entirely possible. I've never seen a rift this big before, though. Something emerged from one of the larger rifts. The room fell silent. Everyone assembled around the holographic projection, which maximized the right half to a full view. Seth's eyes narrowed.
Looks like an octopus arm reaching out from the dark.
Yeah, but there are no suckers on it, said Kane. It's like a wisp of smoke. A smoke tendril. He was not sure what he was seeing. The tendril increased in size the farther it moved out. The dreadnought seemed to be its target. A sense of dread swept over him. The thought of some massive creature hiding in a dark dimension and waiting to burst out made his skin crawl.
Shit, that thing is growing! And fast, said Cal.
It's going to hit the dreadnought, said Andia. It won't escape the tendril, given the speed differences.
Yeah, unfortunately, said Rakar.
He glanced at Teros.
This is a bad day.
The group became silent again as the tendril broke the planet's atmosphere and reached low orbit. When it hit the dreadnought, it encircled the shielding completely and then pulled the ship down to the planet with breathtaking speed. Once they both reached the rift, they disappeared inside. The anxiety in the room shot up considerably. It seemed to get higher when small blobs flew out of the rifts and ascended. It was not lost on Kane that the Saskarins sacrificed the Shulan fleet to lure the Krigan one in. It was a trap, he said. Blake nodded.
Yeah.
But if all the planet needed was more energy to open the rift, it could have gotten that from multiple sources. Teros shook his head.
Krigan energy beams contain slight amounts of exotic energy. It's one of the reasons we can have smaller fleet sizes. They must have known about it.
I now believe that's what allowed the rift to grow and that thing to reach out.
So, the 95th Fleet is gone? Asked Andia.
Judging by those blob things coming out, I suspect they're going to overwhelm whatever is left of the fleet, said Teros. He pointed at the left screen. Even now, it seems a general retreat has been issued.
The green dots began to jump away.
How do we fight that shit?
Asked Zane. Blake sighed.
No idea.
For now. He glanced at Andia. The main goal is to liberate Fredoria. Then we'll deal with this. Besides, I'm sure the Kriegans will be analyzing all of this in excruciating detail.
It's even worse than that, said Teros. The 95th Fleet held the surrounding region, and now that protection is gone. The Empire will need to reshuffle since the systems it protected are vulnerable. The Dreadnought was the symbol of the 95th Fleet. Its loss is not to be underestimated.
Kane's stomach churned. It seemed the Saskarins were always one step ahead. They showed their hand, and he was not sure how the Alliance could fight back. He recalled that some of the information from the hijacked ship from the previous mission mentioned a portal world. If the rifts encompassed the planet, it would be a gaping hole between realities. He shuddered to think of what might come out of the rifts. He sighed. The Kriegans had lost, and that was not something he had expected. Chapter 15. Blake took in the mood in the Excelsion's cargo bay. The crew was nervous, but given what they had seen the day before, it was understandable. The Kriegans had lost, and the first FDF ship, a cruiser with over 3,000 personnel, had arrived at the coordinates Andia mentioned in her broadcast. Although it was 9:00 a.m., his blood pumped furiously through him. He, along with a small group of ships, was approaching the cruiser's docking bays. He understood the crew's anxiety, at least for Seth, Zane, and Cal, who stood next to him, ready to go. Ada, as always, remained fearless. Some engaged in idle chatting about the events at Colas Prime, but Blake sensed it was uncomfortable. Large creatures bigger than a planet evoked a certain fear in humans, and even he succumbed a bit to that, despite being a 400-plus-year-old vampire. Creatures should simply not be that large. He imagined some Cthulhu-like nightmare in the dimension beyond Colas Prime's dimensional rifts.
"We are about to land on the store hatch,"
said Ada.
"About fucking time,"
said Zane, adjusting his hell thrower on his hip. Blake gestured out.
"Relax. We got this."
Zane nodded. Blake checked his striker that housed 3 new barrels. One fired small pellets of a desliming agent. It only worked on humans, but that was all that was needed for now. The second one spewed an accelerant that could coat whatever it touched in a highly flammable substance. The third fired a special pellet that ignited the accelerant. Kane's design had been a collaboration between him and the AR's engineers, and the handiwork was admirable. The striker was slightly heavier, but that was a trade-off Blake was willing to make. The Exceltion shuddered. "We've landed," said Sarah over comms. "You all ready to go?"
"We are. And we're on the landing platform. Go ahead and lower it," said Blake.
"Got it," said Sarah. "Lowering now." The platform descended. AR ships flew in. Some had landed and were in the process of unloading. Blake admired the AR unit's organization. They had already disembarked and were organized into small groups. The group he focused on contained 1 android in heavier armor, along with 3 destroyers. Quadruped robots, reminding Blake of dogs in size, had a rotating turret that sat on a ball on the back. It could shoot in many directions, and it fired not only desliming agents, but also the accelerant and special pellets. Spherical drones with 2 segmented arms flew around, rounding out the group. He studied the destroyers. They had been an upgrade since he last saw them, and a mini hell thrower sat on their backs, which looked like it could swivel down to the side. The destroyers seemed smaller than he remembered, but per Q. Reese, these were a lot tougher. The analytical data from the last fight with Saskarin soldiers allowed for more efficient upgrades. Cal pointed at a destroyer. "They're copying your style, man."
"Ah, yeah," said Zane. "They know their shit."
"Yeah, they do," said Seth. Blake nodded as the landing platform reached the ground.
"I'm not surprised the AR has adapted. What's impressive is how long it took them to do so."
That surprised you?
Asked Ada.
Blake laughed. Well, I guess it shouldn't. But damn, they've been busy.
If it helps, the Excelsion's adaptation to new situations is admired by Kiggs and other androids.
Yeah.
For organics, right? Asked Blake. Ada smiled as she nodded. Figures, said Blake. He waved at a group of FDF in light clothing, rushing toward them. They appeared to be distressed at the appearance of AR ships and the androids disembarking. He looked around. Apparently, his crew was the first organics to land. Covendrin Mercs and Teros's unit landed at another docking bay, along with AR ships. As far as Blake knew, only a few Covendrin and one Ranger ship were coming to this one. Blake extended a hand, palm forward at the FDF group.
Whoa. Slow down.
He focused, but did not sense any Saskarin presence.
What's the situation?
A woman stepped up. I'm Abigail Mellows, director of this area. We're from the 8th Fleet. When we were ordered to go to Fredoria to quell a civil war, we discovered that our captain was something else. Half the crew then became crazy. After a few weeks, we secured critical areas and isolated the strange members. Then Andia's broadcast came through. The ship is low on everything, and when we were close to arriving, strange creatures appeared and caused havoc. We've been lucky that we could keep the docking bay secure since then. Blake nodded. We're the Presidential Guard, Earthborn unit. The FDF group relaxed. The android resistance is here to assist us, and it is them that gave safe harbor to Andia and the senators. The FDF group looked over at the AR ships. Abigail sighed. What can we do to help? Stay here and coordinate with the AR. This will remain a secured area, and for those we de-slime, we will be sending them to areas like this. Abigail and the other FDF stood straight. We will do our duty. Blake grinned. I know you will. For our part, we're going to sweep the ship and remove the Saskarin threat.
They need to pay for their crimes,
said one FDF.
Oh, they will,
said Blake. He tapped at his forearm device.
Kiggs, Abigail Mellows runs this area and can help coordinate efforts here.
Okay, I'll send over a liaison, and we can coordinate efforts, said Kiggs over a loudspeaker.
Okay,
out, said Blake. He nodded at Abigail.
You'll have an AR liaison and can go from there. Any issues?
Abigail shook her head. Whatever we need to do. Blake pointed at an approaching android in light armor.
There's your liaison. As for us, it's time to do some sweeping.
He did a Fredorian salute, causing the FDF group to respond in kind.
For Fredoria.
The FDF group repeated the chant.
Blake waved forward. Everyone else, let's roll.
As he walked toward the docking bay entrance, he smiled. He was not a chest-saluting type, but he knew it would give comfort to Abigail and her crew, especially since he was Earthborn. The last thing he needed to deal with was hysterical Fredorians. There was already a lot on his plate. Blake's group met up with Kiggs and a rapidly forming large group of AR forces. Blake forearm shook with Kiggs.
All that stands now between us and the Saskarins is a big metal door. You ready for this?
Kiggs grinned. As ready as you are.
That's what I like to hear, said Blake.
Something pounded on the entrance door. Blake sensed a Saskarin presence. He motioned for everybody to stand back and to form a half circle. After the group got in position, he nodded at an FDF member, who interacted with the console, then booked it to the side when the door began to open. A gangly woman with fleshy tendrils on her back burst into the room and skidded to a stop. Her face looked melted, and blood dripped from her tendrils.
Saskarin Elite,
said Blake. Everyone unloaded their accelerant on the Saskarin, which then was lit on fire. The elite screamed and rushed forward, but Zane knocked her back with his forearm shield, which had expanded to be about 5 feet wide by 8 feet tall. After a moment, the Saskarin elite stopped moving.
Damn, not these things again,
said Zane. Blake sighed as he waved forward.
I suspect we'll run into more.
What was that? Asked Abigail as she and several other FDF crowded around the melting flesh.
Just one of our Saskarin friends.
This type doesn't control a body, it's just stretchable flesh, said Blake. I'm gonna be sick, said Abigail. We never saw that on our way out here.
It probably hid until this moment. Stay focused.
She grimaced and nodded. Blake looked around. Everyone, keep your heads on. Let's do this shit. He stepped past the charred remains with Zane, Seth, Ada, and Cal in tow. Behind them, the AR groups filed into the spacious hallway. A quick environment check showed the Saskarins' merciless behavior. Corpses lay scattered everywhere. It seemed there were not enough Saskarins to infiltrate the crew completely, and those FDF who were not controlled or in a secured area were either hiding or dead. Holy shit, said Seth. Graveyard out here. Blake sighed. The dead FDF members looked like they had been on their way to the docking bay but had run into the Saskarin elite. It seemed to have chosen a point when it could do maximum damage. A few minutes faster, and the door would have been opened to save those people. He gritted his teeth. It was time to clean a ship and, more importantly, kick some Saskarin ass. Cal's heart thumped as the group moved down a hallway farther in the storage. They were headed toward a secured room, or so it was broadcasted as such. Zane, as always, led them with his shield out and hell thrower lowered. Blake, Seth, and Ada had their modified strikers out. Cal wielded a specialized pistol with the accelerant and pellet in one hand and his FLP-40 in the other. The corpses along the way indicated the Saskarins killed anyone not slimed. His heart sagged at the look of fear etched onto the dead bodies. The flickering illumination did not help the ambiance, and he did not plan to lower his helmet to sniff the air like Blake. The appearance of a Saskarin elite early on had startled Cal. He expected they would run into one or two, but not quite so soon. That suggested there might be a lot more. The hallway reminded him of a horror movie. Silence reigned outside of the distant cries and weapons fire. Every sound became amplified, from each footstep of Zane's juggernaut suit to the constant turning of Blake, Seth, and Ada as they crossed doorways or hallway entrances. The group remained on high alert. Cal appreciated the AR drone's reconnaissance as they detected pockets of resistance and the Saskarins' location. The continually updating layout inside his helmet gave him an idea of everyone's overall progress. The AR had already rescued several FDF groups, deslimed a few random FDF, and killed 2 Saskarin elites. Colas Prime still shook him. The Saskarins were alien in almost every regard, and now they had become even scarier. The eye from the rift reminded him of a dog looking through a hole in the fence. It was nightmare fuel to even consider. The fact the Kriegans were destroyed bounced around in his mind. Per Teros, the Kriegans were realigning their forces but did not plan on a second attack. Instead, they intended to create a buffer zone. Hopefully whatever lived in the planet rifts stayed there, but if it got loose, saving Fredoria might not matter. Zane halted before a large room. Blake sniffed the air, while Ada ran a handheld scanner near the entrance. The hairs on Cal's neck rose. "Saskarins in there," said Blake. Zane peered inside. "Where?" "I don't know, but I sense them."
I do as well, but their location is obscured,
said Ada.
"Fucking great," said Zane. "Now watch this be some new form shit."
"You got this," said Seth, slapping him on the back. Zane nodded.
"Right."
He entered the room with his shield out front. Cal followed the group inside. It was a cafeteria. Metallic benches and tables filled the right side, while the other side housed a wall of matter replicators and an open area. A waist-high, rectangular structure sat in the middle of the room. It was the trash bin, which essentially recycled the matter for the replicators. The flickering light behavior extended to the silent room. The ceiling contained grills over vents, as he would expect, and a soft haze filled the air due to the charred remains of one of the replicators. A struggle had taken place in the room, and the number of FDF corpses left no doubt who won. The elites had let the FDF get complacent, then attacked. The elites also freed those who had been captured early on. The group reached the middle of the room. Cal jumped out of his skin as the ceiling grills exploded, and 4 Saskarin elites dropped down, surrounding the group. The narrow grills indicated that the Saskarin elites had the ability to compress their bodies. Blake fired an accelerant at one of them, but it jumped out of the way. Another elite grabbed Zane's shield and pulled him off to the side. Seth and Ada fired on another, who dodged the accelerant. Cal's breathing became heavier. These fast elites seemed to know about the accelerant. The elite that grabbed Zane squealed as he unloaded the accelerant on the ground and then lit it. His armor protected him, but the elite was not as fortunate. It crumpled to the ground a moment later. Zane hopped around when his armor caught on fire. An elite knocked Seth down and jumped on top of him. When Seth extended his cape onto 8 arms, the elite formed 4 tendrils on each hand and held the arms at bay. Another tendril emerged from the elite's chest and tried to rip Seth's helmet off. Cal sprayed accelerant on the elite's back, while Ada lit it up. As the elite jumped off Seth, he sat up and spewed more accelerant and then pellets. The Saskarin crashed into the wall as it tried to move away, but then collapsed. One of the 2 remaining elites crashed into Cal, and he fell. It had tried to run from Blake. Cal's heart fluttered as the elite's head turned 180 degrees and smiled, revealing a gaping maw filled with what looked like slimy body parts. Blake shot accelerant on the elite and ignited it. The last elite joined with the one on Cal. The combined Saskarin tossed the burnt parts of itself at Blake in a shotgun pattern, knocking him back. "Get it off me," said Cal. The combined elite shot a tendril at Seth's and Ada's strikers and yanked them out of their hands. Zane charged into the elite, which promptly covered Zane in a slimy, mucus bubble. Cal's eyes widened. This new elite handled all that while trying to find vulnerabilities in his armor. It didn't help that the head kept spinning around with multiple tongues flying out. The elite was much heavier than he expected and pinned him down. He felt like a fly in a spider's web. The elite shrieked and jumped off him. Cal relaxed. Even it could not handle the combined accelerant and ignition from Blake and Zane. Seth and Ada retrieved their strikers and joined in. Cal rolled off to the side, then contributed to bathing the elite in fire. It crawled to the center of the room, then stopped moving. Silence fell except for the bubbling and crackling noises of the burning elite corpses. Cal stood and shook his head. "What the fuck? They can combine?"
"Yeah, ain't that some shit," said Zane. "They can also create snot bubbles. Not terribly effective against heavy armor."
Blake waved his finger around.
"It is against unarmored FDF, though. Everyone all right?"
Everyone nodded.
"Good. I don't think this is the last group we'll meet." "How did these things not take over the ship?" asked Zane. "That's at least 5 we've met."
Blake shrugged. They probably hid during the initial roundup, and when security dropped when the ship was close to the rendezvous point, they got loose. Zane shook his head.
"Just great."
"Let's move," said Blake. Over the next 2 hours, Cal was thankful they did not encounter any more elites. They did find slimed FDF who went through the desliming process, but for the most part, the fighting remained low. He watched the overall progress of the other groups on the layout inside his helmet, and over 75% of the ship had been cleared. The group approached the command center, where a communication mentioned the captain, with her support crew, had holed up. It bothered Cal to see so many dead FDF along the way. It impressed him that the captain's crew fought through everything to get their ship to the coordinates with anyone alive. The Saskarins had slimed who they could, and with most of the unsecured areas now secure, Cal became confident the ship would be cleansed shortly. The group approached the hallway leading to the command center. Cal wrinkled his brow as the sound of thumping permeated the air. It sounded like someone pounding on a door. The group entered the hallway. A Saskarin elite tried everything in its power to break down the door. The sound heard earlier belonged to the elite using 2 corpses to batter the door. Cal's stomach churned. Blood pooled on the ground and covered the walls. The elite faced the group. "Time to die, bitch," said Seth. They coated the hallway with accelerant, and when the elite ran over it, the accelerant ignited. The elite burst into flames, but kept coming. Zane stepped forward and bashed it back into the flaming hallway. The elite shifted into multiple human forms before finally dropping to the ground in a burning pile of flesh. Cal grimaced. He did not want to think of what life would be like if the Saskarins expanded and elites were everywhere. "These elites are some nasty shit," said Zane, kicking its remains. Blake nodded. "Let's put it in a bag and ring the command center's doorbell." Everyone chuckled. Cal appreciated that Blake joked around. It broke the tension and made everything seem normal. The group arrived at the command center door, where Ada connected to the console. A moment later, and the door slid open. As they entered, Cal observed the handful of FDF who hid behind workstations. Some pointed weapons forward, but the captain stood strong, front and center, with a striker. She did not show any fear. Blake motioned for everyone to lower their helmets.
Blake Brown. And with me is the Presidential Guard, Earthborn unit.
Captain Tori Fellis, she said, lowering her striker.
Blake looked around. Your ship is almost fully secured. A combination of forces is still sweeping it, but Andia Kiggs will want to talk with you.
The FDF all stood and cheered. Cal grinned when he saw the FDF relax. The usual sneer he got when mentioning he was Earthborn was absent on this crew's faces. They seemed genuinely happy to see other humans, Earthborn or not. While Blake and Captain Fellis talked, Ada checked on the other FDF crew members. The FDF swarmed around Ada, Zane, and Seth as they moved farther into the room. It made Cal proud to be where he was and doing what needed done. Andia sighed as she adjusted her form-fitting, one-piece white suit while standing in front of a mirror in her living quarters. It seemed to be a reoccurring theme. A week had passed since she did the broadcast, and the response had been overwhelming. Over 300 ships answered her call, roughly a quarter of the Fredorian fleet. Only one fleet had arrived fully intact, while the others came from existing fleets, usually those on remote deployment. She admired the AR, Kregan Rangers, Presidential Guard, and Covendrin response. They showed up more than she expected, and perfected ship sweeps. Even on ships where there were no deslimers, the captains were able to secure critical areas prior to coming in. She had met every FDF captain and a few admirals as their ships joined the growing combined fleet. The Covendrin deployed 6 fleets, while the AR sent a brand new one. It took some explaining to inform the recently arrived FDF that the Covendrin and AR were not enemies. A meeting between all the leaders for the final plan started in the next 30 minutes. Thankfully, she had a good breakfast. Although it was 10:30 a.m., she ate earlier in case her stomach acted up. Rakar rested his hands on her shoulders.
You ready to do this?
She smiled.
I hope so. You'll be great as always. I'm not sure I would want to deal with so many leaders from different groups.
I'll do whatever it takes to get Fredoria back, said Andia, spinning around to gaze into Rakar's eyes. They shared a deep kiss.
I'll help you unwind after the meeting,
he said with a grin. She lightly slapped his chest. I may be wrapped up. Rakar raised his eyebrows. They shared a laugh. All right, she said, performing a final check over her outfit. Let's get this going. As they walked to the meeting, she reflected on what she needed to do. Although she had gone over the plan many times, it would be the first time with all the major players present. The historic aspect of the moment was not lost on her, and she tried to control her nerves, but they were naturally responding to a potentially high-stress situation. After 20 minutes, they reached the room. As she walked up the center aisle to a stage, she surveyed the seating to her left and right. The FDF captains and a few admirals were on the right side. Past them were the various Kregan leaders and the Fredorian senators. They had sat up a bit when she entered the room, and she suspected they were unsure of being there or of the situation overall. On the other side of the aisle were the AR, Exceltion crew, and Covendrin. There were only a few AR members, but they could connect to each other efficiently without needing bodies present. Blake's crew seemed at ease and joked with one another. Seth relaxed with his arm around Ada, while Zane and Cal cracked jokes with each other. Kane and Luke were busy talking with nearby AR members. Past them, farther to the left, was a sizable group of Covendrin officers. They sat in Spartan silence and focused on her as she walked. It was a strange group in the room, and it was up to her to unite them. She reached the stage and nodded at Blake, Teros, Curis, Yildaris, and Senators Haskins and Mellerin. Along with her and Rakar, they were the functioning leadership for the mission ahead. She shook hands with Blake, Curis, and the senators, then performed the Kregan salute with Teros and the Covendrin one with Yildaris. Blake grinned at her. You ready to kickstart all this? I hope so, she said. You got this, he said. He looked at the other leaders, then back at her. Do your thing. She smiled as she walked to the podium up front and center. Blake's presence made her feel more comfortable. He exuded confidence, and she appreciated having him in her corner. She cleared her throat. The room fell silent. She looked around. I'm Andia Kiggs, President of Fredoria, and I want to welcome you all here. I know we have a diverse group of people here, but the main goal is the same for us all: to free Fredoria." Several audience members nodded. "There will be meetings throughout the next few weeks as we dive into the details of this mission, and this meeting here is to get everyone in the same room so you're aware of who you're dealing with. I realize it may be uncomfortable for some, but realize this: we're all united in a common cause against a common enemy." She pointed at the FDF. "As Fredorians, we won't sit back while our homeworld is invaded by the Saskarins and the FDF they control." The FDF section cheered. She gestured at the Covendrin. "Your help has been invaluable in getting us to this point. Even now, your commitment to helping Fredoria will not be forgotten." She performed a Covendrin salute. The Covendrin reciprocated. Andia motioned at the AR. "We owe the android resistance, soon to be renamed, for hosting this meeting and also helping us get to this point. Although they were classified as a terrorist organization, we now understand that was due to an effort by the Saskarins to remove them from Fredoria. Sadly, the Saskarins succeeded to some degree, but the AR stand here now, strong, with us. For that, I am grateful." The AR audience members nodded at her. She pointed at the Kriegans. "The Kriegans offer what support they can. While the official stance is that they won't intervene in an internal conflict, they did lose the 95th Fleet in the Jazaris system, where the Saskarins are holed up. They have created a buffer zone around Fredoria. Unofficially, we have the support of the Kriegan Rangers, and welcome them to this fight." She performed a Kriegan salute, which the Kriegans reciprocated. Andia smiled as she crooked a thumb at Blake. "We also have him, Blake Brown, in case no one knew his name." The audience chuckled. Blake grinned and tipped his head up as he flashed his hands off to the side. Andia continued. "But in all seriousness, the Earthborn have led the charge and got us to this point. They brought the Covendrin and AR together. They led the rescue of me and others. They did the underlying missions that gave us intelligence on the Saskarins and their goals. Earthborn have always been mistreated, and yet, when it came to being loyal to Fredoria, they didn't flinch. No, they stood strong and fought back. We're honored to have the few with us that we do." The Exceltion crew nodded at her. "With all that said, we have a diverse group with different ideas, but for this mission, we come together. The Saskarins would pick us apart individually, but with us united they will fail. Once Fredoria is free, Jazaris is next." The audience cheered. "This won't be easy, and there will be casualties. However, we are not alone. Garvis Cole and Bothan are leading a resistance on the planet, and we will aid them once the Saskarins are removed from the FDF. Now, each leader of this mission will present their opening statements, and will outline the high-level strategic plan." The audience clapped as she took her seat. She soaked in the feeling of having so much support. As Blake walked to the podium, she reflected on the first time she had heard his name. Everin had told her and Rakar to search for Blake long ago. He was not aware he had been selected by Everin, an honor only a few could claim. Maybe Blake would never know, but it was not her place to tell him. For the moment, he had lived up to expectations, and she possessed a strong bond with him. She was not sure anyone could have done what he did with so little. Chapter 16. Blake fidgeted with his striker as he waited on the Excelsion's landing platform. It had been 3 weeks since the initial meeting to go over the strategic plan. He had participated in many of the tactical plans with each group. The strategic plan was not as complex as he thought it would be. The FDF ships formed 2 fleets. One came with him and the main assault group, while the other went with a Covendrin fleet and a smaller AR one to retake the Rim worlds. The massive main assault group consisted of 5 Covendrin fleets, an FDF one, and an AR one. Altogether, the combined fleet numbered over 1,000 ships, and each had a specific goal. The Exceltion would join a combined FDF, Covendrin, AR, and Kriegan Ranger group that boarded and assaulted the Arcturus, the lead ship in the Saskarin-controlled FDF fleet, across several points. Sarah and some of the FDF captains who had served on it were helpful in determining how to assault it. It would be several hundred Allied members trying to take a heavily defended ship. If the plan worked, the command center, engine room, power room, and communications center would all be captured. His group's main goal was to get to the power room to disable the Arcturus. With a lead capital ship out of battle, it would tip the fight to the Allied fleet. With so many groups boarding, Blake hoped it would be as easy as it seemed during planning. He had shown everyone how to deal with Saskarin elites, and the order was to de-slime as many FDF as possible. There was some concern from the FDF that the Covendrin and AR might disobey that directive, but they did not extend that same suspicion to the Krigan Rangers. The FDF brought their own enforcers squads to the fight, Daz with 3 AR destroyers, a turret dog, as Blake called them, and a small swarm of drones planned to meet up with Blake after disembarking. The Exceltion shook. "We've entered docking bay 16, said Sarah over comms. "You should have a short path to the power room. Well, at least the shortest one from that bay."
"Sounds good,"
said Blake.
"Are the AR's pilfered codes working as expected?"
"Somewhat. We had to take this docking bay by some combined turret fire, but it's secured now." Blake cracked his neck.
"All right."
"Lowering the platform." "Now," she said. Blake took in the chaotic docking bay. Several ships from the Allied fleet had already landed, and a mixed group of FDF enforcers, AR units, Krigan Rangers, and Covendrin units had disembarked. Dazed and confused FDF personnel were being questioned by the FDF enforcers. Blake suspected the FDF personnel would be horrified to learn of the situation, but it showed that the de-sliming pellets worked. For his group, he designated Cal and Ada as the black slime killers once it left the body.
"Damn. Shit is wild out here,"
said Zane, adjusting his hell thrower.
"Yeah, but we got more bodies on our side this time around," said Seth. Blake sighed. "We lost some ships to even be able to dock. However, those beefed-up AR shield ships are impressive." He had been somewhat skeptical of the AR's new class of ships, dubbed shield ships, which possessed shielding unlike anything he had seen before. They could take a serious pounding, and although weak on weapons overall, there were plenty of disabling beams on it, from shield sappers to beams that scrambled the ship's power grid. However, the Arcturus' shielding was too powerful, and the shield ships were needed elsewhere. The massive shield ships contained exterior connector ribs that allowed for smaller craft to dock and travel along. Tack on a veritable swarm of heavy drones, and it was formidable in its own right. Blake waved forward. "There's Daz. Let's move." They met up with Daz near the secured docking bay exit. Blake and Daz forearm shook. "I'm ready to go," said Daz. Cal laughed. "Looks like you got a mini zoo with you." Daz chuckled. "They're under my command, but I can see how it might appear like that." "All good,"
said Cal.
Daz nodded. "All right," said Blake. "Zane has point. Daz will cover the rear. Direct any FDF personnel we de-slime to a secured area, just like we did a few weeks ago. We're going to be moving fast, but be alert. Everyone good to go?" They nodded. "Let's get going then," said Blake. They moved down a hallway. Blake studied the ship's layout on the overlay that sat over his right eye. He felt like a pirate. The display showed the other groups moving about, and they appeared as green dots. After an area became secured, it highlighted in blue. Most of the ship still contained red areas, so there was a lot of work needing to be done. He smiled at the counter showing the number of de-slimed FDF personnel. His lowered helmet allowed him to sense better. As the group moved, he appreciated the bright illumination, but his smell ability was obscured from so many sources. Sounds of battle raged all around, and there was not a moment of silence as they traversed from hallway to hallway and room to room. After 10 minutes, they reached a large circular room. A walking track ringed the area, and a fake grass field sat in the center. The ceiling was domed and transparent, giving a good view off into space. Benches dotted the field, while metallic paths weaved through the grass. At various points along the path were small structures that Blake knew to be portable bathrooms by the odor. Matter replicator posts appeared between the bathrooms. Dense clumps of cybernetic trees around the landscape provided a sparsely populated forest feel. "What the hell is all this shit?"
asked Zane.
Relaxation room is what Sarah called it, said Blake. Zane shook his head. Leave it to Fredorians to put a park on a ship. And a perfect ambush spot, said Blake, looking around. I sense Saskarins here. Ada tilted her head.
I do as well, although I have no visual confirmation.
Blake slapped Zane's arm. Get a move on, big guy. Zane barked and howled as he lowered his shield and advanced with his hell thrower pointing forward. Although Blake did not mention it out loud, he sensed the group was anxious. Given their last fight with Saskarin elites, that was understandable. The park was large, and Daz's drones provided an aerial view of the area. However, the trees granted cover for anything that might be lurking around. The group traveled the first third of the park without issue. When they paused by a portable bathroom, skittering noises filled the air. Blake raised a fist off to the side. He sensed the Saskarins were close and all around. The bathroom shook. Blake approached it and used his striker to open the door. A blob of flesh jumped out and knocked him back. Elite, he said. Seth poured accelerant on the elite as it changed to a humanoid form. The rest of the group lit it up. You gotta be fucking kidding me, said Zane. They're coming through the poop station now. As if on cue, growling noises in the distance from all around drew closer. They're trying to pin us in here, said Blake. Form a circle. The group complied. Blake examined the trees. He sensed movement in all directions, and whatever approached moved fast. Zane's shielding lit up as projectiles hit it. They're here. The rest of the group's shielding sparked as FDF personnel entered the clearing. Unlike a slimed FDF, these were enhanced. Parts of their faces sagged. Their physique seemed bulkier relative to a human's, and their clothes were torn to make way for unusual appendages that seemed more like spider legs. Blake did not think they were human anymore. Seth fired a de-sliming pellet at one of the FDF. It kept coming. What the fuck are these? He asked. If pellets won't work, shoot to kill, said Blake. The group opened fire with pellets first, then projectiles. The first round of FDF fell fast. After a moment, they slowly began to rise. Light 'em up, said Blake. The group laid down accelerant on the fallen bodies, then ignited them. More growling and shrieking pierced the air. Ada scanned one of the corpses.
They are no longer human. It seems they have mutated and contain blue slimes.
Oh, that's fucking great, said Cal. I guess why waste a black slime when you can create blue slime zombies? Keep your head on, said Blake. We can't stay here. Ada, can you update the other groups?
I have done so,
said Ada. Blake nodded. All right. We move bathroom to bathroom. These new Saskarins seem to be coming in waves, and I expect they're going to get tougher. Bring 'em on, said Zane, raising his head. As the group moved forward, Blake took stock of the situation. The Saskarins had evolved again. It seemed they no longer needed to control bodies for infiltration, and a conversion approach was not being used. The thought of a Fredorian world filled with slimed zombies made his skin crawl, something that was not easy to do. The disregard of life the Saskarins showed put them on a whole other level of twisted. So far, the group performed, but there was still a ways to go. His blood boiled. The Saskarins not only captured Fredoria, but were taking lives now, too. Thankfully, it seemed it was not every FDF, as the ones they encountered prior could be de-slimed. He wondered what other atrocities the Saskarins left behind on the Arcturus. Seth's stomach churned. After 15 minutes of sporadic battle, the group was closing in on the park exit, but the twisted bodies that attacked were something he had not expected to see. It seemed the closer they got to leaving the area, the more bizarre the FDF attackers became. Unusual appendages stuck out, and the faces sometimes contained extra pieces and parts, such as a third eye or additional mouth. He knew the Saskarins had experimented before, and it appeared the park had become a dumping ground for them. He jumped when a large Saskarin elite burst into the clearing. Several twisted FDF followed it. The FDF were bulkier than the previous ones, and the appendages ending in sharp claws protruded out of their backs. Their faces looked like fear permanently resided there. What the fuck? Said Cal. Ignite that shit, said Blake, launching accelerant at the elite. It jumped over the stream and landed in the middle of the group. 2 destroyers reached out to grab the elite, but it split in half and covered them. Seth hesitated. If he lit the elite up, the destroyers would pay the price.
While he tried to decide his next step, more and more of the mutated FDF swarmed in. His heart thumped when another elite entered the clearing. It jumped on Zane and morphed over his armor like a tight blanket.
"What the hell is this? I can't see," said Zane.
He struggled, but the elite restricted his movement. Seth's breathing increased when more elites appeared and targeted the other members. Ada shot Accelerant at one, but it dodged. Instead, her Accelerant hit a muted FDF, which she lit up. The elite leapt on and wrapped around her. Blake whirled his blade around, shredding a mutated FDF and cutting into an elite. The elite slid up his blade and covered Blake. Seth's heartbeat pumped furiously. This new tactic wasn't meant to kill. It was to hold while others did the killing. With a swarm of mutated FDF coming, this fight would be over quickly. Cal and Daz were the only ones still free, and Daz's remaining destroyer and turret dog had been disabled. This was going bad fast. Seth needed a plan. He closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them, determined. "Cal, shoot Accelerant on the ground around the group. Daz, light it up as he goes. I'm gonna pitch a bonfire, and we're gonna burn these bitches off," said Seth. Cal nodded and avoided mutated FDF and more elites as he ran around in a circle outside the group. As the Accelerant hit the ground, Daz set fire to it. The circle of fire kept the enemies at bay. Seth unloaded as much Accelerant as he could in the center of the group, then torched it. A bonfire reached toward the ceiling. "Move 'em close to the center," said Seth. Cal guided Zane over to the center fire. As Zane stepped through the fire, the elite fell off and tried to reform. Seth burned the elite up. Zane shook his head and grabbed Blake. Together with Daz, they got Blake over to the fire, where the elite was roasted off and melted by Zane. Seth escorted Ada to the center, despite the elite trying to slow them down. "Step over the fire." She complied, and the elite fell off her. Seth shot Accelerant at the elite, which Ada ignited. Two of Daz's destroyers stopped moving and crashed to the ground. The remaining destroyer and turret dog were able to move over the fire. The group formed a circle.
"That shit sucked," said Zane.
"Definitely an interesting approach," said Daz. Blake growled.
"Yeah, it's a new tactic. Ada, update the others in case they run into it."
She nodded.
"Keep the circle lit, and let's start taking these bitches down," said Blake.
The group unleashed a hail of projectiles to cut down the muted FDF who tried to penetrate the fire barrier. The elites kept their distance, but the group alternated in rushing out to douse one with Accelerant and burn it. After 10 minutes, the Saskarins retreated.
"What a fight," said Cal as he took a knee.
Zane sighed.
"Yeah, but I used a lot of energy in that fight, not to mention a ton of Accelerant. We can't do more than a few of these."
"Yeah, my shielding is about out," said Cal.
I'm in a similar situation,
said Ada.
"All right, take a moment to catch your breath," said Blake.
He slapped hands with Seth.
"Good plan, my abductee brother."
"You just wanted to see some hot pants, didn't you?"
Everyone laughed.
"All good," said Seth. "It was the ground or roast the group."
Blake nodded. "We'll need to be cautious in open areas, but I think this is the last one before the power room."
He glanced at Daz.
"I'm sorry about your 2 destroyers."
Daz shrugged. "Better them than one of us. I still have one left, and a turret dog, along with several drones to help with reconnaissance." They forearms shook.
"Damn, that elite was strong," said Cal.
Seth listened to Cal's heavier breathing over comms and noted that Zane seemed like he was literally trying to catch his breath. If the fight lasted much longer without laying down ground-based fires, Seth did not think the battle would have gone in their favor. A chill swept up his spine that they could have all died on the spot. The elite's second skin strategy was not something he had ever seen, and it irked him that the Saskarins always seemed to be evolving. After another 10 minutes, the group headed out. Several mutated FDF showed up, but were gunned down. Seth realized that since the fight, he had not seen regular slimed FDF. Ada tilted her head.
Q-Reese is reporting that there are Saskarin soldiers on board.
"Great," said Blake. "At least they don't try to hug you to death." "Yeah, I'd much rather fight them than those elite things," said Zane.
Blake nodded. "We're not far from the power room. I bet the soldiers are guarding that and other critical areas along with elites and mutated FDF." Seth focused ahead as the group continued on. As they mowed down roving bands of mutated FDF, he wondered what it must have been like for them. To see your fellow crewmates mutate would have been terrifying. Now their corpses either littered the hallways or roamed around as mutants. Blake looked over. "You okay?" "Yeah," said Seth. "Was just thinking these FDF personnel had no chance, unfortunately," said Blake. They reached the power room after 15 minutes. Blake peered inside. "Looks like some slimed FDF at several workstations. Some mutated FDF. But I'm not seeing any elites. All right, here's the plan. Take down the mutated FDF first, then de-slime the FDF who can be. They'll need to be moved off to the side, and then they can help Ada shut off the main power. The engines should shut down as well as the shielding and weapons at that point. Any questions?" "Yeah," said Zane, tossing out one of his beefy gauntlets. "Those FDF are going to freak out when they're de-slimed. Trying to deal with that in a firefight is tough."
"I will handle them,"
said Ada. Blake gestured at her. "There's your solution." "All right," said Zane. "We'll follow Zane in and use a firing arc from behind as it opens up," said Blake. He slapped Zane on the chest. "Do your thing." Zane barked and howled as he marched into the room. Fusion reactors resided near the back, with an open central area and platforms on the sides, with workstations and consoles. The dim lighting from above was offset by the arrays of pulsing lights on the reactors. The mutated FDF rushed over from the sides. They went down fast, and the subsequent waves fared no better. After the mutated FDF were gone, the group concentrated on de-sliming the FDF personnel. Seth and Blake shot the de-sliming agent, while Ada and Cal killed the black slimes that tried to escape. As each FDF member regained their consciousness, Ada herded them over to the left side. Pure terror lined their faces. Some screamed, others vomited, and some got on their knees in a daze. Ada did her best to ensure they were okay, but it was obvious they might not be of much help in their current state. After 10 minutes, they secured the power room. Ada moved those who might assist her to the workstation area in the back, while Daz, along with his destroyer and turret dog, joined her. Zane positioned himself in front of the entrance and stood with his shield facing the door. Seth, Cal, and Blake stood next to him. "Ada, how long till main power is down?" asked Blake.
"It will take a few minutes."
"All right. Then we need to—" A rumbling noise filled the air. "What now?" asked Zane. Blake grimaced. "I don't know, but something's coming, and fast. It's strong enough to send vibrations. Daz, cover Ada." "Got it," said Daz. Seth sighed. He aimed forward with his striker. They would need to defend the power room since, if they lost, whatever arrived could turn it back on. A quick check on his helmet showed that roughly 40% of the ship had been retaken, but there were a lot of casualties. Once the main power was down, more support could arrive. The dwindling numbers from the initial groups indicated that the Saskarins put up an effective defense, and, without aid, the mission would be lost. Seth gritted his teeth and focused on the entrance. Blake did a quick check around him to get a feel for where everyone was. Zane covered the front with his shield out and facing the door. Seth stood behind Zane off to the left and on the edge of the shielding. Cal had the other side. Ada was in the back, coordinating the freed FDF members, while Daz assisted her. Blake moved near the entrance and ducked behind a metallic cabinet. Whatever was coming would focus on Zane first, and Blake would flank. "Get ready," said Blake. "It's about here." "Any idea what it is?" asked Seth. "Probably an elite, but maybe in a different configuration. Whatever is coming is louder than one elite," said Blake. Zane sighed. "Probably a merged one." You might be right," said Blake. The vibrations got louder. "It's here," said Blake. He studied the unusual creature that burst into the room. It possessed the body of a bull, but instead of a neck and head, a thick muscle that ended with a flat end and a swarm of tendrils flailed about. It was new to him, and he figured it was about 3 or 4 merged elites. That would account for the noises and the mass. "Fuck you," said Zane as he unloaded his hell thrower. The projectiles hit the creature, ripping off parts of flesh that immediately reformed. While some parts broke off, the attack were essentially harmless. Seth fired a stream of accelerant at the monster. The creature divided into 4 tadpole-like creatures with 6 legs. Each portion scurried out of the way. One jumped on the ceiling, while another 2 skittered onto the side walls. The 4th rushed toward Zane. "Holy shit," said Seth. He unloaded another stream at the approaching beast. It popped over the stream and landed on top of Zane, then reformed as it covered him. "Not this shit again," said Zane. Blake fired an accelerant near Zane and then ignited it. "Get near the fire." As Seth and Blake moved to help Zane, Cal screamed as one of the creatures fell from the ceiling and landed on him. The creature morphed into a python form and wrapped around Cal. "Ah, shit," said Cal. Daz's destroyer rushed from the back and grabbed Cal before flinging him over to the fire Blake had created. While Seth continued to help Zane, Blake grabbed Cal and pulled him into the fire. The creature shrieked and reformed, but with half its mass missing. It split into 2 parts and merged with the ones on the side walls. The destroyer and turret dog moved back to defend Ada and Daz. Cal struggled to stand, while Seth guided Zane over to the fire. The creature on Zane lost half its mass and then split in half to merge with the remaining 2. Blake took a quick assessment. Cal was hurt, and his heavy breathing and grunts indicated there was probably something broken. Zane held his side. The monster had discovered a weak spot and pierced him. Seth seemed to be okay, but his heart rate showed he was excited, and he had every right to be. Ada continued to work with the FDF, and only Daz and his destroyer and turret dog stood between them and the fight. If they lost this battle, Daz and Ada would be on their own. But Blake hoped it did not come down to that. They needed to keep working on shutting down the power. These elites were faster, stronger, and able to shift into new forms in seconds. By comparison, the group was probably moving in slow motion to the elite. Blake pulled out his dual energy blades. The 2 creatures dropped to the ground and merged to form a naked female humanoid with red hair and green skin. "Interesting," said the woman. "I'm Gazeric. I wanted to see for myself what's caused us so much pain. And I'm not impressed." Blake slammed a blood vial before he stepped forward. "You lost some weight, courtesy of the Earthborn burning your ass plan." Gazeric chuckled. "I've come to appreciate human humor, although I think in this case you're using it to deflect from the reality you're experiencing." She ran a hand over her body. "We've adapted to your fire mines trick and your accelerant approach." "Not completely," said Blake, pointing at some charred flesh. "Did you actually stop the fight to gloat?" "Oh, no. This Arcturus plan of yours will be over shortly. I wanted to meet the one who killed not only a commander, but also made us aware of other beings. You're special and represent a far superior being. We have questions," said Gazeric. Blake smiled as his senses increased. "Questions, huh? You better hope or pray to whatever you do that the Daedral lords never find your dimension." "That's actually what we wanted to talk about," said Gazeric. "Let's make a deal. This assault is going to fail. Why not save everyone in this room and your other friends? They can leave if you'll answer our questions." Blake nodded. "I have a better idea. How about I kill you, we shut the power down, and then we retake Fredoria?" Gazeric laughed. "Before I kill you, let me tell you something I find interesting," said Blake. He motioned at Seth. "Did you know that if he eats too much spicy food, it comes out the other end in a streak of gas?" "What?" asked Gazeric. "Yeah, and Zane likes to light it. We call it a Sethsplosion," said Blake. "So if you see Seth eating something spicy and Zane is near, watch out." "What is this nonsense?" Seth shot a stream of accelerant on the ground near Blake. Zane fired some pellets, which ignited it. Blake spun in a circle and covered his blades in the lit accelerant. He dashed over to Gazeric and cut her in half. Gazeric screamed, then gurgled as she split into 2 forms. Blake danced around and cut, jabbed, and sliced through both forms, making sure to keep them from escaping. Seth and Zane joined up and spewed accelerant on the ground around the forms, then underneath and ignited it. As Gazeric's forms tried to flee the consuming fire, Blake spun with his blade. forcing the forms to merge back. After a moment, Gazeric's charred remains covered the floor. Cal joined them as they stood over her lifeless form. "Damn, son." "A Seth's-splosion?" "Really?" asked Seth, looking at Blake. The others laughed. "I thought it was good," said Blake. "I like the part where I lit it," said Zane, chuckling. Blake nodded. "Yeah, I did too. Let's check to see where Ada's at." They assembled around her. "Status?" asked Blake.
The power is about to be shut down. You gave us enough time, although some of the FDF personnel had trouble concentrating,"
said Ada. "I would too if I knew a Seth's-splosion was possible," said Blake. "Aw, man, fuck you," said Seth. "A Seth's-splosion?" asked Daz. Blake laughed. "I'll fill you in later." He looked around as the lights dimmed. The room became dark for a moment, then lit up due to circular half-globes on the ceiling.
"Secondary power is now active and only for critical systems,"
said Ada.
"I have updated the other groups on our status. Support ships are already en route to the docking bays and have been informed as to what to expect."
"Excellent," said Blake. He exhaled. "Based on the numbers I'm seeing, it looks like we took a lot of casualties overall." "Yeah, but we got the job done," said Zane. He slapped a workstation, startling an FDF crew member. "Once this bad boy is out of commission, the rest will fall." Ada nodded.
"The Allied fleet is moving in and taking control of the fight now. However, it seems the Saskarins are forcing some of the defense ships to take on a suicidal role."
Blake sighed. "Of course they are. Bastards. All right, everyone, take a moment to relax." Ada, Cal, and Zane need looked at. Cal got constricted and Zane was pierced. Ada complied. Blake sat on the ground and leaned against a workstation. His blood still pumped furiously from the fight, and the vial he had drunk earlier wanted him to continue on. The battle was bigger than he had realized. Fredoria's fate depended on it. Unfortunately for Gazeric, she ran into him. He grinned. It hit him that he did not get to ask her if she thought he would drink her dry. His grin faded as he reflected on Jazaris. While there would be a lot of cleanup to do on Fredoria, the Saskarins had effectively knocked the Fredorians out of doing anything about Jazaris. That was their plan all along. The coming days were going to be busy, and he suspected Andia would be a spitfire as she reorganized a new Fredoria. Zane growled when Ada deployed a gel into his pierce wound. Seth held Zane's arms so he wouldn't move. A part of Cal's armor was off, and Daz tended to the open skin. Blake enjoyed every moment with his crew. They had his back and he theirs, and they just stomped yet another Saskarin attempt into the ground. Although he had doubts about being a leader, he realized he loved it. Chapter 17. Andia smiled as she looked around the packed auditorium on Fredoria. The full Fredorian Senate and representatives from the Covendrin, Kriegans, and the newly named Android Nation were present. High-ranking FDF personnel and Ranger leadership arrived with various other Fredorian organizations. Everyone getting situated and talking to each other made it noisy. She stood by a table on a stage near the front of the auditorium. At the table sat Yoldaris, Kiggs, Blake, Rakar, Teros, Garvis Cole, Bothan, and several high-level Fredorian representatives. She had waited for this. Fredoria needed rebuilt now that the Saskarins had been cleaned out. She walked up to a podium and interacted with a console. A massive screen from behind lit up with a view of her. The crowd settled and took their seats. Andia cleared her throat. After it got quiet, she said, "I'm Andia Kiggs, President of Fredoria. I wanted to welcome everyone to the first official meeting of the new Fredorian government." The crowd cheered. "It has been 2 weeks since we engaged the Saskarins to retake Fredoria, and we have prevailed." The crowd chanted Fredoria. Andia motioned for the audience to quiet down. "We did so at great cost. There were many casualties." She looked at the table to her left. Both Fredorian and non-Fredorian. But they fought together for a common cause. Blake, Yoldaris, Teros, and Kiggs nodded at her. She faced the audience. "Their sacrifice will not be forgotten. As it stands now, the FDF is in shambles. Over 60% of our ships are lost or damaged. The loyal FDF who battled to retake Fredoria will not be forgotten." The crowd cheered. She motioned at Teros. "Thanks to the Kriegans, we have a buffer zone. That means we don't need to worry about a Dredalian invasion while we rebuild." The audience clapped. She gestured at Yoldaris. "The Covendrin committed several large fleets. Half of them are gone, but the remaining ones will stick around and protect Fredoria until we can do so on our own. They suffered great loss, but worked side by side with our FDF enforcers, Presidential Guard, and other allies. I'm honored to call them an official ally." The audience cheered again. She dipped her head at Q Reese. "The group formerly known as the Android Resistance is now the Android Nation, or AN for short. It was not only their ships that aided us, but their soldiers and technology. They helped recapture the Rim worlds and left a fleet in our system to help us rebuild our own with newer technology. I'm honored to call them an official ally." The crowd responded with vigor. She pointed at Garvis Cole. "Garvis Cole was the legitimate head of the government during my absence. I am back now, but I have selected Garvis as my vice president. In the coming days, we will be meeting with the Senate to reorganize the government." Garvis received a standing ovation. He stood and waved at the audience. After everyone settled down, Andia motioned at Bothan. He protected Garvis and led the resistance at a tactical level. Although there were many deaths on Fredoria, he prevented what might have been worse had he not stepped up. He is now head of the Presidential Guard. The audience cheered. Andia motioned at Blake, and then the Exceltion crew in the crowd. And last, but not least, there is Blake Brown and his Earthborn crew. If it were not for them taking the risks they did, we might not be here right now. They put everything on the line to fight the Saskarins even before they attacked Fredoria. We owe them everything." "Damn right!" shouted Senator Mellerin from the audience. The crowd chuckled. Andia had heard that Senator Mellerin had a big change of heart and was now a big believer in Blake and the Presidential Guard. With all that said, the road ahead is long. There will be many new policies and protocols to be discussed, and we will be protected while doing so. Fredoria may be down now, but we will rise again." She slapped her fist to her chest. The crowd stood and replicated the action. "For Fredoria," she said. "For Fredoria," the audience said. Andia soaked in the moment. Although it discouraged her to read all the casualty and damage reports, she had hope for the new government. With so many capable leaders and the backing of strong allies, she saw a bright future, one where Android and Earthborn were equals, and the Covendrin and Android Nation were official allies. She motioned for everyone to sit. "We'll now hear from each leader of their respective factions," said Andia. Over the next 2 hours, she listened with rapture as Yoldaris, Q Reese, Teros, Bothan, Garvis Cole, and several prominent senators gave their introductions and promises. She found it odd that the Covendrin did not have an official dignitary present and had instead deferred to Yoldaris to represent them. That was probably due to the sheer respect he commanded, both on Fredoria and off it. Q Reese's speech focused on how they would integrate their technology as well as highlights of some of the new features. The crowd hung on his every word, and she suspected that a large portion of the Senate was happy the Android Nation had their own home moon outside Fredorian space. It would be a long road for that rift to heal, but now there was a start. Bothan gave his high-level plans for the Presidential Guard. It would expand and be outfitted with the best technology available. It would still be kept small relative to the FDF, but would serve as a backup in case Fredoria was ever threatened again. Garvis Cole outlined some new policies he wanted to implement, as well as working in his own ideas on a new constitution. Andia had talked to him over the last 2 weeks, and they had a solid plan in place. The FDF would get an overhaul. Teros had reiterated Kriegans' support for the new government and would help maintain a buffer zone while Fredoria was rebuilt. Andia could not fathom having to fend off other empires at this point. A more pressing concern was Jazaris. Fredoria was in no shape to assist the Kriegans, but Blake had volunteered to help. Normally, she would have asked how one ship could make an impact, but she knew from recent experience how much it could. She cracked up when Blake took the podium. As always, he shot one-liners left and right, but his assessment of the current situation had everyone taking notes. He had become a legend, and she now understood why Everin had asked her and Rakar to find Blake when he initially arrived on Fredoria after his alien abduction from Earth. Although he was not a politician and had turned down leading the Rangers and the Presidential Guard, he would still play a role as a leader. He would keep his crew and report to her directly. After doing her rounds once the speeches were done, she relaxed in her temporary quarters with Rakar.
"What a day,"
said Rakar as he slid next to her on the couch. Andia nodded. "It's a good start."
"You impressed everyone up there."
She shrugged. "Maybe. What's important is we have a second chance to get things right. Years of stagnation can be addressed without getting bogged down in administration." Rakar nodded.
"You and Garvis have some bold plans, but I like it. I'll make sure the Fredorian Rangers get back to what it's supposed to be."
She swatted his arm. "You better." They shared a deep kiss. Rakar grinned.
"You know, we got the rest of the day."
"Mm-hmm," said Andia. Spending the rest of the day with Rakar sounded like a good idea. Although she had initially wanted to hang out a bit more after all the speeches, her body let her know she was tired, even though it was only 2:30 p.m. If she closed her eyes, she would end up taking a nap while sitting on the couch, but the thought of being in Rakar's arms gave her some energy. Cal relaxed in his temporary living quarters. He enjoyed attending the meeting Andia had presided over the previous day. Although he only had a moment to talk with her, she had personally thanked him. It was an odd sight to see An, Covendrin, Kriegans, other Earthborn, and various Fredorian representatives in one place and all chanting for Fredoria. A little over 2 weeks had passed since the fight on the Arcturus, and he had healed well. His forearm device beeped at him. A quick check showed he had an appointment with the medical ward of the building he was in. The Saskarin elites and their oatmeal-like consistency were able to exert a surprising amount of force, and he had suffered a broken rib. His adrenaline must have been through the roof, because he did not really notice the pain until the ship was secured. He reflected on the fight as he walked to the medical ward. His memory appeared to be sharper now that he was away from the battle and not having to deal with Saskarins in his face. The mutated FDF were something out of a horror movie. They had no choice in the matter, and it seemed that once the Saskarins had taken over a society, the end result was a mutated version of that society. His skin crawled to think of every Fredorian being mutated, and he was sure the Shulans received that treatment. He had talked to Yoldaris some, and the weight of so many losses weighed heavily on him. However, he seemed committed to helping Fredoria, and Cal suspected that once Fredoria had built back up, the Covendrin and Fredoria would be stronger allies than they were at the moment. The same might be said of the Android Nation, although he had to consciously remember to call them that instead of the Android Resistance. Curies had been calm about everything, almost like it was a business transaction, but androids weren't known for their emotions. Blake cracked Cal up. Even while fighting in deadly situations, Blake fired off one-liners and, in general, kept his cool. Cal was amazed that he was a part of the group and the coincidences that had lined up for that to happen. Getting caught and stuck in a prison on Zakara Prime had turned out to be an ideal situation, not something he had thought of as positive at the time. Cal sauntered into the medical ward. He grinned when he saw Zane slapping at a robot's hand as it tended to Zane's wound.
"Cal, it's good to see you,"
said a humanoid robot with white metal. Red symbols resided on the arm and chest. Cal wrinkled his brow. "Doc?"
"Yes, I'm using one of these temporary bodies while here."
"Huh. Cool. Looks like Zane could use some help." Doc nodded.
"You're next, so I can do both of you at the same time."
Cal shrugged. "Sure. Lead on." He followed Doc into Zane's room. Doc motioned at the robot.
"I will take over from here."
The robot nodded and stood off to the side. "Doc," said Zane. Doc smiled.
"How are you feeling?"
Zane sighed. Better, although this wound is pissing me off.
I understand,
said Doc. He raised a hand and emitted a yellow beam over Zane's wound.
Your skin has already healed, but your internals have not.
Zane scratched at his skin. Oh yeah. I know, this shit itches like crazy, but I can't reach it.
Doc walked over to a console and interacted with it. After a moment, he pulled out a syringe with a flat end instead of a needle and placed it snugly against a container with a gray goo. Once the syringe was full, Doc stood next to Zane.
These microbots will help ease the itching,
said Doc. Zane leaned back with both hands behind him.
All you.
Doc touched Zane's skin with the syringe.
Damn. I already feel better.
2 other robots had come in and were watching Doc work. Maybe they wanted to learn due to Doc having expanded programming.
The microbots will fall into your waste system once everything is fully healed,
said Doc.
He means it'll come out your rear chute, said Cal, laughing.
Zane grinned.
Whatever works.
Doc motioned for Cal to lie on an adjacent slab. After he complied, Doc interacted with the slab's side console. A device whirred into place over Cal and emitted a scan that went from head to toe. Doc smiled.
Your rib is healed, although it is still weak. Once the fasteners are done, the microbots will leave your system, similar to Zane's.
We all get metallic poop,
said Zane, smiling.
Yes, it is the shit. Literally,
said Doc. Zane chuckled.
Kane hooking you up with the slang.
He is,
said Doc. Zane looked at the robots in the room and gestured at Doc.
Take notes.
The robots tilted their head at Zane.
Anyway, sounds like we can do our duty if need be, but gotta take it slow,
said Zane. Doc nodded.
I have put in an armor modification request to Kane, and he is working on increasing the protection on your midsection.
Sweet. Works for me, said Cal. Fighting those elites was like attacking a monster made of oatmeal. Yeah, said Zane. What I don't get is, if they could form something strong enough to pierce my armor, why didn't they lead with that?
Doc raised a finger.
From the data I analyzed, the energy requirements for that were high. I suspect they conserved energy to deal with dodging the accelerant, reforming, and trying to hold you.
Zane shrugged. I could see that. Still, they could have covered me, then pricked me to death.
His eyes widened.
That's what they're going to do next time, right?
As part of the new upgrades I sent to Kane, I suggested a counter to being encapsulated by the elites in that form. Tiny holes in your armor will allow for the accelerant to secrete and burn on fortified patches that ignite.
So we literally light ourselves on fire,
said Zane. Cal shook a finger. In a controlled manner, though.
That's a nice trick. I like it.
No.
I love it.
Doc nodded.
I'm glad you love it. You can stand now.
Cal slid off the slab and ran a hand over his stomach. He eyed Zane.
Lunch?
Sure, said Zane, standing.
We good here, Doc?
You both are. Have a good lunch.
Cal chuckled at the robots staring at Doc. They must be taking digital notes on human interaction. Although the robots were serviceable, they had the personality of a rock, even with the organic interaction programs he knew they used. Cal slapped Doc on the back and exited with Zane. As they walked to the cafeteria, Zane glanced at Cal.
So, what do you think's next?
Cal shrugged. Probably something with Jazaris, although I don't know what the Kriegans are going to do. I suspect whatever we do will be based on that.
Yeah. That eye on the planet shit is fucked up,
said Zane. Just imagine if that thing comes through. The fact it hasn't meant it's being kept at bay. Zane tossed out his hand.
Or that the rifts aren't big enough for it to escape.
Cal shuddered. How do we fight something like that?
No clue. But I'm sure the Kriegans will come up with a plan, and if not, Blake will. He seems to always be on top of things.
Cal chuckled. Yeah, and watch the plan be something like, we fly in and fight.
I hope not, said Zane. I can't do shit in the ship. And I don't think my hull thrower would help.
Well, we got some time before we do anything, said Cal. Although he tried not to show nervousness, the eye on the planet made it hard not to. Something large, powerful and ancient, waited to burst free. If the Krigan fleet got destroyed with ease, Cal did not have much hope for any fleet doing well. A different solution would be needed. Like Zane, Cal hoped the new plan did not involve flying into the rifts. Chapter 18. Blake grinned as he looked around Andia's makeshift office. Andia, Teros, Rakar, Yoldaris, Kiggs, Bothan, and Garvis Cole had packed in, and it was a tight fit around the table with a hollow projector. Although it had only been 2 weeks and a few days since the Arcturus fight, he still pictured all the death there, along with the Saskarins. Maybe that was why his muscles were not as relaxed as they should be. He did enjoy not having to wear a helmet, and the office smelled like someone had cleaned it with a citrus cleaner. The large windows at the back let in sun rays, happy to be in a warm room. The jovial nature of everyone made everything less tense, despite the fact they were there to discuss the next steps in dealing with the Saskarins. Bothan slapped Blake on the back.
Relax.
Blake sighed.
I'm always good. Relaxed enough to be clenching your fists.
Blake looked down and realized he had subconsciously reacted to thinking about the Saskarins. He unclenched his fists and nodded. Andia motioned for everyone to join her around the large, rectangular hollow table.
"All right," said Andia. "This won't be too long, as the current focus is on restoring Fredoria, but we still need to talk about the next step with the Saskarins." She motioned at Teros. "We should start with hearing what the Krigans are doing."
Teros cleared his throat.
"The Krigans are keeping a buffer zone between the Jazaris system and the nearby Krigan systems. Although we've moved out the 111th Fleet to cover the area, we're now stretched thin. As such, we can't make any fleet movements for now, but we're working on some ideas, so you're in a holding pattern," said Blake.
Teros sighed.
"Yes, and we also had to allocate resources to protect Fredoria from others, like the Dredalians. We're fighting a war still in the remote Hilkrin system. At least the enemies there can be hit. A new fleet is being assembled, but it will take time."
Blake shook his head. "Time we may not have. If whatever is on that planet breaks out, it's going to be a whole other ball game."
"Ball game?" "Yes,
I think," said Teros, eyeing Blake. "Nonetheless, all we can do now is hold our position." Yoldaris interacted with the table console. A projection shot up of Jazaris and the surrounding systems.
"We should at least try to cover Jazaris with condensed space beacons and response units in case something tries to get out. It wouldn't take too many ships and sensors to do that," said Yoldaris.
"We have orbital platforms that might help in the sensor network area," said Kiggs.
Yoldaris motioned at Kiggs.
"It's a start."
Andia grimaced.
"That's a lot of space to cover, and would pull resources from both the Covendrin and AN. With the Krigans on hold and Fredoria rebuilding, I'm not sure how we can do that."
Blake chuckled. Everyone looked at him.
"The answer is simple.
Get more allies." Garvis Cole studied Blake.
"I assume you have some in mind?"
He threw his hands off to the side.
"Of course.
I'm Blake Brown." The group chuckled as Garvis raised an eyebrow.
"But on a more serious note,
I could check in with Halkrim, a Dalgoris prince who was one of the prisoners we saved from Tokara. The Dalgarusians would be a powerful ally to have," said Blake.
"They're difficult to deal with," said Rakar. "Believe me, I've tried in the past."
Blake grinned. "I've got a prison bond with Halkrim. He wouldn't be where he is now if we hadn't stepped in."
Andia nodded. "That would be a strong ally. Anyone else?"
"Well, it's not standard, but the Bartong Reach has some powerful mercenary groups we might reach out to. They're quite adept when it comes to sensors." "That's a rough place," said Teros.
"Yeah, but it's also an opportunity to open some form of relations with them. You never know when you need an ally in a rough place." Andia ran a hand over the back of her neck.
"And you know who to contact?"
"Do I need to answer that?" asked Blake with a big smile.
"Oh, right. You're Blake Brown," said Andia, shaking her head.
Teros shook a finger at Blake.
"The Krigans might not be able to send a fleet, but we do have a lot of smaller ships and support ones that might be of use. It would require nothing less than an act of the Emperor."
"It's worth it to talk to him, then," said Andia.
Taros smiled. I still find it difficult you can be granted an audience, given how rare it is for anyone to do that. But he seems to like you and Rakar. Blake eyed Andia and Rakar. You can almost say they have a common friend in high places. Andia and Rakar looked at each other, and then at Blake. Relax, we're all friends here, said Blake with a big grin. I like the plan. So we get Halkram, the Bartong Reach mercenaries, and the Kregan Emperor on board. Surround Jazaris with a sensor net and ships that can intercept anything trying to escape, and at least at a minimum we'll have the Saskarins contained. To contain them, yes. But what about after? Asked Bothan. Blake interacted with the table console. A projection shot up of Jazaris' sun, surrounded by hundreds of laser defense platforms. Blake pointed at 2 larger highlighted ones. I had Ada and Doc run an analysis of the laser platforms. Their fire is synchronized, but these 2 are different. Based on their projections, those are the primary and backup command platforms. We control those, and we can aim all the platforms at the planet and let them handle any of those booger things that fly out. Yoldaris laughed. All right, said Andia. With the system contained and then the planet, they won't be able to make a move. At the very least, it will buy us some time. But we'll need a final solution. Blake sighed. The group looked at him. I suppose you have a plan for that, too, said Andia. Blake nodded. Unfortunately, I do. And I've thought a lot about this. With the laser platforms handling anything coming out of the rift, the Exceltion drops me off in a ship near Colas Prime, and I fly into the rift. Once inside, I summon an old friend who will be more than happy to see the Saskarins. Once they've acquainted themselves, I fly out, and I'm pretty sure the rifts will close afterward. The group sat in silence. What old friend are we talking about here? Asked Garvis, one who's already met the Saskarins, and one they fear. If I'm right that behind the rift is another dimension, I'll essentially act as a homing beacon for him. Once he's there, it's lights out for the Saskarins, said Blake. Rakar tilted his head. Are you referring to the day-old prince, Drul Khan the Destroyer? The one and only. If he could do that, why doesn't he come to this reality? Blake studied Rakar and Andia. I think we know the answer to that. Blake figured they already understood the timeline was protected by Everin. Lord Noskov, Blake's ancient vampire master, had told him long ago that powerful beings stayed far away from interacting with timelines, particularly the one they were in, due to the off chance Everin took notice. He was simply that feared. Oh. Right, said Rakar, casting a side glance at Andia. Andia cleared her throat. I get it. Use one dimensional being to fight another, assuming the rift is dimensional. I think it is, said Kiggs. We've analyzed them, and they're giving off properties associated with the dimensional rift, although we've never seen it on a planet before or that large. However, there is one big assumption being made in that once inside, Blake will be allowed to leave. Blake cracked his neck. It's worth the risk. All that matters is the rifts close and the Saskarin threat is ended. If I die, so be it. I've lived over 400 years, and I can't help but feel I was selected to do this, since it's the only solution making sense to me. So the plan is essentially to get me there without being eaten by one of those slime balls that seem to drop in and out of the rifts. As for the rifts closing, Drolkan is not going to want anything to escape. So he will close it. The group went quiet. Okay, said Andia. I'll plan on a trip to Kiggs with Rakar and Taros. Garvis, you'll be in charge while I'm gone. Bothan, Kiggs, and Yoldaris will continue to work on Fredoria's rebuild and work with Garvis. Bothan, Garvis, Kiggs, and Yoldaris nodded. While we're doing that, Blake, reach out to Halkram and the Bartong Reach mercenaries. I'm authorizing you to offer an opening of trade relations and other cooperation. We would have never done this before, but it's a new chapter on Fredoria. I'll give you a video for confirmation. Sounds good to me, said Blake. Andia looked around the table. Okay. We know what we need to do. I'll create a special CID we can all communicate on, and we can go from there. Blake exhaled as everyone dispersed until only Andia remained. She eyed Blake. He grinned. Yes, I'm aware of the event with you, Rakar, Yldaris, and Everin. Andia sighed. I couldn't say anything. I know, Everin's rules. Remember, my master was Lord Noskov, one of Everin's closest friends. Although I never met Everin, he was always around in some capacity. I suspect he knows about this event, which is why he gave you the box. I also bet you're wondering how I came up with my plan. I am, actually. It sounds so final. Blake nodded. Yeah, but my master always said Earth was protected by Everin. If the Saskarins break free, there won't be much to stop them. Everin would not allow them to touch Earth, and he would have traveled back in time to a period before they were a threat and nullified them. The fact he hasn't means this event is part of the timeline, so it gets cleared up one way or another. He chuckled. I don't want to fucking die. But if it happens, then it was always meant to. Andia walked around the table and hugged him. Blake raised an eyebrow. He would have liked you. My master said Everin would wash my mouth out with soap. Andia stepped back and laughed. He would. Blake grinned. Although the plan made sense in his head, he still had to tell the rest of the Exceltion crew about it. He did not think he would be coming back once he was inside the Saskarin dimension, but he would not frame it that way to them. The last thing he needed was for the crew to be focused on the wrong topic. There were other steps to be done, and if he did not survive, then it was always meant to be. Blake surveyed the run-down spaceport that he, Zane, Cal, and Daz were at. The ground had seen better days and resembled an old basketball court. He was not sure what material it was, but dirt clumps and vegetation covered some of the areas, making it look like concrete islands. The trip to the remote planet took 2 days, but Blake looked forward to seeing Halcrum again. Why they had to meet outside Dulgora's space and in such a dump was a mystery. Man, I thought Killikin was a shithole, said Zane in his juggernaut armor. Just keep alert. I've never been here before, said Blake. He gestured at 3 reptilian aliens, beating on a 4th one nearby. I get the feeling the law is pretty subjective around here. Cal tapped the 2 pistols strapped to his thighs. My kind of place. He nodded at the 2 AN destroyers Daz had brought along. Glad you got those guys? Me too, said Daz with a grin. Blake nodded. As they exited the spaceport, he surveyed the dilapidated buildings from overhead, thanks to Daz's drones. The small town seemed to be a maze of broken-down structures with some sturdier, fortress-like ones scattered about. A hazy mist covered the ground, and the gloomy sky made it seem like even the air was depressed. Organized crime most definitely would have a presence here, and would act as both judge and jury in these types of areas. What surprised him was the variety of aliens bustling about. He recognized most of them, but some were new to him. If he were still an intelligence agent, he would spend some time learning about them, this place, and all the politics. But all that was on his mind as they walked down a dirt road was getting to a seedy building that had a safe house, per Halcrum. Blake suspected something was wrong in the way Halcrum had spoken over secured communication prior to coming out. Although Halcrum did not mention what was going on, he did say he could provide support if he had help doing something first. Blake understood that to mean Halcrum had need of the Exceltion crew's fighting ability. A lightly armored male Zibian ran screaming into Cal. "Whoa!" said Cal, putting the Zibian at arm's length. "What's up?" Blake stepped forward and grabbed the Zibian's arm. The old bump and grab, apparently. He was going for something on your belt. "Please don't kill me," said the Zibian. Blake drew his blade and placed it under the Zibian's chin. "Go. Next time, you die. Tell your friends in waiting, and yes, I know they're there. Blake Brown and crew are here. We clear?" The Zibian nodded. "You're the destroyer of Tokara," among other things, said Blake. The Zibian sprinted away. "Well, that was interesting," said Zane. Blake's eyes narrowed as he focused. That was a test to see our response. "I don't think we'll need to worry about that crew." Zane laughed. "Let them come out if they want a spanking. Indeed. Let's move." Blake checked their destination, then waved forward. Along the way, he observed the wretched situation most aliens seemed to be in. A large portion appeared destitute, while well-equipped mercenaries walked around. Might is right was the unwritten rule. Several mercs had stopped to watch as Blake and crew passed by, but he suspected they kept walking because they saw Zane's juggernaut suit and hell-thrower. After 2 hours, they reached an open courtyard in front of what appeared to be a warehouse of sorts. 2 Dulgarusians stood outside and wore heavy armor, and Blake sensed there were others around in the nooks and crannies. The 2 up front were probably guards, while the others were there to kill whoever decided to be an issue. The group walked into the courtyard and paused before the 2 guards. One knocked on the door. It slid open, and the guard motioned for Blake and crew to enter. Blake nodded and lowered his helmet. The odor was strong and reminded him of a portable toilet. The stench from outside permeated the interior as well. He gestured for Zane and Cal to lower their helmets. On the opposite side of the entrance, Halcrum stood next to a round table with 3 other Dulgarusians. He looked much different than Blake remembered, probably due to the elite armor he wore.
Damn. What the fuck died in here?
Asked Zane. Blake shook his head as a guard motioned for them to go to the table.
Blake. Daz,
said Halcrum as they approached.
Halcrum.
Long time no see, said Blake. He motioned around. I brought Zane Gibbons and Cal Modan with me, and you already know Daz. Halcrum nodded at Zane and Cal.
I know Daz well. We had a lot of time to talk on the way back here.
Zane waved a hand in the air.
It always smell like this?
Halcrum laughed.
Unfortunately. Thankfully, Dulgarusians don't have a great sense of smell. Please. Sit.
The group complied. Blake grinned. Nice hideout you got here. Although I had expected to meet on your home world, you being a prince and all. Halcrum sighed.
That would have been ideal. However, on my return to Nazjurgo, our home world, I learned that my brother, Saldron, had consolidated power, and my father, King Jonas, was sick and only made brief appearances in public.
I'm sorry to hear that, said Blake.
Your request for help on Jazaris has not gone unheard, though, said Halcrum. Your role in freeing Fredoria was quite impressive. It seems everywhere you go, you do great things. You will always have my support for what you did in Tokara.
Blake nodded.
Unfortunately, Saldron would never aid Fredoria or a Jazaris effort.
Halcrum scowled.
However, if I was back in my rightful place, you would have that support.
Zane grinned.
So you want us to whack your brother?
Not quite, said Halcrum.
I don't think my father's as sick as is claimed. We received intelligence that says he's being drugged, but I can't get into his palace to verify. It's secured and has a heavy merc presence. Saldron didn't use the royal guard because it might raise suspicion.
Cal shook a finger. Then we rescue him and clean him up. I agree, said Daz. Halcrum smiled.
That would be ideal. My brother would lose immediate support if my father were to go public and declare my brother's rule as illegal.
He glanced back at several of his Dulgarusians.
We tried to assault the palace, and failed. The security is elite, and they use specialized robots there. He sighed. My father still thinks I'm dead, from what I've heard. All I have is my former honor guard, who are here with me, and we're not many. I can't hire mercs, as I wouldn't trust them to not alert the mercs at the palace for a better reward.
Blake eased back into his seat.
All right. So we get your father out. Bring him someplace secure. He gets cleaned up and apprised of the situation. Then your brother's out and you're in. Then we get Dulgara's support for Jazaris. That about right?
Halcrum laughed.
You have a way of saying things, but yes, that is all correct. Good. I assume you got information, like your father's palace layout and what defenses can be expected, of course. Does this mean you'll do it? Asked Halcrum. I'm aware it's a lot to ask.
Blake glanced at the others.
Any concerns?
Zane shook his head.
We'll break those merc bitches.
Yeah, what he said, said Cal. It seems logical to me, said Daz. Besides, from what you've told me already, you're the rightful ruler.
Halcrum closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them. I should be. Nonetheless, if this can be pulled off, you'll forever be known to the Dulgarusians, and the Fredorians will gain a strong ally. Blake slapped Zane's juggernaut suit. Wait till those mercs get a load of this. Fuck yeah, said Zane, tapping his hell thrower. And this. Daz nodded at his destroyers. And that. I like the confidence, said Halcrum, chuckling. We'll get you all the information you need, including where to take my father once he's safe. We can also get you credentials for entering Nosjurgo space. Blake grinned. All right. Why don't we meet and go over the plan on my ship? Will the Crimson Duo be there? Blake laughed. They better be.
Chapter 19. Zane eased back into his chair in the Excelsion's briefing room. Seth, Ada, and Daz talked to Halcrum off to the side like he was an old friend. It did not surprise Zane that Daz had come on the trip, since he and Halcrum had spent some time in a prisoner transport ship stolen from Tokara. Kane, Luke, Sarah, and Doc in his robot body were seated at the table and looked like they were ready for the meeting. Zane still did not know what to make of the Jazaris plan. Surrounding a system with detectors and responders was not too difficult if you had the technology and numbers, but Blake had not mentioned what would happen after that, which seemed unlike him. Zane got the sense Blake hid some information, but for the moment, getting Halcrum's help was the priority. Blake entered the room and motioned for everyone to sit. Okay, listen up. We came to enlist Dulgarusian support, and Halcrum is the man to do that with, said Blake, motioning at Halcrum. He's a prince, and his brother, Saldran, is the current ruler. Halcrum's father, King Jonas, is sedated and makes few public appearances. He's also in a palace guarded by mercs. We're going to liberate him. We'll get him out, said Seth. That's the plan, said Blake. We just have a palace full of mercs to handle. Halcrum has the layout and what we'll be dealing with. He motioned at Halcrum. Halcrum cleared his throat as he interacted with the table console. A projection of the palace appeared, showing it in various layers. There are 5 levels topside and 2 below, said Halcrum. A room highlighted on the first bottom level. That's where my father is. He has support around at all times. The other levels are guarded by the Blue Star mercenary group. My brother seems to have spared no expense in getting a veteran merc crew in. Damn, Blue Star. That's not a group you usually want to fuck with, said Cal. Yeah, I've run into them before, said Zane. They're more like special forces gone rogue for a paycheck. Halcrum nodded. They were more effective than my honor guard, which got decimated. Dozens of green dots appeared on various levels. My intelligence source identified these areas as to where they were, but as we found out, they continually move around. Blake grinned. Smart, hard to plan against. Blue Star is also known for its robots. Halcrum sighed. Yes, we ran into them as well. How do they compare to my destroyers? Asked Daz. I've never seen your destroyer in action before. But Blue Star robots are tough, said Halcrum. The projection changed to a rectangular robot with 6 legs. On its back resided a swiveling turret. Segmented metallic tendrils shot out from the side, while a structure resembling a radar dish sat vertical, covering the backside. This is what I refer to a defender. They plop down and start shooting. Their shielding is tough, and they will mow down anything in front of them. If you get too close, their arms can rip you apart, said Halcrum. Efficient design, said Daz. Halcrum grimaced. Just a quick note. Blue Star mercs hate androids and AI in general. If they see Daz or Ada, they will be targeted first.
They are jealous of our abilities,
said Ada. Blake pointed at her, and you say I boast.
I was making an observation.
All good, said Blake, chuckling. Halcrum tapped at the table console. A projection of a black orb with 10 thin green and red tendrils appeared. This is a hunter robot. It's not as powerful as a defender, but it moves quick, and its tendrils can slice through flesh fast. They're not as strong as defenders, but hunters can wrap around your head and then flay any appendage that tries to remove them. Blue Star uses them to move behind enemy lines and cause chaos. They're also adept at disrupting electronics. That won't do shit to our armor or disrupt our tech, said Zane.
Halcrum nodded. Not everyone has highly rated armor and equipment. Zane nodded. The projection showed a thin, humanoid robot with stick arms and legs. It carried a weapon and had a head shaped like a horizontal plate turned upside down. This is the bulk of their robot forces, though. We call them R-guards, for robot guards, since guarding seems to be what they do the most. They're cheap to make and are wired to respond to the nearest Blue Star Merc based on their ranking. If a Merc is around, you can probably expect there will be a few of the R-guards as well. They take their robots seriously, said Seth. It's served them well, said Halcrum. Every Blue Star Merc has a neural implant that allows for near-instantaneous communication and also control of their robots. If Blue Star operated in your region, they would be more well-known. But they are listed as a terrorist organization by the Kregan Empire, so they try to avoid Kregan areas in general. Kane shook his head. Sounds like we're going to be walking into a hornet's nest. I'm not sure what that is, but the palace is well defended, said Halcrum. The projection displayed a muscular male humanoid in blue and white armor with a helmet on the side. This is a typical Blue Star Merc, said Halcrum. Their species is known as the Groken, and I personally believe they evolved to be mercenaries. Everything about them is suited for hunting others. Enhanced senses, high intelligence, and raw strength. They also move fast, and it's rare to find an unaffiliated Groken. Are those bone plates on the sides of their face? Asked Luke. They are. And they have them on other body parts as well. Natural armor, said Sarah. She grimaced. Their skin looks like raw muscle. Yeah, nasty-looking fuckers, said Zane. The projection showed a suite of weaponry. Blue Star Mercs like to use a medium-range blaster as their main weapon. They also carry 2 energy blades on their backs and are skilled at using them. You'll find various grenades and mines on them. And more importantly, they have jetpacks. Damn, said Seth. These are some heavy-duty mercs. They are, said Halcrum. Blake rubbed his chin. Yeah, I can see why your honor guard had trouble with them. Let's take a look at the layout. The projection changed. What did you try? Asked Blake. Halcrum sighed as he stood and gestured at a balcony. We tried to go in that route. Unfortunately, it led to a room with several defenders. As we dealt with that, hunters dropped in from the roof outside while the area filled up with our guards and mercs. Needless to say, I'm lucky to be here now talking to you. We underestimated their power. Kane tapped a finger against his lips. So you need to toss an EMP grenade in first. Then you can enter. That would have helped, said Halcrum. Blake gestured at the courtyard. Maybe if we give them a distraction, we can enter from multiple points. They'll probably have beefed up that balcony's defense. But there are 8 others. Not only that, there's also 6 entrances on the ground. Halcrum grimaced. Yes, but they have drones and also perimeter sensors. They'll be able to detect anything coming in from the ground or air. Could their armor withstand a sniper shot? Asked Cal. Halcrum shrugged. I guess it depends on what's used. We have the armor specs. However, once you shoot, that area will get swarmed. On top of that, the palace resides on a hill. Problems for sure, but if the shot came from the Excelsion's landing platform... Blake shook a finger at Cal. Good point. We could have multiple distractions, and the Excelsion could lead away any ships. While that happens, Zane could burst into the courtyard and pull in whatever's left, leaving some of the balconies undermanned. Daz, you could provide support and help boost Zane's shielding and cover his flanks. That's when me, Seth, and Ada enter via wherever the weakest point is. There's a lot of unknowns, so, of course, I love it, said Seth. I should join you on this, said Halcrum. Blake shook his head. No. You need to be at the safe location so you can deal with your father once we're out of there. Halcrum nodded. This is a lot to ask of you. Well, it's good to be friends with Blake Brown, right? Halcrum laughed. Yes. Yes, it is. Good. All right. Let's finalize this and go from there. Zane smiled as he leaned forward to watch Blake go over everything in excruciating detail. That's one thing Zane loved about Blake. His ability to come up with a plan and then go into it in great detail. It's what made him a leader, even if he denied it. Zane looked forward to being able to fully unleash the full power of his Hell Thrower and to go all out.
He planned to give the Blue Star Mercs a distraction they would never forget. Blake stood, along with Seth and Ada, in a hover platform in a nearby wooded area a few miles away from King Jonas's palace. Seth and Ada had on their heavy armor and custom capes. The plan had been detailed, and everyone had a day to prepare. Breakfast had been quick, but Blake sensed the anxiety in the cafeteria. What surprised him was that Seth was calm despite the fight that was about to occur. Perhaps Ada, being fearless as always, had that impact on him, but Blake suspected it was also due to Seth's newfound confidence. Everyone having their helmets down made it easier to see reactions. Seth handed Blake some advanced binoculars. Halcrum's data on the Mercs' patterns and rotations seems to be accurate. Blake viewed the palace from afar. As expected, the number of Mercs present and their locations lined up with Halcrum's notes. The two ships in the backyard were small, but were meant as interceptors. Although he had to take a position on the nearest raised area in order to even get a good view, he would have much preferred Ada's drones providing an aerial view. That would be done once the distractions began. "Yeah," said Blake. "Now we just wait for Sarah to get the Exceltion in place, and then it's go time."
I have calculated a high success probability for this mission,
said Ada. Blake faced them and tossed his hands off to the side. Blake Brown and the Crimson Duo. How could it go wrong? Seth laughed as Ada smiled. "We'll be all right, assuming nothing unexpected pops up. And if it does, we deal with it," said Blake. Seth nodded. After 10 minutes, Sarah spoke over group comms. "I've jammed the area except for our encrypted communication channel. Cal is in position on the landing platform." "All right," said Blake. "Zane, you and Daz ready on your hover slab to go in and cause havoc?" "You know it," said Zane. "Okay, we're good to go too. Cal, light 'em up whenever you're ready. Once the Exceltion is pursued, Zane, you're up. We'll launch Ada's drones to provide an aerial view as we move in on our end. Everyone good?" Everyone confirmed they were. "Let's do this shit," said Blake. "Cal, mark your targets." "On it," said Cal. Blake lowered his helmet, along with the others, and focused on the top-down view provided by the Exceltion now that it was in range of the palace. The guards being targeted were highlighted in Blake's helmet. He loved the shared visual aspects that Kane had integrated into the communication system. It made things like what was about to happen much easier to view. One guard crumpled to the ground. A moment later, a surprised second one collapsed. "Got him," said Cal. The compound became alive as guards moved around, and the two ships in the backyard were loaded. Once the ships were in the air and moved toward the Exceltion, Blake said, "All right, Zane, Daz, you're up." "About time," said Zane. Zane and Daz approached the front steel bar gate on a hover slab. Once they got off, Zane popped his shield while one of Daz's destroyers stood behind Zane with a portable power generator. The bubble shield that formed took immediate fire from guards who rushed to the entrance. Zane unloaded his hell thrower. All Blake could see after that was a big dust cloud. Once it settled, the gate had been mowed down along with several Mercs. "We're in," said Zane. Blake verified that the Mercs and their associated robots moved to the courtyard. "All right, time for us." He nodded at Ada. "Take us in." Ada smiled, and the slab moved forward. Blake chuckled as he heard Zane firing off one-liners as he raised whatever was in front of him. Although Blake could not see what Zane was doing anymore due to the hover slab now descending a hill, it was not hard to visualize. After 10 minutes, they reached a second-story balcony. Blake blew open the doors with a grenade, then nodded at Seth. Seth grabbed a grenade from his belt and threw it into the open space. A fritzing sound filled the air. Ada moved the hover slab up to the balcony. After disembarking, Blake took a quick survey of the room's interior as the group entered. 2 defender robots lay on their sides, and a hunter robot looked like it had died, its multiple segmented tendrils hanging limp. 2 humanoid R-Guard robots stood lifeless, while a stunned Merc rolled around on the ground. The EMP grenade had done its job. Seth fired 2 quick bursts at the Merc's head as the group exited the room. They ducked back in as a swarm of R-Guards assaulted them. "Damn, that's a lot of guards," said Seth. Blake nodded. "Yeah, it is." "All right, follow me in." "You sure?" asked Seth. "Of course. I'm Blake Brown." He pulled out a blade with his left hand and an FLP-40 with his right. After a deep breath, he focused, then burst into the hallway. His shielding took some hits as his FLP-40 sprayed the first R guards in his way. As another two moved up, he rolled up to them and sliced off their arms. A hunter robot jumped at him from the ceiling. Blake spun around on his back and cut the hunter down. A defender moved into the hallway and aimed at Blake. A burst of fire from Seth and Ada destroyed the defender's shielding. Then the defender. Not bad, said Blake as he stood. He tapped at his forearm device. Zane, how's it going out there?
This bubble shield is awesome,
said Zane. All right, keep on providing distraction.
No problem, said Zane. They did send a small ship from somewhere, but I took it down.
Blake nodded.
Sarah, how's the Exceltion?
We're running and fighting what seems like a small fleet of ships and drones, but we're okay, said Sarah.
Great. Seth, Ada, and I are inside on the second level. We're making our way down now.
Out, said Blake. He motioned forward with his FLP-40 pointed out and blade ready to strike. They found a ramp that wound down to the first floor. Blake had been surprised to find a ramp instead of stairs, but he guessed it made it easier for the robots to move around. A more sinister thought was that it was also used to move a sedated King Jonas. The group moved down the ramp and into a hallway on the first floor. As they passed a room, a merc pulled Seth inside. Seth's cape split into 8 arms. Each of the merc's arms was grabbed and pushed away by 2 cape arms for each side. The remaining 4 pierced the merc's helmet and chest armor. Another merc in the room tried to shoot past the one Seth held in the air. Ada used her FHP-10 to shoot it. Seth tossed the merc to the side. Blake pushed past and used his blade to slice up a defender camping out in the back and his FLP-40 to decimate 2 R guards. The room had been a trap, but it had been busted. He savored the moment. So far, everything had been going to plan. A grenade bounced in. Blake tackled Seth into Ada. As they slammed into the wall, the grenade went off. Blake winced as he rolled to the side. Although his kinetic shielding took most of the blast, the shielding had dissipated, and some of the shrapnel pierced his armor. He looked down at the blood seeping out.
"Shit," said Seth,
scrambling to his feet alongside Ada. Ada bent over to look at Blake.
"Watch the door," said Blake.
Ada spun around and aimed forward along with Seth. Seth advanced slowly as another grenade bounced in. He used one of his cape arms to catch it, then tossed it back out. An explosion followed by grunting filled the air. Blake got to his feet and grimaced. He was not sure how the merc were able to get close enough to toss a grenade in without him sensing it. Perhaps they shot it from far away. Either way, that was something they would need to handle.
"Zane, where you at?" asked Blake. "Out front, but it looks like the mercs and their robots aren't playing anymore," said Zane. "We lost the shield generator, but that's okay. All we needed was me and Daz tearing shit up."
"Sounds good. Come inside. They're tossing grenades, and we need shielding."
"We're on our way," said Daz.
"All right. Rendezvous in the front room."
Blake glanced at Seth and Ada. "Let's go."
"I should treat your wounds,"
said Ada. "We can do it later," said Blake, stretching his arms. Ada eyed Blake for a moment.
"Okay."
They moved toward the front room. Seth took point, and along the way he mowed down several defenders, hunters, mercs, and R guards. Ada took her time and focused on hitting the hunters since they moved the fastest. Blake helped with the R guards and defenders since they were slower and easier targets to hit. His leg hurt, causing him to limp. Taking a grenade's full blast had not been something he expected. The mercs were apparently willing to destroy the palace and possibly endanger King Jonas. The group assembled in the front room where Zane stood with a foot on a downed merc. Daz moved around with his destroyers.
"Damn, you look fucked up,"
said Zane. Blake chuckled. "Maybe if I had some juggernaut armor, I'd be doing better." Zane nodded.
"Time to go downstairs?"
"Sure is. Lead the way. And keep your shield out." Zane complied.
"Follow me."
Chapter 20. Ada ran a quick scan over Blake as they left the room. He should have been down with all the damage he had taken, yet he appeared determined to continue on in his weakened state. It was not a logical choice, but she understood that humans, or vampires in Blake's case, seemed to want to project toughness. The group would be strong enough to handle almost anything, even with Blake injured. She tried to scout with 2 drones, but the hunters shredded them. Her FHP-10 had 3 shots left, but she had a striker she could use if needed. Moving behind Zane was much easier as the group advanced.
Daz's destroyers covered the rear while walking backward. His control of multiple, devastating robots intrigued her, and she planned to look into it, assuming the AN was okay with her using their technology, although she did not compute a logical reason why they would not. They reached a wide ramp after 5 minutes of steady resistance. Frantic yelling erupted on the floor below them, and as Zane marched down, his shield lit up with projectile fire. Seth's pinpoint accuracy made quick work of the mercs who tried to duck and run. Zane had switched to his mace, as firing the Hell Thrower on the same level as King Jonas would be an issue. The group exited the ramp and moved down a spacious hallway. "Room straight ahead," said Blake. He looked around. A lot of side rooms, though. "We know these bastards like to ambush. Seth, focus on the left side. Daz, you got rear, and I'll take the right. Ada, support as needed in the center." Ada moved up close behind Zane as the group formed up. She found it interesting that Blake had put her in the middle. It would have made more sense to put him there, but she suspected he wanted to protect her. A hunter jumped from the ceiling and landed on Zane's helmet. Ada fired a clean shot that knocked it off. Mercs with energy blades burst from the side rooms. The merc closest to Blake was shredded by his blade and then took a FLP-40 spray to the helmet. Seth shot one merc, then used his cape arms to hold and skewer another. He cursed when another merc sliced off one of his cape arms. Ada took aim and used her FHP-10 to hit the merc in the helmet, downing him. Daz's destroyers engaged R-guards who came down the ramp behind the group. Ada figured the R-guards must have waited instead of showing themselves on the upper floors. They tried a pincher movement, but Daz's destroyers were up to the task. She switched to her striker and helped the destroyers mow down a wave of R-guards and hunters. A defender had walked down the ramp, but she hit its turret, causing it to explode and take out a nearby R-guard. Blake stumbled into her with 2 mercs on him. Ada grabbed one and snapped his neck. She used her cape arms to grab the other merc and hold him in the air while she shot him point-blank in the face with her striker. "Thanks," said Blake. "Perhaps I'm hurt more than I thought."
You are, and can barely stand.
"All right. Treat me and King Jonas when we get to that room." Ada pulled out a syringe and jabbed Blake in one of his wounds.
This will help you stay awake.
Blake grunted as he nodded. The group moved forward. Ada rated the Blue Star Mercs' overall strategy as high. It seemed to be an endless stream of mercs and robots coming down the ramp and from all sides. She did not think most would survive, but Zane protected the front and Seth and Daz got the left and back side. She had focused on helping Blake, and together they held the right side. After 10 minutes of grueling combat, the group reached a large golden door. Zane took a moment to relax. "Damn. How many of those fuckers were there?" "Too many," said Blake. "I'm not sure where they came from, but that wasn't on the plans." Seth shrugged. "Well, they're dead now." Blake nodded. "All right, Zane, open that door." "With pleasure," said Zane. He backed up, fired his boosters, and burst forward. The door broke apart as he smashed through it. His shielding lit up from small arms fire. Seth moved in and took quick shots in various directions. Ada followed him inside. They were in a medical room of some sort. In the far corner, off to the right, resided a bed with what seemed to be King Jonas. Several personnel cowered next to the bed, while dead mercs lay where Seth had hit them. A defender had been crunched by Zane's mace, and Blake had sliced up 2 hunters who had tried to jump down on them. "Daz, guard the door," said Blake. Daz nodded and moved into position with his destroyers. Ada approached the bed and extended a hand.
We are here to help King Jonas on behalf of Halkrim.
A Dalgarusian woman in a white trench coat stood. "Halkrim." She looked at the other staff, then phased to Ada. "How can we help?" "Get King Jonas ready for transport," said Blake. Ada tilted her head. She ran a quick analysis and determined the workers did not want to be there. They were being rescued too, and by the speed at which they moved to prepare King Jonas for transport, they wanted to leave. Once King Jonas was secured, the group moved out. "Sarah, we're coming out to the courtyard. How's your situation?" asked Blake over comms. "We're good and on our way," said Sarah. "All right, see you shortly." "Out," said Blake. Ada studied the trail of dead mercs and their robots as the group hurried to the courtyard. The Blue Star mercs were tough, and she calculated that their bases must be even tougher to assault. As this was a palace, it would be difficult to secure due to many entry points, and adding heavy defenses was not usually an architectural focus for a palace, except for an escape tunnel, although she had not seen one in the layout. When they got to the courtyard 5 minutes later, the Exceltion had landed outside the gates. Luke and Kane frantically waved for everyone to hustle. "What's going on?" asked Blake. "Multiple inbound ships on their way," said Sarah. Blake smirked. "They're a bit late. All right, everybody get on board, and let's get the fuck out of here." Ada increased her pace to keep up with the group. The retrieval mission had been a success, and she would make sure Blake visited Doc. King Jonas would also need attended to, and she figured the medical staff would be glad to see Halcrum. Blake said he was okay, and even with a blood vial in him, he still ran his hands over his wounds. Anyone with lesser armor or general sturdiness would most likely have perished. The group boarded the Exceltion. Ada connected to the Excelsion's comms.
"Doc, prepare for incoming wounded. We also have King Jonas's medical staff with us. Blake got hurt, and he will need looked at."
I'm ready for them,
said Doc.
"Bring them to me as soon as possible."
"I will,"
said Ada. She smiled as the landing pad rose. With King Jonas secured, all that remained was to stabilize him and get him to the safe location. Then the Dulgarusians would enter the Jazeris conflict, hopefully sooner than later. Although the fight had been tougher than expected, every simulation she ran showed the battle to be in their favor, even with adjustments to Blake being injured. "You with us?" asked Seth, laying a hand on her arm.
"Always."
Blake grunted as Doc injected him with a syringe. The microbots would be effective, but Blake always felt weird with them inside him. He preferred to let his own regeneration via blood do the work, but it usually took longer. Medical staff buzzed around King Jonas. There would be hell to pay for Saldron. Blake brushed Doc's arm away. "I'm fine, Doc."
"Perhaps, but your armor took a lot of damage, and you have bruising."
"Yeah, but I got microbots in me now. Then I drink a blood vial. I'll be fine," said Blake.
"Rest would do you good,"
said Doc. "I'll rest once we're at the secured location." Doc shook his head.
"I would say it is not logical to be moving around in your condition, but I understand your desire to see the mission completed."
Blake slid off the lab and slapped Doc on the arm. "You get it. I promise. I'll rest in a bit."
"Okay,"
said Doc. He scrutinized King Jonas and his medical staff.
"It seems my assistance is not needed today."
"They not letting you attend to him?" asked Blake.
"They are not."
Blake approached King Jonas's staff and clapped. "Hey, this is Doc's medbay, and he has top-of-the-line equipment here. Let him treat King Jonas." A woman stepped forward. "We know how to help him." Doc raised a finger.
"You may be treating him with a sedative, but there are other conditions that appear during his scan upon entry. I can help with those."
"We got it," said the woman. Blake growled. "Maybe you didn't hear me the first time. Let Doc treat him, or I remove you from the room." The woman sighed and glared at Blake. "Fine." Blake motioned at Doc. "Have at it. Let me know if there are any issues."
"Thank you,"
said Doc. Blake nodded and exited the room. On the way to the command center, Seth caught up to him. "You need to be resting," said Seth. "I know, but I'll do it after the mission." Seth grinned. "Oh, the old I'll rest when I'm dead approach." Blake shrugged. "We got bigger things to handle at the moment than me being down, all right? We're approaching the underground bunker. They even have a hangar down there." Blake nodded. "Race to the command center." Seth laughed as he slapped Blake's arm and took off. It eased Blake's mind to see Seth having a good time. Blake wondered how Seth would bounce back after losing his leg and eye, but between his upgrades, Ada and Blake hanging with him, he seemed to be doing well. It felt like the old days when it was only them. Blake sighed. Things were much easier back then. He did not know the Saskarin threat would go this far, but he looked forward to ending it and going back to something resembling normal. After 10 minutes, he reached the command center. Sarah was busy coordinating with the underground base on where to land, with Kane assisting her. Luke monitored several screens on his workstation. Zane, Cal, Seth, Daz, and Ada sat in the back and talked. Blake smiled. This was his crew, and he was proud of what they had endured and become. He hobbled over to his command chair and sat. Sarah nodded at him. "We've got landing coordinates. Holcrum is beyond happy, as he should be, said Blake. He eased back into his chair. I'm happy he's happy, and Andia will be happy with all that sweet Dulgarosian support. Sarah chuckled. A lot of happy going on there. Autopilot is engaged. Blake nodded and spun his chair to face most of the group. Before we disembark, I wanted to say everyone did a good fucking job. We handled our business. Fuck yeah, said Zane. Damn straight, said Cal. Blake faced the front. Kane tapped his chest, then forehead with 2 fingers before pointing at Blake. We owned that shit, i.e., we did, said Luke. Blake took a deep breath and stood, using the chair as support. Let's meet Holcrum. He exited the room with everyone in tow. Along the way, he contacted Doc. Doc, we're landing now. Escort King Jonas and his staff to the landing pad.
Of course,
said Doc over comms.
King Jonas is doing well and is cognizant now. He is eager to meet you.
Sounds good. I'll meet him on the landing pad. After 5 minutes, everyone had assembled on the pad. King Jonas, still wearing a white medical robe, approached Blake.
I understand I have you to thank for my rescue.
Holcrum, actually, said Blake. He requested help, and we came. King Jonas bowed slightly.
Then I'm in your and your crew's debt.
Blake grinned. It's all good. No debt needed. Holcrum is excited to reunite with you.
And I, him,
said King Jonas. What's going to happen to Saldron? Asked Blake.
There will be a reckoning,
said King Jonas with narrowed eyes. Blake nodded and extended a hand. You got this.
Indeed,
said King Jonas, eyeing Blake's hand before shaking it. The landing platform lowered a few minutes later. Blake surveyed the cavern-like hangar. It appeared as if the place had literally been scooped out of rock. The only solid ground was the pad they were on, and a walkway that led into the stone wall ahead. Light globes were situated across the surrounding walls and provided illumination. He had his helmet down and enjoyed the earthy smell. In days long past, he had spent time in coffins underground and had come to associate it with sleeping and resting during his regeneration phase. Holcrum, along with his fully equipped honor guard, stood at attention on the walkway leading up to the landing pad.
Father!
King Jonas walked over and hugged him.
It's good to see you, son. I've been in a haze, but I am aware again, thanks to your friends.
Holcrum stepped back and motioned at Blake.
He also freed me from Takara, which was Saldron's doing.
King Jonas faced Blake.
I don't think your meeting with my son in Takara was by coincidence. It must be the way of the Great Selector.
The Great Selector was considered a god by Kriegans and several other civilizations, including the Dulgarusians. It had been said that the Kriegan Emperor claimed to talk to it via the Archeron, an ancient device that defied physics. Although the sequence of events with Holcrum seemed logical to Blake, it was not hard to imagine how someone else might attribute everything to a higher power. I just had his back, said Blake, nodding at Holcrum. Holcrum smiled.
Blake wanted assistance from us to help the Fredorians and Kriegans. I told him if they freed you, we would set things right and offer that aid.
King Jonas took a deep breath and faced Blake.
I'm still weak, but will honor my son's request. You'll have our aid once I deal with Saldron.
Works for me, said Blake. Holcrum gestured outward.
We prepared a traditional Dulgarusian feast to celebrate my father's return.
Everyone is welcome.
Sarah slipped up next to Blake and laid a hand on his lower back. We'd be honored to attend.
What she said,
said Blake. He followed the chatty group down the walkway. Although the mission had been accomplished, he suspected it might be a while before the Dulgarusians provided aid, but it was the start of a strong relationship. If Fredoria could count on the Dulgarusians as allies after Jazaris, it would boost Fredoria's ranking among galactic powers. Blake still hurt a bit, but enjoying some good food and drink among friends was a fitting end to the mission. He smiled when Sarah lightly squeezed his side, even if it pained him. Her devilish grin suggested she would help him recuperate and more. As he had always done, he would enjoy the moment for what it was. He still needed to tell the crew about his plan to go into the dimensional rifts in Jazaris. But that could wait.
Chapter 21. Cal gulped as he looked around the dingy room on Gurdiwara. After rescuing King Jonas, the crew had flown through condensed space for 2 days to reach Gurdiwara. Cal had used his justice hunter contacts to set up a meeting with every bounty hunting guild, freelance merc organization, and justice hunter tribe within spitting distance of Gurdiwara. Demoko, a Jargon who had helped during the Rimworld's Bartong Reach operation against the Saskarins facility, acted as mediator for the meeting. The room contained a large circular pit with a hollow projector table in the middle. A clear buffer area resided between the circle and the surrounding tables and chairs. In the back sat Demoko, and security looking over something on a tablet-like device. Suspended globes provided illumination, but the dirt kicked up from the floor made the air hazy. Thankfully, he got to keep his helmet on, as he was sure the room smelled great. Most of the groups present had not sent their leaders. Some used holographic displays being projected by robots. Various local leaders were present, and for some of the more distant groups not using holography, a representative had been sent. Over 60 organizations arrived, making the room small. He remembered the Gar Cabal, the enforcers on Gurdiwara. Demoko worked with them, and it was no surprise they provided security. They were Jargons like Demoko and resembled 4-foot worms with a bulbous head and 4 arms and legs. They possessed a rapid reproduction rate, and they tended to have raspy, high-pitched voices. Another group he recognized was the Free Alliance. Their membership consisted of a mix of aliens and represented the largest group of justice hunters in the area. Their leader, Hawes Grimmel, was a Panzarkin, which Blake said looked like a badger shifter on Earth. To Cal, they looked like stocky dwarves with a lot of body hair. Hawes's brown hair covered half his face. One alien who stood out resembled a giant 3-foot squirrel. Cal guessed it was male, and the beige outfit, goggles, and sidearm made him think the alien was probably a bounty hunter. A variety of gadgets hung on the alien's belt, and it shook when he talked with his hands moving around. The alien's faction remained unknown, but the meeting was open to all. Cal was glad Blake, Zane, Seth, and Ada had come along. They were geared for a fight, and although some of the aliens present appeared large, Zane still towered over a lot of them. He carried a tough reputation, and it showed. Cal's reputation was also renowned, and Seth and Ada had been referred to as the Crimson Duo. Everyone seemed to know Blake, and he commanded the room. The 2 days in condensed space did him good and gave him time to fully recharge. Demoko pressed a button, and the globes flashed. The room went silent. Demoko gestured forward.
Blake Brown and his Presidential Guard, Earthborn unit, have an offer they wish to extend to all of us here. Per the Gar Cabal's rules, he will be heard.
Blake cast a final look at the group before moving to the center of the circular pit. He interacted with the hollow table. Cal was not sure how Blake would present the offer, or even the rewards for it. That had not been discussed prior, so Cal was as curious as everyone else in the room to find out. Blake cleared his throat and looked around.
I come on behalf of Andia Kiggs, president of Fredoria. She has authorized me to make everyone here an offer. However, before I get to that, I need to bring everybody up to speed on why this offer is being extended. Cal studied the reactions in the room. Although he could not always tell when an alien became anxious or nervous, the erratic body movements of some suggested they might be. A projection that showed Colas Prime appeared over the hollow table. Cal shivered when the eye made an appearance in the rifts. Blake gestured at the display. This is what the Krigan 95th Fleet ran into when they tried to take out Colas Prime in the Jazeris system. The Krigans failed. Some of the crowd cheered. I wouldn't be so quick to cheer that, said Blake. He pointed at one of the dimensional rifts. There is something bigger than Colas Prime from another dimension ready to break through. If it could do that to the Krigan 95th Fleet while contained, what do you think is going to happen when it comes here? The crowd murmured among themselves. You'll die, is what will happen. Blake raised a finger. Now, the plan is to contain the Jazeris system in a sensor net and respond to any excursions from the system. But we lack ships and support. The Kriegans have committed to it, and we also have Dalgarusian support.
Haas motioned at Blake.
Dalgarusians would never agree to that.
Blake grinned, baring his fangs.
They do now after we rescued King Jonas from his secured palace.
He swept his hand out toward Zane and the others. We only needed to remove that pesky Blue Star security. Cal studied the worried faces at the mention of the Blue Star mercs. They had a fierce reputation, and it surprised him none were in attendance.
More importantly, we reunited King Jonas with his son, the rightful heir, Halkrim. They have pledged to aid this mission.
Haas rubbed his furry chin. Blake shook a finger in the air.
We also have Covendrin and Android Nation support on this.
Ha! Fredoria just had a civil war,
said Haas, laughing. Blake faced Haas.
You're right, they had a civil war. It's over, and the Saskarins got their shit kicked in. The Kriegans created a buffer zone to allow Fredoria to rebuild, and the Covendrin and AN have fleets present while Fredoria rebuilds.
Haas tilted his furry head.
So the FDF is gone.
It's being
refashioned. Until it is, Fredoria has a lot of allies helping it rebuild, and the FDF will be back under new management.
That's where this offer comes in.
The crowd focused on Blake. Provide ships and support for the sensor net, and destroy anything leaving the system in return for complete amnesty in Fredorian space. And yes, that includes the Rim Worlds. Cal grinned when everyone talked among themselves. Fredorian Rim Worlds were considered a business gateway into the Kriegan Empire. That definitely caught everyone's attention. He suspected some of the groups represented in the room had been banned from not only Fredorian space, but Kriegan as well.
So our records, both for the group and individuals, wiped clean?
Asked Haas after the room settled down. Blake nodded.
Andia also said the Kriegans would remove their hunters from the Rim Worlds.
He smiled while walking around with his hands out to the side.
Now, I know how important the Fredorian Rim Worlds are to everyone here. It's just good business to have a clean slate. Am I right?
The room erupted into laughter. Cal envied how easy it was for Blake to take control. Perhaps it was a vampire thing, but he oozed confidence, and he knew the right words to say to whomever he spoke to. Blake motioned at Demoko.
He will be taking registrations over the next few days, then we'll forward the list to me. If you're interested, sign up. If not, be left out, and let your competition have an edge.
Cal chuckled. Making Demoko, and by extension Gurdiwara and the Gar Cabal the keepers of the registration, gave them power. Demoko had been thrilled to not only have his reputation increased in the eyes of the Gar Cabal, but also across the Bartong Reach. Cal suspected Demoko's business was about to explode. Blake pointed at some rusty matter replicators over on the side.
Now that the offer is on the table, let's have a drink. Well, for those of us who can, anyway.
The crowd cheered.
Andia's hands were clammy, and although she had visited the Kriegan Emperor before, it had been with Everin and his crew at her side. Thankfully, Rakar and Teros were with her outside the Emperor's room, and she suspected they were nervous too, which was hard to see on a Kriegan. A private meeting with the Emperor was no small feat, and it usually took months to go through the protocols and security. The Emperor rings that Andia and Rakar were given long ago shortened that to just a few days. Rakar smiled at her.
Relax.
I am, she said. I was only remembering the last time I was here.
Teros chuckled.
Not all of us have friends like Everin.
No, I suppose not.
The two large doors in front of them made a clicking noise, then retracted into the sides. Andia followed the Kriegan guards into the room, which was as she remembered it. An empty throne sat on a raised platform in the back, with a walkway leading directly to it from their current position. On the sides of the walkway were pits that occupied approximately 60% of the room. That left a large platform area in the back. The Kriegan guards wore ceremonial dress, but they were combat-ready if need be. She remembered the Kriegans in blue and gold robes with elaborately designed staffs, who usually stood off to the sides of the Emperor, as well as the massive
juggernaut cyborgs that served as personal bodyguards. As they approached the throne, one of the blue and gold robed Kriegans stepped forward.
I am Hootis Tawud, first advocate of the Emperor Deros Terivan. This personal meeting has been approved for Andia Kiggs, President of Fredoria, Rakar Ho Jador, Grand Master Fredorian Ranger, and Teros Gisol, Master Kriegan Ranger. Please kneel for the Emperor's arrival.
Andia got on bended knee with Rakar and Teros. She understood this as the formal protocol for any meeting with the Emperor. Her eyes were glued to the small army that escorted Emperor Riven from a back door. He wore an elegant silver robe with blue highlights and looked older since she had last seen him. She wondered if he would remember her. Emperor Riven sat on his throne and motioned for those around him to step away. After a minute of soft, flute-like music, he raised his hand, causing the music to stop.
Rise, Andia Kiggs. I would speak with you.
Andia complied. Her heart pumped faster, although she tried to portray a confident face.
It has been a while since we last spoke,
said Emperor Riven. Andia smiled. It has.
Know that I hold you in high esteem.
Andia nodded.
I read your report on the Jazaris system. The loss of the 95th Fleet was not expected and leaves a hole in our borders. As you are aware, we are fighting a war on the other side of the Empire.
I'm aware. Emperor Riven nodded.
Good. What is your plan, then?
Andia cleared her throat. We want to deploy a sensor net around the Jazaris system. That, along with ship support, will allow us to defend against excursions from Colis Prime or any other planet in the system. Once that is in place, we plan to disable the laser platform swarm around the star. Once done, Blake Brown will fly into the rift and summon something that can close the dimensional rifts. Emperor Riven rubbed his chin as he studied Andia.
A bold plan. And Blake Brown. His name is known to me.
I'm not sure I fully understand what is needed to summon whatever he's planning, but conventional weapons don't work on the dimensional rifts, said Andia.
I'm aware. There is another reality on the other side of those rifts. The Archeron has told me of this. It also told me Blake Brown was involved. Does this surprise you that I possess this knowledge?
Andia shook her head. The Archeron is itself beyond this reality, so I assumed it would know this already and had mentioned it to you. Emperor Riven chuckled.
You assumed correctly. Blake Brown is unique and was chosen for this event. Whatever his plan is, it must be supported.
He motioned at Rakar and Teros.
Rakar Ho Jador and Teros Gisol, rise. I would speak with you all as a group.
Rakar and Teros complied.
Although I cannot provide military aid, that does not mean aid cannot be provided in other ways,
said Emperor Riven. He gestured forward. A blue and gold-robed Kriegan approached Teros with a small box.
This is an Emperor's ring,
said Emperor Riven.
Andia and Rakar already have one, but you deserve one as well for your accomplishments. I studied your unit's activity, and that is to be rewarded.
Teros's eyes widened.
My Emperor, I'm honored.
Emperor Riven nodded.
This ring will also allow you to get support from other Empire resources. Commercial entities will also be available to you. That should provide enough resources for your sensor net and ship support. It should, said Teros. I will not fail you. I don't think you will, said Emperor Riven. Rakar, you will protect Andia and serve as my personal liaison to Fredoria."
Andia gulped. That was an honor she had rarely seen given. Rakar bowed his head.
"I'm honored, my Emperor."
Emperor Riven motioned off to the side.
"One of my advocates will brief you on the protocols. As you are probably aware, this is a rare honor. However, this is twice that an event involving Fredoria has come to my attention, and both times it involved Everin to some degree. I will do my best to keep you informed, my Emperor," said Rakar.
"I'm sure you will," said Emperor Riven. He motioned at Andia.
"Everin gave you a box that allows for detection of all energy types and sources."
She nodded. "He did. And it was the basis for creating the desliming agents. It allowed us to create one to battle the always-changing nature of the Saskarins."
"I have heard that, like the Archeron, it is invulnerable."
Andia glanced at Rakar and Teros. "From the limited testing we've done, we've reached the same conclusion." Emperor Riven nodded.
"What you may not know is that the Archeron has told me that Everin will be visiting soon."
Andia swallowed hard. He will." Her mind raced at the thought of not only seeing him again, but the possibility of Emily as well.
"Yes, but not in what capacity?"
Emperor Riven focused on Rakar.
"When he does, please inform me immediately."
"It will be done, my Emperor,"
said Rakar. Emperor Riven smiled.
"Good. There are some things to discuss with him, and he seems to take a particular interest in you and Andia." He stood. "You three can join me for a meal before you go, unless you have other pressing matters to attend to."
Andia smiled. "A meal sounds great." Rakar cast a sidelong glance at Teros before facing Emperor Riven.
"We'd be honored, my Emperor."
Emperor Riven motioned for them to follow him.
"Excellent."
Andia followed Emperor Riven as he exited the room with his entourage. It sounded like Teros had everything he needed to provide support for Jazaris, and being granted an Emperor's ring included him in a small, select group. She looked forward to discussing it more after leaving the palace. Rakar's assignment surprised her, and she wondered why she had not been selected for the role. It was probably a Kregan thing, and she was happy Rakar now had a personal connection with Emperor Riven. Her mind raced when thinking of Everin coming. He most likely would not come until after the Saskarin threat was dealt with, which led her to believe this event was always meant to happen. Either way, she looked forward to any visit from him. She smiled when Rakar squeezed her arm. There was a lot of work still to do, and it thrilled her that he was at her side. Lunch with the Emperor was unexpected, but she suspected that with Rakar's new role she might see more of that. Perhaps she could even get the Emperor to grace Fredoria with his presence. The possibilities made her head spin. But for now, she would focus on having a good lunch. Chapter 22. Blake wandered around the assembly room on Kal-El. He was eager to learn what Andia had come away with from her trip to Kiggs. A Kregan Emperor meeting was no small feat. Andia had called a small meeting between the core leadership, and it had been 3 days since they each had gone on their trip. Blake suspected she wanted to bring everyone together on the same page before bringing in other allies or leaders. The medium-sized room had heavy security, from soundproof walls to a dense material that prevented scans. Once inside, you were effectively invisible to the rest of the facility. No transmissions entered or left, and there was not even an electrical connection to the outside. A power generator supplied energy to any device as needed. The bright overhead lights grated on him, and the sterile odor was what he expected. He sometimes wondered if the AN got their love of that from the Fredorians, who used it everywhere possible. It was no surprise most Earthborn who initially arrived on Fredoria remarked that the receiving centers smelled like hospitals. He chuckled as he remembered thinking he had been in one during his initial visit to Fredoria. He focused on the upcoming meeting. The group would consist of Andia, Rakar, Yeldaris, Kiggs, and Blake. He was not sure why Teros was not present. Perhaps the Emperor had another task for him. Blake sighed. He hated being the first to arrive, as it was just him sitting around a circular table, biding his time. He kicked up his feet and eased back into his chair. After 10 minutes, Andia and Rakar arrived. Andia paused. "Making yourself comfortable, I see."
"Yeah,"
said Blake, sitting upright. He cleared his throat. "Glad you two made it back."
"The feeling is mutual,"
said Rakar. Andia smiled. "Same." She walked over to the opposite side of the table and plopped a small device down. "We can use that for a holo projector." Blake nodded.
"Works for me."
He looked around.
"Where's the other bad boys?"
"Yeldaris and Kiggs are on their way," said Andia, eyeing him. Blake laughed.
"They're going to be late by a few minutes."
"It's okay," said Andia. She adjusted her hair and fidgeted with the holo projector. Rakar sat next to Blake.
"I'm interested to hear about your trip, but I suspect I already know the answer."
"All in due time," said Blake with a grin. He waved his finger around.
"We're in the right place to discuss these things, though."
Rakar chuckled.
"That we are, my friend."
After a few minutes, Yeldaris and Kiggs entered the room. They greeted everyone and then took their seats. Andia looked around the table. "Good. I'm glad we all made it. This is the core leadership of the new alliance. I trust everyone here, and thank Kiggs for providing the blueprint for a secure room that we will implement on Fredoria." Kiggs nodded. "It's my pleasure." "Okay, I'll start," said Andia. Rakar, Teros, and I met with the Emperor. He said the Krigan Empire can't offer military aid, but Teros was empowered to use any means to get support ships and sensors. Teros was also given an Emperor's ring, and I have no doubt he will get a fleet or two going. More importantly, Teros got Governor Cora D. Gajol of the Ganama region to go to full production of the sensors.
"That's right next to Jazaris. I'm sure Governor Cora is happy,"
said Yeldaris.
Rakar chuckled. Oh, he is."
With the sensors in full production, and Teros assembling a group to deploy them, that should be enough to cover Jazaris. But that will take time, said Andia. She motioned at Blake. "Unless you have good news."
"I do, actually,"
said Blake.
"The Dulgarusians are on board. Halcrim said he would get the Dulgarusians to aid us in exchange for freeing his father, King Jonas. We had to kill some mercs, but King Jonas said he will honor Halcrim's promise."
Andia smiled. "That's excellent news. I expect it will take some time, but they have a lot of resources and power."
"An opportunity for a strong ally, even after Jazaris,"
said Rakar. Blake pointed at him.
"My thoughts exactly."
He cleared his throat. "Oh, and I have a list of groups from the Bartong Reach that said they'll aid us." "They actually agreed?" asked Andia.
"Yep.
Although, allowing them access to the Krigan Empire via the Rimworlds might be a dicey decision that comes back to bite you in the ass." Andia shrugged. "We're giving them a clean slate. What they do with it is up to them." Yeldaris chuckled.
"The Krigan hunters may be removed, but those groups will still need to follow Fredorian law."
"I guess freelance merc work will explode," said Blake. "As will the Rimworlds," said Andia. "In terms of business, not literally."
"I got what you meant."
"So it seems all that's left is to organize everything logistically." Andia glanced at Kiggs. "Thankfully, we have someone who can do that better than anyone else." Kiggs nodded. "We got that handled and plan to do so with high efficiency." Blake enjoyed these types of meetings. They were short and to the point. He trusted everyone in the room with his life and knew it would be a good foundation for the alliance. With all the support available, getting the sensor net went from possible to happening. He loved it when a plan came together. Rakar did a quick check around the spacious and luxurious accommodations Kiggs had given them. The meeting with the others was fresh in his mind, as was the one with the Emperor. Teros being honored with an Emperor ring seemed right. Rakar had wanted to stick around and help Teros, but Rakar knew he was needed wherever Andia was. Andia relaxed on a plush couch. She still had on her form-fitting diplomatic suit, and before her was a table with some projections. Her finger flicked furiously between the projection and its interface. He always enjoyed seeing her busy face, and understood she was worried about everything despite the recent successes. He sat beside her.
"Hey,"
he said. Andia smiled and pecked him on the cheek. "Hey, I'm just going over status updates from Fredoria."
"You ought to be ready for when you get back."
Andia nodded. "I have to. There is so much going on."
"At least this meeting went well. Fredoria will come out of all this stronger."
Andia sighed as she gestured at a hollow screen. "Yeah, but these updated casualties, it's devastating." Rakar peered at the display. It showed the numbers from across Fredoria. The Saskarin FDF seemed to really focus on Earthborn, as a majority of those areas were hit hard. Android repair facilities were also hit, along with facilities that provided materials for ship construction.
"This seems pretty targeted,"
said Rakar. "It's much more than I expected," said Andia with narrowed eyes. Earthborn took an especially hard hit. If these numbers are accurate, almost a third of all casualties were Earthborn. Yet they make up less than 5% of our population. Rakar ran a hand over his mouth.
"It seems they were being systematically eliminated. That shows who they determined the biggest threat was."
Andia chuckled. "Well, look at Blake and his crew. Just one group, yet they've been a major threat to the Saskarins for a while now. If we had more Earthborn in the FDF, there would have been more initial resistance. Earthborn are naturally suspicious and, from my observation, quicker to assess danger. Imagine if we had more androids involved as well."
"You're the president. Make it happen," he said, eyeing her.
"I'll definitely look into it. Enshrining the rights of Earthborn, androids and others into our constitution is one of my top goals," said Andia. She sighed. "There's still a lot of Fredorian supremacy out there, though."
"We'll get through it,"
said Rakar. Andia smiled. "We will. It's times like this that I wish we had Everin's counsel."
Rakar nodded. "He did give you a box and asked us to recruit Blake, so Everin is probably out there somewhere watching all of this. I wouldn't be surprised if he stops by later."
"The Emperor said Everin was going to visit, but I'm guessing after the event. Otherwise, he would have already shown up," she said. "How do you imagine he would have handled the Saskarins?" Rakar chuckled.
"Easily. The Torvada would fly into the rifts, pulse its shields, and the rifts would dissipate. We might have also received the de-sliming agents much quicker, although he would have stopped the Saskarins before they really became a threat by traveling back in time to stop it."
"I guess it depends on when he saw the impacts," said Andia.
"Yeah. Everin is a mystery, and as rare and powerful as he is, we need to plan around him not being available for anything."
Andia looked down. "I'm aware." Rakar raised her chin with his hand.
"We got each other, though?"
They shared a deep kiss. "We'll be okay," she said. Rakar nodded.
"One step at a time. Our future is bright, assuming we can stop whatever is going on in Jazaris."
"Do you think Blake's plan will work?" she asked. He shrugged.
"Honestly, I'm not sure. This Drulkhan being that Blake talks about sounds like a cosmic being. From what I recall from the second mission, Blake said Drulkhan wanted to find out where the Saskarins were. Well, here's a good opportunity for that. I'm guessing Blake will go into full bloodlust when he's inside wherever the dimensional rifts take him."
"What are his chances for living through that?" asked Andia. Rakar stared at the ground.
"Low. This is a suicide run on his part, and he's sacrificing himself for the greater good."
Andia leaned into him. "Should we be planning on a future without Blake? I really don't want to."
"Let's plan on him being around. But it wouldn't hurt to have a backup plan where he isn't."
"I was afraid you'd say that," she said.
"It's just being realistic," he said.
He placed his arm around Andia and looked at the opposite wall. It pained him to imagine Blake alone in another dimension.
He wouldn't even get to see the rebuilding effort that would come from a post-Saskarin galaxy, at least in their region. Rakar understood Everin's choice in Blake, but Rakar still did not like the thought of losing yet another friend. A pit formed in his stomach. He would stay positive for Andia, and he was aware of her strong bond with Blake. Although she would occupy herself with getting Fredoria back up and running, losing Blake would devastate her. He suspected she probably felt somewhat closer to Everin via Blake, and in some regards Rakar did too. It seemed like happy endings were in short supply as of late, but he hoped there was one with Blake in it. Chapter 23. Luke relaxed against a work table in a workshop on Kal-El. The availability of custom tools impressed him. The AN devised designs and then created them here. The place being empty came as no surprise, as the AN only seemed to use the shop when they needed something. Plus, this was only one of many workshops. The smaller shop around him was open to all and was probably for visitors, whereas the massive main one was locked down. His mind shifted to the situation. Andia and the others had a plan for wrapping up Jazaris. A sensor net around a system was an ambitious undertaking, and the amount of resources to do something like that seemed incredible. The idea was not new, as the Kregan Empire had done it before, but over years and with their vast resources. To do it in weeks seemed crazy. But if anyone might do it, Andia would. He gripped the cool metallic table behind him. The AN had provided several designs that he wanted to look over. He loved their virtual simulations where he collaborated with others and analyzed things with ease. It was a different experience, and he enjoyed the android engineers who came to hang out with an organic. He figured they enjoyed the conversations without fear of being classified as property or a terrorist. Luke chuckled when Kane entered the workshop. He wore loose pants and a shirt and looked like he planned to hit a club, but Luke was aware that was Kane's dress style. Kane lifted his head at Luke. "What's up, what's up?" "Not much, just going over some designs," said Luke. Kane looked around the room. "I hear ya. With the way they design here, you could do it from your room, although you would still need to come to a workshop to have everything created and do physical tests." "Aye," said Luke. Kane eyed him. "You seem distracted. You talk with Jimmy?" "Sure did. His ship had a Saskarin presence." Kane's eyes widened. "No shit." "No shit," said Luke, chuckling. "Apparently, he was with his new girlfriend when the attack occurred. However, I had him stash some deslimers in his room as a precaution a while back. They helped lead an assault to take back the ship." "Wow." "Yeah." Kane grinned. "I bet his ship is glad they had him on board then." "They were," said Luke. "As a matter of fact, he's been promoted." Kane nodded. "You gonna see him soon?" Luke smiled big. "As soon as all this Saskarin stuff is handled, we have a dinner, and he's bringing his girl with him." "Sweet. Big Papa Luke." They shared a laugh. "You figure out what you're gonna do after this Saskarin threat?" asked Kane. Luke shrugged. "Probably still hang here for a while. I'll try to work in more visits with Jimmy. At least I don't have to do that double agent shit anymore." Kane nodded. Luke studied him. "What about you?" Kane grinned. "Well, I'll do the same as you, probably. Hang out here for a while, although I'd like to spend more time here." Luke tilted his head. "Really? Here?" "Yeah." "What's her name?" Kane laughed. "Gia. She's a G4 and runs a research and development division." Luke raised his eyebrows. "An android?" "Well, yeah. I'm not exactly the poster boy that Fredorian women want. Besides, Gia is smart. Funny. Oh, and she looks like a supermodel." Luke chuckled. "All good points. Funny thing, though, I was in a design session with some AN engineers, and half the discussion was about me and Gia's relationship." "Huh?" "Yeah, and they wanted specifics." Luke wrinkled his brow. "What do you mean?" "Like what positions I banged her in?" said Kane, smirking. Luke laughed. "That is interesting." "Yeah. Apparently, an android having an organic partner is of great interest to them." "Definitely odd," said Luke. "Anyway, what are you working on?" asked Kane.
Luke turned around and interacted with the table console. A projection shot up of Blake's armor. Luke had used the fight with the Blue Star Mercs to gather metrics on how to improve the suit, which was never meant to take a full grenade blast.
With the help of the AN engineers, I decided to beef up Blake's suit. I also tweaked the helmet with some red lines, he said.
Kane walked around the table, studying the projection.
You have a gel layer. That gel can take some punishment. It dissipates the energy to power the suit's batteries, said Luke.
Kane rubbed his chin.
I've never seen that gel before.
Luke nodded.
Apparently, it's a mix of Saskarin and Coventrin technology. That Shulon cruiser we took last mission is yielding a lot of good information.
Damn. That's ingenious. Blake would have easily handled that grenade earlier with this design.
Aye, but it still needs some work. I'm trying to make it lighter so he can move around in it. I also want to see if I can replicate these enhancements to the other suits.
Kane flashed his hands off to the side. Well, I'm here now if you want to work on it old school style.
Luke grinned. Works for me.
He enjoyed working with someone without a virtual simulation link. With the hologram above the table, they could already move the design around, tweak things, and run simulations. Although not as efficient as doing a VR setup with the AN engineers, he preferred this type of face-to-face collaboration. Kane turned out to be Luke's perfect workmate. It was one reason he enjoyed working on the Exceltion. Although the future remained unknown, he would be content to keep the Exceltion happy and, by extension, the crew. They had become like an extended family, and he understood how rare that was. Cal waltzed into the spacious cafeteria the AN provided for visitors. He suspected that androids picked up a mineral shake from one of the various wall-mounted dispensers he had seen distributed throughout the facility. They would not need to go somewhere to replicate anything. There were replicators in everyone's quarters, so coming to the cafeteria was more of an exercise in being social. Cal was used to that aspect and partook in it every chance he got. He surveyed the room. Coventrin mercs in their underarmor had cornered one area, and a variety of other delegates, senators, FDF personnel, and others covered the rest. It did not surprise him that each group kept to themselves, but it was a decent start for them to see each other in a friendly environment. It was probably a psychological thing to help reinforce bonds of the new alliance. He grinned when he saw Zane diving into a beefy bacon cheeseburger. Cal's stomach grumbled. A burger and fries sounded good. After picking up his replicated dinner, he took a seat across from Zane. The table was bolted to the sidewall and had room for 2 people for some privacy.
"Hey,"
said Zane, swallowing. Cal tipped his head up at Zane. "Hey." Zane eyed Cal.
"You look happy."
Cal chuckled. "I just got news that Jala's company is going to help the Krigan effort to contain Jazaris."
"No kidding. Jala's coming here, then?"
Cal nodded. "She'll be here in a few days. Apparently, her company is all about establishing a formal relationship with Fredoria, something I guess they had trouble with before. To be on the ground floor for a new alliance is the opportunity they've been waiting for. Since Jala knew me and we are what we are, they're using that."
"Damn, you're their inside man."
"Yeah, something like that," said Cal. He took a bite of his burger. Zane grinned.
"Cool, man. I'm sure you'll make some time for Jala when she gets here."
Cal laughed. "Damn right I will."
"Man, can you imagine Jala's company now having access to Fredoria? They love humans."
"Yeah, they do. I suspect they're doing this not just for business reasons. There will be an actual Renaxian presence on Fredoria. Talk about a recruitment tool back on their planet." Zane laughed.
"Oh, yeah. If I didn't have Mara, I might get in on some of that action."
Cal took a sip from his drink. Mara did not seem like the type Zane would go after. Her personality was friendly, and she seemed to be quiet. Outside of the physical aspect, the mental one appeared to be a mismatch. Still, they were a good couple, and Tillian, Zane's adopted daughter, got along with Mara and had Zane's full attention when he was on Fredoria. "How are Mara and Tillian doing?" asked Kane.
"They're doing all right. Thankfully, they hid away when the Saskarins dropped in, and Mara's been busy helping reestablish control and order. Tillian was scared. but she's helping out where she can.
Cal nodded. He eyed some Saskarins off in the corner. That was Tillion's race, and their red skin and hairless bodies always stood out. Zane looked over.
The Saskarins sent a delegation. That should be interesting.
Yeah, all these groups know that if they get in now, it's all good later. Zane chuckled.
Can you blame them? Even if they're not doing it for Fredoria, there's a lot of other power players involved, from the Kiggs to the Covendrin.
I bet Andia is having a field day, said Cal.
Probably.
Zane took another big bite of his burger. Cal nodded at a group of Borikins. They reminded him of what a humanoid bear with a lion's head would look like. Although advanced, they usually kept to themselves. He suspected they were interested due to the proximity of Jazaris, and they seemed to have issues with the Bartong Reach.
Check that out,
said Cal. Zane studied the Borikins.
Definitely one of the weirder groups out here.
Cal laughed. This reminds me of my grandma. She loved to people watch. I guess we're alien watching.
One of the benefits of coming to the cafeteria,
said Zane. He took a swig of his drink. Cal nodded. You learn anything more about the plan after wrapping Jazaris in a sensor net?
Zane shook his head. They're keeping that close to their chests.
I'm sure they'll come up with something. At least Blake will. He seems to pull shit out of his ass like it's nobody's business. They shared a laugh.
He's a tough son of a bitch, said Zane. The Saskarins picked the wrong guy to fuck around with.
Cal nodded. I'll be glad when all this is over.
You just want Jala time.
They laughed again. Well, yeah, said Cal. He looked down at his empty plate, then at Zane. Care to hit up the Cultural Education Center? Zane wrinkled his brow.
The what now?
Cal crooked his thumb behind him. The AN set up a center where each participating group can submit cultural information. I guess it's a way to learn about the other cultures without having to track someone down and ask them. There are representatives as well from each group.
Huh. They got one for Earthborn.
Cal chuckled. They do. Seth provided them with music, movies, and general information.
Music, huh?
Yeah, and from what I heard, some of these groups like to shake it.
Zane laughed. What are they listening to?
Seth's usual collection. Hip-hop, metal, punk, techno, country. You name it, said Cal. I'm still not clear exactly on how he got his hands on all that. Most of it is current, and getting that type of information from a protected planet is usually illegal.
I'm sure the Kregans are not too worried about that.
Cal nodded. The Covendrin particularly like death metal.
That doesn't surprise me at all.
Yeah, but get this. The androids love R&B. Zane rubbed his chin.
I guess that makes sense. I mean, that shit's got a lot of emotion in it. They sing with passion.
Yeah, said Cal.
Now I'm curious and want to see this place, said Zane, standing.
Cool. Not much else to do here unless you want to get a workout in. Zane rolled his head around.
Already got that in. Now let's go watch some androids shake it.
Cal laughed. All right. He was glad Zane was part of the crew. Although Cal hung with the others, he was closer to Zane, perhaps due to the positions they held. They had fought back-to-back in some tough fights. Cal was used to working solo, but to have a team had been nothing short of great. It was a nice perk to have someone to relax around, something Cal rarely did as a justice hunter. If you got too cozy, you might get killed. But in environments like this, it was not a problem. Kal-El was an amazing place, and he was glad he had the opportunity to explore it. He knew it was also history in the making since it was the first recognized AN city by Fredoria. He chuckled as he followed Zane to the recycling bin to drop off their plates. It was time to watch some alien booty shaking. Blake paced around the Exceltion's conference room with his hands behind his back. The rest of the Exceltion crew had started to trickle in as he considered what he was going to talk about. While he had enjoyed some downtime on Kal-El between meetings, it was now time for the next step against the Saskarins. The last few nights with Sarah had passed by fast, and a part of him wished they had more time together. It was 10 o'clock a.m., and one day after the core leadership meeting, he had already briefed Andia and the other leaders on the plan the previous day. Although it probably sounded crazy to them, they accepted it on his word.
It showed him the amount of respect they had for him. He surveyed the room. Seth and Ada sat next to Doc in robot form. They were the last two to come in.
"All right. We're all here," said Blake. Zane eased back into his chair. "About time. I'm itching to do something."
Blake nodded. "We all are. Let's get started." He interacted with the table console. A projection shot up of the Jazaris system. This is Jazaris as everyone knows it. The sensor net is still being deployed, but it has been effective so far. Nothing has left the system, although to be fair, not much is trying to. The display changed to show Colus Prime. You can also see that there are more of those weird smoke tendril things extending out of the dimensional rifts, said Blake. Cal shook his head. "That shit is nasty." "I think we can all agree on that," said Blake. The projection showed the sun with hundreds of laser defense platforms. The 2 laser defense platforms outlined in green have been identified as the primary controller and its backup. "Control those 2, and you control what the whole array shoots at," said Blake. Kane shook his head. "Seems odd that it's only 2 controllers, but what the fuck could even get close without being shredded?" Blake grimaced. "We are. That's our first objective."
"How do you plan to do that?" asked Luke. "Coming out of condensed space near those platforms will still give them enough time to focus fire on us. We wouldn't survive that."
"Unless the Exceltion was aboard an AN shield ship," said Blake. Luke rubbed his chin.
"That might work. But you'll still probably lose the AN ship after the Excelsion's left to dock at those platforms."
"The AN knows that, and will send in an automated ship under our control." Sarah wrinkled her brow. "They're really going to sacrifice one of their top ships for this?" "They are. And that should give you an idea of their dedication," said Blake. "We're going to send the absolute bare minimum to get this done. If anyone wants to back out, now is the time to do so, and we'll replace you." Zane looked around the room.
"I think I speak for all of us when I say, fuck that. We're crew, and we go together."
Everyone nodded. "The offer still stands up to the point we dock on the AN shield ship to go," said Blake. He gestured at the backup controller in the projection. "Seth, Cal, and Daz and his destroyers will be dropped off first. Seth is team lead, and he'll have the layout needed and what to do in order to hijack the platform. Daz is already aware of what's needed. The Exceltion will leave a small ship behind for you to use and rejoin us on the primary controller. Any questions so far?" "I do," said Seth. "How accurate are the layouts?" Blake chuckled. "Good question. Although we have the layout, the purpose of every room and area has not yet been determined. However, Ada has calculated, based on the energy flow detected, that there are 2 rooms that seem to take up a lot of energy. We're assuming the one closest to the docking bay is the control room. We're not sure what the other one is." Seth sighed. "Flying by the seat of our pants on this one." "We've gone on less information before," said Blake. "Yeah. All right. So we hit those 2 areas. One will be the control room." "What type of resistance are we expecting?" asked Seth. Blake shrugged. "I would guess standard Saskarin soldiers, and maybe an elite or 2. There's not a lot of real estate on those platforms, so I wouldn't be expecting an army." Cal laughed. "Now watch there be one." Blake smiled. "Then you handle your business." "Any other questions?"
"We using projectiles or going melee?" asked Zane.
Blake nodded. "A good question. We can use projectiles. The platforms have a high structural rating, and they also have external shielding, as well as some covering critical areas. Still, I would say don't fire unless you have to." "All right. Anything else?" Everyone shook their heads. "Okay." After the drop-off at the backup platform, the Exceltion will go to the primary one. I'll be leading a team consisting of Zane and Ada. Sarah, Doc, Luke, and Kane will stay and secure the docking bay. Once we hijack the platform, we'll leave, and hopefully at that time, Seth and the others will have rejoined us. Ada tilted her head.
Is the ultimate goal to force the laser defense platforms to attack Colus Prime?
"Not quite," said Blake, pacing. "It will keep anything from leaving Colus Prime unless the Saskarins are using ships with condensed space drives, and we don't see anything like that around Colus Prime currently."
Based on previous attacks, the lasers wouldn't do much to those dimensional rifts,
said Doc. Blake nodded. He's right. And that's where the second part of this mission comes in. The Exceltion will fly by Colus Prime. Once it's near, I'll take the small shuttle, pop full bloodlust, then go into the biggest dimensional rift. The room fell silent.
Are you fucking crazy?
Asked Seth. That's been said before about me, said Blake. You can't be serious, said Sarah with wide eyes. Blake sighed. I am. Let me explain. The room quieted down, although he sensed everyone was uncomfortable. When I go into full bloodlust, I summon Drolcan the Destroyer, a Daedrold prince. You've seen his handiwork before. The last time a Saskarin tried to slime me, they ran into Drolcan, and he very much wants to know where the Saskarins' home dimension is. Well, we found it, I think, and by me going in there in full bloodlust, Drolcan will have found it. In essence, I'm a living beacon. Seth shook his head. Okay, so he finds it. What then? How will that close the rifts? Because I know Drolcan. He'll close the rifts on principle alone. No Saskarin will escape destruction at his hands.
You'll be trapped in there if he closes it while you're still inside, said Cal.
Blake rolled his head around. Right. But the idea is for me to come out of bloodlust, ensure Drolcan arrives, then fly out before he closes the rifts.
That's a lot of ifs,
said Zane, pointing at Blake. I'm aware, said Blake, looking down. He glanced back up. This is the only way. Even if the planet was destroyed, the rifts would still be there. At the rate it's growing, whatever is coming out will do it soon. Much sooner than any other plan. We all saw what happened to the Kriegan 95th Fleet. Jazaris will become a portal world, and I can't let that happen.
Well, for the record, I hate this fucking plan, said Zane.
Blake sighed. I'm not a big fan of it either, but there are other things to take into consideration. Like what? Asked Sarah. He sensed her heartbeat going wild. If he had discovered that Sarah would be going on a potentially suicidal run, his would probably do the same. I think everything leading to this point is not coincidental. Me being where I am allows for a solution like this when no other plan will work, he said.
You think this was planned?
Asked Luke. Blake licked his lips. Not directly. But the solution fits.
It's suicidal, said Seth. You really think if Drolcan arrives, he'll let you waltz back out?
Blake shrugged. It's a risk worth taking.
How do you know he'll even close the rifts?
Because of his ego. He will close them. I'd bet my life on it. Which, I guess I am. Seth crossed his arms.
Okay, I'm going with you.
Blake shook his head. There's no need to endanger anyone else. This is my decision. The room became silent again.
Well, I'm with Zane.
This plan sucks, said Seth. I know this is not what you all wanted to hear. But I feel this is the only way, said Blake. I ask for you to trust me on this.
Who the fuck picked you to be in this spot?
Asked Seth. I can't say, said Blake. It's not my place. Seth threw up his hands.
That's great. If I find out, I'm a whoop someone's ass.
Blake ran a hand through his hair. There's no guarantee we'll even get the controller secured. So we need to focus on that first.
Kinda hard to when if we succeed, we're shooting you into a dimensional rift where there's a high probability you ain't coming back, said Cal.
Blake sighed. I understand. But that is the way it needs to be. We dock with the AN shield ship tomorrow. Then it's go time. Any questions? Everyone shook their heads. All right. You'll all get informational packets, so study up on them and be ready to go tomorrow. If you have questions, then come to me. That's it for this meeting, said Blake. Everyone began to leave. His plan did not go over well with the crew, but he had expected that. Sarah, rushing up to bear hug him, showed him her position on the matter. Seth stood and stared at Blake as if trying to figure out what was going on. Blake was glad he told them the day before the first objective as opposed to a week or so ago. Otherwise, they would have had time to chew on it, and that would have been too distracting for them.
but he wanted to give them some heads up instead of leaving them in the dark till the final moment. He sighed as Sarah hugged him harder.
Chapter 24. Seth's heartbeat raced as he checked his armor and weapons. The Exceltion had jumped through condensed space inside an AN shield ship. It then unloaded him, Cal, and Daz and his robot group in the backup platform's docking bay. After that, the Exceltion had departed and was on its way to the primary platform. The bay had taken a beating, as it had been cleared by the Exceltion unloading streams of flame at the handful of Saskarin soldier defenders. Thankfully, he had a good rest the night before and a solid breakfast under him. It was 9:00 a.m. Earth time, and he preferred to eat around then instead of storming a platform. Although he was worried about being separated from Ada, his mind still reeled from the news that Blake would be flying solo into a dimensional rift. The thought that his final moments with Blake were approaching made Seth struggle with keeping focus. This was the first part of the overall mission, and he knew there was a chance it could go sideways. "You with us?" asked Cal over comms. Seth nodded. "Sorry, my mind was somewhere else for a moment." "No worries, but it's just here now and potentially a shitload of Saskarins," said Cal. "We'll be fine if we stick together," said Daz. "Damn straight," said Seth. "Let's move." They marched through the charred remains of Saskarin soldiers. Seth looked around. "Seems they got soldiers here, but I'm willing to bet they got mutated and elites here too." "Probably," said Cal. "I'm not sensing anything in the immediate hallways," said Daz. Seth grinned. He loved having Daz's small robot army along. It consisted of 4 destroyers, 2 robot turret dogs, and 3 reconnaissance drones. The destroyers led the way, and their enhanced shielding was powerful, although it was not as strong as Zane's Juggernaut suit's shield. The drones had formed a line over the group and provided a 360-degree view of everything around them. The robot dogs marched obediently off to the sides, ready to fire on anything as needed. It bothered Seth that it would only be Blake, Zane, and Ada on the primary controller platform. They still had the Exceltion guarding the docking bay, so that would help with not only distraction, but additional firepower that the Saskarins would need to deal with. Although the group was using projectile weaponry, the platform had highly rated external shielding and unusually durable walls. Being next to a star meant energy-to-matter conversion for any materials was effortless. The group entered a hallway after exiting the docking bay. A few thin, humanoid robots with weapons appeared at the other end and opened fire. Seth took aim and used the destroyer's frontal shields as cover. He had not expected there to be robotic guards, but it made sense. With the continuous energy from the sun, it would be easy to generate them. The guards fell quickly due to weak shielding and precise hits from the group. He suspected their sole purpose was to shoot anything the Saskarins needed them to. "Well, that's new," said Cal. Daz nodded. "They have rudimentary programming and are being controlled by something else." The group walked up to the fallen robots. Seth studied them. Their white frames with patches of black stood out against the dark, gray metallic paneled floor. "We might face new robotic-based enemies," said Seth. "I guess if there's a specialized form, an orange slime could just hop around if it loses a body, and a robot body would be more resistant to flames." Cal sighed. "Yeah, I suspect they got tired of inferno mines and flamethrowers." "Another possibility is that an AI or an orange slime is functioning as a controller of sorts, and these robots are an extension of it," said Daz. Seth sighed. "Great. Just what we need. Let's keep moving. The first room we want is 2 levels down, and hopefully it's the control one." The group continued on. Seth's eyes were glued to the readouts on his helmet's interior. Daz's reconnaissance drones helped with a full view of their surroundings. Seth appreciated the ones that flew ahead and gave the group a peek around the corner. Daz's thoughts on a robot army controlled by an AI or an orange slime were not new to Seth, but with such a small group, it could be problematic. He had seen it before during his freelancing days with Blake. They reached the end of a hallway, which had 2 ramps. One descended, while the other ascended. Seth motioned for everyone to take the one heading down.
As they reached the next level, a squad of robots opened fire. Seth's eyes narrowed. There was an additional robot that seemed bulkier and had better shielding compared to the lighter robots. The larger robot also carried a heavier weapon and was colored blue with patches of white. "The hell is that shit?" asked Cal as he fired away. "No idea," said Seth, ducking behind a destroyer. The lighter robots were downed fast, but the larger one charged forward as its shielding lit up. "Focus fire," said Seth. The group broke through the larger robot's shielding. It crumpled under a hailstorm of projectiles. Seth studied it. "Why do I get the feeling the robots are adapting?" Cal shrugged. "Makes sense. Only create them as needed. Hell, they got a sun providing unlimited energy. The only problem then would be creation time." "That might not be an issue if this facility has templates and stored energy," said Daz. Cal shook his head. "Like this can get any worse." "All right. At least we have an idea of what we're facing and how to hit it," said Seth. They moved on until they reached the ramps down to the next level. Mixed groups of larger and smaller robots attacked, but with previous experience, Seth and the others mowed them down. After fighting through, they reached a large room. Huge, glowing cylinders provided illumination and crisscrossed the area. What surprised Seth were the 2 workstations with consoles. This had to be the control room, although it seemed bare. If the only users were AIs or orange slimes that could jump around in systems, it might make sense. "What the fuck is this?" asked Cal. "I don't know, but nobody's here," said Seth. He glanced at Daz. "Thoughts on how to interface with this thing?" Daz pointed at one of the workstations. "I suspect that those were left in case the controlling AI or orange slime fled to a robot body and needed to access it." He gestured at a red handle that sat inside the wall with a glass panel over it. "There is a breaker switch here. It will isolate this room from external connections." "Really?" asked Cal. "Why would that be put in?" "To prevent the network from being compromised," said Daz. Cal nodded. "All right," said Seth. "I'll hit the switch, and Daz, you go ahead and hook up the workstation. Cal and I will hold the entrance with your destroyers and dogs." Daz complied. Seth smashed the breaker cubicle's protective glass, then turned the switch. "Have at it." Daz connected to the workstation using a tendril from his fingers. Seth grouped up with Cal, the destroyers, and the robot dogs to cover the entrance. His pulse raced as he anticipated that it would get violent quickly now that the AI or platform knew where they were. It surprised him that there were no Saskarin soldiers, elites, or mutated around other than the initial landing. Maybe the Saskarins thought robots on demand were enough. Time would tell. Seth spent the next 30 minutes repulsing wave after wave of robots. There seemed to be a never-ending stream of them. The group had become more efficient over time. The robot dogs earned their keep by adjusting their attacks to focus fire on the heavier robots, allowing the rest of the group to take the lighter robots down with ease. It seemed like the station sent everything it could muster. After a 5-minute pause, Cal glanced at Seth. "I don't like this lull." "Me either," said Seth. He peeked back at Daz, who was frozen as he interacted with the workstation. "What do you think the Saskarins are doing?" Seth shrugged. "Got me. It's at the point that they need to clear their own out before even getting into firing range." Cal nodded. "Daz's drones are awesome." "Yeah, they are," said Seth. He loved the view they gave. Between waves, they would fly out and show incoming robots. One had been sent to scout nearby hallways, but it seemed like all the robots came in from the same path. The drones had shown the robots pulling back the fallen ones in order to advance through the hallway. The destroyers also earned their keep by clearing the entrance and tossing the fallen robots to the side to increase the debris field. "While we wait, I wanted to ask you something," said Cal. "Shoot. Blake and his suicidal run. What's up with that?" Seth sighed. "He's not trying to be a hero. If he made that decision, then he truly believes it's the only way. I remember that Drulcon dude. He was crazy." "Yeah, and now he's going to be let loose on the Saskarins. Use one threat to handle another. I guess at least Drulcon is a known threat. To Blake, at least." Cal nodded. "I trust Blake. He's earned that much, but damn. Flying into a dimensional rift without any idea if you'll come back out? I'd be scared shitless." "Yeah, me too. But you know Blake.
He's the most fearless person around. To him, this is the most logical option. But what if it doesn't work? Then all we've done is lose him, said Cal. Seth clenched his jaw for a moment. Yeah. The lighting flickered as a muted alarm sounded. The fuck is happening now? Asked Cal as he aimed at the entrance. Daz joined them. I have removed control of the robots and certain sections from what was controlling them. An orange slime. We figured there was one involved, said Seth. Daz raised a finger. We did. However, the second room deals with robot production, and it's active. Cal shook his head. Let me guess. We need to blast that orange fucker before we go. We have to, said Seth. Otherwise, it'll undo the work Daz has done. Cal sighed. Always some more shit. All right, where is this production place? Asked Seth. Daz pointed at the entrance. It's on the other side of this platform. Let's go kill us an orange slime then, said Cal. Seth motioned forward. Let's move. He followed Daz's destroyers and robot dogs. When he exited the room, he observed the fallen robots. The other ones that stood motionless made his skin crawl. It was like someone had pulled the plug on them right where they stood. No chance these robots wake up and start blasting, is there? Asked Cal. Daz smiled. None. The orange slime would need to come here and undo my handiwork. For whatever reason, it's staying put in the production room. You think it's building more robots? Possibly, said Daz. Let's find out then, said Seth. As they continued past the downed robots, he noticed they appeared frozen in place. They had traveled in packs, and there were gaps between them. The eerie silence made him tenser than he expected. The flickering lighting did not help the ambiance either. After another 30 minutes, the group reached the robot production room. Seth watched the view from the drone Daz sent in. The place was quiet like the rest of the facility. The various machinery and conveyor belt had lights around it that lit up the room. The open area was large and clear of any obstructions. In the far back were several massive glowing cylinders. In front of them were circular structures of some sort. It reminded him of water tower containers. It's too quiet, said Cal. Seth sighed. Yeah. Let's go. They marched inside with the destroyers leading the way. Seth jumped back when a four-armed humanoid robot fell from the ceiling. Its shiny metal plates covered a black, fibrous body, but it was the face with a horde of small, red, monocle-like devices that made his skin crawl. It reminded him of a wasp's face. The fall itself had been silent, but the impact resonated through the ground. In a deep, digital voice, the robot said,
"This is what it comes down to. An assault on our command platforms. That's useless, but I wouldn't expect any less from Blake and his lackeys. I'm Gizakin, and also the end of whatever this is for you."
Seth stepped forward. You ain't the end of shit. You're just some orange slime in a buffed-up body. You're brothers. The elites didn't fare so well the last time we met. Gizakin tilted his head.
Yes, they were susceptible to heat-based weaponry. That won't be the case here.
Seth's eyes narrowed. It seemed odd that Gizakin would freely offer up that information. It could also be disinformation. Gizakin pointed at Daz.
You locked me out of platform control. Impressive. Unfortunately, androids and AIs will bow down before the Saskarins like the organics.
Not likely, said Daz.
Yes, likely. When this is over, I'm going to strip you bare and make you a mindless robot.
Fuck that, said Cal. You're not going to be around to do anything. He aimed forward with dual pistols and unloaded on Gizakin. Gizakin's shield lit up as he laughed. Seth and the rest of the group opened fire. Gizakin stared at them as his shield continued to flicker where each projectile hit it.
Is that it?
Oh shit, said Cal over comms. He pulled out his dual energy blades and charged ahead. When he was in range, he slid and sliced at Gizakin's legs. Gizakin raised his leg to step back,
but Cal's blades pushed through the heavy kinetic shield and scratched Giesigen's calf armor. "Close quarters works," said Cal. The group surged forward to swarm Giesigen. Seth pulled out an energy blade while the destroyers reached out to grapple Giesigen. Daz used his short energy blade to slash at him. Giesigen dodged Seth's charging attack and kicked him back through the destroyers. Giesigen then spun and backhanded Daz across the room. Cal jumped up and took a defensive stance. Giesigen walked over, palmed Cal's helmet, and raised him off the ground. Cal cried out as Giesigen squeezed. A destroyer hit Giesigen's arm, causing him to drop Cal. "Cal!" Seth's heartbeat jumped out of his chest when Cal did not respond. It was obvious that Giesigen was tougher than anything they had faced before. They had to leave. "Daz! Get Cal and go back to the ship. Leave your destroyers and dogs here with me." "I can't leave you here by yourself," said Daz. "Do it," said Seth. He charged Giesigen and attracted his attention. Daz circled around and got to Cal. He picked him up and exited the room. Giesigen dodged Seth's blade while laughing.
As expected, your plan seems to have failed.
"About that," said Seth. His cape unfurled into 8 segmented arms. When Giesigen dodged Seth's next blade slice, Seth's cape arms pierced Giesigen's armor. The destroyers each grabbed an arm, while the robot dogs moved so their turrets were inside the kinetic shielding before they opened fire. Giesigen growled as he kicked the dogs away, then smashed the destroyers into each other. Seth swallowed hard. In just a few moves, Giesigen had utterly demolished Daz's robots. It was time to go. He rolled off to the side. After hopping up, he sprinted to the exit.
Escape like prey. It's what humans do best,
said Giesigen as he jumped through the air. Seth grunted as he burst forward. He dropped an EMP mine on the ground, and once outside the control room, he activated it. Giesigen's cursing and growling confirmed he had been hit. Now all Seth had to do was reach the docking bay with Giesigen hot on his trail. "Daz, where you at?" asked Seth, trying to catch his breath. "We're almost at the ship. What's going on?" asked Daz. "I'm leading this asshole there. Make sure the ship is ready to go." "I hope you have a plan," said Daz. "Trust me." Daz reached the group's small ship, and once inside, he strapped Cal down to a bed that jutted out from the wall. A quick scan from a medical device showed that Cal remained alive, but he had suffered head damage. Daz rooted through the medkits and found something he figured would help stabilize him. After removing his helmet and parts of his armor, Daz hooked up various tubes across Cal's body. How Seth would handle Giesigen remained a mystery. Daz had sensed the raw power that coursed through Giesigen. A few more seconds and Cal would have been dead. Daz reflected on Seth's willingness to put himself in danger so Cal had a chance to get someplace safe. It was an aspect of humans that Daz appreciated, and something he saw often in Earthborn in particular. With Cal secured, Daz rushed to the pilot cabin. A quick check showed the ship was ready to go. The back door had been lowered for Seth, but the problem was that Giesigen had to be removed from the station before they left. Otherwise, he would undo the work Daz had done in the control room. "Daz, you there?" asked Seth. "I'm here," said Daz. "All right. I got Giesigen chasing me. I need you to get the ship outside the platform. Can you still access it from the ship?" Daz ran a quick check on the console. "I should be able to. I have the command codes for it." "Good. Once me and Giesigen are in the docking bay, I'll let you know when to seal the inner entrance and then release the outer shielding." "You'll get blown out to space," Seth chuckled. "Yeah, and so will Giesigen. You have to pick me up, then shoot that bastard into the sun." Daz heard an explosion over comms. "This is risky. Giesigen might be strong enough to prevent himself from being tossed out. He won't be doing much if he's hit by several EMP mines in sequence." Daz shook his head. "You sure about this?" "Yes, I am." "Okay, I need to focus here. Be ready. Out." Daz walked to the back of the ship and stood on the ramp. It would be chaos when the bay got flushed, and he would need to ensure the ship did not get damaged. He figured he would fly above the platform and watch for Seth and Giesigen to come out. It would be tight since there was no grappling hook or beam on the ship. Daz would need to fly in front of Seth and slow down until Seth fell inside. Daz put Cal's helmet back on and sealed the bed, which would protect him from open space for a short while. After ensuring Cal's vitals were stable, Daz dashed to the front and closed the back door. A moment later, he was in space. He took the ship up and over the platform and waited. The plan had a lot of points of failure. Seth might not even make it to the hangar. He could get clobbered by the debris. The mines, assuming they stuck to the ground, might trigger during decompression before he got clear. And, of course, there was Seth getting out, but Giesigan attaching himself to Seth and tearing him to shreds in space. Daz focused his processing. Although he ran simulations to try to predict the best outcome, sometimes the number of so many potential points of failure took up a lot of resources. "Daz, I'm coming in hot. Get ready," said Seth over comms. Daz interacted with the pilot workstation and studied the readouts. He had already calculated how fast Seth might be traveling and in what trajectory. Although Daz did not get nervous like an organic, he did notice that his sense receptors allowed more feedback in times of stress. That required additional resources and processing to deal with. He found it difficult to juggle so many command processes in parallel in that state, and sometimes his voice system cracked. This appeared to be one of those times. "Now," said Seth. Daz tapped at his workstation and sealed the inner docking bay doors while releasing the light blue exterior shielding. Debris flew out into space. Seth grunted over comms. "I'm out." The ship's sensors locked onto Seth and Giesigan, who trailed not far behind. Daz noticed Giesigan flew out much faster than Seth. Maybe Giesigan had anticipated this action, and with his strength, he probably launched himself with great power. Daz smiled as he interacted with the miniguns on the ship's sides. Unfortunately for Giesigan, he had a meeting with the sun. The ship unloaded on Giesigan, which changed his trajectory toward the sun. Daz moved the ship parallel to Seth, then in front of him. The back door unsealed. Daz appreciated that the back half of the ship was sealed off from the front. Otherwise, the rescue attempt would have been much harder. "I'm in," said Seth. Daz sealed the back door and compressed the area. He set a path to the primary command platform and then unsealed the front-to-back door. Seth had lowered his helmet and unlocked the medical container Cal resided in. "How is he?" "Stable, but he suffered head damage. I don't know how extensive, but Doc will know more." Seth sighed as he sat opposite Cal. "Giesigan was a surprise, for sure." Seth shook his head. "I dropped 3 EMP mines as I ran into the docking bay, and it still didn't take him down. That would explain his faster acceleration." "Yeah, I didn't want him to dig in and hold on," said Seth. He glanced at Daz. "Thanks for getting Cal here." "Of course," said Daz. "I wish I could have helped more in the fight." Seth stood and slapped hands with Daz. "You were awesome, man. Your robots allowed us to escape, and your control of the platform is why we're here now. Never forget that." Daz nodded. "All right. Have you been able to contact the Exceltion?" asked Seth. "Unfortunately, no. The primary platform must have some type of jamming. But that was not unexpected. We'll be there shortly." "Good. Okay, I'm going to hang here for a bit," said Seth. He eased back into his chair. Daz smiled as he reached the front cabin. They had done their part, but at potentially great cost if Cal was more damaged than expected. Hopefully Doc would be able to help Cal. Getting to the primary platform became the new priority, and it was uncertain what they would find there. Chapter 25. Blake looked around the docking bay the Exceltion had landed in. The AN shield ship had delivered them as expected, and it took heavy fire before fleeing. It gave enough time for the Exceltion to destroy the Saskarin welcoming party, and their dead bodies littered the dirty floor. Luke, Sarah, and Kane were busy securing the area, while Zane in his juggernaut suit and Ada, with a personalized destroyer, waited for Blake. He wished he knew what was going on at the secondary controller platform with Seth, Cal, and Daz. They had been dropped off only a half hour ago, but he believed they would handle whatever came their way. Blake walked over to Ada. "Were you able to soft connect to anything?"
I wasn't,
said Ada, facing him. "All right, well, at least we can all communicate locally over comms. I'm worried about the other platform." Ada smiled.
I trust Seth and the others are doing fine.
Blake chuckled. I'm sure they are. It sucks you two had to split up for these operations.
I understand, and so did he,
she said. Blake nodded. Let's take care of this. They moved over to Zane, who stood near the docking bay's inner entrance. You about ready to move? Asked Blake.
Hell yeah,
said Zane.
He pointed around. What's with all the robots?
Ada raised a finger.
They have primitive functionality and seem to have been created recently from the ones I scanned, assuming their internal clocks were accurate. I calculate that the other large room we detected initially with a large energy flow is a robot production room.
Great. So we'll have to hit that in addition to the control room, said Zane.
Robots or not. We got this, said Blake. He eyed Ada.
Do you know which one is which?
I don't,
she said. All right. We'll hit the first room, then the second one, then get the hell out while the platforms target Colas Prime and anything not us flying near it.
Sounds good to me,
said Zane. Blake nodded, interacted with his forearm device, and activated his global comms. Sarah, how's securing the docking bay going? Almost done, but I think we're okay if you want to head out now, she said. All right, we're moving. Out, said Blake. He switched back to local comms. Let's roll. Zane tipped back his head and barked and howled before extending his human-sized energy shield from his left arm. With his hell thrower pointed forward, he advanced into the hallway. Blake pulled out his dual blades and stuck close behind Zane, while Ada covered the right and her destroyer the left. The flickering lights in the hallway indicated that the assault on the docking bay had damaged the local power grid. Blake was not going to lower his helmet to sample the air, but trudging down a somewhat quiet and dim hallway with spotty illumination on a space station seemed right out of a horror movie. He grinned, thinking he would probably be classified as the monster. Thin, humanoid robots appeared. They looked like the bare necessity to equip something with a weapon. It did not surprise him that the weapons they carried were lethal and punctured walls. Although that was not a good idea on anything floating in space, the only casualties would be organic ones if the platform decompressed. Thankfully, the group's updated suits would allow them to survive if it came to pass. It also helped that the platform had a high durability rating and shielding to boot. As the group moved on, a heavier version of the thin robot attacked. Blake thought of them as bruisers since they charged forward and smashed against Zane's shield. Zane was more than happy to use his mace to sweep them away and play crowd control, while Ada used her pinpoint accuracy to disable the lighter robots. Blake loved how efficient she was. When they had entered an open area, Blake had been surprised to see Saskarin soldiers. They were the usual 7-foot-tall in black and gold heavy armor, and they wielded massive two-handed weapons. Surrounding them were mutated aliens of various species, along with a mix of light and heavy robots. The open room had quickly become packed with enemies. Zane charged into the middle of them with his hell thrower firing nonstop. Blake jumped around, slicing and dicing with his dual blades. He made sure to stay behind Zane and protect the rear. Ada's destroyer manhandled anything that got close while she focused on taking down the lighter robots. Zane stumbled when he blocked two soldiers hitting his shield in tandem with massive war axes. Blake stood behind him and pressed on his back to provide support. Once he was stable, Blake slid around and sliced off the soldier's arms and legs. Ada fell to the ground as a heavy robot bulldozed into her. Her destroyer grabbed the robot and tossed it to the side. Blake rushed over and shredded the robot. Afterward, he helped Ada get back up. After another 5 minutes, the battle ended. Blake surveyed the carnage. Zane's heavy breathing filled the comms, and Ada checked out her destroyer, which looked like it had taken some damage.
Damn. What the fuck was all that?
Asked Zane, trying to catch his breath.
Got me, said Blake.
It seems like they waited for an opportunity to try to flank us instead of facing us head-on in a hallway. Ada scanned Zane.
You appear to have taken no damage other than energy usage on your shields.
She scanned Blake next.
You have taken some light damage.
Blake exhaled. Yeah, probably some bruising. Those heavy robots got a little hands-on with me. I'm all right.
Okay,
she said. Let's get moving. The first room is not too far away, said Blake. He slapped Zane on the back. Zane grunted as he marched with his shield out into the nearby hallway. It surprised Blake that the resistance so far had been weak. Although the last fight had gotten hairy in some instances, he had no doubt about the outcome. It might be that he, Zane, and Ada were an elite fighting unit that worked well with one another and adapted to their enemy's weakness. However, it seemed more like the Saskarins were probing and seeing what the group's capabilities were, and if there were any vulnerabilities. After blowing through several small groups of Saskarin robots and soldiers, the group reached the first room. Blake burst into the open area. To the sides were rows of workstations manned by slimed Shulans. The few soldiers and robots inside stood no chance against the focus fire from the group. Ada took aim and handled the few controlled Shulans. After they fell, she rushed over and broke a glass panel in the wall, which allowed her to turn a handle.
Auxiliary external network access has been shut off, but we still have connection to critical systems,
she said. All right, said Blake. He pointed at one of the workstations. I'm guessing this is the control room and not a robot producing one. Connect and do your thing. She complied. Zane, with me, said Blake. He took up position near the entrance and held his dual energy blades to the side. Zane moved next to him and kept his shield out.
Not too bad so far. At least the control room was the first one.
Don't get complacent, said Blake. I think the Saskarins are holding something back.
Like what? A new Saskarin model or something? Maybe a new elite version?
Asked Zane. Blake shrugged. Possibly. However, these robots make me think whatever the Saskarins are cooking up involves robotics to some degree, and we'll probably see it in the robot-producing room.
Fucking great,
said Zane. Just focus on this entrance for now, said Blake. No one can pass. Zane nodded. Blake remembered meeting the Saskarin elites for the first time. 2 of them had wreaked havoc, and the group had to figure out how to fight it on the spot. If it happened on the platforms and involved robotic engineering of some sort, he suspected this would be the Saskarins' toughest version to date. He was not so much worried about himself or the rest of the group. It was Seth and the others on the backup platform. Hopefully, Ada took control of the primary one, and any holdout defenses would be cleared. His mind wandered to the next step, where he would go into the dimensional rift alone. He looked over at Zane, then peeked back at Ada. This might be his last time being with them as a group. He was not ready to die, but it seemed inevitable. Zane found the several waves of Saskarins and their defenses to be no match for him and Blake. Ada struggled to take control, which probably meant she was fighting an orange slime. There was a robot production room they would need to deal with, and Zane wondered how Seth and the others on the backup platform were handling things.
Hey, you with us? Asked Blake as he sliced a robot's head off.
What? Asked Zane. He knocked a robot away. Blake chuckled.
You let that thing hit you. Zane laughed. Yeah, well, the Saskarins don't seem to be putting much effort here compared to our previous fights. And robots? New, but nothing we haven't faced before.
True. But you know there's probably more to it than we're seeing. For now, at least, said Blake. Zane relaxed some when the last of the current wave of Saskarin defense was decimated.
Yeah, we'll handle it like we always do.
He glanced at Blake. Assuming the platform assault plan worked, Blake would do his suicidal run into the dimensional rift. Zane hated the idea, but he understood the tactical nature of the decision. Blake's fearlessness and drive to do right, even at the potential cost of his own life, was something Zane admired. You sizing me up? Asked Blake.
Zane scowled. Nah, I was thinking about you going into that dimensional place.
It'll work out, I guess, said Zane. You know it'll spit me out afterward because I'm Blake Brown. Zane laughed. He always found Blake's one-liners comical, even when related to potentially dying. After 10 minutes, Ada disconnected from the workstation.
I've disabled the orange slime's control over the platform and locked him out. He has discharged himself into something in the robot production room,
she said. Blake nodded. Then that's where we'll go. We can't leave anything around that might alter your work.
Of course,
said Ada. Can you seal this room until we're done there? Ada smiled.
It will be done.
You're awesome. You know that? Asked Blake. She nodded. Sarah, you there? Asked Blake over comms.
I'm here, she said.
All right.
Ada's got control of the platform, and we're going to the robot production room. How are things out there? Asked Blake. Sarah cleared her throat. Good. The Saskarins tossed a few robots at us, but Luke's mobile turret handled them without much effort. All right. Any word from Seth and the others? None. Blake sighed. Okay. We'll be there soon. Out. He motioned forward. Let's move. After the group exited the room, Ada sealed it shut. They continued on. Zane concentrated on the few waves of Saskarins that usually consisted of a core of light robots with a few heavy ones tossed in and a handful of Saskarin soldiers. Although they were no problem, it surprised him not to see elites. Those he had fought on the FDF ships were tough. However, he also understood this platform was tiny compared to that ship, and there simply wasn't much room to have a lot of anything moving around. As they neared the robot production facility, the lighting flickered more often. Zane's big energy shield provided steady illumination in addition to the other lights. It had also become quieter, except for the sound of footsteps prior to engaging the Saskarins. He expected something tough in the next big area. The group reached the robot production room after 15 minutes of sporadic fighting. The groups attacking them on the way had dwindled to almost nothing. It seemed like the heavy fight from before had been the major assault by the defenses. Maybe a reserve force had not been accounted for, but Zane was confident going into the robot production room. He took position a few feet inside a large, open area. Machinery on the sides and in the back was at a standstill, but there were dim lights on some consoles. Metallic panels covered the floor, ceiling, and walls, with interspersed lighting fixtures that provided illumination. The silence bothered him. Ada and her destroyer flanked him, while Blake walked out front. A heavy-set humanoid strolled from the back. It reminded Zane of a human stripped of skin, with steel plates all over its body. The head unnerved him. It looked like a skull, but with plates. The red, fibrous muscle that showed was probably not muscle. This was a Saskarin elite. The elite clapped.
Well, well, the great Blake Brown and his minions.
And you must be the evil villain who I slice up, said Blake. The elite laughed.
Is that so? I'm Horizus, your death. As for you, your reputation precedes you.
As it should. Horizus tilted his head.
Was this your little plan? Take over our laser platforms so you can approach Colas Prime?
Something like that. Horizus nodded.
Let's hope you do better here than at the other platform.
Zane's heart pounded.
Your other group failed in the most horrible way. Perhaps I'll let you live so you can see Seth's and his friends' heads.
Blake chuckled. Uh-huh. Horizus extended a hand off to the side. A humanoid robot dropped from the ceiling. It had a similar design to Horizus, except where a fleshy portion should be, smooth metal showed through. The robot stood tall.
I'm Garanticus. What my brother says is the truth.
Great, said Blake. He raised a finger. Here's what I think. Seth, Cal, and Daz completed their mission and are on their way here.
Optimism,
said Garanticus. He glanced at Horizus.
These organic husks seem to have it in abundance. Let's end it then, shall we?
Asked Horizus. They charged forward. Get Garanticus, said Blake over comms. Horizus is mine. Zane barked and howled as he burst ahead. Garanticus leapt into the air and slammed into Zane's shield, knocking him back. Zane made sure Blake and Horizus were fighting each other before engaging Garanticus. The fact Blake could handle Horizus was nothing short of amazing, but Zane knew he could do it. Ada's destroyer rushed in and tackled Garanticus, while Ada fired several shots that highlighted Garanticus's shielding. Garanticus kicked the destroyer off and charged Ada. Zane stepped in front of him and knocked him away. A quick check showed that Blake had severed one of Horizus's arms, which reattached itself. Zane hated elites.
Foolish creatures,
said Garanticus. He grabbed the destroyer when it got close, then tossed it at Ada, bowling her over. Zane growled as he stomped over to Garanticus and tried to smash him. Garanticus rolled out of the way and climbed onto Zane's side. With a kick, Zane tumbled over. Garanticus took advantage of the situation and jumped on Zane. He tore at his side. Zane cried out as Garanticus's clawed fingers penetrated his heavy armor and dug into his flesh. Ada grabbed one of Garanticus's arms, and her destroyer grabbed the other. Zane rolled onto his back and bear-hugged Garanticus. "You're not going anywhere, bitch."
"I only need to outlast you,"
said Garanticus. Ada's cape unfurled into 8 segmented arms, which stabbed and pierced Garanticus. He thrashed. Zane squeezed as hard as possible, but Garanticus's strength would not be denied. The nausea that swept over Zane contributed to his weakness, and his vision blurred. Garanticus freed his arm from the destroyer, then knocked Ada away before bashing Zane on the head. Zane struggled to breathe as he lost his grip. Garanticus jumped back and stood.
"Ada, hold him," said Zane. "I think I've been poisoned."
Ada rushed over and kicked Garanticus's left leg, causing him to lose his balance. Her destroyer came up from behind and shoved him. He stumbled forward. Zane focused and fired his boosters, which shot him up. As he came down, he swung hard with his mace, crunching Garanticus's head. A few well-placed strikes later, and Garanticus had lost his arms and legs. Ada straddled Garanticus and used her 8 cape arms to shred what remained of his head. An orange slime exited Garanticus's skull. Ada raised her FHP-10 and shot the slime, causing it to evaporate. Zane took a moment to catch his breath. His stomach hurt, and it pained him to focus. Blake and Herizus seemed to be engaged in an even fight. While Blake inflicted what would normally be grievous wounds, the elite repaired itself. Even the fires Blake used had little effect. It was a battle of attrition. Zane nodded at Ada, and they joined the fray. Blake dodged Herizus's tentacle arm and then sliced it off. Zane stumbled forward and caught himself. "Damn it!" He used his boosters and slammed Herizus into the wall with his shield.
"You think this is all there is to capturing this platform?"
asked Herizus, his face pressed between Zane's shield and the wall.
"Yeah, kinda,"
said Blake. He lopped off Herizus's left arm and then spun around Zane's back and sliced off Herizus's right arm. Ada's destroyer charged in and pulled the squirming left arm away, while Ada got the right one. They spewed accelerant and lit the arms on fire. Blake jumped on Zane's shoulder and plunged his energy blade through the top of Herizus's head before twisting it. A black slime tried to escape. Blake leapt off Zane. "Light that shit!" Zane used his flamethrower on the slime and body. His legs trembled, and he shut off the flamethrower before he stumbled and tipped over. Blake rushed over. "You all right?"
"Not really,"
said Zane. He struggled to stand.
"Damn Garanticus got inside my armor. Poked a few holes."
He coughed and tasted blood.
"I'm feeling weak."
Ada scanned Zane.
You were correct in that you have been poisoned.
She rifled around in her backpack and pulled out a syringe.
These microbots should slow the poison down, but we'll need the medbay to properly address it.
Zane nodded and winced when Ada jabbed him. The headache and nausea was a powerful combo, and the poison sapped his strength.
"Why don't we, get back to the Exceltion?"
Blake nodded. "Let's move." Sarah studied the various windows on the wraparound screen in the Excelsion's command center. Seth had not communicated yet, and Blake had fallen silent. Although there had been sporadic assaults on the docking bay, the Excelsion remained strong. Luke, with his mobile turret and shields, along with Doc's defense robots using cargo containers as coverage, kept the area secured. The waves of Saskarins had almost trickled down to nothing. She smiled when a window popped up with Seth's face. Hey, we're on our way in," said Seth. Her smile faded at the tone of Seth's voice. "What's wrong?" "Cal, he's unconscious and has head damage. He'll need Doc's help as soon as we arrive." Sarah nodded. "Okay, we'll be ready. It looks like you're about 30 minutes away." "Yeah, the ship can only go so fast, and Daz had to dodge being shot at initially. That seems to have stopped, so I'm guessing Ada got your platform under control. She did. Good. Any word from Blake? Sarah rubbed the back of her neck. They just fought something in the robot production room and are on their way to the Exceltion now. All right, we'll see you in 30. They nodded at each other, and Seth's window dissipated. Her first instinct was to contact Blake, but that might be a distraction if they were fighting. He would reach out if needed, and she knew they were coming back. With that in mind, she rushed to the landing platform. She smiled as Luke laughed as he gunned down a small group of robots that had rushed into the docking bay. He really loved that mobile turret. Kane walked up to her. "How's everything going?" "It's going," said Sarah. "Seth is on his way in. They captured the secondary platform, but Cal is unconscious and has head damage. Oh, shit." "Seth say how Cal got hurt?" She shook her head. "Well, damn," said Kane. "Hopefully that's something Doc can fix. At least Blake and the others are on their way, and then we get off this thing." "Yeah," she said. She pointed at Luke. "He seems happy." "Oh, yeah. He gets to play with the customized mobile turret. It has been pretty impressive so far. Shielding took a beating and is almost out, but it should hold against these meager waves." One of Doc's robots walked over.
"I overheard the discussion on Cal. I'll have everything set up for him when he arrives."
Kane smiled. "Thanks, Doc."
"Of course."
The group moved behind Luke. Sarah studied the fallen robots and Saskarin soldiers that littered the entrance. Doc's robots had cleared out the area and dragged off the bodies to the side between the attacks. The news of Cal's status dampened her spirits, but they were already low due to the next step. She still struggled at the thought of Blake flying into a dimensional rift as a potentially one-way trip. Although the reason made tactical sense, her heart hurt. She had grown close to Blake ever since joining the Exceltion. It might be the blood bond, but it was something deeper than that. They would be together for hours in silence and be content just to be in each other's company. Death lurked around every corner on missions, and she took any opportunity to forge a special relationship with him since it could be their last. She did not think that time would come so soon. After 25 minutes, her global comm activated. "Sarah," asked Blake. Her heart beat faster. "I'm here. We're coming in hot. Zane's been poisoned, but Ada treated him. Still, he's moving slower and in pain. Ada and her destroyer are helping him walk. We should arrive in about 5 minutes. I'm covering the rear, so I'll be a bit behind." "How's everything there?" She gulped. "Clear so far." "Good. We've only had to deal with a few small waves, so not too bad on our end. Although the robots are no longer controlled, their programming is still intact." "Any word from Seth?" "Yeah. He contacted me about 25 minutes ago and said they completed their mission. Cal's unconscious and has head damage." "Damn it." Sarah frowned. "Doc has the medbay ready for him." Blake sighed. "All right. Watch for us then. Out." "Sounds like he's not too far away," said Kane.
"What the hell is that?" asked Luke.
He ramped up fire on his turret. Sarah studied the lone robot that entered the docking bay. It seemed much sturdier than the previous ones. It wore heavy metallic plates over a light silver skin. A slit where the eyes would be contained a red light that pulsed back and forth. The mobile turret's projectiles highlighted the robot's shield, which seemed to hold. "Oh, shit," said Kane. He aimed with his striker and fired on the robot. Sarah joined him, along with Doc's 8 defense robots. Although the Saskarin robot tried to march forward, it slowed down and even slid back as it struggled to take each step. The group's focus fire only kept the robot from bursting forward. She suspected it would make short work of them if it reached them. "Blake, there's a strong robot in the docking bay," said Sarah over global comms.
"Keep it back," he said. "We fought one, and it was nasty."
Sarah looked around the group. "You heard him."
"I'm getting my heavy defense robot form down,"
said Doc. She nodded and continued to fire. The Saskarin robot seemed intent on reaching them. Her breathing became erratic. This must be some new Saskarin creation. Every time the group fought the Saskarins, they evolved.
"I'm running out of ammo,"
said Luke. "I'll get more," said Kane. As the landing platform rose with Kane, Doc's heavy defense robot form jumped down. "Luke, let Doc's heavy form grapple with that other robot to save ammo. When Kane gets back and you reload, you can continue firing," said Sarah.
"Aye,"
said Luke.
He paused firing as Doc charged out and tackled the Saskarin, a heavy robot. As they tangled, Kane came back with a hover slab packed with ammo crates. He rushed over to Luke's mobile turret and loaded it. "Almost there," said Blake over global comms. "Okay," said Sarah. "Doc, get the robot away from the entrance." Doc's robot grabbed the Saskarin one and pushed it to the right side of the docking bay. The Saskarin robot tore off the defense robot's arm and threw it to the side. Kane tapped Luke. "She's loaded. Fire away." As Luke let loose a stream of projectiles, Ada and her destroyer helped a limping Zane enter the docking bay. Luke moved the mobile turret forward so it was between them and the Saskarin robot. "What are you doing?" asked Sarah.
"Get everyone to the ship. I'll hold that bloody thing off. Then follow," said Luke.
Sarah sighed. Although the plan made sense, she suspected Blake might have fought the robot if he were present. However, getting Zane to the Exceltion was important. Ada and her destroyer with Zane reached the landing platform.
Blake is not far behind,
said Ada. Sarah's eyes widened when the Saskarin robot jumped backward. It landed near several metallic crates. Apparently, it tired of trying to move against the stream of projectiles. The robot picked up a few crates and tossed them at Luke. The first crate got shot down, but the Saskarin robot hopped around and threw them from different angles. The turret's shielding flickered when a crate hit. Her heart sank. The shielding was about to go out, and Luke would have no protection. "Luke, get out of there!" After the robot tossed the fourth crate, it jumped up to the ceiling, crawled forward, and dropped down on a startled Luke. "No!" said Sarah. Luke looked up as the robot landed on the turret. The robot shredded his head and torso into a bloody pulp. "Luke!" said Sarah as she rushed out to the mobile turret while wielding an energy blade. When she arrived, she verified Luke was dead. The robot had thoroughly eviscerated the upper half of his body, and Luke's head was off to the side. Her hand trembled as a wave of nausea swept through her. The Saskarin robot burst toward her and smacked her across the room and into a metallic container. Everything dimmed as she struggled to breathe. When the robot ran toward her, Seth's ship arrived and unloaded on the robot, melting it into a pile of slag. Blood filled her mouth, and her eyelids drooped. Blake appeared next to her and took off her helmet. "Damn it! You're dying." He frantically checked her pulse. A tear rolled down Sarah's cheek. She was not ready to die, but it was always a risk. A memory of her first meeting with Blake flashed through her mind. He had been rough but fair with her. Another memory of their first blood bond appeared. If she had to go, she was glad he was nearby. She laid her hand on his, and in a weak, wavering voice, she said, "I love you." Everything faded away. Chapter 26. Blake paced around the medical bay. The Exceltion had launched and was on the way to Colis Prime. Seth's arrival with his damaged ship had been timely and had destroyed the Saskarin robot. It seemed stronger than the one they had fought, and he suspected its goal was to destroy the Exceltion so no one could leave. He grimaced when he looked at the slab with what remained of Luke's body. Luke had bought time for Ada and her destroyer to get Zane to the landing platform. Blake kicked himself for not reaching the docking bay sooner. He had also done something he swore he would never do, and he did it with Sarah. The smell of death washed over her when he reached her earlier. It was an old friend that he had come to know from his past. When she said she loved him, it stirred something deep within him. In return, he bit her. Not a normal bite, but a turning one. It would save her life. But when she woke up, she would be a vampire. On Earth, that would put any vampire on a kill list. She would need to go to his secret base he had been working on. Her first few moments in her new life would require her to be strapped down, and she would be fed blood for the first time. Blake hoped he would be there for that. But if not, Seth would need to fill in. This way gave Sarah a choice. She could either accept her new status or have Seth end it painlessly. Blake touched her hand as Doc wired her up. An unconscious Cal lay next to her. From Seth's recollection, the fight had been tough, and the robot there palmed and then crushed Cal's head. Thankfully, he survived, and per Doc, there would be no permanent brain damage, although it would take a long time to heal. Zane lay on the last slab. Ada's injection stalled the lethal poison, and now he would be healed fully. Until then, the poison wreaked havoc in his system. His nonstop grunting showed a painful recovery for Zane. Blake still needed to fly into the dimensional rift. Kane repaired the ship Blake would take, while Seth, Ada, and Daz worked in the command center, coordinating with the rest of the Alliance. Blake stepped back and took in the 4 slabs. He scowled at the sight of half his crew out. Doc, keep up the good work. And thanks for helping defend out there. One of Doc's robots walked up to Blake.
Of course.
Blake nodded. If I don't come back, I want you to know you were a damn fine crew member.
You will come back. I trust in your plan.
Blake laid a hand on Doc's shoulder.
Kick the shit out of whatever's in the rift, said Zane, frowning.
Blake walked over and slapped hands with him.
Will do, big man. Get better.
Zane nodded. Blake exited the med bay. He stopped by his living quarters to clean up some, then marched down to the landing bay. Kane looked up as Blake approached.
She's almost ready to go.
Sounds good. You all right? No. Not really. Kane's eyes misted.
That fucking thing killed Luke.
Blake looked down, then back up at Kane.
Luke died so we could live.
That's the type of person he was.
A hero.
Kane rubbed his eyes.
It's not right, man. He was my brother. He had plans. And what about Jimmy? This is so fucked up.
I know, said Blake. Kane sighed and shook his head.
And now you're going on a suicidal run.
I do plan to come back.
Kane sighed. You really think this drool guy or whoever is going to let you?
He better. Seth, Ada, and Daz arrived and joined them. Kane cleared his throat and turned away to wipe his face. Blake nodded at them. How is everything?
I've updated the Alliance,
said Ada.
They are confirming that Saskarin assets are now being fired upon. We have a clear path to the dimensional rifts and are headed there currently.
All right. Kane's repaired the ship I'll take, so I should be good to go once we arrive,
said Blake. Seth growled.
I know you need to do this, but let me come with you. Please.
And leave Ada behind? Asked Blake.
I would come too,
said Ada. Blake shook his head.
You two need to be here in case I don't come back. To that end, Ada, look up contingency file A2R Sarah. There are specific instructions on what to do with Sarah should I not come back.
Seth squinted as he exhaled loudly.
You have fucking contingency files?
Of course. I have one for every member in a lot of different situations. Seth frowned.
Luke died. Cal and Zane are incapacitated. Sarah is turned. And now you'll probably be lost too. Fucking great.
You think a dimensional rift will keep me down? Seth pulled Blake into a tight hug. The room fell silent. There was no other way, but Blake understood the impact it would have on everyone if he did not return. The chance of him doing that was low, and although he accepted his fate, the others did not. Seth stepped back.
You better come back, asshole.
They laughed. Blake nodded and then hugged Ada and slapped hands with Daz and Kane. I intend to. My abductee brother. Daz, Kane, keep them in line.
I won't need to if you return,
said Kane with red eyes.
Same,
said Daz. They all shared a look. All right. Time for me to get this show on the road, said Blake. The other stood back as Blake walked to the rear of the small ship. He did not want to draw out such an emotionally charged moment. Luke's death still aided him, and Sarah, turning, made his stomach churn. Zane getting poisoned and Cal being unconscious tore at him, and with the mission ahead waiting on him, his mind was drained. Blake studied the group one last time. Kane's and Seth's frowns showed what they thought. Seth looked like it took everything in him to stay away. Ada did not have her usual smile and instead frowned, not something she did often. Daz's face displayed the same. He slapped the back of the ship. "You better wait for me." Seth licked his lips. In a cracked voice, he said, "Always, man." Blake nodded, then entered. He moved to the front as the rear door sealed. After he sat, he studied the array of screens. All the ship systems were ready. All that remained was for the group to clear the area, the Exceltion to reach the drop-off spot, and then he had a meeting with a dimensional rift. His throat constricted as the others walked away. Seth wiped his face several times while Ada comforted him. It hit Blake that they seemed defeated, even though they were on the verge of winning the fight. It still bothered him that his sacrifice would be what ended everything. He would have settled for going out in a blaze of glory instead of being, essentially, a living homing beacon for a godlike being. He frowned as he thought of Luke's tragic death. He had died the way he had lived, doing everything needed to protect the group and the Exceltion. Luke's son, Jimmy, would need to be notified, and Blake suspected that Luke probably planned to rendezvous with Jimmy after events settled down. Blake sighed. Sarah would be a handful when she woke up, but if Seth enacted the contingency plan, she would either adapt or die while under restraint. Her last words bounced around in his mind. He possessed the same feelings for her, but he tended to outlive those he loved. If he made it back, they would be partners for life. Given their line of work, that might not be long. Blake hoped Cal and Zane would recover fully. They gave their all for the mission, and together they survived a lot of tough situations. Blake was proud of the group he had assembled and had come to regard them as family. He stared at the beeping console as the ship approached the drop spot. A lump formed in his throat. He had lived for over 400 years. If someone had told him long ago that he would die by being tossed into a dimensional rift on a planet in a remote system, he would have laughed. Yet here he was. He sighed as he eased back into his chair. Only a short amount of time remained until he hit the rift. Blake grimaced as the ship neared the dimensional rift. He had a better view of it now, and it disturbed him as much as he thought it would. There were multiple rifts, but the one he flew toward was the largest. The purple border seemed to pop out due to the inner area being pitch black. Thankfully, nothing had come out of the rifts. The laser platforms near the star would have shot at anything if it did. The console showed that he would cross over in about 5 minutes. He set it to an audio countdown. He grabbed 2 vials of concentrated blood. Once downed, they would put him in full bloodlust, and Drulkhan would be summoned. To keep him from flying the craft back out, Blake figured he would need to be chained up. To that end, he walked around the cabin and inspected the specialized restraints he had brought in. One restrained his ankles, the other his wrists, and finally a waist one would secure him to a post. The ship switched to autopilot, and coordinates were locked in. It occurred to him that Drulkhan might easily get out of the restraints, but Blake had to at least try to contain him. He sighed as he took a final look at the navigation console. It seemed he was doing a lot of last looks lately. His last steps of life were near. Drulkhan would come, close the tears, then kill Blake. Although he was not ready to die, his sacrifice meant the Saskarins would no longer exist in his reality. Seth, Sarah, and the others would be safe. Blake walked over to the post he planned to lock himself to and slumped down while setting the 2 blood vials in his lap. As he put on the restraints, he set the timer on them to 6 hours. If he survived, then he wanted to be sure he could escape so he could fly out. A long shot for sure, but one worth doing. After his ankle, wrist, and waist restraints were secured, he picked up his vials and placed one on each fang. Blood swept into the vials and caused the concentrated aspects to liquefy. A quick slurp later, and both vials were emptied. He grunted as his blood burned. That always occurred when ingesting that much in such a short time frame. The next rush was one of power. Every part of him seemed light, and his senses sharpened. It would be a few minutes until he lost control completely,
but that was all he needed. The countdown hit 0, and the ship had flown into pure darkness. A moment later, he observed small light specks in the distance. His heart thumped as the recognizable loss of control set in. He frowned as he laid his head back. This was it. Everything faded away. A minute later, Blake found himself standing on a half-circular platform with what appeared to be a dirt ground, floating in space. The back of the platform had a swirling mass of blue light. His attention focused on Droolcon, who stood a bit away. He stood 9 feet tall. A heavy black armor covered his red skin. Although there was no wind that Blake could detect, Droolcon's cape fluttered. The 4 silver, glowing eyes, mouth with razor-sharp teeth, and black metal headband that meshed into a red crown were hard to miss. So were the 4 massive arms that ended with clawed fingers on each hand.
Blake Brown,
said Droolcon in a deep, grizzled voice.
That's me.
Oh, I know.
Droolcon strolled around with his hands behind his back. He stopped to look off into the darkness.
Do you know where we are?
The Saskarin dimension?
Close. It's where they come from, but it's not exclusively theirs,
said Droolcon. He pointed at a massive oil-like structure.
You can see the Saskarins retreating from the dimensional rifts. They're aware of my arrival now. Unfortunately, others are as well.
Blake focused off in the distance as other platforms with portals appeared. His skin crawled as he recognized some of the beings that came through. One was Octagius the Terrible, another Daedrold prince who dealt with the Raskarian Daedrold strain, Ramazola the Tyrant. A Daedrold prince who represented the blooded Daedrold strain was another. Hundreds of other platforms and portals appeared, and many of the beings were unknown to Blake. He figured they were all cosmic entities of some sort, and to be in the presence of so much power made his pulse quicken. Their raw essence reached out to him, even this far away.
My competition has arrived,
said Droolcon.
Your summoning of me made you a living beacon, and my presence here draws them as well.
Blake cleared his throat. I didn't mean to attract them. Droolcon laughed and faced Blake.
It doesn't matter. I'm going to close the dimensional rifts. No Saskarin will escape my hunger, and if my fellow cosmic entities get in the way, they too will earn my wrath.
I suppose, then, that I've completed my mission. I'm ready to die, said Blake. He closed his eyes and raised his head to expose his neck. Hopefully it would be a quick death. He heard the unmistakable sound of Droolcon pulling out his sword. Although Blake had not seen the sword initially, he understood that in this dimension, Droolcon was essentially a god. It would be easy for him to create anything. Blake gulped as the sword rested on his shoulder up against his neck. Death was imminent. After a moment, the sword lifted. Blake initially thought Droolcon wound the sword back for a strike. But nothing happened. Blake lowered his head and opened his eyes. I don't understand, he said.
Now, why would I kill you? Are you that eager to die?
Asked Droolcon. Not really. I figured I had no more value to you, so you would kill me.
Normally, I would.
Droolcon laughed.
You must think I'm stupid.
He waved his arm out in an arc toward the darkness.
You brought me here, to this, a dimension packed with energy and matter waiting. No, begging me to feed for eons.
Blake squinted. Okay, so what happens now?
I send you back through the rift in the hopes that you, or your turn, will one day bring me another gift like this. Call it an investment.
Blake looked at the dimensional rift in the distance. You could go right now to our reality and get that.
Drulkan scowled.
No. Your reality is protected.
By a ward or something?
Not a what. A who.
Blake recalled only one person who had that type of power. You mean Everin?
Yes, and his infernal ship,
said Drulkan. He snapped his fingers. A squiggly square appeared off the platform. It showed a close-up of another platform and portal from far away. Blake studied the cigar-shaped creature that appeared to be made of rotting meat. Pus bubbles and tendrils flailed all around it. He grimaced. That was definitely not something he wanted to be near.
That's Draga, a once powerful entity. He tried to enter your reality somewhere around AD 514,000. Unfortunately for him, he ran into Everin, who not only sent him back, but in a weakened state. Now Draga is here, trying to reclaim some power. He won't fare well, especially against me. I'll carve him up.
Blake's eyes narrowed. He had never seen Everin's impact firsthand other than through stories that Lord Noskov, Blake's master, had talked about.
Everin has rules and favorite timelines. It's best not to involve him. He allows vessels with my strain to exist in your reality, and he's not here now to stop this. That means it's fair game,
said Drulkan. I've never met Everin myself, said Blake. My master has, though.
Oh, I'm aware. I've talked to him about it.
You've talked to my master? Drulkan laughed.
Of course. Once you're an ancient vampire lord, you can go into full bloodlust, which also allows communication with me. Only a handful can do that.
He eyed Blake.
As a reward for your service, I will grant you the same ability. It won't make you a lord, but you'll be on your way.
He snapped his fingers again. A wave of energy washed over Blake. The raw power invigorated him. If what Drulkan said was true, then Blake now had a new level he could go into and retain control. He got on bended knee and lowered his head. Thank you.
You can thank me by continuing to turn others and informing me of events as needed. Everin seems to like my strain, and having good relations with him is preferable to that,
said Drulkan, pointing at Draga. Blake rose. I understand.
Good. When you see Everin, inform him of this conversation.
I'm not sure when that will be. Drulkan laughed.
Soon. He would have interfered already if he planned to. The fact he hasn't means he's waiting for something. For now, you need to train Sarah as your first turned.
He smiled.
Yes. I see you enjoy her blood and soft skin.
Blake nodded.
Now go. I have things to kill and consume.
Drulkan snapped his fingers. Blake's eyes popped open, and he looked around. He was back on the ship and moving toward a dimensional rift. After it flew out, the dimensional rifts closed and dissipated. He would not forget the experience of talking to a living god. To survive and to return with a new ability went far beyond what he expected. The console lit up with communication requests. He smiled as he sat. He focused on Sarah. Apparently, Drulkhan knew of her, but Blake figured since she became a Daedrold with the ancient vampire strain, that made sense. Getting back to the Exceltion was his top priority, and he would go from there. For now, he savored being alive. Chapter 27. Blake eased back into his office chair aboard the Exceltion. 1 day had passed since he had returned to an emotional crew. Although Seth and the others had been excited about Blake's return, the mood on the ship remained somber. Zane healed up and functioned normally, but Cal and Sarah were still out. Luke's remains were moved to a sealed container. Seth, Ada, Daz, and Kane had been balls of energy. Despite everything that occurred, Blake slept well. More importantly, Rakar had docked and was on his way to Blake's office. There was a lot to catch up on. Blake grabbed a blood vial from his desk and fidgeted with it. He was still coming to terms with being able to go into full bloodlust while retaining control. It gave him some power, although he hoped he would not need to use it often, as his desire for blood while in that mode would still need managed. Tests would need to be done to determine how to handle it, and that probably should be done at his secret base where Sarah would be when she woke up. As Blake drank the vial, Rakar walked in. Blake stood and performed a Kregan salute, which Rakar returned. "You survived," said Rakar, embracing him. Blake grinned as they took their seats. "You thought a dimensional rift could keep me down?" "Apparently not," said Rakar. He studied Blake. "I read the casualty report. I'm sorry to hear about Luke, Sarah, Cal, and Zane." Blake sighed. "Zane is back up and running, but he's sore and has to visit Doc several times over the next few weeks. Cal is still unconscious, and even with Doc's advanced knowledge and skills, there's some uncertainty as to what's going on. Everything says he should be awake, but he isn't." "That doesn't sound good." "Yeah. When he gets back to Fredoria, hopefully something more can be learned," said Blake. Rakar relaxed into his chair. "I saw that Luke died trying to protect Ada and her destroyer carrying Zane." "Luke died a hero, defending his crew with his life," said Blake, raising his head a bit. "He was a damn fine engineer and kept this ship running like it should. I'm going to miss him. Death is no stranger to the Exceltion. I've contacted Jimmy and updated him. They had planned to meet up after this," said Rakar. Blake sighed. "These damn Saskarins. They deserve everything coming to them." Rakar nodded. "Sarah tried to help Luke." "Yeah, she did. Unfortunately, that put her in harm's way." "She worked with Luke and was close with him. I understand why she ran out," said Rakar. Blake ran a hand over the back of his neck. "That Saskarin robot was powerful. We have the schematics for it, and the AN is already analyzing it." "Good." Rakar chuckled. "That would have been considered a disaster only a year ago, concerning the AN getting intelligence like that." "New times," said Blake. Rakar eyed Blake. "And Sarah, I heard you turned her. How does that work?" Turning is not a trivial process. Depending on the Daedrold strain. For my strain, ancient vampire, it takes about 2 weeks for the body to adjust. During that time, they are unconscious and at their most vulnerable. Sarah's been in it for 2 days, so I plan to attend the ceremony Andia's planning before going back to my base. When she wakes up, she can choose to live as an ancient vampire with me, or die." Rakar rubbed his chin. "You've given her a choice at least. I assume she would have died on the primary controller." Blake nodded. "If I hadn't bitten her when I did, she would be next to Luke in a sealed container." "That's rough." "Yeah, it is. This way she has a chance to live." Blake shrugged. "She may reject it. Who knows?" Rakar chuckled. "Blake the Samaritan." They shared a laugh. Rakar shook a finger at Blake. "Now, about what occurred inside the dimensional rift." "Not much, really.
Drulkan appeared as expected, but not inside me. He actually used his physical body. It was strange. We stood on a half-circle platform that hung in space. Rakar scooted forward.
So he did appear.
Yeah, along with other cosmic entities. Drulkan talked to me for a while, even thanked me for showing him the Saskarins dimension, and made it so when I go into full bloodlust, I retain control. Rakar wrinkled his purple brow.
That's not what I expected would happen.
Blake nodded. Tell me about it.
Drulkan could have invaded our reality,
said Rakar. Blake shook his head. He wanted no part of any timeline protected by Everin.
He mentioned Everin?
Oh, yeah. My Daedrold strain is good friends with Everin. Drulkan pointed out a cosmic entity that had tangled with Everin. Childogo or something. Didn't work out for him. Rakar grinned.
I suppose it wouldn't.
Blake raised a finger. Drulkan did say that the next time I see Everin, I needed to inform him of our conversation.
You're going to see Everin?
Blake shrugged. I guess so, but no idea when. Rakar's eyes narrowed.
That seemed odd for him to say. Emperor Riven mentioned Everin planned to visit, but who knows?
The whole meeting was odd. Drulkan snapped his fingers, and I appeared back on the ship, flying out of the dimensional rift to, as he said it, bring him more gifts like the Saskarin dimension.
I suspect the Saskarins are about to have a bad time,
said Rakar. Blake nodded. A bad millennium. There were thousands of cosmic entities portaling in. If even a few of them have a fraction of Drulkan's power, it's game over for the Saskarins. Rakar smirked.
They went from possibly taking over a new reality to now being trapped in theirs with hungry cosmic entities.
Yeah. I'm just glad the Saskarins are gone. Life can get back to something resembling normal. Rakar rubbed his chin.
I assume you're attending Luke's state funeral.
Of course.
Good. He deserves it, said Rakar as he stood.
I'm going to check in on the rest of the crew. Blake stood. I'll join you. I've been cooped up here going over everything, but I need to stretch my legs. He was glad Rakar stopped by. Like Seth, Blake considered Rakar as a brother. He had been with Blake ever since he had arrived on Fredoria. Rakar was a survivor similar to Blake. What the future held remained unknown, but Blake knew that with Rakar around, it would be interesting. Seth grimaced as he looked around the outdoor stage he stood on. It served as the center point for a ceremonial event to honor both the new alliance and those who fought to secure it. A week had passed since Blake returned from the dimensional rifts, and this historic moment was not lost on Seth. Fredoria entered a new chapter in its history as the leader of a powerful group. They did what the Kriegans could not. With the Saskarin activity having dropped to non-existent, the real challenge would be everyone adapting to the new situation. Seth looked over at the 3 empty chairs where Luke, Sarah, and Cal would have sat, although there were seats for everyone on the Exceltion, including Doc in his main form. It made his heart hurt to see the empty ones. Seth had attended the state funeral event for Luke, where he had been honored as a hero. Andia planned to build statues of each member of the Exceltion, and Luke's statue, alongside Blake's, would be in the capital city. It angered Seth that Luke died. If Seth had arrived earlier during the fight, the robot would have died faster. The difference was mere seconds. Thoughts of ways he might have done things differently aided him, and sleep eluded him. Everyone said it was not his fault, but he felt like he did not do enough. He had talked to Jimmy, Luke's son, and vowed to do everything to look after him. It was the least Seth could do. Cal, still being unconscious, tore a hole in Seth's heart. He replayed how effortlessly that robot took out Cal, like he was nothing but an expendable body. Although Cal was saved and his wounds healed, he remained unconscious. Jala, Cal's girlfriend, now worked as a logistics coordinator thanks to Andia, and Jala spent her time in the hospital looking after Cal. Zane thankfully healed up. Seth understood Zane would have died on the platform without Ada or Doc on the Exceltion. Zane spent most of his time with Mara and Tillian outside of Luke's funeral. Seth made time to talk with Zane, and he seemed to be in a dark place.
Cal and Zane were close, and Cal's state messed Zane up. His usual demeanor changed from confident to nonstop agitated. Hopefully Mara's presence helped him, but Cal waking up would be a good start. Sarah being turned surprised Seth. He understood Blake's reasoning. She either died on the platform or got turned, and then she could choose to live or die. Seth was not sure what choice she would make, and he knew that decision kept Blake from sleeping. Her fearlessness showed when she ran out to aid Luke, even though it had been too late to do so and not a wise tactical maneuver. She did not care. A hurt friend needed help even at the cost of her life. Seth hoped she chose to live. He looked over at Blake. The pain on his face said it all. Blake was the toughest person Seth knew. He found it difficult to understand Blake's experience in the dimensional rift. It was not every day you met a living god-like being and lived to talk about it. With half the crew down and out, the loss of friends and the overall damage the Saskarins dealt took a toll on Blake. Seth had tried to cheer him up, but like Zane, Blake brooded in a dark place. Seth peeked to his right at Kane. He struggled hard with Luke's death and broke down during the state funeral. Luke and Kane spent a lot of time together and had a great working relationship. They teased each other, but also kept the crew safe during their designs. Seth remembered asking Kane to join the Exceltion long ago for a wild adventure. That had been accomplished and more. Gaia, Kane's new girlfriend, provided support, and Seth planned to keep a sharp eye on him. Seth swallowed hard when he glanced over at Ada. She was his rock. It pained him that they split up during the platform missions, but he understood why. She stuck close to him during the last few weeks, and she spent extra time trying to please him. He returned the affection, and life without her seemed unimaginable. He reached over and grabbed her hand. She smiled at him. Seth studied the others, seated on the stage. Yildaris sat tall and wore his ceremonial armor. The Covendrin came out of the conflict with a new ally in the AN and Fredoria, as well as new technology and an even stronger reputation. Yildaris got promoted again, and he now oversaw all Covendrin military operations. He earned it, and Seth was proud to call him a friend. Reese sat next to Yildaris. The AN owned a home moon and planned to colonize a planet. Their technology gave them an edge, and their shield ship tech allowed the Saskarin event to end. Seth knew it pained Andia to witness the AN be cautious in dealing with Fredoria, but that trust must be rebuilt. It would take a long time, but Andia would be committed to it. The Kriegans officially recognized the AN, an important step for them in securing their place among the stars. Seth focused on Tyros. The closing of the rifts and subsequent stop of Saskarin activity did not go unnoticed. Tyros now commanded 2 ranger units, and he reported directly to the Kriegan Emperor. It was one of the highest honors to be bestowed on a ranger. His presence at this ceremony spoke volumes about the amount of respect shown to Fredoria by the Kriegans. Seth grinned at Daz. Blake had offered Luke's position to Daz, and he accepted. Kane and Daz worked well together, and although it would not be the same with missing crew members, everyone would adapt. Daz fought alongside the group through thick and thin, and also served as an official liaison with the AN. Rakar stood next to Andia at the center podium. Rakar had been a strong ally in the fight, and Seth had grown closer to him over the last year. Seth understood the strong bond Rakar had with Blake, and Seth considered Rakar a brother. They fought in the trenches together and formed a battle bond. Rakar now operated with full control of the Fredorian Rangers, and Seth suspected there would be a lot of changes coming. Andia smiled as she looked out over the massive crowd. Seth could not fathom how much pressure rested on her shoulders. She had become the centerpiece of the new alliance. Through her, Fredoria now had 20 strong allies that looked to her for leadership. Her new policies and protocols would form the basis of a new Fredorian government, one where everyone shared equal rights. She had reformed the FDF and put in place checks to prevent another civil war, should the FDF fracture. For his part, Seth was glad the Saskarin threat had diminished. He still had Ada, and despite all the losses and deaths, he would adapt to changing times, something he had done all his life. If someone long ago when he lived in New York, had told him he would be fighting dimensional aliens alongside a vampire, an android, a medical AI, and others in an advanced ship, he would have called him crazy. Yet here he stood. Life was funny that way. A tragic abduction may have taken him to this point, but he would move on and help out wherever possible. Adapting to new environments and situations was what Earthborn did. Chapter 28. Blake stared at Sarah, who was strapped into an open-faced, vertical, cylindrical capsule. She was still unconscious, and he had built the room in his secret base to facilitate handling those he turned. He did not plan on Sarah being the first, but if it meant there was a chance she would live on, he had to take it. The area was spacious and contained refrigerated cabinets with blood packs. There was also an open area to train in with a rack of various melee weapons. A wall of screens that showed Sarah's health metrics resided in the right of her capsule. A center table with some consoles rounded out the place. The room had good lighting, but he had dimmed it since Sarah's first exposure to the world would most likely shock her. He also soundproofed the room so she could focus. He glanced over at Seth and Ada. They had joined him, and he trusted them to know about the base. Zane was back on Fredoria with Mara and Tillian, and Daz, Doc, and Kane worked on the Exceltion, which was parked in its Fredorian hangar bay. Seth gestured at Sarah.
So she's about to wake up?
Yeah, said Blake, although the metrics won't show it. I can sense her body ramping up. It's adjusting to having Daedrold energy in it.
I don't sense that,
said Ada, tilting her head. Blake chuckled. Yeah, you probably wouldn't. Sarah stirred. Blake licked his lips as he pulled a blood vial off a nearby table. He was not sure how this would go since he had never turned a Fredorian before, although human Fredorians were more evolved than Earthborn in general. Sarah gasped and opened her bloodshot eyes. She gulped several times. The restraints held as she squirmed.
Relax. Listen to my voice, said Blake, standing close to her.
Her nostrils flared as she stared at him. You're in a safe place. Control your breathing. Deep breaths. Sarah closed her eyes and normalized her breathing. When she had calmed down, she opened her eyes and looked around. You're experiencing enhanced senses for the first time. Everything will be new. Give it time to adjust, said Blake. She squinted and rolled her head around to crack her neck. That's better, said Blake. He eyed her. What's the last thing you remember? She focused on Blake.
I died in your arms on the platform.
Blake nodded. You would have died, but I bit you and, in doing so, turned you into a Daedrold, ancient vampire strain. You're like me now. Her eyes widened.
What? I'm not human anymore?
No, you're not. However, you have a choice to make, he said as he stepped back. He held out the blood vial. If you accept life as an ancient vampire, I'll give you this blood vial, which will finalize that choice. He tapped at his strapped FHP-10 on his thigh. If you wish to die instead, it'll be quick and painless. She studied the blood vial and the FHP-10. I can answer any questions you might have, he said. She looked over at Seth and Ada and drew her head back.
Seth? Ada?
Seth waved at her. That's me.
And me,
said Ada, smiling. Sarah took a deep breath.
This is all confusing.
Take your time, said Blake.
All right,
she said. She cleared her throat.
I can sense Seth's heartbeat.
Blake nodded. And that applies to almost anything organic that has a heart. You would need to learn to control it so you don't get overwhelmed. Sarah looked at Ada.
I sense a buzzing from Ada.
That's because she's an android.
Sarah nodded. I sense great power in you, although I'm not sure how.
That's common to most Daedrold. We can sense our own and relative power. She sighed.
I see.
She frowned at Blake.
Why'd you bite me?
Blake grimaced. I wanted to give you the chance to die on your own terms should you want it.
I understand.
What are your thoughts on living as an ancient vampire?
She stared at him. Will it allow me to grow old with you? He drew his head back.
An interesting question. Yes. You're functionally immortal, but not invulnerable. You'll live for thousands of years if careful.
That sounds fantastic,
Blake chuckled. I like to think so. But be warned, you'll also have a thirst for blood. That's easy to handle out here. Less so on Earth.
She nodded. So if I choose this life, I'll be with you.
Of course. We're bonded now. However, if you don't wish for this life, I will kill you quickly and painlessly.
She looked away for a moment. I don't want to die. Again?
Blake glanced at Seth and Ada before leaning closer to Sarah. He moved the blood vial near her mouth. Okay. Open your mouth. Sarah complied. He placed the vial on one of her fangs. Now, focus on the vial that's on your fang. You will instinctively suck it up. She slurped it up with gusto. Once empty, he removed the vial.
Wow, it tastes like sugar water, she said. I'm surprised you're not disgusted with drinking blood, said Seth. She looked at him. So am I. It looks like red juice to me, and it smells good.
Seth ran a hand over his mouth.
Yeah.
Blake stepped back and looked her over. Okay. I'm going to release the restraints. Are you ready? Sarah nodded. Blake interacted with his forearm device. Sarah's restraints unlocked. She stepped out and stretched.
I like this sensation. Am I fully healed?
Ada smiled.
You are.
Regeneration is an ancient vampire trait.
Try walking around, said Blake. Seth and Ada stood back as Sarah moved around.
I feel strong.
You will, said Blake. You'll also move and think faster. That makes learning much easier. She nodded and then burst over and embraced Blake.
Thank you for saving me.
He returned the hug.
I may have been selfish in turning you.
It's okay. I'm with you. That's all that matters, she said.
They shared a deep kiss. Sarah walked over to Seth and hugged him.
I'm so glad to see you here.
Likewise, said Seth. I seem to attract vampires left and right. She stepped back and laughed, then hugged Ada.
I'm glad you're here too.
And I'm glad you chose to live,
said Ada. Sarah looked around.
Where's everyone else?
Blake sighed. Well, you already know about Luke. Cal's still unconscious, and Zane is healed up. Both are on Fredoria, as are Daz, Doc, and Kane, who are working on the Exceltion. So it's only us here.
Okay. Did I miss Luke's funeral?
Blake looked down. Yeah, but we can visit his grave when you're ready. Sarah frowned.
Okay.
Her eyes misted.
He's really gone, then?
Yeah, and it sucks, said Blake.
And the Saskarins?
Gone. There are some holdouts, but they're getting cleaned up. She scowled.
Good.
She looked at Blake.
Wait, you went into the rifts still?
I did. And Drul Khan kicked me out, but not before bestowing a gift on me. You'll come to know him in time, and yes, he knows of you, said Blake. He gestured at the refrigerated cabinets.
Okay, we need to get some blood into you.
Okay. I assume you'll fill me in on more details on what I missed?
Asked Sarah. Of course. After you get your blood, Ada will spar with you and measure your response times. Sarah nodded at her. Works for me. Blake relaxed. Her desire to live made things easier. The thought of having to kill her if she wanted to die had instilled dread in him, but thankfully that would not happen. She had a lot to learn, but was in a safe place to do so. Seth and Ada being around helped the atmosphere, and Blake suspected it made Sarah feel a little more normal. He chuckled as she zoomed over to the cabinets and smiled at all the blood packets. There was enough there to fill her up, but not to put her in bloodlust. The next few hours would be interesting. Blake eased back into his chair in the secret base's cafeteria.
The previous day had been entertaining, watching Sarah adapt to her new life. She had been amazed at how quickly she moved, and Ada had been a good sparring partner. Now everyone had gathered for lunch. Seth had a burger and fries, while Ada had an oil-like drink. Blake grinned as he watched Sarah wolf down her burger. She had not realized she still needed to eat and could not live off blood alone. Seth's and Ada's presence had helped everyone adjust. Blake was thankful for that, and it made Sarah feel accepted. He had been worried that she might get overloaded, but having Seth and Ada talk to her like she was the Sarah they knew showed her that everything was okay. She had climbed into Blake's bed after the day's events. As she was an ancient vampire, he had shown her how much more intimate they could be. That probably was why she glowed all morning and into the afternoon. The strip that ran around the wall near the ceiling pulsed with a red light. An automated voice said, "Warning. Landing pad 2 has been activated." Blake drew his head back. No one should be visiting the secret base unless it was the information broker, and that seemed like a remote chance. "Expecting visitors?" asked Seth. "Nope. Suit up and meet me in the hangar bay," said Blake. Seth and Ada jumped up and exited. Blake pointed to the training room. "Sarah, get a striker and be ready to fight." "Okay." She hopped up and left. Blake already had his blades on him and a FHP-10 and FLP-40 strapped to his thighs. Even in a secret base, he was always prepared. He rushed to the hangar bay, and a minute later, the others joined him. The empty landing pad lowered until it hit the ground. Blake tried to sense what was on it, but nothing registered. Someone, or something, might have triggered the pad to descend, but the ceiling doors would have closed. There was a small window where something might slip in, but the sensors would have picked that up, and they did not.
"My scan reveals the landing pad is empty,"
said Ada. Her personal destroyer stood next to her with weapons aimed forward. "Yeah, I'm not sensing anything either," said Seth. Blake nodded. "Possibly a malfunction." "It is not," said a calm and emotionless voice. "There is no need for weapons. I only wish to talk." "Show yourself," said Blake, growling. He was tired of surprises, since they often resulted in someone dying. His eyes widened when a fair-skinned man in his late 30s stepped out of what appeared to be nothing. The man wore an advanced light gray suit with dark gray pads. His boots, utility belt, neck cover, and forearm covers were metallic and contrasted against the suit. He had blonde hair with shaved sides, and a little wave rested above his forehead. Blake had seen sketches before, and knew who it was. "Everin," said Blake. "It's really you." He put away his blades and motioned for the others to lower their weapons. Everin raised a finger. "There are several topics to discuss, and some other aspects to deal with." Blake cleared his throat. "Sure. I'm guessing this has to do with the Saskarins." "It does." Blake faced the others while gesturing at Everin. "He's an ageless cosmic entity who travels through space and time, and is also a close friend of my master and Lord Vigon." "Right," said Seth. Everin nodded and pointed in sequence. "That is correct. And with you are Seth Williams, Ada, her personal destroyer, and Sarah Olson, who has recently been turned." Ada tilted her head. "I visited Fredoria before I came here. My friend V, an artificial intelligence, is healing Cal. He will be fully healed within the next hour or so."
"How is that possible?"
asked Ada.
"He was shown to be healthy but not conscious."
Everin nodded. By this period's technology, that is how it would seem. However, there was a parasite that was altering his neurons. My scanning detected it. Cal was in a perpetual dream state, but he will no longer be. "Where'd he get a parasite?" asked Seth. "Based on the parasite's progression rate, Cal would have been infected with it during your time on the backup controller. It is airborne and meant to attack organisms that did not have a slime in them. You are a cyborg and have native defenses, and Daz is an android and is naturally immune to attacks of that nature." "Holy shit! You got all that from a scan?" asked Seth. Everin half smiled. "I did some additional research before coming here." "I guess so." Blake grinned. "So Cal is going to be okay."
Thank you. Everin dipped his head. I seem to be popular with godlike beings as of late. Drulkhan seems to fear you. As he should. Blake laughed. I like that. Oh, and he showed me some other cosmic being, Chuldogyo or something. Childraga. I recently banished him from this timeline in AD 514-723, said Everin. Seth's and Sarah's eyes widened. Blake shook a finger at Everin. Yeah, that's him, and damn, that's a long time from now. Drulkhan said Childraga was weakened and would be taken advantage of. Everin nodded. I look forward to hearing about your time in the Dimensional Rift and your discussion with Drulkhan. Sure. But before we proceed, I have some burning questions. The broker let slip some things, like that box Andia has. You gave that to her, didn't you? I did. And the broker helping me was your doing, asked Blake. More or less. Blake rubbed his chin. Okay. Final question, then. Did you tell Andia and Rakar to find me when I came to Fredoria? Everin half smiled. Yes. I knew it. Seth and the others chuckled. Ada motioned at Everin.
As you can travel in time, could you save Jarvis or others?
Everin shook his head. I cannot. Those deaths occurred in a stable timeline and are a part of events. To do so would create a timeline change, which I avoid.
I see.
Blake sighed. I remember having those discussions with my master. Everin snapped his fingers. To that end, I brought some friends. A man in a black suit and cape that had a red interior stepped out of nothing and stood next to Everin. Blake gulped. The pale skin, black eyes, and clawed hands left no doubt who it was. Master, said Blake as he knelt. Sarah joined him. Rise, my disciple, said Lord Noskov in an Eastern European accent. It is good to see you. Blake's heart ramped up as he and Sarah stood. This was far beyond anything he expected. I'm honored to be in your presence again. Lord Noskov smiled. I would suppose so. I'm from AD 2012, 20 years in the past. I was finally able to convince Everin to bring me out here, although the earliest point we could come out was after the Saskarin event concluded, 20 years into the future from my perspective. I'll catch you up then, on everything out here. Lord Noskov nodded. He eyed Sarah. I see you turned someone. Come forth, my child. Sarah glanced at Blake, who nodded. She inched forward, her head bowed. Let me get a look at you. She looked up and smiled. You're strong. Blake chose well. Thanks, said Sarah. Blake chuckled. She has only one day under her belt as an ancient vampire. This base will be her training ground. A wise precaution, said Lord Noskov. He nodded at Seth and Ada. I'm sure I will get to spend some time with you both in my time here. Seth and Ada nodded back. Everin snapped again. Blake drew his head back as a man with light black armor and forearm blades emerged from seemingly nowhere. Lord Vigon. Lord Vigon rushed over and slapped hands with Blake. Then they embraced. You're looking good, said Lord Vigon. Same to you, said Blake. I've missed your wisecracking. Blake laughed. It seemed like the old days with his master and Lord Vigon around. Lord Vigon studied Sarah and extended a hand. Welcome to an exclusive club. She returned the handshake. I'm glad to be here. Lord Vigon smiled at Seth and Ada. I'm sure you two have some tales to tell about Blake. Where do I begin? Asked Seth, laughing. That's what I like to hear, said Lord Vigon, pointing at Seth. Everin snapped again. Blake stared at the mountain of a man in black, heavy armor who stepped out. Mikhail. Mikhail walked over to Blake and knelt. In a thick Eastern European accent, he said, Master. Get over here, you big lug, said Blake. They embraced. Blake motioned at Sarah. Meet your new sister. Mikhail hugged a startled Sarah. Welcome. Lord Noskov motioned at Mikhail.
He is now my right-hand enforcer since your exile from Earth. I hope he hasn't disappointed you, said Blake. He has done admirably. But your shoes were hard to fill, said Lord Noskov. I'm trying, said Mikhail with a big grin. He glanced at Seth and Ada. Any friend of Blake's is a friend of mine. Seth and Ada nodded at him. Blake shook his head. I'm not dreaming. Am I? You are not, said Everin. Lord Noskov eyed Blake. Something's different with you. Oh, yeah, said Blake. Drollcon did something to me that allows me to go into full bloodlust while remaining in control. He said I could communicate with him that way, too. Your first step to becoming the 5th ancient vampire lord, said Lord Vigon, studying Blake. I hope so. We can add that to our list of topics to discuss while here, said Lord Noskov. Blake nodded. Everin snapped again. Blake was not sure what he was seeing. It looked like a 3-foot humanoid squirrel who wore a beige outfit and had goggles resting above his eyes. His suit was packed with all sorts of strange gadgets. Hello, hello! I'm Sanders, or as you call me, the information broker, he said in a high-pitched voice. You're the broker? Asked Blake. I am. Don't let my good looks fool you. Blake laughed. All right, I won't. Wait, didn't I see you at the meeting in Gurdiwara? You did. Blake eyed him. I suspect we have a lot to talk about. That we do? Yes, we do. Information exchange can be quite handy. A little bit here, a little there. Sanders, said Everin. Sanders pointed at Everin. Right. I sometimes go on. Sometimes, asked Everin. Sanders smiled big. Everin tapped into the air as if interacting with an invisible console. A moment later, a disc-shaped ship appeared on the landing pad. Blake recognized it as the Toravata, Everin's ship. The fact it hid itself not only from the base's sensors but also his internal senses astounded him. So that's why it looked like everyone was just popping out of thin air, said Blake. The Toravata was in some type of stealth mode. Yes. Everin looked around. We will be here for a month. In that time, there will be many discussions about the future, and it is good for everyone to spend time with one another. When Cal is better, we can fly out to him. I would also like to meet with Zane, Daz, Doc, and Kane. Andia and Rakar have also requested more time with me, and I need to talk with Emperor Riven. Quite the schedule, said Blake. This is a day of days. Everin, my master, my disciple, my close friend, and the information broker, all here in my secret base. It might get a little cramped. I have accommodations for them on the Toravata, said Everin. Also, Sarah may want to experience the Hollow Room for training. Did you say Hollow Room? Asked Seth. Everin half smiled. I did. Well, shit! Sign me up for that! Everyone laughed. Blake's throat constricted as he looked around. After the Saskarin event had ended, he felt like he had lost. However, the arrival of so many powerful and important people from his past made things better. He looked forward to talking with Lord Noskov and Lord Vigon, and catching up with Mikhail. Blake had a million questions for Everin, and he suspected Everin was used to that. The fact that everyone was there was a testament to Everin's power. It was no surprise to Blake that if Everin was around, he became the natural leader. Blake was not sure what the future would hold. Sarah was alive, and Cal would be back to his old self soon. Although the event had taken its toll, this was an unexpected reward. Maybe the universe was balancing things out. Would you care to tour the Toravata before everyone settles in? Asked Everin. Seth grinned and crooked a thumb at Blake. Come on, you're dying to say it. Blake grinned while flashing his hands off to the side. A tour? Of course I do. I'm Blake Brown. The end. Epilogue. Blake surveyed the packed room Andia had allowed him to schedule a get-together in. The past month had been a hailstorm of information sharing, and it saddened Blake that Everin and the others would be leaving in a few days. This would be a final dinner with everyone attending. It was an exclusive group, and the room contained tables with foods of all types.
Massive windows showed them to be up high, and they also allowed natural sunlight to filter in. It seemed even the light rays wanted to take part in the festivities. He grinned as he observed Seth, Kane, Ada, and Gia talking in a corner. Seth and Kane were not only best friends, but they both were now involved with an android girlfriend. Ada and Gia got along well, and Blake saw that they would form a tight group. Blake found Seth's reaction to Everin and the others over the last month to be comical. Everything Seth heard seemed impossible or fantastical to him. Lord Vigon and Seth hit it off right away. Kane had been a ball of energy as he worked on the Exceltion with Daz. Blake noticed that Gia stuck around a lot, and he determined she helped Kane keep it together. She might even join future missions. Her suggestions on enhancing the Exceltion went over well, and she got along famously with Doc. V and Ada became fast friends, and Ada interacted a lot with Everin. Although she spent a significant amount of time talking with him, she also spent time with everyone else. Sandus teased her and Seth often, and Blake found them eating together quite a bit, although for Ada it consisted of a mineral drink most of the time. Doc had been busy over the last month, integrating new programming into his already impressive memory. V and Doc compared notes, and Doc spent a significant amount of time with Gia. Blake dropped in on some of Doc's conversations with Lord Noskov, Lord Vigon, and Mikhail. It seemed they wanted to know what it took to have someone like Doc back on Earth. Blake assumed Everin would not allow that due to knowledge pollution, and the Kriegans would most likely step in, but it did Blake good to see Doc as the focus of such interest. His growth since the early days had become a model for future medical AIs within the Fredorian Alliance. Blake chuckled when Doc laughed, a new routine given to him by Everin. A laughing Doc would be an interesting new facet on the Exceltion. Zane and Cal sat next to each other at a table in the back. Jala sat in Cal's lap, while Mara and Tillian sat near Zane. It did Blake's heart good to see Cal laughing and slapping hands with Zane. His mood had improved considerably since Cal's recovery. Their reaction to meeting Everin and the others had been priceless. Zane often looked like he tried to figure out if Everin was real, while Cal hung on every word said. Zane fully included Mara in his group, and they planned to start a family. Tillian embraced Mara, and Blake saw them as a happy family unit. How that would work, given Zane's job, remained to be seen. But they had a plan. Blake would do whatever it took to support them. Cal and Jala had become more serious and seemed like a natural pairing. It surprised Blake that Jala knew Everin. Blake had listened in on their conversation about a previous interaction on Chorus. It was even more surprising to learn about all of Everin's actions in Kriegan space during the Archeron retrieval. A lot of things fell into place for Blake, and he connected many dots he thought were random. Cal seemed happy to be alive and expressed his thanks to Everin and V no less than 100 times. It paid to have friends in high places. Blake grinned at seeing Daz, Sandus, Lord Noskov, Lord Vigon, Doc in his main robot form, and V in a holographic shell talking. V had been an interesting person to meet, and Blake found Sandus and V's interaction over the last month to be comical. They knew each other well. Blake wondered what must be going through Lord Noskov's and Lord Vigon's minds to be talking with an android and an AI in a robot shell, although if they already met V, maybe it was not as unique. However, Daz, Doc, and Sandus provided a deep perspective into the political arena of Fredoria, the AN, and the Kriegan Star Empire. Blake had enjoyed spending time with Lord Noskov and Lord Vigon over the past month. Together they explored Blake's new ability to go into full bloodlust and retain control. Blake became an eager student as both lords explained the next steps to become an ancient vampire lord. The biggest requirement was time, as his power would reach lord levels after several thousand years. The ability to control full bloodlust happened 600 years early for him. Gathering a clan was another step, and they outlined various rituals and trials. It would not be easy, but plenty of time remained to do it all. He was thankful he had the chance to soak up the wisdom from both lords. Everin, Andia, and Rakar stood near the front of the room. They shared history and spoke with ease. Andia seemed disappointed that some of Everin's regular traveling companions did not come, and she was still happy to see Everin and V. It had made Blake proud to introduce her and Rakar to Lord Noskov, Lord Vigon, and Mikhail. Blake figured it gave them some idea of his past, and to have that much power together could be intoxicating. Everin was different than what Blake had read and heard about. Everin's calm, monotone voice was soothing, and Blake sensed the massive amount of power that emanated out of him like an aura. Sarah shielded her eyes sometimes when she got too close to Everin. That was to be expected, as she still adjusted to sensing things, and being around Everin was like looking at a star. Blake had enjoyed the deep, philosophical, late-night discussions with Everin. His vast knowledge and perspective on things made Blake look at things differently. Everin's knowledge on cosmic entities fascinated Blake, and it made him realize where the ancient vampire stood in relation to that. Blake was thankful that Everin arrived. Sarah stuck close to Blake's side for the most part. She had performed well over the last month, and he smiled when he thought of her reactions when learning about the ancient vampire strain. It was a walk down memory lane, as Lord Noskov spent quite a bit of time explaining the history and what it meant to be an ancient vampire. She also adjusted to being teased by Lord Vigon and even fired back some of her own. Like Sarah, Mikhail stuck close to Blake for the night. Mikhail and Sarah had formed a strong bond, but that was common among those turned by the same master. Mikhail had sparred with Sarah over the last month, and Blake caught them on the surface alone a few times as they talked about life and being a disciple. Blake appreciated that Mikhail attempted to make Sarah feel welcome. It was good for her to get another perspective, especially from one who had served and been trained under Blake for decades. Blake looked over at Jimmy and his girlfriend and frowned. While they talked with others in the room, Blake sensed their sadness. It must have been difficult to be around those who knew Luke well. It probably did not help that he was the first thing brought up in discussions. Sandus had attended as well, but kept his identity as the broker unknown to those who were not already aware. Blake figured he would be meeting with Sandus a lot more in the future. Their meetings outlined new bases, recruitment plans, and political goals that would help secure a new ancient vampire clan. A part of the plan was that the new clan would assist Sandus as needed, which was a fair trade. Blake looked forward to working with him. Sandus's eagerness to help exceeded Blake's expectations, but he was glad to have it. Sandus's bubbly personality and the unusual way he spoke cracked Blake up. Sandus whirled about like a tornado as he bounced around the room, engaging everyone. Blake grabbed a whiskey shot glass and raised it. He tapped it with a fork. The room fell silent. Blake cleared his throat.
I'd like to thank everyone for coming. It's been a rough journey to get here, but here we are. I'll keep this short because, well, I don't usually give speeches.
Everybody chuckled.
First of all, I wanted to honor Luke McGregor. He was not only crew, he was family. My brother. Our brother. He died protecting others and did so without a moment of hesitation. None. That was the type of person he was, said Blake. He noticed Jimmy's eyes begin to mist. Blake pointed at him. He survived by his only son. Jimmy. He moved his arm in an arc. Look around you. If you ever need anything, we're here for you. You may have lost your father, but you've gained a family. A tear rolled down Jimmy's cheek. Those around him laid their hands on his shoulders or squeezed his arms. Jimmy nodded at Blake. Blake raised his shot glass higher. To Luke McGregor. A father. A hero. Our brother. May you rest wherever you are. Everyone with glasses clinked them together. We've been through a lot these last few months. From Seth losing his leg and eye to losing close friends like Jarvis. We've been poisoned, abducted, beaten, tortured, and oftentimes outnumbered. But we survived with only each other to rely on. At the end of the day, whether we were Earthborn, Fredorian, Kriegan, android, AI, it didn't matter. We all had one another's backs when needed and aided one another in our darkest times. That's what's important. Several people nodded at Blake. All right. With that said, please enjoy the rest of the night.
We're here to celebrate not only the lives of the fallen, but also everyone here and our future. For those unfamiliar with others, get to know them. Everyone's family here." The crowd cheered. Blake smiled when Sarah wrapped her arms around his side. Despite all that had happened during the Saskarin event, it did not go as badly as it could have. Lord Noskov and Lord Vigon outlined the future of a new, ancient vampire clan to be founded in Fredorian space. Blake would be busy, and he would spend years with those he determined would be a good fit. Sarah would gain her own turned, and a new family would be born. With the backing of Sandus and Andia, Blake had many options to pursue. Although a part of him had been interested in going back to Earth, Fredoria was his home now. He possessed a new mission in life and looked forward to working within the new Fredorian alliance. With Sarah at his side, the options were limitless. He had his crew and the Exceltion, which had become like a second home to him. The past may have been dark, but the future remained bright. The universe owed him after the Saskarin event, and this had been a decent down payment. It was time to begin a new chapter in life. This has been Redemption, Book 5 of the Earthborn. Written by Adair Hart. Narrated by Michael Wolfe. Copyright 2020 by Adair Hart. Production copyright by Adair Hart. Production copyright by Adair Hart.